Chapter 1. Eternal Cultivation. A young man walked out of a train in Oakleaf City. Oh, he looked at the surrounding train station, and was surprised at how glossy and expensive looking it was. His black hair, fair skin, and very cute face made him look so very naive and simple-minded. He followed some signs to get out of the train station, and finally saw the Oakleaf City in its full glory. He stopped in his tracks amazed at how big the buildings were, how many vehicles there were on the road, and just how well-dressed everyone looked. So, which way is the Oakleaf University? He wondered as he took out his cheap-looking phone and started looking up the map. After learning the directions, he started walking. He had a suitcase with him that he dragged along the city. Throughout the city, he would see giant billboards and posters promoting a single thing, making him wonder just what was eternal cultivation. Is that a new movie? Looks good. Maybe I will get to see what a big city's cinema looks like. His countryside village also had cinemas, but the screen was small, so he usually preferred watching the movies on his family computer. He finally reached the university, and asked a few people to find his way to dormitory A. He walked up to a register table and got his key for his room. His room was numbered 205, so he walked into an elevator and got up. As he came out of the elevator, he got a phone call. He looked at the caller and realized his mom was calling him. He accepted the call. "Alex, where are you? Did you reach the university?" A worried voice came from the other side of the phone. "Yes, mother. I am currently in the dormitory, looking for my new room." Alex replied. "Oh, good. Here, your father wants to talk to you." "Hey son, how are you doing? Was the train ride okay? You didn't find it discomforting, right?" his father asked him in a worried voice. "No, father. It was fine. In fact, it was amazing. I never knew trains went that fast," Alex said. "Haha," his father laughed from the other side of the phone. "That's what you get when you live your entire life on a farm. We shouldn't have homeschooled you either. Fortunately, you will be getting new experiences now." "It's okay, father. The school was in the town. It would have been hard for you to take me there regularly on a 2-hour ride," Alex said. "All right. Remember what I told you, okay? Don't be friends with bad people. There are a lot of different people in the big cities. Learn to figure out which people are good and which are not. You should be old enough to know what to do and what not to do. Oh yeah, and just because you are 18 and you can, don't go to those stupid clubs. I hear they're just a waste of money." Alex smiled a little and replied, "I understand, father. Oh, I'm in front of my room now. I will call you guys later, bye." "All right, I will end the call then." "Oh right, call Hannah, and let her know you have arrived." "Bye," his father and mother said at the same time and ended the call. Alex walked up to room 205 and opened the door using his key. When he opened the room, he was surprised. He didn't expect his room to already have people staying in it. Inside were 3 young men. 2 of them were up and talking, while one was seemingly sleeping. The room had 2 bunk beds and 4 closets. Aside from that, Alex couldn't see anything there. "Hello, are you guys staying in this room as well?" he asked as he walked in. "Yes, are you our new roommate?" one of the people asked. "Ah, yes," Alex said as he showed the key number 205. "Hello, my name is Alex Benton," he said as he walked in. "Oh hi, my name is Eric, and this is Matt," Eric said, introducing himself and the other person. "Hi," Matt greeted as well. "You just arrived, right? So I assume you haven't eaten anything yet. It's nearly 3 p.m. Why don't you freshen up, and we can go get some afternoon lunch in the cafeteria?" Alex nodded and changed to a normal shirt and pants. He went to the bathroom attached to the room and cleaned himself. By the time he got out, the 3rd man was already up. "I'm sure you can do it next time. Just buy a pill if you can't." "I know, but those cost money. And I'm not really playing to make money." "Then you just gotta hope you break through next time." The man finally saw Alex. "Hey, you the new guy?" "Hi, I am Logan." "What's up?" "Hello, my name is Alex," he replied too. Afterward, all of them went to the cafeteria to get some food. The 3 started talking about the same thing they were talking about in the room, and it made Alex confused. He didn't know the context. "What are you guys talking about exactly?" he asked. "Eternal Cultivation," Matt replied. "Oh, the new movie? I saw posters of it on the streets," Alex said with a face of understanding. Matt, Eric, and Logan looked at him with a look of confusion. Logan then said, "It's not a movie. It's the best VR game in existence. Don't you know about it?" he asked. "A VR game? I didn't know about that. I only heard about the name today," Alex said. "It's already been out for a month, and is already the most played game of all time. How come you've never heard of it?" Matt was surprised. "Oh, that's probably because they don't have any billboards and posters near the farm, and I don't really get to be on the internet since I have to help my father with the work," Alex said. "Well, you can play now. You really must experience it," Eric said. "Is that so? But I don't have a VR helmet or money to buy one," Alex said. "Don't worry about that, Eric here had got an old one. You can use that," Matt said. "If that is so, then I will try it." Alex and the 3 walked back to the room, and Eric handed him the old helmet that he was keeping in the closet. Now that he looked at it, 3 of the 4 beds all had VR helmets in them. They must have been playing before I came, Alex mumbled a little. Just plug it in the socket there and you can start playing. Be sure to log out before 7 or you will miss dinner. Saying that, Matt and the rest got into their beds and put on their helmets. After that, they went asleep. They are playing now, huh? Alex thought. He went to the only available bed, the lower bed of the right bunk bed, and put on his helmet. He plugged a wire into the socket and laid down on his bed. Soon a light started shining from inside the helmet, and he finally heard something. Welcome to the lands of eternal cultivation. Chapter 2. Tutorial. Welcome to the lands of eternal cultivation, a voice sounded in Alex's head. He slowly opened his eyes to look at the white nothingness in front of him. Where am I? Is this the game? He thought. New player detected. Please create your character. Customization menu appeared in front of him. He looked at the different options possible and got easily overwhelmed. He saw a randomize button at the top and clicked it without hesitation. It created a new character with long, silky black hair, a lean body, and blue eyes. This doesn't look bad, he said to himself. He clicked OK. Character created successfully. Please choose a username. He didn't want to set Alex as his username, but also couldn't think of one, so he simply chose the randomize option once more. Username, Yuming, are you sure? Doesn't sound bad, he thought as he pressed OK. New character, Yuming. Joining Oakleaf server suddenly, everything turned white. Alex found himself surrounded by trees on all sides. Everything so vivid and real and colorful. Is this really a game? He thought. He looked down on himself and saw that he was wearing a simple robe and pants similar to what his character looked like. So, this is what a VR game looks like, huh? He was amazed at the surrounding. His senses all told him that it was real, that he was in a real place. What do I do now? He wondered and started looking around. There wasn't a map or a health bar that told him it was even a game. Not long after, he found a small pouch tied to his sash. He tried to pick and see what it was when suddenly, a holographic panel appeared in front of him. The panel had a bunch of boxes in it, with only 2 boxes being filled up. What is this? He wondered as he touched the first box. Tutorial. This game mostly works through voice commands. Say settings or status to open up settings or your info. Your first job is to make time and P bar visible for your HUD from the settings. Say settings. Settings. A new screen appeared once more that had a bunch of little settings in it. He didn't know what most of them did as they were turned off, but he quickly found 2 settings related to P bar and time. He turned both of them on. Suddenly on the top left of his vision, a green bar appeared representing his current HP amount. On the top right, a bunch of numbers appeared representing the current time. Seeing the time in the game matched the real life time. Tutorial. Congratulations on using the settings. You can later change the different settings as you see fit. Now, to check your info, say status. Status. Another blue screen appeared in front of him. This time it had a bunch of information about him. Player name, Yuming Cultivation. Mortal, 1 Kai. 100% body. Sun God's divine yang body. Talent, God's spiritual roots. 5 elements yin yang roots. Cultivation method, none Kai. 0. Oh, is this my info? Alex looked at the status with curiosity in his eyes. He didn't understand what most of it meant though. The tutorial screen popped up again. Tutorial. Congratulations on opening your status. Here is an explanation of what each of these means. Cultivation is your current cultivation realm and level. It shows you how much Kai you have to invest to increase cultivation, and what your chances of breaking through are. Body is your potential in cultivation. It determines how far you can cultivate. Special bodies also give other benefits. Talent is your talent in cultivations. It determines how fast you can cultivate. Spiritual roots. Spiritual roots represent your spiritual affinity towards the element. You can learn and use elements you have an affinity to more freely than the rest. Cultivation method is the technique you use to cultivate. It teaches you how to gather Kai and use the Kai to increase your cultivation. Kai is your source of energy. The more Kai you have, the stronger you can become. The speed at which you gather Kai can depend on your location, your cultivation method, and your talent. Alex was truly overwhelmed now. He couldn't understand half of what was happening right now. He had decided to play this game because his new friends had told him it was the best out right now. So, why were there this many explanations? Once he read it all, he clicked on Next. A new set of texts popped up from the tutorial panel. Tutorial. You can use the following commands. Log out, to log out. Cultivation methods, to see all the cultivation methods you have learned. Weapons, to see the list of weapons you have. Pills, to see the list of pills you have. Techniques, check the different techniques you have. Inventory, to see your inventory. Shows items from all of your different spatial bags or rings. Finally, congratulations on completing the tutorial. You can now open the chest in your inventory to obtain a random technique, weapon, pill, and cultivation method. He closed the tutorial by clicking the X on the top. He tried saying all the commands, except log out, to see if they worked. As expected, all the commands worked. Every single panel those commands brought up was empty, except for the inventory. Alright then, let's see what the chest gives me. Hopefully, it's something good. Alex clicked on the chest, and a notification popped up. Do you wish to open tutorial reward chest? He clicked open. Congratulations, you have received a new weapon. Congratulations, you have received a new cultivation method. Congratulations, you have received a new pill. Congratulations, you have received a new technique. Weapons. He decided to check weapons first. The weapons panel now had a new addition to it. From the icon, it looked like a sword. Alex clicked on it, and the option to equip or description popped up. He chose description. Steel sword grade. Mortal. There were no more descriptions than that. What's the mortal grade? Is that good or bad? Also, is there no attack bonus or anything? How is this a game if the item has no stats on it? Nothing of what Alex had learned from the little video games he played on his home computer helped him at all right now. He then checked the pill. K providing pill. 10% gives you 10 Kai. This is not bad. Didn't my status say I need 1 Kai to level up? Alex was quite happy to find this pill. How do I use the pill though? Is there a button to use it? Alex looked into the options that popped up but didn't realize what to do. Since this is a pill, like a medicine, do I just eat it? He wondered. Whatever, here it goes. He put the pill into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, as if the pill melted, it slid down his throat before he even noticed. Obtain plus 10 KO. I was right. He quickly opened his status page to check the change now. He had indeed gotten 10 Kai now. Now that he had enough Kai, he had a new breakthrough option in his cultivation. Ah, there it is. So I can become a cultivator now? Is that what it is? Alex wondered as he pressed the breakthrough button. You do not have a cultivation method. Please assign a cultivation method before trying to break through. Oh, I need a cultivation method. Let's check my cultivation method then. Alex opened his cultivation method page and saw the book icon in the panel. The cultivation method had a separation in the panel that divided the panel into 2 sections. Learned and ready to learn. The book was in the ready to learn section. He clicked it, and 2 options popped up. Learn and description. He clicked on the description. Starry Sky Kai Absorption Method. Grade. Heaven absorbed 20 Kai every minute. Amount doubles during the night. Oh, 20 Kai every minute. That's crazy, Alex thought. Wait, does that mean the pill I ate wasn't actually good? He was starting to regret even eating that pill now. Do I learn it now? He thought. He quickly went back to the same panel and clicked learn. Congratulations on learning Starry Sky Kai Absorption Method. Nice. Now I can break through, right? Alex quickly set the new method as his cultivation method. After that he clicked break through. Congratulations, you have broken through to skin tempering. First realm. Chapter 3, City. Congratulations, you have broken through to skin tempering. First realm. Player name. Yuming Cultivation. Skin tempering. First realm. 500 Kai. 100% body. Sun God's divine yang body talent. God. Spiritual roots. 5 elements. Yin yang roots. Cultivation method. Starry Sky Kai Absorption Method. Kai 9 I need 500 Kai now. That's Alex quickly did some calculations in his head. 25 minutes. That's a lot. Do I have to use that technique for 25 minutes just to level up once? Isn't that a really bad system? What about later on? Will the time increase again? He wondered. Oh, I should find some pills to give me more Kai. However, at this rate, I will need 50 of those previous pills just to level up once. That should be harder than just using the ability for 25 minutes. Whatever, I will just look around for now. This looks so darn realistic. Maybe I should get rid of the health bar, for now, to let me see more. Alex walked around the jungle looking at the greenery. He quickly found a small path and took it. Coincidentally, within 5 minutes, he was out of the jungle, looking at a big perimeter of wall, blocking off an entire city in front of him. He looked to the side of the wall to see a gate with people and carriages lined up near it. There were guards waiting near the gates taking something from the newcomers before letting them in. Do I need money? He wondered. Just then, someone else walked out from the forest. It was a man wearing a yellow robe with green in the linings. He saw Alex looking around blankly and especially noticed his plain robes. So he asked, "Hello brother, are you new around here?" Alex looked around with a confused face. NPC or player? He wondered. Yes, I just arrived here today, and don't know what to do to get inside, Alex replied. The man heard that and softly asked, "Are you a player?" Yes, Alex said excitedly. So he was a player all along, huh? Well, just cultivate for an hour or 2. After that, once you break through, you can go hunt some weak monsters in the jungle, and sell their bodies to one of the merchants that always run through here. That should get you about 5 or so silver coins, enough to enter the city. The man said. Cultivate? What's that? Alex questioned. The man looked at him weirdly. You learned your cultivation method, right? Alex nodded. Then, just sit around and meditate. Your cultivation method will kick in on its own, said the man. After that, he bid farewell and left the place. Since I already broke through, I should just go and kill some animal. He walked back to the forest he had just come from. However, it didn't take long for him to find an animal. The creature he met had a name floating on top of it. Dawn Fox, skin tempering 2. Whoa, it's a level higher than me. Can I even fight it? The fox was definitely stronger than him. Alex was worried and wondered if he should change his targets. I'm only level 1, so there should be a protection mechanic in the game that doesn't let me die, right? Alex decided to fight the fox. He quickly opened his weapons panel and equipped his sword. The sword was about 2 meters long in length and was very precious looking. He tried to go forward, undetected by the fox, but that was all a dream. There were way too many things in the jungle that made noises when one walked. The fox immediately lunged at him the moment it saw him. Alex tried to swing his sword at the fox and ended up hitting it right in the face. The fox whimpered and backed off. An angry look appeared on its face as it started growling. It once more jumped at him. This time, instead of using the sword as a sword, Alex swung it down hard like he was back home chopping woods with an axe. You have defeated Dawn Fox. Obtained Dawn Fox's core? What is that? He wondered. He took it out from his inventory and looked at it. It was a small reddish-brown sphere that felt a little coarse to the touch. Is this like that pill I ate earlier? He wondered. It looked like it, so he assumed it was. So without any hesitation, he put the core in his mouth and swallowed it. Sun God's divine young body disintegrates everything the monster core aligns with one of the elements in the 5 elements yin yang. You have gained 2,000 Kyo. Wow. So it was a pill. Maybe I should go find some more of those foxes. He was already near the city, so he decided not to. Instead, he decided to break through. He opened his status, and as expected, a break-through button had appeared in his cultivation line. He clicked the button. You have broken through to skin tempering, 2nd realm. He was now a level higher. He looked at his status again and realized the break-through button was still there. So, he pressed it once more. You have broken through to skin tempering, 3rd realm. He opened his status page once more. Player name, Yuming Cultivation, skin tempering 3rd realm, 1,500 Kai, 100% body. Sun God's divine young body. Talent, God's spiritual roots. 5 elements yin, yang roots. Cultivation method, Starry Sky Kai, absorption method Kai. 509. Alex picked up the fox's corpse and walked out of the forest. Along the way, he realized he could put the corpse inside his inventory. And so he did. He found his way to one of the merchants waiting in line. He read the name, Victoria's Snow Merchant Group. The merchant there traded his corpse for 10 silvers. Alex took it and went to the gate. The gatekeeper asked him for an identification or 2 silvers to enter the city. Alex didn't have anything that could identify him, so he simply paid the fee and entered. He tried to log out after entering the city, but the game told him that he wasn't in a very safe place to log out. Only after renting a room in a tavern did the game tell him that it was safe to log out. Chapter 4, Alchemy. Alex opened his eyes and slowly felt the helmet as he pulled it off. He had logged out a little early because he didn't know what to do in the game any longer and decided to leave. He tried to stand up quickly and hit his head. Oh, he looked at what he had just hit and said in realization, oh, that's right. I'm not in my room. This made him feel a little sad and started to miss home. Seeing that the others were still in the game as it was still quite a bit away from the 7 p.m. they said they would log out at, he decided to call his parents and tell them he had settled. Did you message your cousin? His father asked from the other side. Oh, I forgot. I will message her right now, said Alex. After ending the call with his parents, he sent his cousin a simple message. I have arrived at the university, and am settled in the dorm room soon. His 3 roommates logged out as well, and they went to the cafeteria to have dinner. So, how did you like the game? Matt asked from the side curiously. It was good. I mean, I didn't like that you have to meditate around for forever just to level up, but the realistic senses make up for it more than enough. Oh, that? You will get used to it, Logan said from the side. Everyone complains about the slow leveling at first, but you will soon find why that is at an appropriate speed. Eric chimed in from the side saying, Diva Corp did earn over $2 billion just in the first month of release of Eternal Cultivation. That should tell you how good that game is. Matt said, you will soon get used to it. Although I think it's better if you drop your ideas of this being a game. This is another world that Diva Corp has made for us to live in. They do say, you don't play Eternal Cultivation, you live it. That statement struck Alex in a way he hadn't expected it to. So I should just stop caring leveling up and just enjoy the world, huh? Yes, I can do that. Together, they went back to their room. Alex was about to go to the bathroom when he saw every one of them putting their helmets back on. You guys are going to play again? He asked. Matt laughed and said, we play every moment of waking and sleeping hour. It's just that fun. Sleeping hours? Do you guys play instead of sleeping? Isn't that bad for your health? Logan said from his bed, no, we sleep. But the VR helmet makes it so that we can play even when asleep. You should try it today. Eric added, you should play it too. Maybe you can earn enough money to buy your own headset. Earn money? How? Alex questioned. They must be joking with me, right? He thought. Oh, you can earn money by converting in-game currencies to dollars. We make some good bucks, enough for our monthly pocket change, said Logan. All right, we are logging in, you should go too, Alex. All three of them logged in afterward. Me? Earn money with the game? That concept was quite funny to him. A kid who barely played any video games could never earn money from it. He quickly freshened up and went back to his bed. He saw that his phone had a notification and checked it. You came? All right. I will meet you tomorrow. Wait for my message, his cousin Hannah had replied. He put down his phone and put on the helmet. Before he knew it, he was back in the game. He opened his eyes in the room in the tavern. As soon as he did, he heard the rumbling of his stomach. I can get hungry as well? Thankfully, he was already at a tavern, so he walked down to the ground floor and ordered himself a bowl of stew. It cost him 1 silver, but he didn't care for the money right now. He listened to the conversations of different people in the tavern and came to a piece of information that interested him. Hongwu sect was holding an entrance exam tomorrow. During dinner, the 3 guys have told him that he should find a sect as fast as possible. If they are really taking a test, then I should try in it as well, he thought. He walked to the people who were talking about this and asked, Hello, can you tell me where this examination is taking place exactly? I would suggest you don't bother, brother. Hongwu sect is an alchemy sect, so they are very hard to get into. But if you still want to know, it will take place at around 8 a.m. in the Hongwu sect. Alchemy? He was confused as he had never heard that term before. I should check what it is tomorrow morning. He went back to his room after eating the food and thought, it's already so late at night. So I probably shouldn't go out, right? Why don't I take this chance to cultivate instead? He sat cross-legged in the bed and started to meditate. Slowly, he started getting drowsy, and before he knew it, he had lost consciousness and entered a trance-like state. Sun God's divine yang body increasing cultivation speed by 500%. Starry Sky Kai absorption methods night bonus increasing cultivation speed by 200%. Obtain 200 Kai. Obtain 200 Kai. Obtain 200 Kai. Alex suddenly woke up. He didn't realize when he had fallen asleep in the game, but by the time he was awake, it was already 6 a.m. in the morning. Where am I? He got confused for a second before he realized that he was still in the game. But I fell asleep. How am I still in the game? He was confused. After he stopped thinking about it, he logged out. Chapter 5. Entrance Exam. Alex came out of the game and realized his body was not tired at all. In fact, he felt very well rested. So sleeping in the game does in fact work. He was very surprised. He washed up and waited for the guys to log out. During the time, he decided to check up on what exactly alchemy was. According to the internet, alchemy in eternal cultivation was the process of making pills. Along with artifacts, pills are one of the most expensive items in the game, eternal cultivation. He read what the information outlet was telling him. He closed his phone as his roommates started waking up and went to have some breakfast. After breakfast, he wanted to go back into the game, so he did. He looked at the time and realized he only had 45 minutes to make it to the Hongwu sect. He hurriedly went down to the tavern and asked the keeper for directions. The keeper's directions were simple. Hongwu sect to the north and Tiger sect to the south of Scarlet City. When Alex asked him what the Tiger sect was, he found out that it was a place where normal cultivators went to join. So there are 2 sects in this Scarlet City, huh? I still like the idea of joining the alchemy sect, rather than the other normal one, he said to himself. Quickly he made his way north, asking for direction to the Hongwu sect along the way. When he finally reached the Hongwu sect, he was surprised. Alex was now outside of a gate. Beyond the gate, he could see a tall mountain with many houses on it. The mountain was the sect ground on the Hongwu sect. Time was running out, so he quickly registered himself at the gate and was directed to a large tent inside the gate. Alex looked at his piece of paper that was the registration slip. It simply had a number 174, along with his name Yuming and age 18. He had almost reflexively said Alex, but caught himself in the last second. He walked into the large tent and sat in an open spot on the ground, among the many other people who were all sitting in a symmetrical fashion. Very soon, an important-looking man, in his late 20s, walked inside the tent. He was wearing a green robe with silver linings. Soon after he entered, a few dozens of younger-looking men and women walked in. Everyone listen up, the man said as he stood upon a podium of sorts. I am your examiner, and I will be taking your test here. The man gestured to the side. The group of men and women who had entered walked around the place and handed each of them a storage bag and a slip of paper. You have 1 hour to name all the 100 ingredients inside. If you can name more than 50, you pass. Make sure the talisman you answer in also has your registration number and name. Saying that, the man left the tent. The other people, however, stood there, watching the different examinees taking their exams. Alex tried to take out each of the ingredients to see what it was called, but each time he took it out, it only said, The game wasn't helping at all. For the next half an hour, he fooled around trying to find the ingredient's name, checking if he could at least name one, but he couldn't. They did say the exam was hard, he sighed as he stopped thinking about the exam, and instead started looking at his settings through the different things. He wasted another 15 minutes in that. Suddenly, he remembered something. Isn't my inventory supposed to show everything I have? What if I look at the ingredients using the inventory and not from the outside? Inventory, he said in a low voice. A blue panel popped up in front of him that indeed had over 100 items. He randomly picked one to see if it was named, but it was still called. Sigh, he was about to close the inventory when he noticed something. At the very first box of the inventory, there was an icon for a book. A cultivation method? He wondered. He tried to click on the description, but accidentally clicked on Learn. Your roots and talents satisfy the conditions you have learned. Alchemy, God's knowledge. Huh, alchemy? He was stunned. Cultivation method, he said, and the list of cultivation methods popped up. There was only one, but it was a book. He was confused. Alright, didn't the treasure give me a technique as well? I completely forgot about that. Is this a technique? He opened the techniques panel, and there in the Learn section, he could see a book icon. He clicked on it, and opened the description. Alchemy, God's knowledge. Level 1 grade. Mortal growth unlocked. You have knowledge of all alchemy material. Unlocked. Can learn any alchemy recipe instantly. Unlocked. Plus 50% chance to produce an extra pill during alchemy. Level 2 required to unlock more growth. What is that supposed to mean? This technique can level up. He wondered, but he didn't care about that for the moment. The thing that attracted his attention was the first thing that was unlocked. Unlocked. You have knowledge of all alchemy material. Does that mean? He started to have a sliver of hope, and anticipation brew up deep within him. He took out an inventory and saw its name. Luthorn leaf, yes, he shouted softly. Hornroot grass, aquatic berry. Was working. He picked up the paper to start writing down the names. There was no pen, but he realized he could write in it what he wanted just by thinking about it. As he started writing down the name, a weird-looking pattern started to appear on the piece of paper. It took him a few minutes to name all the materials in the bag. At 9 o'clock exactly, the man returned to the tent and shouted, "Time over, everyone put your answers in the bag and pass them to your seniors." After handing the bag, Alex walked out. He heard that they could come by tomorrow at 8 to see their results. Alex took his time walking back to the tavern and logged out when he reached his room. It had taken him an hour to return, so by the time he logged out, it was nearly 10 a.m. Just as he got up from his bed, he heard Logan shouting, "Yes, I did it. I broke through to True Realm." "Did you use any pills?" Eric asked. "Nah, those cost too much. The alchemists take about $50 for even the lowest ones. I'm not wasting my money on that unless it's extremely necessary." Alex didn't get in on the celebration. Instead, he looked at his phone that had a new notification on it. It was a message from his cousin. "Meet me outside the University East Gate at 1 p.m. Chapter 6. Break. Ruse. It was 1 p.m. during the day. The sun was past the zenith, and there were no clouds visible in the sky. Alex arrived at the university's East Gate. He looked around and quickly found Hannah standing in the shade, and walked up to her. Hannah was wearing a yellow sundress with a white hat on. She was about 170 cm tall, and had a lean body. She took off her sunglasses when she saw Alex walking towards her. "Alex, oh my God, look at you. You have grown up so much. How long has it been since I saw you last?" 2 years? 3. Hannah was astounded to see him so tall. "Hello, sister. I believe it's been 2.5 years since you guys last visited us. How are you?" Alex replied with a greeting. "Oh, look at you being so formal. If you have to ask, I am perfectly fine. How are you? How are Aunt and Uncle?" She started inquiring about Alex's family's well-being. "I am good, sister. Father and mother are fine as well," he replied. "Come, let's go to a cafe or something. It's too hot out here," Hannah said as she brought Alex to a nearby cafe. Alex was astonished to see all the cool little things the city had. He was amazed to see how many people there were constantly on the street, even during the hot day. The many cars and vehicles, some he had never seen before. Tall buildings that made you nearly break your neck, just to see the top of it. Alex felt very overwhelmed by everything. After they reached the cafe, Hannah entered it, and Alex followed behind her. Whoa, feeling the hot air from the outside immediately shift to the cold air from the air conditioning in the cafe, nearly made him vocalize his amazement. He had rarely been to places with air conditioning, never one this fancy. Most of the places he visited back home had fans instead of air conditioning. Hannah walked up to an empty table and said, "Sit here. I will bring us some food. What do you want to eat?" Alex didn't know what to say. "I don't know what's good. Maybe some burgers would be fine?" "Okay." She left for a bit and came back with 2 sets of burgers and drinks. They started eating. "So, you are staying in a dorm, right? Made some friends yet?" she asked. "Yeah, I have 3 roommates. They are friendly." Alex replied, "Good. Good." Alex and Hannah talked for quite a while. Alex learned a few things about Hannah. It seemed she was currently in her third and last year of college. She was renting a place a few blocks away from the university, where she and two other friends of hers lived together. After finishing their food, they stayed there and talked for a bit. After catching up, at around 3 p.m. they both said their goodbyes and left. In a few short minutes, Alex made his way back to the dorm. He was about to enter the room when he heard someone call his name. "Hey Alex, where have you been?" Logan asked. From the looks of it, Logan, Matt, and Eric were just returning from the cafeteria. "I went to meet with my cousin. She studies in the university as well," he said. "Oh, cool. You had your meal? If not, you should probably go to the cafeteria before they close," Matt said. "I already ate outside." "Oh right, can I keep the VR helmet for a bit longer?" Matt looked at him and laughed. "You got hooked as well, didn't you?" "Haha, eternal cultivation does that. Go ahead, keep it as long as you like." Eric was very generous about the VR helmet. They all went into their rooms, put on their helmet, and went back to the game. Alex opened his eyes back in the tavern room. He slowly stood up. He looked around the room and thought, the sun is still up. Should I just go fight some monsters and level up? The level system in this game was a little weird. It had names, instead of numbers one could remember. What level am I at again? He then opened his status to check. What he saw shocked him. Player name: Yuming Cultivation. Skin Tempering 3rd, Realm 1500 Kai. 100% Breakthrough Body. Sun God's Divine Yang Body Talent. God's Spiritual Roots. 5 Elements Yin. Yang Roots Cultivation Method. Starry Sky Kai. Absorption Method. Kai. 131,709 What? How do I have so much Kai? He couldn't understand. If I remember correctly, I had around 500 after eating the pill from the fox's body. So how come I have so many now? I don't remember eating any more pills, or even cultivating at a weight. Did I actually cultivate last night when I fell asleep? Millions of thoughts were going through his mind. He didn't understand how he gained so many Kai. He did vaguely remember starting to cultivate last night, but he had fallen asleep immediately. Maybe I did cultivate during my sleep. They did say you can play the game while sleeping. Maybe I did just that, he thought. Either way, since I have so much Kai, why don't I level up? Alex decided to press the breakthrough button. Congratulations, you have broken through to Skin Tempering. 4th Realm. He lost 1,500 Kai. The next level up requirement was now at 2,500 Kai. He pressed the breakthrough button again. Congratulations, you have broken through to Skin Tempering. 5th Realm. And again. Congratulations, you have broken through to Skin Tempering. 6th Realm. And again, and again. Congratulations, you have broken through to Skin Tempering. 7th Realm. Congratulations, you have broken through to Skin Tempering. 8th Realm. Congratulations, you have broken through to Skin Tempering. 9th Realm. Congratulations, you have broken through to Muscle Tempering. 1st Realm. Oh, a new name. Alex stopped breaking through when he reached Muscle Tempering. 1st Realm. He looked at his status and realized he had used up 23,000 Kai, and the next requirement for a break through was 10,000 Kai. He still had enough Kai left, so he pressed break through once more. Congratulations, you have broken through to Muscle Tempering. 2nd Realm. Oh, Alex realized something when he looked at his status once more. It looked like the requirement for each realm in this level was increasing by 5,000 Kai. The next requirement was 15,000 Kai. Wow, the requirement went up by a lot. He thought he broke through once more. Congratulations, you have broken through to Muscle Tempering. 3rd Realm. He once again checked and found the requirement for the 4th level to be 20,000. He still had half of his original Kai left, so he proceeded to click break through multiple times once more. Congratulations, you have broken through to Muscle Tempering. 4th Realm. Congratulations, you have broken through to Muscle Tempering. 5th Realm. Congratulations, you have broken through to Muscle Tempering. 6th Realm. He couldn't break through anymore after that. Whoa, Alex got a weird feeling from his body. It didn't feel like his body anymore. The skin was smooth and shiny, and he could see the muscle definitions inside his body, even though he vividly remembered not having as much muscle before. He also felt unusually hungry. Do I have to eat in-game as well? He thought. Thankfully, he was staying in a tavern, so he could go down to eat anytime he wanted. For now, he checked his status once more. Player name: Yuming Cultivation. Muscle Tempering 6th Realm 35,000 Kai. 100% Body. Sun God's Divine Yang Body Talent. God's Spiritual Roots. 5 Elements Yin, Yang Roots. Cultivation Method. Starry Sky Kai. Absorption Method Kai. 8,709 Wow, that's nice, he thought. He didn't really understand how good or bad having the 6th Realm of Muscle Tempering was, but he assumed it had to be good. He believed he was essentially around level 15 in the game, but he couldn't tell how much further he had to level up since he had no idea about the higher levels. He decided to put those thoughts to the back of his mind and went downstairs to have a meal. He got a good meal for a silver and ate it with enjoyment. He kept thinking how this meal wasn't as good as the burger he had eaten with his cousin today, but he had no choice but to eat for now. After he finished eating, he got out of the tavern. Man, if the game requires me to eat, and food costs 1 silver every time, I am going to go broke in no time. I should probably go hunt those monsters more, he thought. He walked to the city gates, and saw the guards there checking the people going in and out. He walked up to one of the guards and asked if he needed to pay another 2 silver for leaving the city for a few hours. Unfortunately, he did. Oh well, I can pay them after I earn from the monsters I will kill, he thought, and went towards the forest. Chapter 7. Forest Hunting. Alex walked out of the eastern gate of the Scarlet City, and soon realized that he had come to the wrong place accidentally. It was an evening last time, when he had entered the city, and had gone straight to a tavern to look for lodging to log out, and not bothered to remember any of the interior landscape of the city. Now that he had randomly come out of the eastern gate, he realized that he had actually entered the city through the western gate, but that shouldn't matter to him that much. Whatever. I just need to hunt some monster, that's all, he thought. The east side of the city was also covered in forests, the same as the west side, so he should have no problem in finding the monsters. He walked into the forest and started looking for any signs of a monster. Suddenly, he saw something. It wasn't a monster, but a small tree. For some reason, the tree was nothing special. It was easily overlooked in this large forest, but he couldn't do so. Something about this tree called to him. So, he did what his heart told him to and slowly walked towards the tree. The tree itself was about Alex's height, making it look like a little growing tree, but it already had big leaves and was sprouting a little fruit. Alex saw a name appear on top of the tree when he came close to it. Dwarfberry tree bears the dwarfberry, the dwarfberry. Alex looked at the only fruit sprouting in the tree. He reached his hands forward and touched the berry. Dwarfberry. He didn't get any more information than that. This felt the same as when he touched all those materials in the entrance exam for the Hongwu sect. Is this an alchemy material? Is that why I know the fruit's name? He thought. He believed his conjecture to be correct. So, he plucked the fruit and kept it in his inventory. He couldn't tell how good this material was, or if it even made anything useful, but he still decided to keep it. He found a few more alchemy materials along the way, so he picked whatever he could and kept it in his inventory. After walking a bit longer, he finally found a monster. It was a deer with blood-red fur on it. It had dark black eyes and sharp thorn-like antlers on it. Alex got a little frightened when he saw it. Then he looked closely to check what level it was at. Carmine-coated deer. Skin tempering 6th realm. The deer was 4 levels higher than the fox he fought in the western forest. But that didn't matter to him anymore. After all, he was 16 levels higher than when he fought the fox. He quickly brought up his weapons panels and equipped his sword. The sword gleamed brightly in the scattering sunlight in the forest. The deer saw him and turned towards him, preparing to charge. Alex got his weapon ready. The deer suddenly started running towards him, directing its antlers towards him. This monster was much faster than the one he had fought yesterday, but for some surreal reason, it didn't feel like the monster was very fast. In fact, he almost thought the deer was running in slow motion. Alex realized at that moment all of his senses were amplified. He could hear the trees and leaves in the forest rustle in the wind. He could smell the different plants and even the ground in the forest. He could feel the subtle change in air pressure and temperature that he couldn't normally be able to tell. He could see the colors in the forest much more vividly than he could just a minute before. Similarly, his sense of time was amplified as well. The deer that was charging intensely felt so very slow for him. He slowly raised his sword. It was only slow for him. In reality, this action was very fast. As soon as the deer reached him, he swung the sword down. Swish, you have defeated carmine-coated deer, obtained carmine-coated antlers. The deer's left half split and fell away from its right half. It was cut precisely through the middle in one hit. Alex was used to seeing farm animals butchered, so he didn't get disgusted seeing the innards of this monster. I don't get the pill I got from the fox yesterday, he thought. He was looking forward to getting the pill that gave him 2,000 Kai yesterday. He proceeded to open his inventory and check the antlers. He brought them out but didn't see their names pop up. Is this not an alchemy material? He thought. That must have been why there was no name to it. He put it back into his inventory and kept the deer corpse with him as well. After there was nothing left to do, he started to wonder, what happened to me during that fight? Is it because I'm a cultivator now? But he quickly let go of his wonders and walked deeper into the forest. Along the way, he found few more alchemy materials and some other monsters. He managed to kill every single one he fought in one strike. None of the monsters he fought were above the skin tempering realm, and whenever he got into combat, he started to get into this bizarre experience where all of his 6 senses amplified. So, he easily killed those monsters. Sun was starting to go down, and the moon was coming up. It was time for him to leave the forest and return back to his lodging. But on his way, he saw something. In a small ground that looked like a natural flower field, there was an unusual flower growing amid a bunch of other normal flowers. He only thought the flower was unusual because he felt something unusual about the flower. Is that an alchemy material? Is that why I can tell it's different from the other flowers? He thought. He decided to pick it up, so he went closer. Suddenly, he heard something moving along the ground. He immediately turned to look behind him, but there was nothing there. He slowly looked to his left and started scanning the land with his eyes. But aside from plants and trees, he could see nothing else in the forest. Rustle, rustle. The sound was still there. He looked towards the ground and saw a small brown snake slithering among the fallen leaves. He immediately jerked back. Having worked on a farm did not mean he was no longer afraid of snakes. The game was no exception, especially one as realistic as this. But he couldn't back away. There was something about that flower that made him think it was too important to skip out on. So, he readied his sword. The slithering snake finally showed itself fully, and was now looking straight at him. Alex looked at the name floating on the snake and frowned. The name itself wasn't the problem, it was the cultivation. Earth Snake. Muscle Tempering 3rd Realm, it was only 3 levels lower than him. He didn't know how much difference each level made, so he started to get worried. Still, the flower was way too captivating for him. So, he took a deep breath and focused. Suddenly, he felt the time slowed down once more. All of his senses worked in overdrive. The snake, however, didn't seem to be slowed down. It slithered towards him at nearly regular speed. Is the snake too close to my level, so it's just as fast as me? He thought. He swung the sword down once more, but the snake easily slid out of his attack path. The snake jumped at him, baring its 2 fangs, but he too was pretty fast and easily dodged it. Once more he tried to attack the snake, but once more it dodged him. The snake was just way too fast on the ground. He couldn't hope of touching it as long as it was slithering in the ground. If it is impossible to catch the snake while it's slithering, then what about when it's not on the ground, he thought. He felt like he had come up with a perfect plan. He once more attacked the snake in order to aggravate it to attack himself. The snake did as expected, and lunged at him once it got to a close enough range. Alex immediately sidestepped, and swung his sword at the midair snake. It couldn't dodge while jumping, so it took the sword right to its neck. Thud. The snake hit the ground with a large thud, scattering a lot of trees and dust. But Alex felt unsatisfied. He hit the snake with a sword, but there was resistance on his swing, unlike the other times. Rustle, rustle. The snake slithered out of the place where it was sent to, with only a small wound on its neck. It would seem that muscle tempering realm monsters weren't that easy to deal with. Chapter 8, Outer Sect Disciple. The snake started to change its attack pattern once it got hit. Instead of lurching at Alex, it started going for his legs. Alex didn't know exactly how strong a muscle tempering 3rd realm monster could be, so he was apprehensive about going on the offensive and risk getting hurt. Alex also didn't know if it hurt inside the game, the same way it did outside. They had told him the developers wanted to make the game realistic, so pain might have been added to add realism to the game. He kept trying to hit the snake, but the snake was just too agile. It constantly weaved and dodged his attack while simultaneously going on the offensive from time to time. After a while, the snake targeted his neck and attacked him once more. Similar to last time, he dodged the attack and hit the snake once more. Then the snake only got a minor cut once again. Alex started to get worried. I don't have any abilities. I should have waited until I got my class or whatever equivalent this game has before coming here, he thought. The snake was getting cautious now. It wasn't attacking any chance it got any more, but was rather waiting for the perfect moment. Alex decided to do something. He didn't care if he died. This was a game, so he probably would just respawn somewhere. Thinking that Alex unequipped his sword. He had never learned to use a sword, so doing it now was just not the right choice. Instead, he would fight with his hands. Seeing Alex keep away his sword, the snake must have thought it was its opportunity, and lunged at Alex. Seeing it jump at him, Alex immediately caught the snake with both his hands around its neck and started choking it. The snake started to fidget around now that its head was immovable. It wrapped its body around his hands trying to squeeze him, but it didn't work. He was after all 3 realms higher than him. Alex put his hand to the ground and started stomping on the snake's head. After a few vigorous stomps, he got a notification. You have defeated the Earth Snake. You have gained Earth Snake's venom. You have gained Earth Snake's core. Finally, he thought. He took out his sword once more and looked at it. This is kind of a bad sword, huh? Guess I'm not very lucky. He put the sword back. He took the snake's corpse and put it into his inventory as well. He then looked towards the flower. If it wasn't for the feeling he got, he would be completely incapable of telling apart the flower from its surrounding ones. It had 5 petals, was yellow in color, and completely ordinary. He got closer to the flower and touched it. A name popped on top of it. Spirit Cleansing Lily. Whoa. He slowly plucked the flower from the plant and took a closer look at it. This must be a very good alchemy material for me to get this fantastic of a feeling. He quickly kept the item in his inventory. His inventory was getting full, and he would have to do something about it soon. He looked at the time and it was 6:30. He ran his way back to the city. He didn't bother selling any of the animals today and kept it for tomorrow. After he reached the tavern room, he logged out. Alex got out of his bed and waited. In a few minutes, all three of his roommates woke up too, and together they went and had dinner. After returning from dinner, the rest of the three went back to the game. Alex, however, didn't. Tomorrow was the first day of university, and he wasn't used to playing overnight. So he called his parents, talked for a bit, went onto the internet for a bit, and then went to sleep. He woke up around 7 a.m. Logan and Matt were already awake, so they waited for Eric, and went to get breakfast. After returning, he looked at the time. It was about 7:20 a.m. He remembered the person in the game asking him to return tomorrow to check his result. Should I go play the game right now? The orientation starts at 11. He turned to look at the other three, but they were already in the game. Whatever, he said as he entered the game as well. He logged into the tavern and quickly left the room. Within 15 minutes, he was at the gate of Hongwu sect. He had arrived a bit early, and had to wait around 10 minutes for the results to be posted. There were many other youths hoping to get a chance. They were practically begging to get into the sect. After the result got posted, there was a massive crowd around it. Alex weaved his way into the crowd to see the results. The results were very simple. They were simply numbers on the list. The numbers were the same numbers everyone had on their registration slip. He didn't remember his number, so he took out his registration slip to look at it. After seeing his number, he started looking for number 174 on the result sheet. The numbers were written in ascending order, so it was very easy to find the numbers. Very soon, Alex found his. He looked around and saw a few people walking up to a person and showing them their registration slip. He too walked up to them and asked, "Hello, I have passed the test. What should I do now?" The men asked for his registration slip, and after confirming his number, they sent him to a group of other youths who had just passed. After an hour and a half or so, around 27 people were gathered in the group. These were all the people who had passed the test. The man who took their test yesterday walked up to them and introduced himself. "My name is Lang Shun. You can call me Elder Lang." "Greetings, Elder Lang." Everyone greeted. Alex hastily greeted too. "Since you have all passed the test, you are now a disciple of the Hongwu sect. Though you are still an outer sect disciple, if you do well in alchemy, you will be promoted to the inner sect. And who knows, you may even end up being a core disciple." Elder Lang continued, "In Hongwu sect, your cultivation matters not. Only your talent, knowledge, and passion will get you forward here. You may have true Kai, but if you can't form a mortal grade pill, you will forever stay as an outer sect disciple." He then turned around and went forward. "Follow me," he said after going a bit ahead. They soon followed the elder to a residential area in the mountains. Alex wondered if these were the homes he could see from the gate. The elder then assigned a single-room cottage to each of the 27 disciples. There were thousands of these small cottages on the mountain range, so they had no problem assigning one to each. The elder then took out 27 different small pouches, and in a single wave handed it to every single one. He then proceeded to explain. "These bags have 2 sets of sect outfit, 1 handbook that has all the rules and regulations of the school, a map of the sect grounds including the places you are forbidden to go to, and an alchemy introduction book to get you started on the theory of alchemy. Read them when you have time." He was about to send them all away when he remembered something. "Who here is named Yu Ming?" he asked. Alex was startled to hear his name. Still, he raised his hands and said, "I am called Yu Ming." "Show me your registration card," the elder asked. Alex took out his registration card and handed it over to the elder. After confirming he was in fact Yu Ming, the elder took out a weird-looking metal coin. "Everyone else but him, leave and go to your cottage," he said sternly. After everyone left, he looked at Alex and handed the metal coin he was holding. "This is a library token, your reward for the test results. Take this to the library, and you can borrow 1 earth grade or lower book for free. Do well." The elder then left. Alex looked at the metal coin and was confused. Earth grade or lower? He didn't know what that meant. He walked to his cottage and closed the door. He opened the bag he had just got and was stunned. He was about to open everything inside when he realized he had completely forgotten about something. It was nearly 10 a.m. now, and he had to leave. It was the first day of the university after all. He put everything back into the storage bag, including the library token. Once everything was gone, he logged out. Chapter 9. Cultivation Mechanics. Alex logged out of the game and went to eat his lunch at 10 a.m. with his other 3 friends. After lunch, all of them started to get dressed for the orientation. Today was the unofficial first day of university where they would be welcomed and get to choose their subjects and class schedule. After getting ready, all 4 of them went to the university. Since they lived in the dorm, it was a 5-minute walk at best. They just had to leave the dorm and walk a few minutes away to the main building. They were quickly shown their way to the main hall where the orientation was going to take place. They sat around and waited as the main program started to take place. The dean of the university got onto the stage and started giving a speech about how important university studies are, how good Oakleaf University is, and how they have a legacy to uphold. Alex wanted to focus on the speech, but quickly lost focus. A few more people came onto the stage to speak about some more things. 2 hours went by before Alex even noticed it. A clean, shaven man in his late 20s got onto the stage and said, "The orientation program is now over. An email has been sent to your address with your username and password for the university website. You can either use the website to select your courses and schedule, or you can go to the reception to do it. Good luck, I look forward to teaching you all." The man walked out. Alex opened his phone and checked his email. There really was a new mail from the university. He quickly used the given credentials to log into the school website. He chose 3 business and economics courses, and 2 technology-related courses, one of them being a VR-focused course. He was looking forward to them. He managed to get an easy schedule. From Monday to Thursday, he had classes from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There would be 3 classes every day, each an hour long, with a 20 minutes break between each class. There was one problem he quickly realized, however. Given that he had taken 2 technology courses, he would sooner or later need a computer. He might also require a VR helmet, but he had one for now, so he didn't care about it. Do I need to ask my parents for money? He started to regret taking the technology classes. His parents had sent him to university only because they were free, but they hadn't thought about the extra needs he might have had. Oh, what about making money from the game? If making pills really is the best way to make money in the game, then I should learn more about it, he thought. Alex, you done? Matt asked from the side. Oh yeah, I'm done. Are we leaving? He asked. Yeah, let's go to the cafeteria. By the way, what classes did you choose? Matt asked. Alex opened his phone and showed him the schedule. Whoa, you got lucky. I think I might have to cut down on my games from now on. The schedules are so erratic for me. Matt sighed. Me too. I have classes at 7 on Fridays. University is going to somehow make me hate Fridays, isn't it? Logan said from the side. Well, sucks to be you guys, cause mine is pretty good, Eric said from the side. His schedule seemed somewhat similar to Alex's. They went to the cafeteria to have their afternoon lunch and quickly returned to their room. As if doing anything else would be sacrilegious, the 3 friends jumped onto their beds the moment they got to their room and started playing their games. Alex changed his clothes to something freer and sat on his bed. He wanted to immediately go into the game as well, but he couldn't. Previously, he was just fascinated by the game and wanted to play it casually. Afterward, when he learned about pills earning a lot of money, he wanted to play the game because he wanted the money. But now, things were different. He could no longer want the money. He needed it. So, he could no longer stay ignorant about the games. The game and the game developers made almost no effort to teach the players about the game except for the bare bones stuff, so that the players could experience things on their own. However, the players weren't as inconsiderate and openly posted stuff about what they learned or found. In fact, there was an entire forum about it. There were a few pinned forum posts, but the very first one caught Alex's eyes. It simply had 2 words in the title, "Don't die." Curious, he opened the post and learned shocking stuff. If you died in the game, your character would be deleted, and you would have to start all over again. Some comments said this might have been to give the players a reincarnation feeling. The next thing he learned was about cultivation. The cultivation was the level equivalent of these games. From what the players had learned, the cultivation realms were divided into 3 parts. The self-tempering realm, or also commonly known as the common K realm. The second was the true K realm, where one's common K elevated to become true Kai. The third one, being mostly hearsay, was the saint realm. The common K realm was separated into 6 realms, each with 9 levels. They were skin tempering, muscle tempering, bone tempering, organ tempering, meridian tempering, and mind tempering. The true K realm had 5 realms, each with 9 levels as well. They were true disciple, true master, true lord, true king, and true emperor. The players did not know the saint realm as of yet. The highest known cultivation among the players was true master 5th realm. Of course, many were hiding their cultivation, playing in secret. Chapter 10. More learning. The next thing on the list was the grading system. The post gave general information about the different grades the cultivators used in eternal cultivation. There were 4 grades known to the public as of yet. They were mortal, earth, heaven, and immortal. Mortal was the lowest of the grades, and immortal was the highest. These grading systems applied to different items, formations, artifacts, pills, cultivation methods, techniques, and even a cultivator's talent itself. Huh? Talent too? But my talent is of God grade. Is the existence of a God grade not known to the public yet? He looked through the comments, but saw nothing about a God grade. There were however some comments that said they knew a higher grade existed, just that they didn't know the name of it. That must be the God grade. It can't be I am the only person with a God grade, right? There must be other people who have it. They must be keeping quiet about it for some reason. Alex decided to not reveal anything about it either. Alex remembered there not being a grade for the pill, but he might have been wrong about that. No one in the comment was contradicting the poster, so he was probably mistaken. The last thing he decided to look at was about the alchemy itself. The game didn't allow recordings, so most of what was written here were hearsay. They said alchemy was similar to cooking. You took a pot, lit the fire underneath, and put all your ingredients at a specific time. You took care of the temperature and timing, and a pill would be formed at the end. Of course, it wasn't that simple. You also needed to know alchemy techniques as well to properly mix together all the chi and energies in the ingredients so as to not burn them, or in worse cases, explode them. Once you were successfully done, a pill would be formed. Alex decided to check what pills usually sold for, but found the information unhelpful at the moment since he didn't know what any of the pills were or did. Yes, I will check after I learn a bit more in-game. After checking a few more things in the forum, he logged into the game. Alex opened his eyes in his small cottage. It was nearly 4 p.m., so he sat down and decided to look at the different items he got from Elder Lang. Inventory. There were 6 new items in the inventory now. The first 2 items were clothes. He decided to change into the sect's outfit. He was now wearing a light green robe with bronze linings along the sides. He then looked at the other 4 items. One of those items was the token for the library. The other 3 looked like a rectangular piece of paper, not unlike the one he wrote his answers in during the entrance test. The system seemed to call it a talisman. He took one of the talismans out and decided to read it. The talisman had the same unreadable squiggly lines that had appeared on the talisman he wrote his answers in. Just as last time, a panel popped up in front of him with all the information in the talisman. It seemed he had taken out the map of the Hongwu sect. Hongwu sect had 6 mountains under it. Of the 6, the one closest to the gate was the Outer Disciple Mountain. The adjacent mountains to the Outer Disciple Mountain were the Inner Disciple Mountain on the left, and the Core Disciple Mountain on the right. Opposite to Outer Disciple Mountain was the mountain where the sect leader lived. The sect leader's mountain was surrounded by 2 other mountains that were named the Alchemy Gardens. At the center of all the 6 mountains was the valley, which was the main grounds of the sect. This was where the sect disciples went to learn, train, make pills, buy pills, etc. The elder also lived in the valley. Wow, do I have to walk so much all the time? Going up and down the mountains would take a lot of time. He was worried about how much time he would waste just walking around the sect. He put back the map talisman and took out another talisman. This was the rulebook for the sect. There were 4 rules for the outer sect disciples. The outer sect disciples were not allowed to visit the inner sect and core disciples mountains without strict permission from the elders. If they were found wandering in any of the other mountains, they would be punished accordingly. The outer sect disciples were not allowed to go into the forbidden alchemy gardens and the sect leader's mountain. If they were found anywhere close, they would be immediately expelled. The outer sect disciples had to earn at least 20 contribution points a week from the sect. Anything less, and they would be expelled. Finally, the outer sect disciples were only allowed to perform alchemy at night time, when the inner sect disciples and core disciples would not be hindered. Wait, so I can't perform alchemy during the day at all? He was surprised. He wanted to earn money through making pills, but if he could only do it at night time, when would he sleep? Oh wait, they did say you sleep outside while you play the game at night. Maybe this won't be a problem at all. He was worried for a moment before sighing with relief. Another thing that confused him was the mention of contribution points. What are contribution points? If I go by the name, they must be points I get by contribution to the sect. But what could an outer sect disciple do that counts as a contribution? I hope I won't have to sweep and pick up garbage. There were a few other things in the handbooks that mentioned how everything in the sect cost contribution points, and that one would even go hungry without them. He decided he would learn about it once he went to the sect valley. Chapter 11. Alchemists. After learning about the different rules and information in the rules talisman, he put it back into his inventory. He then took out the last talisman in the inventory. It was the Alchemy Knowledge Book for Beginners. The book had various information, all pertaining to alchemy. The first thing it taught was how alchemy is performed. It went in depth into the action behind the alchemy than what he had found on the internet. Basically, alchemy was about the synergies between the various ingredients as they are slowly converted into a pill in the cauldron. The better the harmony between the different synergies in the ingredients, the better the quality of the pill would be. He also learned why he hadn't seen a grade in the pill he had got. So I was right, there are no grades, but just unofficial grades. He thought. A pill's efficiency was based on how well the harmony in the pill was. Pills below 10% harmony between the ingredients were called a failure. At 10% harmony, a pill would be considered a mortal grade pill. They would barely be a pill, and were considered the worst of the worst. Alchemists who could only make mortal grade pills were called mortal alchemists. At 25% harmony, a pill would elevate to earth grade. Once you started forming earth grade pills on a regular basis, you were called earth alchemist. You were considered a proper alchemist once you became an earth alchemist. At 50% harmony, a pill would elevate to heaven grade. Any alchemists that made even 10 heaven grade pills were considered heavenly alchemists. Heavenly alchemists were revered by everyone, and were very hard to come by. At 75% harmony, a pill would be considered an immortal grade pill. But that was just a myth. It was near to impossible to form an immortal grade pill, so immortal alchemists were non-existent as well. There were also other classifications to pills as well. These classifications were based on which realm of cultivators could use the pill. The different types of pills were common pills, true pills, and saint pills. Only self-tempering realm cultivators could use common pill. Similarly, only true realm users could use true pills, and saint realm users could use saint pills. He did not learn about the pills for the other realms. One would need to be in the realm or have crossed it to form those pills. A true realm alchemist could make true pills, and they could also make common pills, but they could not make saint pills. Forming pills required one to infuse Kai into the ingredients to create harmony between them, and without having that Kai, one couldn't possibly make the pills for that realm. There was a few other information in the talisman, such as different names and images for different alchemy materials. But Alex didn't need those. Once he was done learning everything he could from the talisman, he put it back. He took out the final item in the inventory, the metal token. Guess I should go and get a book from the library, huh? It's free after all. Such a shame I can only take an Earth-grade book. Alex stood up and got out of his cottage. There were dozens of different disciples walking around with different shades of green robes. Most of them were wearing the same light green robe as him. This must be the robes that outer disciple wore, he thought to himself. He wondered if the other people wearing the different shades of green were the inner disciples and core disciples. He didn't ask. He took out the map once more from the inventory and checked the direction to the valley. Even though most of the way was just a dirt path, the way was very smooth, and since it was mostly downhill, he had no problem reaching the sect valley without losing a single breath. There was a special scent in the air that he couldn't put a finger on. It was a weird mixture of flowers and a medicine-like scent. Is this from all the alchemy that is being done? He was shocked to see how many people there were in the sect valley. It was almost like a festival was currently going on in the valley. There were hundreds of green robe-wearing disciples walking around in the valley. There were dozens of large buildings, some spanning more ground than his massive university. He was truly shocked to see the sect's valley. If the valley alone is this big, then how big is the entire sect? He wondered. He looked at his map again and found the direction to the library. After a short walk among the crowd, he quickly reached the library. The library was a massive tower that went up at least 10 floors. The library was circular in design, and was very wide as well. He walked into the tower, but was quickly stopped by the elder, who was in charge of the library. The elder wore a dark green robe with silver linings. He was short and bald, but had a long white flowing beard. "Give me your nameplate before entering," he asked. Alex was startled. What is a nameplate? He wondered. "Good afternoon, elder. I am a new disciple who only entered the sect today. I do not know what this nameplate is. I wasn't given something like that." He truthfully answered the elder. You only entered today, yet you are coming to the library already? Go away, kid. Go get your nameplate from the disciple hall first before doing anything else in the sect," the elder said in an indifferent manner. "Thank you for the information, elder." Alex thanked the elder and walked away. Soon more disciples arrived at the library, and the elder went back to doing his job. Alex opened his map once again and searched for the disciple hall on it. Once he found it, he went there as fast as he could. Chapter 12. Disciple Hall. Alex made his way to another large building in the valley. This was the disciple hall. When he reached the disciple hall, once again, he was simply shocked at the scope of it. This building only had 3 floors, but took up an enormous area. He walked towards the building but stopped. In front of the building was a massive block of black stone at least 10 meters tall and wide, and 2 meters thick. He looked at the front side of the block, and there were many little carvings on it. It looked like they were a list of names. At the top, in big letters, it said contribution ranking. Below it was the list of names. At the first spot on the ranking was someone named Wan Lai. At the second spot was someone called Jume. At the third spot was someone called Fan Ruigang. So on and so forth. There were quite possibly more than thousands of names in the block of black rock. Does contribution ranking mean this is a ranking based on how many contribution points a disciple has gotten? He wondered. He was truly surprised at seeing the rankings of the students in the sect. However, that wasn't what surprised him the most. The most surprising thing in this piece of ranking was the constant update. The big black rock seemed to have magical properties, as the rankings on the rock constantly changed, even changing the carvings magically. I wonder how they made a stone change forms so constantly like that. The game was truly amazing, he thought. After looking at the rankings list for a bit, he walked into the gate to the disciple hall behind it. There were dozens of people walking in and out of the disciple hall. He didn't know what he was to do here, so he walked up to an elder and asked, "Good afternoon, elder. I am new to the sect and require a nameplate. Would you mind showing me the way?" The elder was a woman in her 40s. She wore the same green robes with silver linings as the other elders did. She seemed to be on the way out of the disciple hall when Alex met her. "New disciple?" She looked at Alex up and down for a bit and said, "Go stand in that line and tell the disciple working in the room that you need one." she said and walked out. Thank you, Elder, he said even as she left, and was already quite a distance away. He went to stand in one of the lines. He saw quite a few darker green-robed disciples walk up and down the stairs, but not a single light green-robed disciple like him went there. The upper floors must be for the inner sect disciples and core disciples, he assumed. Soon it was his turn to enter. He walked in and saw a small room with only one desk. Behind the desk was a disciple with an interest-looking medallion on his hand. However, when Alex realized that the green on his robe was darker than his own, he was shocked. An inner sect disciple? He didn't think an inner sect disciple would be doing what he would normally assume to be an elder's work. Your nameplate, the disciple said with an irritated voice. He was annoyed that Alex was just standing there doing nothing. Oh, I don't have one. I am a new disciple, and am here to get one, Alex said in haste. Am new disciple? Why are you here so late? Most already came by in the morning, and took their nameplate. The disciple started to question. Alex gave an embarrassed smile. He couldn't say that he had to log out because he needed to go to his actual school, instead of this one. Doesn't matter, the disciple said, as he took out a rectangular metal plate with an interesting design on it. The disciple held his medallion with his left hand, and the metal plate with his right hand, and asked, What is your name? Ale, Yuming. Alex nearly said his real name out loud. Thankfully the disciple didn't catch that. Yuming, okay. He brought the metal plate to his forehead, and kept it there for a bit. After a while he brought down the metal plate and handed it to Alex. See if anything is wrong, the disciple asked. Alex tried to do what the disciple did, and tried to bring the metal plate to his forehead. But, before he could even do that, a panel appeared in front of him. Hongwu sect, outer sect disciple Yuming. Contribution 0. He looked at the information for a few seconds. So I have no contribution points at the moment, huh? Makes sense. He then closed the panel, and looked towards the inner sect disciple as he said, Yes, everything is fine. The information in this is accurate. All right, the disciple said, as he brought his hand to a nearby drawer where there were many storage bags. He casually placed his hands on top of one, and brought out 3 objects. He had taken out 2 pills and a white stone. The 2 pills were white and pink in color. The white one seemed a little bit larger than the pink one. He handed all 3 of the object to Alex. Alex took the items and looked at them curiously. He focused on the pink pill, and a simple information panel popped up. Minor healing pill. 16% heals minor injuries within seconds. Oh, it's a healing pill. 16% harmony, so it's a mortal grade pill, huh? Alex thought as he looked at the pill. He then focused on the white pill. Similar to the pink pill, a panel popped up. Okay, improvement pill. 19% improves cultivation speed by 19% for 12 hours. 19% improvement of cultivation speed. Does that mean I gain 24 Kai every minute instead of 20 Kai now? He wondered. Next, he looked at the white stone in his hand. Chapter 13, Alchemy Achievements. The white stone was about 3 cm by 2 cm by 1 cm in volume. It was a rectangular piece of stone that was very translucent. While the overall stone was white, if one looked carefully, it had a cloudy texture inside it. Alex had never seen anything like this before. It can't also be a pill, can it? He thought. He focused on the stone for a bit before a panel popped up. Panel only had 3 words on it. Common Spirit Stone. Common Spirit Stone? What is that? He was even more confused now. He wanted to come back to the game fast, so he had only learned what he thought was necessary to him, and not bothered with the nitty-gritty stuff. What is this? He asked as he picked up the Common Spirit Stone. That's a Spirit Stone, the inner sect disciple said without missing a beat. What's a Spirit Stone? Alex continued to ask. What? Have you never seen a Spirit Stone? The disciple asked with a questioning look on his face. No, this is my first time hearing about one, let alone seeing it. Alex answered truthfully. Oh, this is a Common Spirit Stone. The inside of it is full of Kai that you can absorb while cultivating to improve your cultivation. Or, you can also choose to use it as a currency, as most of the cultivators only exchange stuff in spirit stones. The disciple was smiling while answering this. It seemed it was his first time meeting a cultivator that did not know what a spirit stone was. Go now. You are taking up the line. You can come back exactly a month from now to get another minor healing pill, Kai increasing pill, and a spirit stone. The inner sect disciple ignored Alex and started calling the next person forward. Alex silently put the 3 items into his inventory. He thanked the disciple and walked out of the room. Now that he had a nameplate, he could go get a book from the library. So, he headed towards the library. He was just walking out of the disciple hall when he noticed something. It was the big black rock that kept the rankings for all the disciples in the sect. Even the back of it had a list of all the students in the ranking, ones that were constantly changing every second. The stone was still as magical as ever, but there was something different about this ranking. For one, the ranking no longer said contribution points, but instead said alchemy achievements. Alex quickly went to the front side of it to check if the ranking was still there, and it was. It seemed the rock showed 2 different rankings, and he had missed the backside because he was too hasty at going to the disciple hall. He went back to check the names on the backside. Wenlai was still in the first place. Shumei was still in second place, however. Fan Ruigang was not in third place, but instead the fourth place. The third place was instead occupied by someone named Song Zun. The name Song Zun was nowhere to be found in the contribution points list's top 20 names. This made Alex quite befuddled. The term alchemy achievements was very vague for Alex to know what the rankings were based on. Yes, I will learn it later, he thought, and decided to go to the library. As he was about to leave, a name caught his eye. Yu Ming. Oh, this thing already has my name recorded on it. And I'm even dead last. I'm surprised I can be on the list with 0 alchemy achievements or contribution points. He found it amusing. After a while, he left. He made his way back to the library where the elder was taking in the different disciples' nameplates while giving others back. He walked up to the elder with a nameplate in his hand. Nameplate, the elder said absent-mindedly. Alex handed him his new nameplate. The elder instinctively took the nameplate and brought it up to his head and frowned. He jolted out of his absent-mindedness and looked at Alex. Hey boy, why don't you have a single contribution point? He asked. Elder, I am new to the sect. I joined today, so I haven't done anything to earn contribution points yet. Alex said nervously. Was this man going to turn him back? He was worried. If you don't have contribution points, then you can't enter, boy. Everything in here costs contribution points to borrow. The better the book, the more it costs. Even the cheapest ones cost at least 100 points. So go to the contribution hall and take some missions. Earn some points and only then come back. Doing anything else will be a waste of your time, the man said as he handed Alex back his nameplate. Alex didn't immediately take back his nameplate. Instead, he started saying, Elder, I might not have any contribution points at the moment. However, he opened his inventory and brought out the metal token. I have this. I was told that I could pick any Earth grade or lower book for free from the library. The elder squinted. A silver library token? The elder was surprised. He didn't even see a bronze token normally, but to think a silver token was here. How did you get this, boy? He asked Alex. Elder Lang gave this to me this morning. He replied truthfully. An outer sect disciple getting a silver library token, huh? You must have done very well in the entrance exam then. The elder mused. He then handed back the nameplate and the silver token and said, All right, you can go in. Since you are an outer sect disciple, you can go anywhere up to the 5th floor. Pick whatever book you want in there. As long as the book is Earth grade or lower, you can borrow it for a week for free. Chapter 14. The Library. Remember, you have 1 hour to look for whatever book you want. After 1 hour has passed, you will have to come out. If you stay in there for more than an hour, you will be fined for 10 contribution points for every 10 extra minutes you spend in there. The elder gave him the last warning before sending him in. Alex went into the library and was immediately amazed. The number of books in there was simply astronomical. There were dozens upon dozens of shelves, each holding at least 1,000 books of their own. Alex was surprised at how many different books there were inside the library. Do people really read all of these? He wondered. He looked at the first book on the nearest shelf to him. It was called Sleeping Mantis Scythe. He read a bit to learn what it was about. The Sleeping Mantis Scythe was a mortal-ranked fighting technique that was specifically made for scythe users. The technique could only be used if one had a scythe. Alex was surprised to even find a fighting technique here. He had assumed that there would only be alchemy-related techniques in Hongwu Sect's library. He returned the first book to where it was and checked the second book. The second book was also Sleeping Mantis Scythe. Oh, what's going on? He was taken aback a bit. He looked at the third book, and it was still the Sleeping Mantis Scythe. The fourth, the fifth, all the way up to the 12th were all Sleeping Mantis Scythe. Only on the 13th one did he find a new book called Flickering Leopard. This was a mortal-grade technique that could make a cultivator run as fast as a leopard could for small bursts of time. There were once more 12 different Flickering Leopard books in the library. He finally understood why that was. I see. So they have a dozen copies of each book. They must have done it so that a student can borrow a book for a week, and the other student can also take the same book at the same time, and not worry about waiting for another week before getting a chance to borrow the said book. He then went on to look at the rest of the books on the ground floor. All of the books on the ground floor were of mortal grade, so he decided to skip them and went up to the first floor. First floor had some good techniques, but they were all still of mortal grade. Is there no techniques for alchemy here? Why are all the books related to fighting? He wondered. He wanted to learn alchemy, but somehow he could only find battle techniques in the library. Finally, on the second floor did he find his first alchemy technique. It was a mortal grade technique called the Swirling Mist technique. It focused on moving the ingredients inside the cauldron in a spiral manner before condensing them to form a pill. The technique felt hard and not so useful to Alex. It was nothing but a fancy method of forming pills, and not very helpful to the entire alchemy itself. He left the technique where it was and walked around the second floor looking for other different alchemy techniques. He found a few others, but most of them were either forming pills or increasing their efficiency at the last second. While they did look promising, they were all mortal grade techniques, so Alex skipped on them. Finally, walking up to the third floor, he saw his first Earth grade technique. Granted it was a battle technique, he was still happy to see an Earth grade technique after a literal slew of mortal grade techniques. He walked around the third floor and found a particularly weird technique. The technique was a mortal grade technique, but it was neither a battle technique nor an alchemy-related technique. It was actually a formation building technique. He read it with particular interest. Formation was called K, gathering formation. Its function was to gather Chi from spirit stones placed inside the formation to a single spot, and make it many times faster for the cultivator to absorb the Chi in them. Alex liked the idea of having a formation technique, but he needed to get an alchemy technique first. I should earn a bunch of contribution points and come back to get these books, he said to himself. He searched around for other books. He found another unusual book. This time it was an artifact refining technique. While artifacts did sell as well as pills in the outside world, Alex would still choose an alchemy book right now. After getting an alchemy technique, and getting into an alchemy-focused sect, it would be a joke if he decided to learn artifact refining technique here. He couldn't find any good techniques on the third floor, so he went up to the fourth floor. This was the last floor he was allowed to enter. If he didn't find any good techniques here as well, he would have to leave empty-handed. His 1 hour time was close to being up, so he hastily started looking for good alchemy techniques. Most if not all of the techniques on the fourth floor were of the Earth grade, so he didn't have to worry about getting a low-grade technique. He searched and searched, but couldn't find one he was satisfied with. Finally, he found one, but it was a mortal grade technique. He was about to instinctively skip it, but he stopped. This is my second time seeing such a technique, he thought. This technique was unique in the sense it fell under both battle and alchemy techniques. It was a mortal grade technique, but the reason why Alex was interested was simple. He read the technique's name. Flame Mastery Scripture. Grade Mortal. Growth. That was it. Similar to his amazing mortal grade Alchemy God's Knowledge technique, this was also a growth type technique. Chapter 15. Flame Mastery Scripture. Flame Mastery Scripture Grade. Mortal growth. Freely control flames to your wishes. Alex read the panel that had popped up in front of him. The physical book itself only mentioned the technique being in mortal grade. However, when he viewed it through the system, it actually mentioned a growth element along with the grade as well. His technique hadn't grown past level 1, so he still didn't know what growth exactly did to the techniques. But if he were to go by how good Alchemy God's Knowledge was, Flame Mastery Scripture would also be a great technique. An hour had passed since he had entered here. So, he took the Flame Mastery Scripture and left the fourth floor. He soon reached the entrance to the library. He went to the elder and said, "Elder, I wish to take this with me." He brought the scripture forward and handed it to the elder. The elder took the book and looked at it for a few seconds. He was surprised. He turned to look at Alex and asked, "Are you sure you want this? If you have run out of time, you can come back tomorrow to check for more." He didn't think Alex would actually bring out a mortal grade technique when he was free to choose any Earth grade technique. "It's an okay, elder. I didn't run out of time. I chose to take it." Alex insisted on taking the book. "Very well then. I guess this is not a bad book. It's at least one of the better ones in the mortal grade. Especially since you can use it in both alchemy and battle," the elder said. "I knew it, so I in fact can use it for both," he thought. "All right, give me your token and nameplate," the elder said as he brought forth his hands. Alex opened his inventory and took out both the token and nameplate. He then handed it to the elder. The elder took the nameplate to his head and closed his eyes. Then he took out a talisman from somewhere and brought it to his forehead as well. "All right, you can go now. I have recorded your information for today. You can have the book for a week. A week from now you will have to return the book in perfect condition. If you fail to return the book in time, you will have to pay 50 contribution points for each additional day you don't return it. And if you somehow end up destroying the book, you will have to pay the book's worth in contribution points." The elder gave him a warning as he returned his nameplate. "Thank you, Elder." Alex walked out of the library into the crowded streets of the Sect Valley. "Hummo, it's nearly 7. Wow, have I already been in the game for 3 hours?" Alex didn't want to return to his cottage as it was quite far, and it was an uphill journey. "What happens if I log out of the streets?" He wanted to try it, but quickly dismissed the idea. "No, I won't be able to explain to people how I disappear and appear so randomly. Let's just find an empty spot and log out." Alex walked to the side of a building, to a dark alley that wasn't populated. He looked around to see if anyone was there, and once he saw no one was visible, he logged out. Alex got out of his bed and waited for the others to log out as well. Once they all logged out, they went to have their dinner and returned. As soon as they got back, they jumped onto their beds and logged into the game. Alex didn't hesitate to do so either. Once he logged in, he found himself in the same dark alley he had logged out of. He walked out of the alley in the main streets. He opened his map and looked for something. He needed contribution points for everything in the sect, to begin with, so he had decided to earn some right now. According to the elder in the library, you could earn contribution points by doing missions given out by the sect. So, he was now looking for the contribution hall on the map. He soon found it on the map. It was about 5 minutes walk away from where he was, so he started walking towards it. The sky was dark now, and the star had come out. The moon was a bit above the horizon too. The sect valley had started glowing up in a yellowish tinge with all the different lanterns they had put out to light the streets and buildings. The night was just as beautiful as the day, perhaps even more so. Alex slowed down and just walked while taking in the beauty of everything around him. This reminded him of the festivals that took place near his home once a year in the winter. Although night had come, somehow, the disciples had grown in number in the streets compared to the day. Finally, Alex reached the contribution hall. In front of him was a massive building with huge corridors, jam-packed with disciples. The contribution hall had 3 floors as well, separated for the outer sect, the inner sect, and the core disciples. He walked into the massive corridors of the contribution hall, and found multiple boards hung up on each side of the wall, each with text written on it. Although the board looked like a normal wooden board, for some reason, this board also had the same magical property as the rankings rock in that it too had magically appearing and vanishing texts. He started looking through the texts and started reading them. Help sweep the sect valley 5 points, buy foods from the city 3 points, run errands for inner sect disciple Guzan 7 points, help make, so on and so forth. There were thousands of menial tasks that one could do here to get some contribution points. Alex started to look through them all. Chapter 16. Taking a mission. The tasks in the contribution hall were mostly given out by either the sect, the inner sect disciples, or the core disciples. There was not a single task that gave more than 10 points in the whole board. After looking at the different tasks, Alex found that there were only 2 tasks that truly interested him. The first one was to kill and bring back some monster corpses, along with any other objects he found. The second one was to become an alchemist's aide. The first one gave points depending on how strong the monster was, while the second one said to give hourly points. He wanted to take them both. He looked around to see if there were anyone that he could ask to take the missions, but to his surprise, there was no one. How am I supposed to take the missions then? He wondered. He looked around to see what the other disciples were doing. Most of them were just standing near the boards doing nothing. After a while, they would leave, which confused Alex even more. He stopped one of the disciples that were leaving, and asked them, "Hello, brother. Can you please tell me how I can take these missions?" The disciple looked back and asked in a confused manner, "Is this your first time?" "Yes, I only joined the sect today," Alex answered without hesitation. "Oh, it's very easy. Take your nameplate and put it on one of those holders there. You can choose up to 3 missions to take at once." The disciple answered and left. Alex looked towards the board once more, and this time saw multiple rectangular cutouts at the bottom of the board. "Are those indentations for the nameplate?" he thought. He walked up to one of the open ones, and put his nameplate in there. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of him with all the different tasks available on the board. For some reason, however, neither of the 2 tasks he wanted to take was on the task list. "What's going on?" he wondered. He searched for a few more minutes, but he still couldn't find one. Confused, he decided to ask someone again. He stopped a female disciple who was just leaving and asked, "Hello, sister. Can I ask you a question?" The girl seemed to be an outer sect disciple, but had an air of elegance to her. She didn't seem to be much older than him, but seemed very mature for her age. "What do you want to ask Junior Brother?" she asked. "You see, I wanted to take those 2 missions, but I can't find them anywhere when I put my nameplate in the carvings. Can you tell me what's wrong?" he asked while pointing to the 2 missions he wanted to take. She turned to look at what the 2 missions he wanted to take were. When she finally saw the 2 tasks, she laughed a little. "Of course you won't find them, Junior Brother. They are permanent mission after all," she said as if the information she just gave was a matter of fact. "Permanent?" He looked confused. "What? Don't tell me you have never seen a permanent mission before?" she asked. It was her time to be surprised. "I am new to the sect, so I don't know what that means, sister," he said. "Oh, I'm sorry. Permanent missions just mean that anyone can earn points from them, and you don't have to take the missions here. They are usually the ones where the points are not set. For example, you can just go to the sect market, a few minutes away from here, and sell monster corpses directly. You don't have to go through the hassle of taking the task and only then going to sell the corpses every time you want to sell them. Similarly, you can just go to the Alchemy Hall and tell them you want to be an alchemist's aide. You only need to take the missions for specific ones where there would be a contradiction if 2 people were to do the same mission at the same time. I hope that helped, Junior Brother. Now if you will excuse me, I have a mission to complete," she said as she left the contribution hall. Alex stood there and looked at the board once more. "So I don't need to take these 2 missions, huh? Then should I take something else?" He started looking through the mission board once more. Finally, something caught his eyes. Find a dwarf berry, for inner sect disciple Kong Yuhan. 8 contribution points. A dwarf berry. Isn't that what I got from the eastern forest? He quickly opened his inventory to check. A dwarf berry was in fact in there. Alright then, I will take this mission. He put his nameplate back in the carvings of the mission board and quickly navigated through loads of missions to find this specific mission. The nameplate shined a little to inform that the mission had been accepted. Alex looked back to the board and found the mission was no longer there. He looked at his nameplate. Something more seemed to have been added to it. He focused on the nameplate a bit, and a new set of information popped up. Han Wu Sect Outer, Sect Disciple, Yuming Contribution Points. 0 missions. Find a dwarf berry, for inner Sect Disciple Kan Yu, and go to the inner Sect Disciple Mountain, and look for Kan Yu Han after you have completed the mission. Reward, 8 contribution points. The inner Sect Disciple Mountain. Where is it again? Alex opened his map to look for the direction to the inner Sect Disciples Mountain. The mountain was southwest from he was currently. He walked out of the contribution hall, into the brilliantly lit road of the sect. He looked around in admiration at how good everything looked. After making sure everything was set, he made his way to the inner Sect Disciples Mountain. Chapter 17. Mission complete. Alex walked slowly in the beautifully lit streets of the sect valley. Hundreds of other disciples were walking around doing their own things. They had also taken missions from the contribution hall, and were on their way to do different tasks. He realized, however, that there were a lot fewer inner sect disciples and core disciples around at night times. Is it because they only work during the day and need to sleep at night? He wondered. He felt bad for the outer sect disciples who weren't free enough to do what they wanted, whenever they wanted. After remembering he was also an outer sect disciple, he just laughed and shook his head. After a while, he had come to the entrance to the inner sect mountain. Do I just go in? He wondered. The rulebook clearly mentioned that going to the inner sect mountain for the outer sect disciples was forbidden. How am I going to complete my mission then? He got confused. He looked at the information about the nameplate, and it clearly mentioned going to the inner sect disciples mountain and looking for Kan Yuhan. Whatever. If I get in trouble, I will just tell them I did what the mission told me to. He started walking inside. Hey, you stop. A voice came from the side. Hidden in the darkness near the entrance was a small cottage-like open building. A man walked out of the building and stood in front of him. The man looked at his clothing and asked, "Aren't you an outer sect disciple? What are you doing here?" Alex looked at the man carefully and realized he was wearing a green robe with silver linings along the side. An elder. He was surprised. "Good evening, elder. I came here to complete my mission." He told the elder honestly. "Ha, mission? Let me check your nameplate." He asked for the nameplate. Alex swiftly handed the nameplate to the elder. The elder brought the nameplate to his forehead and closed his eyes for a few seconds. Once he had verified that Alex had indeed come here with a mission, he took out a medallion from his inner robes. Alex looked at the medallion curiously. It looked similar to the one the disciple in the disciple hall had, but yet somehow different. This medallion seemed to be made up of expensive material. The elder brought the medallion to his forehead and closed his eyes once more. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and spoke. "Wait here, I have called Kan Yu Han. He will be here soon." This surprised Alex. He called the disciple from here? Does that medallion function like a phone? He wondered. A few minutes later Alex saw someone coming down. The disciple who just came down was a man in his early 20s, and was wearing the inner sect disciples' robes. He was at least a head taller than Alex, and had better muscles as well. His hair somehow seemed blue, even in the darkness. This must be Kan Yu, and Alex thought. Disciple Yu, and greets Elder Zhang. Why has Elder Zhang summoned me? He spoke in a very formal manner. Alex focused on the newcomer a bit more to see if his hair was really blue or not. Whoa, he got surprised. Something unexpected popped up. Above Kan Yuan's head, a set of words popped up. Organ tempering 9th realm. Wow, that's 2 entire realms ahead of me. Alex was surprised. He then tried to see if it worked on the elder too. Something did pop up, but it just said mortal. Mortal? That was impossible. He didn't believe anyone who was still a mortal could be part of the sect, let alone be an elder. Does that mean that he is so strong that I can't even tell what realm he is in? That was the only logical answer for Alex. This outer sect disciple is here to complete the mission you had given to the contribution hall. The elder pointed towards Alex as he spoke to Kan Yuhan. Kan Yuhan's eyes popped up a bit when he heard that. He looked at Alex with a sudden turn of his head. Inside his eyes, Alex could see a mixture of shock, excitement, and hope. He practically ran as he came to stand in front of Alex, and asked with a shaky voice, "Ju Junior brother, is it true that you found a dwarf berry?" he asked. Alex didn't expect that an inner sect disciple would be this excited for something that grew in the forest nearby. He brought out the berry from his inventory and handed it to Kan Yuhan. "Brother Kong, I hope this is what you were searching for." Kan Yuhan looked at the berry in his hand absent-mindedly. Only after a while did he realize what he was holding. Oh, yes, this is exactly what I had been searching for," he said happily. A 10-year-old dwarf berry. Kong Yu and seemed to have not expected such an old berry. He slowly started walking back towards his home. Disciple Kong. A stern voice came from the side that jolted Kong Yu out of his trance. Yes, elder? He asked the elder. Aren't you forgetting something? The elder said as he gestured towards the standing Alex. Kong Yu looked back and immediately started apologizing. I'm so sorry, junior disciple. I was so happy to get the berry that I forgot my manner. Here, give me your nameplate. Let me pay you for the berry. Alex handed him his nameplate. Kong Yuan took out his own nameplate and put them together and pressed them to his head. After a while, he returned Alex's nameplate back to him. Alex checked the nameplate. Hongwu sect, outer sect disciple Yuming. Contribution points. 10 him brother Kong. There seemed to be 2 more points than the reward in the mission. He said, that's intentional. I had put up that mission almost a month ago. I was stuck in a bottleneck forever and needed a 2-year-old berry. They were very hard to come by. However, you brought me one that to a 10-year-old berry. Of course, I am going to give you a little extra. Take it, junior brother. You deserve it. Good night, he said and went back up the mountain with a giddy set of footsteps. Chapter 18. Flame Mastery Practice. Alex stood there stupefied looking at the 10 points in his nameplate. An outer sect disciple was required to earn at least 20 points every week. He had earned 10 in less than an hour. Good night, elder, he said as he left the mountain back towards the sect valley. Along the way, he started to wonder, do I go earn some more points? Or do I got to learn the flame controlling technique I got from the library? He was in a dilemma. I already have some contribution points. It might be more useful to have at least one technique before I go to aid any alchemists. Alright, that settles it then. I'm going to learn the flame controlling technique, he said, and started walking back to his cottage in the outer sect disciples mountain. He soon reached his cottage and opened his door. To his surprise, there was light inside his cottage. Did someone come in? He wondered. There was a lantern hanging in the middle of the empty room, illuminating his room with flickering light. There was no one inside. Who lit the lantern? He thought. He sat down on his small bed and took out the technique from his inventory. He looked at it once more. Flame Mastery Scripture. As he focused on the book a little more, a panel popped up. Do you want to learn Flame Mastery Scripture? He instinctively brought up his hands to click the learn button, but stopped. Wait, what happens if I learn it? Do I lose the book? Every cultivation method and technique he had learned up to this point had been from the inventory, and after learning them, the source had always disappeared. He started to get worried. If he really did lose the book, he would have to pay a massive amount of fines to the sect in the form of contribution points. He didn't want that. Why don't I learn it like everyone else then? He flipped the book open and started to read it. The book seemed to be written in illegible alphabets, but for some reason, when he saw it, he understood what they meant. In fact, reading these illegible words was much faster in his opinion. Within 15 minutes, he finished reading the whole book. Congratulations, you have learned the Flame Mastery Scripture. Alex looked at the intact book in his hand and sighed in relief. Thank God that worked. Techniques, he said as a panel of learned techniques opened in front of him with 2 items in it. The first one was obviously the Alchemy God's Knowledge. The second one was the newly added Flame Mastery Scripture. He clicked on it and opened its description. Flame Mastery Scripture. Level 1 grade. Mortal Growth Level 1. Unlocked. Can freely control existing fire and influence its temperature. Level 2 locked. Only one feature at level 1. Guess that's to be expected from a mortal grade technique. I will have to level it up soon somehow. He had yet to learn how he could level up a skill. He looked at the description and realized he needed fire to control it in the first place. Thankfully, the fire was everywhere during the nighttime. All the lanterns around the sect were lit with fire. Same for the lantern in his room. He stood up and slowly brought down the lantern from the very low ceiling. He put it on the ground and took off the lantern's covering. Inside was a metal plate with a ball of fire floating on top of it. Wow, how does this work? He wondered. There was a lot of magical stuff in the sect, and he was happy to see them. Okay, so how do I use the technique? He wondered. He somehow hadn't thought of this point. Flame Mastery Scripture, he shouted, hoping to get a reaction. Nothing happened. He looked at the technique list to see if there was a use button. There wasn't. He was now confused. How was he to use a technique then? If the developers really went for as much realism in the game as possible, then there is no way using a technique should be so simple. Not even fighting was simple in this game. To even fight a normal snake he had to wait. What happens if I go into that weird time-slowed state? He looked at the flame and started to focus. Suddenly, time started to slow down. The small ball of fire floating in the center looked ever so vibrant, its light shining brighter than ever. He could feel the increase in the temperature of his surrounding, and how the hot air was moving up. He could smell the minute particles in the air burning and leave an almost unnoticeable smell. He ignored all of those senses and focused only on the fire. He looked at the fire and saw it the same way as he ever did, but for some reason now, he could feel the fire as well. It was almost like he could touch the fire, without actually touching it. He slowly brought forth his hand, and stopped a few centimeters away from the fire. As if he was born with the knowledge, he started moving a sort of energy in his body. Is that my Kai? He wondered. His Kai was all over the body, in small amounts in every single vessel. He instinctively started moving the Kai in a certain path. Within a few seconds, the Kai had gathered in one spot, his hands. He could see the space in front of his hands fluctuate, as tiny invisible Kai came out of them. As the Kai touched the fire, he thought of turning the ball of fire into a candle flame-like oval shape. As if understanding his commands, the fire slowly started to change its form. It started twisting and turning until it finally came to a stop in the oval shape of a candle flame. Chapter 19. More practice. Alex looked at the oval flame and thought, did I do it? Suddenly, he lost his concentration, and the oval flame went back to being a ball of flames. Oh, well, I think that was it. Let's try once more. He tried to do it once more. He went back to the slowed time state and began to feel all the Kai inside his body. He moved the Kai, according to what the technique required, until it appeared out of his palms. As the invisible Kai touched the flames, he had to just think of what he wanted to do with the flames, and it would happen. For now, he could only change the shape of the flames. That transformation too took about 5 seconds to complete. He slowly did it more and more, until he was able to change the shapes within 2 seconds. Of course, the shapes he could create were rudimentary shapes, like oval, or spherical, or spiral, and other simpler shapes. Making figures out of the fire was impossible for him to do right now. After becoming a little more proficient in the shape-changing aspect of the technique, he moved on to the temperature aspect of it. Once again, he focused, and brought his Kai into his hands, and sent it to the fire. However, instead of thinking of a new shape, he thought about increasing the temperature of the flame. The flame's highest temperature is 816 Celsius, while the lowest temperature is at 316 Celsius. He could somehow instinctively tell the temperature of the flames. He was unsure if he got this ability from the alchemy god's knowledge or flame mastery scripture. If he had to guess, he would guess the second one. He thought of increasing the lowest temperature and decreasing the highest temperature so that the temperature would be a constant 500 Celsius everywhere. The minute color differences in the fire suddenly turned to a steady color with no changes. The fire also stopped fluctuating in temperature as it came to be a steady 500 C. He could feel it. He had succeeded. He quickly focused back and didn't let his concentration waver. Slowly he started to change the temperature. He made the temperature of the fire go down to 300 C. He succeeded at it. He then made the temperature go up to 900 C. He also succeeded in that. He brought the temperature back to 500 C. Now, he tried to change the shape of the fire, while keeping the temperature constant. He tried to turn the fire into a spiral shape, but quickly lost his control over the temperature. As soon as he brought his concentration back on the temperature, he lost his control on the shape of the fire. Doing both at once is going to be really hard, isn't it? He thought. He slowly started to train. Through multiple failures, he was finally successful at forming his first oval flame with 500 Celsius. He practiced for an hour. He was getting the hang of the technique. He practiced for another hour. He was getting better at the technique. By the third hour, he could change both the shape and the temperature into whatever he desired within seconds. While he couldn't do a lot with the shape, he could still make a lot of geometrical figures without a problem. He tried to control the fire once more. He tried to move his Kai to his hands but realized he couldn't anymore. He didn't have any Kai left. I should have known when I ran out of my Kai, he thought. Unlike his excess Kai, his normal amounts of Kai weren't shown by the system, and he had to know when he was full or low on it just by the feeling of it. He put the cover on the lantern, and hung the lantern back on the ceiling. He then sat on the bench to refill his Kai. He slowly focused on his breathing, and before he knew it, he was asleep. He was once more unconsciously cultivating. However, he didn't immediately start to collect Kai this time. He had to first fill his empty body before he could store the Kai for breakthroughs. At exactly 6:30 a.m. he woke up. He was still in the game, sitting on the bed. Did I fall asleep once more? He wondered. Did I cultivate without knowing once more? He thought as he quickly opened his status to check. Player name, Yumin Cultivation. Muscle Tempering 6, Realm 35,000 Kai, 100% Breakthrough. Body, Sun God's Divine Yang Body Talent, God's Spiritual Roots. 5 Elements Yin, Yang Roots Cultivation Method, Starry Sky Kai, Absorption Method Kai. 72,709, I see. He had indeed cultivated while asleep. He hit the break through button once more and quickly went up a realm. Congratulations, you have broken through to muscle tempering. 7th realm. The next break through is at 40k Kai Ha. That's quite a lot. Now that his Kai was back to full, he wanted to try the flame mastery once more. But to his dismay, the lantern flame had gone out. Guess I will just leave then. He quickly logged out of the game. freshened up, and went to have his breakfast with the rest of his roommates. Afterward, none of them went back to the game as it was the first day of university classes. Alex went to the university at 11 after having his lunch. Nothing special happened to the entire class. The classes were mostly introduction, focused, and less about studying on the first day. He found out that Matt and Eric shared at least one course with him each. All of the classes today were the economic and business courses, so he wasn't really excited about them. After the classes ended at 3 p.m., he went to the cafeteria to have his afternoon lunch and went back to his room. He changed his clothes back to his casual shirt and pants, and without missing a beat, jumped back into the game. Chapter 20, Sect Market. Alex opened his eyes back in his cottage. He looked up at the ceiling, but as expected, the lantern was still out. I should find other sources of fire. Maybe I should just go buy some matches, or whatever equivalent this game has for making fires. He stood up and walked outside. He saw the same scene as yesterday. Dozens of disciples going on about their daily lives. He didn't need to open his map this time. He knew how to get to the Sect Valley. After a few minutes of walking, he reached the Sect Valley. He still wasn't used to seeing hundreds of disciples running about in what was basically a small-sized city. He had two things to do here today. The first thing he needed to do was sell all those monsters he killed in the forest the other day. According to the female senior he met yesterday, he had to sell the items in the Sect Market. He opened the map to check where it was. He quickly located it next to the disciple hall on the map, so he walked towards there. In just a few minutes, he was in front of the Sect Market. Looking at what was in front of him truly surprised him, as it was nowhere close to what he had been expecting. He had been expecting a massive building, just like all the other buildings he had been to. Except, the Sect Market was nothing like it. In front of him was a long road that was at least 200 m long, and all over the side of the roads were disciples laying objects in front of them, trying to sell them. There were 3 or 4 properly set stalls that Alex could tell were set up by the sect itself, as the owner of those stalls had silver linings in their green robes. They were run by sect elders. He walked up to one of the stalls. There were a few disciples in front of him waiting for their turn to buy or sell their stuff. Eventually his turn arrived. "Are you here to buy or sell?" the elder in the stall asked. The elder seemed quite old, at least in his late 40s. There were signs of wrinkles on his face, and his beard and hair had a lot of white streaks on them. "I am here to sell, elder," Alex replied respectfully. "All right, give me what you have," the elder said as he prepared the table in front of him for the items. Elder, I am here to sell monster corpses, so this table won't be enough," Alex said, seeing the little space on top of the table. "Oh," the elder said as his eyes perked up a bit. He brought out a small storage bag and handed it to Alex. "All right then, put them here." Alex took the storage bag and opened his inventory. Aside from the alchemy materials, there were exactly 33 items related to his hunt in the eastern forest. 14 of those were corpses, 13 skin, tempering realm corpses, and 1 muscle tempering realm corpses. There were 11 monster cores, including the earth snake monster core. The other 11 items were the random materials that were dropped from the dead monsters. He didn't know if the other materials were alchemy materials or not, so he decided to just sell them. The monster cores as well would give him too low Kai if he ate it like a pill, so he decided to sell it too. He wanted to eat the earth snake's core, but the snake was only at muscle tempering 3rd realms, so he didn't bother to. Even if he got 2 realms worth of Kai, that was just a night of sleep for him. All in all, he sold all 33 items. He put them all in the storage bag and returned them to the elder. The elder took the bag and looked at it. Within seconds, his eyes went wide. Most of the disciples that came to sell monster corpses only had 2 or 3 at most. Since the sect was alchemy focused, the disciples usually didn't bother killing monsters and just bought the materials instead. However, this disciple had just brought back 12 corpses and was also selling their cores and materials. "Are you sure you want to sell it all?" the elder asked. Most disciples tended to keep the cores and materials as they were important alchemy materials. The elder was surprised to see a disciple that was selling it all. "Yes," Alex said without hesitation. He had no idea about the usefulness of the cores and materials, as he still believed alchemy only needed plants and herbs. The elder looked at the items he had on him and started calculating. He spoke in a low voice. "Let's see. 13 points for 13 corpses, 5 points for 1 corpse, 20 points for the cores, 10 points for the other core, 20 points for the material, and 10 points for the venom. So, a total of 78 points." The elder stopped mumbling. "Give me your nameplate," he asked Alex. Alex was ready with the nameplate, so he handed it to him. Unlike the other elders and disciples, he didn't bring the nameplate to his forehead, and instead just kept it in his hand. "All right, here you go. You have been credited 78 contribution points. Good job, young man." The elder congratulated him and handed his nameplate back. "Huh. 78 points? How?" He was dumbfounded. He looked at his nameplate, and he indeed had 88 total points now. "Damn, so I can just sell monster corpses here, and I can get enough points to survive for the week, he thought to himself. He took his nameplate and left the stall. He was about to leave the sect market altogether when he noticed something at one of the street vendors. Something had caught his eyes. Or, maybe it would be more accurate to say, something had caught his feelings. Chapter 21. Yellow Rock. Alex had a similar feeling to the one he had when finding the spirit-cleansing lily. However, this feeling was somehow completely different in both type and origin. For starters, the feeling he had for the spirit-cleansing lily originated from somewhere in his mind. Something in his mind had slightly nudged him into thinking that was a good item. However, this time the feeling originated from his body. His entire body was reacting as a hungry lion that had just seen an injured deer. His body was ready to pounce on it. He went towards the vendor to look at what the item really was. The vendor was an outer sect disciple, and there were several items that she was selling. Out of all of them, the one that Alex was interested in was a small, smooth but jagged piece of yellow rock. "Hello sister, can you tell me what this yellow rock is?" he asked the vendor. The girl looked at Alex and said, "I don't really know what it is. It was constantly warm, so I thought it must have been something good, and chose to sell it." "Why? You want it?" She looked at Alex expectantly. "Yes, I do sister. How much do you want for this?" he asked. 100 points. "No bargaining," she said without hesitation. "I don't have 100 points," though Alex was confused as to what to do. Seeing his frowned face, the outer sect disciple got more confident in her attitude and said, "If you don't have the points, then go away. Let other people look at my stuff." "I only have 88 points right now sister. Is there any way to lower the price?" he asked, hoping she would drop it. He was already finding it hard to stand near the stone without grabbing it immediately and shoving it in his mouth. "No can do. If you don't have 100 points, then go away." The girl closed her eyes after saying this and started meditating. Alex thought for a bit and said, "While I don't have the full 100 points, would you accept some alchemy materials, sister?" he asked. The girl opened one eye and looked curiously as she said, "Depends." Alex immediately rejoiced and brought out 4 different alchemy materials he found in the forest. They were normal materials that he had come across in the forest. The girl looked at the items and was surprised. "You are going to give me those 4 materials and 88 points?" she asked inquisitively. "Yes, sister," Alex replied with zero hesitation. "Okay, it's yours," she said as she handed him the yellow rock and her nameplate. Alex took both of the items. The yellow rock was too irresistible, so he immediately kept it in his inventory. That helped quite a bit. He no longer had the impulse to eat the stone at once. He looked at the other item in his hand, the girl's nameplate. He had to transfer 88 points to her, but he didn't know how to. He decided to do the same thing Kong Yuan had done and put his and her nameplate together. He focused on them a bit and got the option to transfer contribution points. He unhesitatingly passed 88 points into the girl's nameplate. He then handed her nameplate back to her, along with the 4 alchemy material. He said his goodbye and went out of the sect market. His second work in the sect valley was to learn how to become an alchemist's aide. But he now had to wait until he found out what the yellow rock was. He had just left his cottage half an hour ago, and now he was back in it. He sat on his bed and got comfortable. He then opened his inventory and brought out the yellow rock. The yellow rock looked like a normal piece of rock. It was both smooth and jagged in shape. It was smaller than a spirit stone in size, and wasn't translucent either. The yellow in the rock was truly yellow, and not some cloudy yellow inside the rock similar to a spirit stone. Once the rock was on his hand, the urge to eat it appeared once more. His mind was being the reasonable one and telling him not to do something stupid as eating a rock, but his body's urge to eat the rock was too big for him to ignore. He decided to go with the body on this one and reluctantly ate it. The moment the stone touched his tongue, it melted into a hot, scalding liquid that traveled down his throat. However, even though it was scalding hot, he didn't feel any pain. Once the liquid reached his stomach, it started to distribute to every corner of his body. "You have ingested the Yang Jade Sun God's divine Yang body, is turning the Yang energy in the Yang Jade to Yang Kai. Integrating Yang Kai into your body. 2% integrating Yang Kai into your body. 3% integrating Yang Kai into your body. 4% suddenly. His body started to hurt like hell. It felt like his entire body was submerged in a tub of boiling lava that was also somehow injected into his veins. This was the worst pain he had ever felt in both real life and the game. It took 5 minutes for the pain to slowly start to disappear. Integrating Yang Kai into your body, 98%. Integrating Yang Kai into your body, 99%. Integrating Yang Kai into your body, 100%. Congratulations, all Kai in your body had been converted to Yang Kai. One of the hidden function of your body had been revealed. All future Kai you gain will be of Yang attribute from now on. Yang purity at 10%. As the pain subsided, all that remained in his body was power and vigor. He could sense that the amount of Kai his body could store had increased substantially, as well as that the Yang Kai was dozens, if not more times stronger than normal Kai. He could easily tell that he was twice as strong as he was before. Chapter 22. Alchemy Hall. Alex made a fist with his hands, and was shocked at how much strength he could feel in them. The pain he had just felt, the transformation of his normal Kai into Yang Kai, had also in some minor ways changed his physical body as well. While he was still at muscle-tempering 7th realm, he could tell that he was ever so slightly stronger. He wanted to check what changes his new form of Kai brought to his techniques, but alas, there was no fire around to see if anything had changed. His stomach cried out hunger. The inner transformation had left him feeling a little peckish. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised I have gone so long without feeling hungry or thirsty. Does being a cultivator make you no longer need a lot of sustenance? He wondered. He looked at the clock and realized it was only 4 p.m. There were still 3 hours before dinner time. There was no homework, so he was free to do whatever he wanted today. He decided to go eat something in the sect valley but stopped. Wait, doesn't food cost contribution points as well? He quickly checked the rulebook, and he could in fact not eat anything without contribution points. Even the cheapest stuff cost about 2 contribution points. Also, he couldn't leave the sect without permission from an elder, so there was no way to go to the city to get something to eat. Sigh. I guess it's time to go work now. He got out of his cottage. He walked back to the valley. This time, however, he needed to go to the Alchemy Hall. He quickly checked the map and found it. He thought he would be jaded by now, seeing all the different massive halls, but he was still surprised when he saw the Alchemy Hall, perhaps more than everything else he had seen in the Sect Valley. The Alchemy Hall wasn't just a simple building. It was located at the very corner of the Sect Valley, and seemed to be carved into the Sect Leader's mountain. It was a simple one-story building, but he couldn't tell how far into the mountain the hall went. He looked at the entrance of the hall, and saw a bunch of light green robe-wearing disciples standing side by side. Once in a while, an inner sect disciple would come, and pick one of the outer sect disciples and take them inside. Were the outer sect disciples standing here to be chosen as aid? He wondered. He walked up to a small station outside the hall where an elder was staying. Good afternoon, elder. I wish to work as an alchemist aide. Can you tell me what I have to do? He asked politely. The elder looked towards Alex and asked, Is this your first time here? Alex was surprised. How did he know? There shouldn't have been any clue yet. The elder found out at once. Yes, elder. This is my first time, he said honestly. How good are you at recognizing ingredients? The elder asked him. Alex was surprised. That wasn't what he had expected the elder to ask him at all. I would say it's very good, Alex said, not knowing if that felt like he was bragging or just being honest. The elder's eyes perked up at the answer. He reached into his storage bag and brought out 3 items. One was a small, yellow fruit, the other was a strangely purple leaf, and the last one was a brown bark from a tree. What are these? The elder simply asked him to name them. Alex focused a little on the ingredients, and their names popped upon them. They are cat-eyed berry, purple bane, and forest scale. He answered confidently. Correct. The elder put back the items and said, Go stand among your fellow disciples. If an intersect disciple needs you, they will call for you. Thank you, elder. Alex left and stood in an open spot next to a female disciple. He watched as inner disciples came and went. Most of them decided to take an aid, but there were some that just went in alone. He couldn't help but wonder why some would need aid, but some didn't. He looked next to him and saw the female disciple fidgeting about, almost to the point that it looked like she was shaking. Are you okay, sister? He asked. The girl turned towards him. She was not the best-looking female he had seen, but she didn't look that bad. She had long black hair and a small face with big eyes, and in those eyes were a small amount of fear. I'm fine. She took a deep breath and stopped fidgeting. It's just that I haven't earned enough contribution points for the week, and if I don't earn 5 more points in the next 10 hours, I will be punished. I am just nervous that no one will pick me. I'm sure someone will pick you, sister, he said as he comforted her. They made some small talk before an inner sect disciple chose her as his aide, and went it. Her eyes had gotten truly bright when she was chosen. He thought he would have to wait out here alone for now, when suddenly someone talked ahead of him. Hey, junior brother. Aren't you the same junior brother who completed my mission? A voice came from in front of Alex. Alex turned around to find a big, buff man in front of him. He looked at the person's face and thought he had seen it before. It's you, Brother Kong. It's good to see you here. I almost didn't recognize you since I only saw you in the darkness of evening. Yes, the man in front of him right now was Kong Yuhan, the inner sect disciple, the same person to whom he had sold his dwarf berry last night. Chapter 23. The Task of an Aide. What was your name again, junior brother? Yu Ming? Kong Yuhan asked. Alex was surprised. He didn't remember ever telling him his name. He replied with a shocked expression, That's right, Brother Kong. Kong Yuhan saw his shocked expression and asked, Why do you look shocked, junior brother? Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because I only saw you once? You brought me a very important ingredient. You are a benefactor to me, and this Kong always remembers his benefactors. No, Brother Kong. I was just surprised you somehow figured out my name, even though I didn't remember you asking for my name. he replied honestly. You didn't? Then I must have read it in your nameplate. Anyway, that doesn't matter right now. Are you working as an aide right now, junior brother you? He asked. Oh, the nameplate. Of course. Alex felt stupid for not realizing that. Yes. I'm waiting for someone to pick me as an aide. Do you want to come with me? Kong Yu, An asked. Alex's eyes brightened. Finally he thought. Yes, brother Kong. I would love to. Kong Yuan walked into the hall and brought Alex along with him. The inside of the alchemy hall was not what he had been expecting. The inside of the hall looked like catacombs. It had a relatively narrow path that went straight for a dozen or more meters before splitting into 3 paths. Each of the paths had multiple rooms on each side of the path. The doors themselves were made of stone, similar to the walls. Lanterns hung on the wall to light up the pathway. At the very entrance of the hall, there was a big white rock embedded into the walls. There were many small boxes that either lit up with red lights or green lights. Alex looked at the carvings and immediately realized that this was the internal map of the alchemy hall. Similar to all the other stones and boards he had seen around the sect, this was also constantly changing forms, going from red to green, or green to red. Kong Yu and looked at the map once and saw a clump of green lights in an area. Come on, junior brother Yu. Let's go find ourselves an open room. Kong Yu and knew the path very well, so he simply walked straight through the maze, like the hallway, and reached an open room. He walked into the room and waited for Alex to enter. Alex walked in and was surprised to see the room. The room was bigger than his cottage and had a giant hole in the middle. A steady fire was burning inside the hole, and on top of it was a black cauldron, ready to be used. Kong Yu and took out his nameplate and placed it in a carving on the wall next to the open door. Suddenly, a massive block of stone came down from the open door and blocked it entirely. Let's start, junior brother. The room costs me 5 contribution points every hour. I need to take advantage of it, he said. He took the cauldron on top of the fire and set it aside at a corner. He then took out his own cauldron and put it on top of the fire. His cauldron seemed to be made of a light brown color, but more polished than the black cauldron. It was without a doubt better than the other cauldron. He waited for the cauldron to heat up and took out his storage bag. He then handed the storage bag to Alex. Alex was confused now. What was he to do with the storage bag? He looked inside and saw a bunch of alchemy ingredients, including the dwarf berry. He decided to ask, Brother Kong, what do I do with this? Why are you asking? You should know this as an aide already. Kong Yu-han was surprised at the question as well. This is my first time working as an aide, brother. I only joined the sect yesterday, Alex said as he laughed wryly. Kong Yu-han frowned. This is bad, brother. You should have let me know it was your first time. If you mess something up, I will be in big trouble. Alex got a little worried as well. I should have tried to find out what an aide does before coming here as well. What does an aide do, brother Kong? He asked. Kong sighed. The job itself is very simple, junior brother. You just have to give me the ingredients when I ask you to. The problem is that alchemy requires near perfect timing. So if you were to hinder my process by not being able to find an ingredient in time, I will fail in making the pill. And this pill is very important to me. I only have 1 set of ingredients, so if I mess up here, I won't be able to break through to the meridian tempering realm. I'm just worried that you won't be able to recognize what ingredient I ask, and be slow at delivering it. Alex's eyes perked up when he heard this. If it's just recognizing ingredients, then I am confident in being able to do that, brother Kong. Very well then, junior brother, I shall trust you. The room already took my points, so there is no going back. Familiarize yourself with the pill, ingredients, and recipe in the bag, Kong Yuan said, as he closed his eyes and started meditating. Alex looked inside the storage bag and found out there were 13 different items inside. 12 of them were the ingredients, while the last one was a talisman. Alex took out the talisman and started to read it. Congratulations. You have learned the recipe to spirit-enhancing pill. Wow. He was surprised. He didn't expect to learn the recipe the moment he read it. This must be because of the feature of alchemy god's knowledge that says, I can learn all recipes instantly, he thought. Chapter 24. The Alchemy Process. He realized that the information on the talisman was already on his head, and that he didn't require the talisman itself anymore, so he kept it back in the bag and looked at the other 12 ingredients. Once he thought about the recipe, he somehow knew which ingredients he had to put in, at what time, at what temperature. The recipe had even mentioned how to move the ingredients inside the pot while performing alchemy. This is quite thorough, he thought. After a few minutes, the cauldron started to make sounds, signifying that it was ready for alchemy. Kong Yu and opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Are you ready, junior brother? I will start asking for the ingredients one after another, he said. Yes, Alex replied with a single word. Very well then. Hornroot grass, he said. Alex knew hornroot grass was the first ingredient and was ready for it. Without missing a beat, he took out the hornroot grass and handed it to Kong Yu-han. Kong Yu-han took the ingredient and put it inside the cauldron. Alex wanted to see how he would now follow the recipe and move the ingredient all around the cauldron for 2 minutes. Kang Yuhan simply moved his right hand in a circular motion, without using anything to move the hornroot grass. He is using his Kai to move the ingredient. That doesn't look like a technique. Does that mean one can normally use Kai to move stuff? Alex needed to test this as soon as he could, but now was not the time. After nearly 2 minutes had passed, Alex took out the next ingredient, ready to hand it to Kang Yuhan. Kang Yuhan called out the name and took the ingredient. He then put the ingredient into the cauldron. This brought a reaction out of Alex. No, he internally shouted. There were still 2 more seconds left before the 2 minutes were over. He put it in too early, but he didn't voice his opinion out loud, as that might disturb Kang Yuhan out of his concentration. He then gave him the next ingredient, which looked like a wilted leaf. Kang Yuhan increased the temperature of the fire and put in the wilted leaf. The fire is 10 degrees lower than what it should be. Alex once again found a flaw in Kang Yuhan's process. Similar things kept on happening with Kang Yuhan's process. Either he put in the ingredients too early, or put them in too late. Sometimes the fire wasn't at the right temperature, other times it changed too slowly. All in all, it looked like a disaster to Alex. Is he going to fail? He thought. He took out the last remaining item from the bag, the dwarf berry. Kang Yuhan was full of sweat, still concentrating on the alchemy and ready to put in the final ingredient. He held out his hand and asked for the berry. He waited for the right moment and put in the berry. He timed it quite right this time, Alex thought. He then looked as Kang Yu, and finally mixed his last ingredients in the cauldron. All the ingredients had already lost their forms and turned into a bunch of powder by now. The dwarf berry was no different either and soon turned into powder. Now came the final phase of the alchemy process, making the pill. Kang Yu used a pill forming technique and slowly brought the powders together to form a clump. He put Kai into the clump to slowly compress them into a ball. After a few minutes, he had successfully formed a ball out of the clump, and thus successfully formed a pill. Kang Yu flicked his finger, and a small yellow pill flew out of it into his hand. A magnificent burst of medicinal scents followed the pill. Kang Yu looked at the pill with wide eyes. He was beyond happy to have succeeded. Alex was also surprised to see the pill. He had expected Kang Yu to fail, given how many mistakes he had made during the alchemy process. He focused his eyes on the small yellow pill. Suddenly a name popped up on the pill. Spirit enhancing pill. He couldn't see its other information as he was not in contact with the pill. He wanted to ask Kang Yu to let him touch the pill, but decided not to. He walked forward towards Kang Yuhan. Congratulations, Brother Kang. You succeeded in making the pill. Oh, thank you, junior brother. I was quite skeptical about letting you be an aide, but you really helped me a lot, Kang Yuhan said with a big smile on his face. With this pill, I can finally break through to the Meridian Tempering Realm. That would help me a lot on my path to becoming a better alchemist. Maybe it will even help me become a core disciple. Kang Yu started laughing a little. What are the requirements for being a core disciple, if you don't mind me asking? Alex pried a little. Oh, similar to how you have to make 10 different mortal grade pills for becoming an inner sect disciple. You have to make 20 different 20% harmony mortal grade pills for becoming a core disciple, Kang Yu said. Oh, that seems quite hard. Making 20 different near-earth grade pills must be quite a task, Alex said. They sure are. However, there have been people that have made them in less than a month. That's how Wan Lai became a core disciple too, he said. Wan Lai, that was the name of the first placeholder in the rankings, wasn't it? Alex thought. Oh, then what is the harmony level of your current pill, brother? Alex asked. Let me see. He focused on the pill for a bit and said, well, it definitely isn't an earth grade. It's still a mortal grade pill for sure. Let me check the exact numbers though. He then reached into his storage bag and brought out a glass beaker with a metal plate on the bottom. Chapter 25. Formations. Alex looked at the weird-looking glass beaker and wondered what it was. The glass beaker was small, wide at the bottom, and narrow at the top. It had a circular metal plate at its base. The metal plate was on the outside of the breaker and looked magical with intricate designs. The glass itself had a single black line going across it vertically. There were small dots along the side of the black line. Kang Yu took his pill and dropped it into the beaker. He then focused as he poured his Kai into the metal part of the beaker. The beaker started to slowly fog up. At the base of the glass beaker, the mist slowly appeared. The mist appeared on the outer edge of the metal, and it started to mist the glass itself. Slowly, the mist rose up and started appearing more and more on the glass beaker. It had started at the bottom, and was moving upwards. After a few seconds, it stopped moving and showed no other signs. Kang Yu looked closely at the black dot next to the black line where the mist had stopped forming. Oh, it stopped at 19%. I was so close to 20%. Kang Yu sighed. Alex was puzzled. He asked, what do you mean 19%, Brother Kang? Look, Kong Yu Han said as he passed along the beaker to Alex. Now that Alex had it in his hand, he could see that the black dots were not in fact dots, but numbers. They were just too tiny to tell apart from where he was previously. Is this the pill's harmony level? He asked. Yes, Kong Yu Han said, and started to pack his cauldron. How can a glass tell you what a pill's harmony level is, Brother Kong? He asked. What are you yucking about, junior brother? Of course, it doesn't. It's the metal base that shows it. Kong Yu Han answered, as if it was common sense. The metal? Alex was even more confused. Well, more precisely the formation on the metal. Kong Yu Han clarified a little. A formation? Alex was shocked. He had never seen a formation before and only heard of it. Wow, this is my first time seeing a formation, Alex said as he looked at the metal at the bottom of the beaker. Kong Yu Han took the beaker back and put the pill inside into a ceramic pill bottle, quickly closing the bottle with a stopper. He then looked at Alex and said, No, it's not. You have seen other formations before. Alex was confused now. I have? He questioned the statement. Kong Yu Han took his nameplate out of the wall and looked at the stone door disappear above the door. Of course you have. How else do you think this door works? He laughed a little. That is a formation too? Alex was surprised. Kong Yu Han then pointed at the lantern in the hallway and asked, Have you ever looked at what's inside a lantern, junior brother? Alex had just done that the day before, so he answered yes. I took off the outer cover yesterday night. Inside was a floating ball of fire, and a metal. Don't tell me that metal plate is a formation too? His eyes were wide with shock. How could I have missed it? He thought. But then he thought of something. But wait, the lanterns don't require someone to infuse Kai into it, as you did to that glass beaker. He asked. The pill tester? Well, that's because the formation on it doesn't have an energy source to run, so you have to give it Kai to work. The lanterns are different. They aren't individual formation, but rather a part of a larger formation. Kong Yu Han explained. A larger formation? Alex questioned. Junior brother, did you know there is a massive formation laid down on the sect ground? It encompasses all 6 mountains, and a little more. Kong Yu Han asked. Such a large formation? I did not know that, brother. He answered. Well, I don't know its actual name, but it's unofficially called the sect running formation. It taps into the spirit vein below the sect, and uses its energy to run the sect. He explained. Alex thought of something and said, So the lanterns are part of that sect running formation? He asked. Kong Yu Han laughed a little and answered. Not just the lanterns, junior brother. The nameplates, the sect medallion, the doors in the alchemy room, the fire burning inside, the map at the entrance, the mission board, the puppets, the ranking rock. Everything is part of the sect running formation. Alex was truly dumbfounded right now. He couldn't even in his wildest dreams think of something like that. So everything I thought was magical was in fact just part of the sect running formation, he thought. Kong Yu Han explained a little more. How else do you think the rankings constantly change? How else do you think the mission board knows what missions you have taken? How else do you think the elders can call out disciples on their nameplates? Everything inside the sect that runs by itself is a formation. So it's better if you don't go around saying you have never seen a formation before. People will just call you ignorant. Alex couldn't keep his thoughts straight until he got out of the alchemy hall. Give me your nameplate, junior brother, Kong Yu Han said. Alex absent-mindedly handed him his nameplate. Kong Yu Han transferred 5 contribution points. I will see you later, junior brother, he said, and walked away. Alex was still having a hard time grasping the sheer scope of the formation in the sect. So many things used formations. I guess the things around here aren't exactly magical, huh? He finally came back to focus. He looked at the nameplate in his hand and checked it. 5 points had indeed been added to it. He sighed a little and thought. Either way, it's time to get some food. Chapter 26. Kai, Manipulation. Alex easily found a restaurant in the sect valley using his map. Dozens of disciples were going in and out of the restaurant. Almost all of them from the outer sect. Do you require less food, the higher your cultivation? He wondered. He walked in and found a board on top with words on it. He wondered if that was a formation as well, but no. It was just a normal board someone had written in. He looked at the cheapest dish in the whole restaurant. A meat stew with some vegetables in it. Most of the outer sect disciples were ordering it, so he ordered it too. While it was the cheapest dish, the restaurant was very generous about the food and gave a lot. The stew was delicious, and he ate a stomach full. He slowly ate it, taking in all the different flavors, and it took him 15 minutes to finish the dish. After finishing it, he paid the 2 contribution points and got out of the restaurant. Sun had already gone down, and darkness was approaching. This only meant the light of the lantern shined brighter than ever. Alex walked along the festival-like road, thinking what to do next. He looked at the time and realized it was nearly 7 p.m. It was about time to log out. He decided he would practice some more fire controlling after he returned, so he went back to his cottage and logged out. There was still a few minutes before the other guys logged out, so he decided to call his parents. He talked for a while, told him about his first day in college, talked about the friends he made, etc. His roommates were out of the game by the time he had hung up the phone. They went to the cafeteria together and talked about a few different things. He had wanted to ask something for a while, so he did. "Hey guys, why does time slow down sometimes when you are fighting or training?" he asked. "I think that's called the focus mode. Since every player has different strengths or cultivation, it's difficult to speed up the things in the game so that it matches the players. So, instead of speeding up the game as a whole, they just speed up the thought process of a player who has higher cultivation. In the end, the player with higher cultivation does stuff faster than the player with the lower one, and it achieves the same result. Since they don't want the higher cultivation players to constantly suffer from everything around them slowing down, the developers just turned it into a mode that activates sometimes." Eric gave a full and proper explanation that satisfied Alex very much. After they ate their dinner, they went back to their room. Alex was more than happy to get back into the game. He opened his eyes in his room, with a lantern lit bright, hanging from the ceiling. He almost went to grab the lantern when he thought, wait, I should probably try moving all kinds of stuff with Kai, instead of wasting it all on flame mastery. He looked around his room to see if there was anything there. His barren room had nothing, so he walked outside and brought back a few small pebbles. He put down the tiny stones in front of him and took a deep breath. He instinctively activated focus mode. Everything around him slowed down once more. He could feel the heat from the lantern on his skin and see the stones brighter than he would in the daytime. He turned his senses from the outside world to inside his body. He had to feel his Kai spread throughout his body. For a second there, he thought he saw something different inside of him. If he were to attribute what he saw to colors, then he saw about 7 different colors all over his entire body. But it only lasted for a single second and disappeared the moment he found his Kai. Unlike yesterday, his Kai was different now. There was a sense of vigor and heat to them. Since he wasn't following any technique, there wasn't any specified path for the Kai this time. So, he just brought it all to his palms and let his Kai bleed out of them. As if they were an extension of his own hand, he was still in control of his Kai, even after they left his body. He slowly pushed them forward until they reached the stones. He let the shapeless Kai envelope one of the stones, as if he were catching them in his own palm. The Kai followed his command and fully covered the stone. Up, he thought. The Kai slowly started moving upwards, while at the same time picking the stone up as well. He watched as the stone hovered in midair. I did it, he thought. He was still concentrating on the stone, keeping it in the air. Next, he split his attention. While still keeping the stone midair, he tried to bring out more Kai from his body. He did it very slowly. The Kai had collected on his palm and were starting to bleed out of it. He watched as the formless Kai once again escaped out of his hands. Okay, now all I have to do is put the Kai over the stone and clink the stone in midair dropped. Ha, alright, once more. He did that a few more times and was easily hovering the tiny stone in midair, but when he had to multitask with it, he failed. Once more, but he didn't give up. After a few more tries, he finally managed to hover 2 stones at once. That was when he thought of something. What if I think of both objects as a single one? He brought out some more Kai, and instead of individually wrapping the stones, he wrapped them all at once. The stones stuck to each other, but were easily moved using Kai. Chapter 27. Muscle Tempering 9th Realm. Alex practiced both methods of moving multiple objects with Kai. The first one was where he would individually wrap the object with his Kai, and move them separately. The second one was where he would wrap all the objects with his Kai at once, and move the objects with Kai. He found pros and cons for both of these methods. The first one allowed him to move multiple items in multiple ways. He could move one item horizontally, while spinning the other one, and at the same time revolving another item around his body. The problem with this method was that it took a lot of concentration. The second one didn't require any concentration at all. As long as he wrapped the items with his Kai, they easily moved to his commands, but he could no longer move them individually, and could only move them in one single way. Alex decided he would learn both ways of manipulating items with Kai. He went outside and brought larger stones and started to practice. He practiced for about 2 hours or so before stopping. By now, he could easily pick up 2 kilograms worth of items at once and move them around on his command. When separated, he could pick up 3 different items, each about 500 grams, and move them all individually. He was very quickly becoming proficient at the task. After 2 hours of doing this, his Kai went down to about half its original amount. He then stopped and brought down the lantern. It was time to learn flame mastery. He took out the cover and looked at the flame hidden within it. Moving the Kai according to the dictation of flame mastery scripture was a muscle memory to Alex. Without even thinking about it, he started to move and manipulate the fire. With one thought, he changed the shape of the fire into a cube. So fast. He was surprised. He had changed the shape of the fire in less than a second, when it should have taken him about 2. He changed the fire into other different easy geometric shapes. It changed very quickly. He put in more Kai, and the size of the fire started to change as well. He quickly increased the fire to 1/2 meter in diameter. He looked at the massive flame in front of him. Then, a thought came to him, can I split this fire into two? He slowly willed the fire to create a divide in its middle. The fire was surprisingly not resisting him at all. Within a few seconds, he managed to split the fire into two. He let go of one of the half, and it returned to being the lantern flame. He now had another piece of fire floating in front of him to play with. He tried to split that fire once more and started to manipulate them separately. He was trying to use his Kai manipulation method to control the fire. It worked. He let go of the fire, and it disappeared. A confused look had now appeared on Alex's face. Too easy. It's too easy. The fire wasn't this easy to manipulate yesterday. It was taking me about 2 seconds to change its shape, but now I can do it in less than one. What changed? He started to wonder. Could it be my new Kai? He looked into himself to see the vigorous and hot young Kai. How my Kai seems to align well with fire. Is that why it suddenly got easier? He thought he cracked the code. He went back to practicing. It had taken him 3 hours of practicing to go from full Kai to no Kai yesterday, but somehow it took him over 5 hours to go from half Kai to 0 Kai today. If he hadn't wasted so much of his Kai trying to futilely move around multiple objects, and instead just practice flame mastery, he didn't doubt he could go on for the entire night. Now that he was out of Kai, he decided to cultivate. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Before he knew it, he was subconsciously cultivating, while his consciousness had fallen asleep. He woke up early in the morning at around 6:30. He opened his eyes and saw the mess of stones and lantern in front of him. He hung the lantern back up to the ceiling and threw the bunch of stones outside. He opened his status once more. This time he wasn't surprised he had cultivated overnight. This was a normal phenomenon to him now. Player name, Yuming Cultivation. Muscle Tempering 7th Realm 40,000 Kai. 100% Breakthrough Body. Sun God's Divine Yang Body Talent. God's Spiritual Roots. 5 Elements Yin, Yang Roots. Cultivation Method. Starry Sky Kai. Absorption Method Kai. 87,909. So the leftover from yesterday helped, huh? He thought. While his Kai had turned to Yang Kai, it still said Kai on the status page. He hit the break through button and broke through to the 8th realm. He was about to close his status when he realized he could break through once more. Oh, he was happily surprised. He clicked on the break through button once more. The requirements from 7th to 8th realm was 40,000 Kai, and from 8th to 9th realm was 45,000 Kai. But, for some reason, the requirement for muscle tempering 9th realm to bone tempering 1st realm was 100,000 Kai. Is that because they are two different major realms, and not minor separation in between the realms? He wondered. He had just gone through 2 different breakthroughs and was feeling amazing. He felt more strength in himself than before. The amount of Kai had increased as well. If he wanted to, he could probably go a full 12 hours of flame mastery training and not lose all of his Kai. He once again looked at the time, realized it was nearly 7 a.m. and hastily logged out. Chapter 28, Daily Routine. It was 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Alex had just returned to his room from the cafeteria, after a full day of classes. After logging out of the game this morning, he hadn't gone back. Instead, he spent his morning cleaning the room and washing his clothes. Now that he was back from the university, he couldn't wait to go back to it. He logged into the game as soon as possible, and opened his eyes inside his outer sect cottage. It was an afternoon in the game as well, and the light was shining through his windows. He walked out of the room to the usual masses of green-robed disciples. He had only one task in his mind today, work as an aide for as long as he could. He quickly reached outside the Alchemy hall and waited in line to be an aide. He talked to the few aides in the group while waiting. He came to understand a few things about why the alchemist aides were even a thing. Normally, in an alchemy process, an alchemist had to take care of 3 different things: the fire, the ingredients in the cauldron, and the ingredients outside the cauldron. They had to maintain the fire's temperature and mix the ingredients in the cauldron properly. These were very important. So when they had to divert their attention from the alchemy itself to look into their bags and search for ingredients to put in next, it hampered their process, even leading to failure many times. Inner sect disciples were similar. They couldn't multitask all those 3 things and hope to succeed in making the pill. So, the sect decided to have the outer sect disciples help them with the 3rd part of the alchemy, giving them ingredients. This way, the outer sect disciples, too, could gain knowledge and inspiration in the process of alchemy from watching the inner sect disciples. Of course, not all inner sect disciples needed aides, but most of them did. Alex didn't have to wait long before a female disciple took him in as an aide. This was the 2nd time he had gone into the catacombs like Alchemy Hall. The female disciple quickly found an open room and got it. Alex followed closely behind her and entered. Without speaking, she handed him a bag of ingredients with a talisman. Alex was hoping for another recipe, but alas, his luck wasn't as good. The talisman only listed the items required for the recipe, and the order in which they would go into the cauldron. The female disciple decided to use the black cauldron already heating up in the room, and started immediately. One after another, the ingredients' names came out of the disciple's mouth. Alex gave her exactly the ingredient she asked for. Within half an hour, she completed the alchemy and successfully made a pill. Alex didn't have the recipe this time, so he couldn't tell everything she did wrong, but his instinct told him she made a few mistakes at least. The girl brought out a pill tester and put the newly formed pill in it. 18%. This wasn't a bad harmony for a pill made by an inner sect disciple. The girl put the pill in a ceramic bottle and kept it in her bag. There were still a lot of the same ingredients left in the bag Alex was holding. She had brought multiple sets of the same ingredients. She started making the pill once more. Names after names came out of her mouth, and Alex accurately handed the ingredients to her. Once again, she succeeded in making the pill. She tested it, and it turned out to be 18% as well. Alex looked at the bag in front of him. There was enough for one more. She performed alchemy once more. Everything went the same way this time too. Once again, she successfully formed a pill. If she is so good at alchemy, then why did she use 3 different sets? He wondered. She brought out the pill from the cauldron and put it in the pill tester. 20%. The female disciple had managed to make a 20% harmony pill. For the first time since he saw her, she smiled. She kept the pill in a ceramic bottle and looked at him. "Give me your nameplate," she said. Alex handed it to her. After transferring the points, she handed it back to him and left the alchemy hall. 9 contribution points. She had given him 3 points per pill she made. Now that he thought about it, Con Yu, and must have been quite generous with him. He walked out of the alchemy hall, and once more waited outside to be an aide. Another person came later and took him. He worked as an aide until 12 a.m. He worked as an aide about 12 times before 12 a.m. Some disciples gave him the whole recipe. Some just gave him the ingredients list in order. He learned a total of 4 new recipes. Every time he learned a recipe, he could immediately tell when someone made a mistake. It was as if the recipe was ingrained into him, and he knew everything about it. After watching the alchemist perform alchemy so many times, he was starting to get the hang of it. There were even times when he could tell they made some mistakes without having a recipe for the pill. He earned about 60 points in total. Some made multiple pills, some gave him a little extra. After returning to his cottage at 12 a.m., he started practicing the K manipulation and flame mastery scripture. He learned each method for 3 hours, and before he knew it, it was 6 a.m. He wrapped his Kai around the lantern and slowly hovered it up to hang it to the ceiling. He then used Kai once more to throw the rocks out of the room, one by one. Once everything was gone and the room was clean, he logged out. Author's note: June 11, 2021. If you started the book after this date, then you don't have to read this note. I changed the 5 true realms names to True Disciple, True Master, True Lord, True King, and True Emperor. I have already gone back to change the names in the S. These are only name changes and won't affect the chapters so far. Chapter 29. The First Step. So, how did you like the movie? Hannah asked while walking out of the movie theater at around 5 p.m. It wasn't bad. I really liked the twist at the end, Alex said, walking out of the movie theater at the same time. Yesterday was Friday, so he had played Eternal Cultivation the entire day, as he didn't have classes on Fridays through Sundays. When he woke up this morning, he had received a message from Hannah asking him to go to the movies with him. He and Hannah reached a fast food place, where they got some food and sat down to eat. "So, how are you liking the city?" she asked. Alex looked a little embarrassed as he replied, "Well, I haven't visited the city at all. I spend my days playing games." Hannah's attention immediately snapped towards what he had just said. "What game?" she asked. "It's a VR game called Eternal Cultivation," he said. "Oh, so you are playing the game too?" Hannah's surprised voice came from in front of him. "Too? You play it as well, sister?" he asked. "Of course. Everyone plays it. How did you buy a helmet? Did you lie to your parents for money?" She frowned a little as she asked. "Oh, no. One of my roommates had an extra helmet, so he gave me one to use for a while," he answered honestly. "If that is true, then good. When did you start playing?" "I think it's been a week now. I started playing the night I came to the dorm," he answered. "Where are you in the game? What are you doing right now?" she asked. "I'm learning alchemy right now in Hongwu sect," he answered. "Oh, you are learning alchemy? If you make good pills, remember to send me a few." Hannah laughed as she said that. Alex wasn't sure if she was joking or not, but agreed nonetheless. After half an hour, he was back in the dorm room. He wanted to go back to the game, but decided otherwise. He rested a little until dinner time, and only went back to the game after that. He opened his eyes in his lantern-lit cottage. His last few days had been the same. He would work as an aide until 12 a.m. at night. After that, he would come back to his cottage and practice Kai manipulation and flame mastery. After he ran out of Kai, he would cultivate. By now it was getting harder to cultivate more than 2 hours each night. After turning into Yang Kai, his Kai amount had increased by quite a bit and didn't require as much Kai to do the same task. He stood up and walked out. After working as an aide for the last few days, he had got to learn about 10 or so pill recipes. Some increased your Kai, some healed you, some helped make breakthroughs easier. One pill was even as simple as making you smell good. Alex was shocked that people would spend their hard-earned contribution points on such menial pills. By now, he had earned about 450 or so contribution points. So, he decided to finally make a pill for himself. It was nighttime, so the outer sect disciples were finally allowed to learn alchemy. The pill he had decided upon was the K improvement pill. He had read the recipe from one of the inner sect disciples and found out that the ingredients were very easy to come by and didn't cost a lot. He bought 7 sets of the ingredients, and it had cost him 420 points. He reached the alchemy hall and looked at the outer sect disciples grouped up to work as an aide. For some reason, he felt he didn't need aid and simply walked in. He had about 20 points remaining, so he could only use the rooms for 4 hours at best. The remaining 10 points he had spent on ceramic bottles to keep the pill. He walked into a room and closed the door. He was nervous. He walked up to the cauldron and sat down cross-legged beside it. He opened his inventory and put the panel to the side. This was the reason he thought he didn't need aid. He could simply order the ingredients in the inventory and pull them out one by one as needed. He took a deep breath and pulled out the first ingredient. He simply put the first ingredient in and started moving it, slowly turning it into powder using the heat from the cauldron. His concentration was now divided into 3 parts. While the inventory didn't need too much attention, the fire and the ingredients in the cauldron certainly did. He had to now drop the fire to 800 Celsius, put the second ingredient, move it around for 4 seconds, and then bring the fire up to 1500 Celsius. He tried to do just that. He put his Kai into the fire to drop the temperature. But due to his constant flame mastery practice, he was too good at dropping temperatures and ended up reducing the temperature too fast. He took out the second ingredient and put that into the cauldron. But for a split second while he was taking out the second ingredient, he forgot to move the first ingredient. It was a very small mistake, but it was a mistake nonetheless. Similar things kept happening during the pill-making process. Either there would be a lapse in attention towards some ingredients, or he would change the fire too suddenly, or too slowly. By the time he put in the final ingredient, he knew he had made too many mistakes. After the final ingredient turned into powder, he used his Kai to slowly form it into a spherical shape and condense that into a pill. After he finally succeeded in making it into a pill, he pulled it out of the cauldron. When he saw the pill, he sighed. It read, Kai Improvement Pill, 6%. His first attempt at alchemy had ended in a failure. Chapter 30. 1. Step forward. Alex ran his Kai through the inside of the cauldron to wipe away any little impurities that had remained there. He had seen the other inner sect disciples do this trick to prepare for their next batch of ingredients. He once again took a deep breath and put in the first ingredient. He used his Kai to move it around, slowly turning it into powder. He lowered the heat to 800 Celsius, but made sure to not do it very fast. While he did end up not getting the timing right, it was still much better than the first time. He took out the second ingredient and put it in, while constantly monitoring the first ingredient. After a while, he turned the heat up to 1500 Celsius. He followed the recipe and did as it asked, however, keeping his attention on 3 different things, while at the same time constantly remembering what he had to do next was too hard for him. He started to lose focus from time to time. Still, this turn went better than the last one. Finally, once all ingredients were inside the cauldron and fully turned into powder, he started condensing them. Slowly but surely, he turned them into a pill. He pulled the successfully formed pill out and held it in his hand. Kai Improvement Pill, 12%, improves cultivation speed by 12% for 12 hours. He smiled. He had successfully created a pill for the first time. He was one step closer to making money by playing the game. He now had 5 more sets of ingredients left. Alex took a small rest. While alchemy wasn't physically taxing, it was mentally very draining. Doing 3 different things, all with small different things from time to time, was too much for Alex. Suddenly, Alex thought of something. Wait, what if I slowed down time? Wouldn't that reduce the load off my mind? He thought that was a brilliant idea. He decided to try it. He slowed down time and started putting in the ingredients. As soon as he put in the first ingredient, he realized he made a mistake. Since he was now in focus mode, time was now slow. But he could not tell how slow he had to move the ingredients, since he didn't know how slow time was. He didn't have a clock to look at. He now wished the clock at his vision's top right corner showing the seconds. He had already put in the ingredients, so he decided to follow it through. Since he couldn't follow the timing as the recipe dictated, he decided to go off of his instincts. He instinctively slowed down every process by what he assumed was the rate of time dilation. He followed the recipe and did what the recipe told him to, only at a slower rate. The slowed down time helped with every other aspect of the pill-making process, however. Finally, after a while, he managed to condense the ingredients into a pill. He took the pill out with nervousness, as he didn't know how it would turn out. High improvement pill. 10%. He had succeeded. It was barely at the cusp of being accepted as a mortal grade pill. He had managed to successfully create a pill, even though focus mode. After a short rest, he started once more. This time he managed to create a 12% harmony pill. He was getting better at creating pills with focus mode activated. After a short rest, he started on his 5th set of ingredients. He followed the same technique all the way through until the end, when suddenly something happened within him that startled him. As he was started to condense the powders into the pill, a bunch of Kai inside his body started to move. Similar to when he activated Flame Mastery Scripture, they moved in a certain path through his meridian. This path was different from the one Flamer Mastery Scripture activated. Once the Kai moved through his entire body, it arrived at his hands and diffused from it. The arrival of the new Kai made him intuitively use it. He slowly guided the Kai to enter the cauldron and split it into 2 portions. Both portions of the Kai started to condense the powder into 2 separate balls, and as a result, they turned into 2 different pills. Alex was astonished at what had just happened. How did he know that he had to split the powder into 2 portions to form 2 pills? Also, the pathway the Kai took through his body was the first time they had been used. He only had 2 techniques as of now, since this wasn't the pathway of Flame Mastery Scripture. Could it be the Alchemy God's knowledge? He wondered. He quickly opened his techniques to check the description and realized what had happened. With level 1 of Alchemy God's knowledge, he had a 50% chance to create an extra pill. That chance had just activated. Alex was both shocked and happy with learning that he could make 2 pills from a single set of ingredients. He took out both of the newly formed pills and checked. Kai Improving Pill, 15%, improves cultivation speed by 15% for 12 hours. Wow. That is the best pill I have made as of yet. He was shocked. He turned his attention to the other pill in his hand. Kai Improving Pill, 15%, improves cultivation speed by 15% for 12 hours. This was the same pill as the first one. Will the harmony level always be the same between the 2 pills when the 50% chance is activated? He wondered. He soon got his answer. After resting a bit, he started once more and got 2 pills. One was 12% in harmony, and the other was 14%. He didn't know why that was, but he was glad to know it was possible. He started with the last pill and succeeded in making it. The last pill came out with 16% harmony. He was really happy to see that. Seeing that all his ingredients were gone, he walked up to the door and took out his nameplate. 15 points were taken off of the nameplate, meaning he had been here for 3 hours making pills. Once he made sure all the pills were in the ceramic bottles, he walked out. Chapter 31. Selling Pills at a Loss. Alex walked out of the alchemy hall at around 10 p.m. He had managed to make 8 mortal grade Kai improvement pills. Do I go sell them now, or should I register one at the disciple hall first? He stopped for a moment to decide. To take the test to become an inner sect disciple, the first requirement was 10 different mortal grade pill. This meant he had to somehow find 10 different recipes and create a mortal grade for each of them. Every time he made one, he would have a chance to register them as one of his 10 pills. Once he made 10 pills, he would be given the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple. He didn't, however, hear anyone talk about what the test was to become an inner sect disciple. However, after more than a second of contemplation, he decided to go to the disciple hall. Walking along the festival, like Valley Road, he quickly reached the black ranking rock. He hadn't come here since getting his nameplate the first day. When he saw his name that time, it was dead last in the ranking. He wondered where he was now. It didn't take him more than a few minutes to find his name. However, he was happy it even took him that long. Total names on the list were 4,883. His name was on the 4,545th ranking. He had earned more than 300 plus disciples. Most of them were probably newcomers like him, but just the fact that he got that ranking made him happy. He walked over to the other side and checked his name there. However, on this site, his name was near the last place. From what he could infer, he didn't have any alchemy achievement at the moment. He walked into the disciple hall and quickly got into a line. When his turn came along, he handed the inner sect disciple working there the 10% harmony pill. I wish to register this pill, he said. The disciple took the pill and used a pill tester to check the harmony. After confirming that he had indeed brought out a mortal grade pill, the disciple took up a medallion and placed it on his forehead. Since the medallion is also part of the sect running formation, I wonder if he is checking for something. Alex was intrigued. The disciple was indeed checking for something. He was checking Alex's purchase history at the sect market. Anything bought and sold from the official stalls where the elder stayed was recorded in the sect running formation. The disciple was checking if the pill Alex brought in matched what he had bought in the sect. This was a way of finding out if the disciple had indeed made the pill or not. Another thing he was checking was also the pill room usage by Alex. Once he found that Alex had in fact bought the items for the pill the day before, and had just gone into a pill room about 3 hours ago, He registered the pill under Alex's name. The disciple then handed back Alex's nameplate but kept the pill. Alex knew they kept the pill brought for registering, which was why he decided to use the lowest harmony pill in the first place. Once he was done, he walked out and checked the Alchemy achievement rankings again. His name had somehow jumped from the 4,800s to 4,234. Wow, does that mean almost 600 outer sect disciple had yet to succeed in making a pill? He left and went to the sect market. He arrived there in less than 5 minutes. He got in a line and waited for his turn at one of the sect stalls. He walked up and put out all the remaining 7 pills to sell them. "I wish to sell these, elder," he said to the elder working in the stall. This was the same bald elder with wrinkles and streaks of white on his hair and beard. The elder took the pill bottles and checked the pills inside. Once he confirmed they were indeed mortal grade pills, he took out a pill tester and tested them. 12%, 12%, 12%, 14%, 15%, 15%, and 16%. The elder calculated and said, "You can sell these for 226 points. 226? But elder, I bought 7 sets of ingredients for 420 points. So why are the pills selling for half the price of the ingredients?" He was confused. "This must be your first time selling a pill in the sect market. We reduce the price of pills for 2 reasons. First, it is to discourage the disciples from bringing pills from the outside and selling them for easy contribution points. Secondly, if we don't sell the pills for fewer points, a skilled disciple could use just 60 points to buy a set of ingredients, sell the pill for 60 points, then buy another set, and sell another pill, and on and on. This way the sect will soon go into a points crisis. This way, the sect can run properly, without having to worry about the same 60 points clearing the entire sect garden." "So, do you want the points or not?" the elder asked. Alex sighed and said, "Yes, I do, elder." He handed the elder his nameplate. "You want to buy anything?" the elder asked. Alex wanted to, but he had his own idea about what he needed to do. "No thank you." He rejected the offer. The elder handed him his nameplate back with the 226 points. Alex walked out of the market and walked along the night streets. He didn't need to become an aide anymore, as he could make pills himself. What he needed now was contribution points to buy the alchemy ingredients. And from his experience, the best way to earn contribution points was by selling monster corpses, cores, and materials. So, the first thing on his agenda was to go out and kill some monsters. And to kill monsters easily and successfully, he needed to learn some battle techniques. Chapter 32. Battle Technique. Alex made his way to the sect library. At the entrance, he showed his nameplate to the attending elder and walked in. He didn't have a lot of contribution points, so the best he could get was a low-tier mortal grade technique. He had an hour to look through the techniques, but it didn't take him that long this time. Very soon he found a sword-related technique called Smiting Blade. It cost only 200 contribution points, so he happily took it. For comparison, the Flame Mastery Scripture would have cost him about 800 contribution points. Mortal grade techniques cost between 100 and 1,000 contribution points, while the highest Earth grade technique Alex had seen previously was 4,000 points. There might have been some that cost even more. Alex had tried to read the books in the library, but realized they wouldn't open for some reason. So, he walked out of the library with the book in hand. He handed it to the elder, along with the nameplate. The elder handed it to him and reminded him to return the book in 7 days. Alex also returned the Flame Mastery Scripture at the same time, as he didn't need it anymore. He went to a quiet place and took out the book. Under the lantern's light, he started reading it. He didn't understand what the book really said, but when he finished it, he got a notification. "Congratulations, you have learned Smiting Blade." He opened the description of the technique. Smiting Blade grade. Mortal infuse Chi into the blade to increase its penetrating power. "Alright, time to train now," he said as he looked at his new technique's description. He needed to look for a place to train this technique now, and there was no place better for this in the sect than the training hall. Alex located the training hall a few distances away. Although it was called a hall, it was just a massive open field. He could see a few dozens of disciples training their battle techniques. Some were shooting out arrows, some were using a sword, some threw fire from their hand, while some just ran around a lot making weird moves. All of these disciples were far away from each other, so there was no way they could hamper each other's progress. There were about a few hundred wooden posts in the field denoting the place for training. Alex walked up to one of the posts that were far away from any disciple. He looked at the carving on the surface of the post and places his nameplate there. As soon as he did that, about a few meters away from him, the ground opened up and a wooden puppet came out. The puppet was what the disciples trained their techniques on. Similar to the alchemy room, the training hall too took 5 contribution points per hour, so he needed to get on with it. He brought out his steel sword and activated focus mode. Once everything slowed down, he closed his eyes and tried to feel his Chi. This was too easy for him at this point. thought of the new technique, and the Kai started moving through his meridian. This was the first time, so it was going to take longer to complete the travel through the new path. It slowly moved all over his body and reached his hands. However, instead of diffusing from his hands, it instead traveled from his palm to the hilt of the sword. The Kai felt some difficulty in entering the hilt, but still managed to enter it at last. The Kai had visibly entered the sword hilt as Alex saw the hilt's color change to a slight yellowish hue. The color then traveled up the sword as it crossed the cross guard, moved along the blade, and stopped at the tip. His Kai has trouble moving along the entirety of the sword, but succeeded in it at last. Now, the sword was glowing a mild yellow. I wonder if the Kai is having difficulty because it's a metal object? Alex wondered. Now that he had successfully activated his smiting blade technique, it was time to test how good it was. He held the sword in a fighting stance, and pounced forward to cut the puppet. Bam! A massive cut appeared on the pup, it where Alex had just cut it. The sword had stopped glowing yellow as he stopped the flow of Kai. He looked back at the wooden post as a few words appeared on it. Bone tempering first realm, he smiled. His attack just now had been equivalent to a bone tempering first realm cultivator's normal strike. That meant his new battle technique improved his damage by 1 realm's worth. Adding to the fact that this 1 realm was an entire minor realm jump, the battle technique returned its worth twice over. He decided to attack once more. Once more, he did the same damage as a bone tempering first realm cultivator. I wonder how much damage I'd do without the technique. He just casually hit the puppet with no technique. Muscle tempering 8th realm, huh? Why is my damage lower than my actual cultivation base? What is going on? He was very much confused. He tried attacking the puppet with his bare hands. Muscle tempering 9th realm, wait. So I do more damage with my fists than I do with the sword? What sort of garbage was I handed during the tutorial? Alex couldn't believe what he was saying. Is this the game's way of balancing things out? Giving me ultra good talents and techniques, but then giving me trash pills that give 10 Kai, or a sword that does less damage than my fists? Alex didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up his sword once more. The puppets were part of the sect running formation and had self-mending techniques, so they were back to perfect condition once more. He infused Kai into the sword once more and started attacking. Chapter 33. Hunting once more. Alex woke up in his cottage at nearly 7 a.m. in the morning. He had stopped training 2 hours later last night and come back to the cottage to cultivate. He had only cultivated for 4 or so hours, but that was enough. Rake, through congratulations. You have broken through to bone tempering first realm with all the Kai he had accumulated throughout the last few days. He had enough to break through to the next minor realm. The requirement for bone tempering second realm was 150,000 Kai now. He logged out of the game for now. He had to go hunt some monsters today, so he quickly had his breakfast and returned to the game. He went to the disciple hall and requested leave from the sect for 3 days. Once it was approved, he walked out of the sect and went to a random tavern near the eastern gate. He purchased a room for 3 days and logged out from there. He went to have his lunch with his roommates. Today was Sunday, and there were no classes for anyone. Alex never asked them questions about their cultivations or talents in the game. He felt that if he was to keep secrets from them, it was only fair he didn't inquire answers from them. After finishing their lunches, everyone returned to their room and logged into the game. Alex opened his eyes in the tavern. He walked out of the city through the eastern gate and entered the forest on the southern side of the city. He walked slowly in the forest, trying not to miss any alchemy ingredients. Along the way, he found a few different ingredients, including a dwarf berry. This dwarf berry was quite hidden in the bushes, and would be unnoticeable if not for his focus mode enhancing his senses. He was constantly turning on and off his focus mode so as to not miss anything. He walked along a bit more, keeping any ingredients he found before he met a monster. It was a skin tempering realm monster, so he didn't even bother using any special technique. He just lunged at it and gave it a good pounding on its head. Congratulations on defeating Shiny Hyena. You have obtained Shiny Hyena Core. You have obtained Shiny Hyena Urinug. Is that an alchemy ingredient as well? Alex wondered. To think the monster would drop urine as a loot. After selling the corpses last time, he had come to find out that the monster cores and materials were actually alchemy ingredients. So he had decided he wouldn't sell it that easily this time. He continued walking as he went deeper and deeper into the forest. He found many different alchemy ingredients and killed quite a few monsters as well. Some dropped cores, some dropped materials, sometimes both. However, killing monsters never dropped weapons or armors like in other games. Well, Eternal Cultivation wasn't like other games. He walked on for quite a lot of time, but couldn't find any monsters that could make him use more than just one of his casual sword swing. Finally, after searching around for the whole day, he found a muscle tempering 8th realm monster that didn't die to a sword swing. Alright, time to try my new technique on an actual enemy. The monster was a feline monster with patches of cloud-like design on its body. Cloud leopard. Muscle tempering 8th realm with him currently at the 1st realm of bone tempering, This situation was the equivalent of when he fought a muscle-tempering 3rd realm earth snake as a muscle-tempering 6th realm cultivator. The leopard had seen him approaching and was starting to crouch, ready to attack. Alex also got into his attack stance as well. He held the steel sword with both of his hands to the side, kept both of his feet wide, and took a deep breath. He went into focus mode. The leopard jumped. It was about 10 meters away from Alex, but it was going to cross the entire distance in a single jump. The jump felt slow to Alex, but not as slow as everything else around him. He slowly moved his Kai around and started infusing it into the sword. The sword showed some resistance to his Kai, but quickly accepted it. Just when the leopard was 2 meters away from him, Alex swung his sword. Due to both of them being at similar cultivation, their speed wasn't very far off. However, because Alex was still ahead, his sword reached the leopard's head before the leopard's claws could reach his. Chop in a single smooth sweep, the leopard's head came off its body. You have defeated Cloud Leopard. You have obtained Cloud Leopard Core. You have obtained Cloud Leopard Skin. Alex looked both surprised and happy. He remembered when he had such a hard time with the snake, and now he could kill this monster with just a single strike. Even though Smiting Blade was a mortal grade technique, it was still a battle technique nonetheless. I wonder how strong my attacks would be if my sword was anything but a mortal grade. Alex was now out of focus mode. He kept the Cloud Leopard's body into his inventory and walked off. It was getting dark, so he returned back. He walked into the city without having to pay 2 silvers anymore. His nameplate was now a form of identification that the city guard accepted. He got into his tavern room and logged out. He called his parents again, waiting for his roommates to log out of the game. Once they logged out, he went to have his dinner and got back to the room. Once again, he logged back into the game. He cultivated inside the tavern room for a few minutes to get back what Kai he had lost during the day's hunt. Once he was ready, he walked out of the city. This time, he wouldn't return until the sun came up. Chapter 34. Chance Meeting. Alex was inside the jungle in the dead of night. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. For some reason, the moon always shined brightly in the sky. The moon never went past being a half moon. It changed its states between a full moon, half moon, and in between. So, he never had to worry about the night being dark in the game. He didn't know if it was an intentional change from the developers, or they just wanted to let the players know this world was not their own. But the moon didn't matter to him anymore. He could see a lot better at nighttime now that he was a cultivator. Especially when he went into focus mode. His vision would amplify as well, letting him see the most minute of things in bright light, even in the darkest of caves. So, walking in the jungle at night felt no different from the day to him. He took a different path from the one he took during the day, so that he could encounter more alchemy ingredients, and hunt more monsters. He realized that nighttime had way more monsters than the daytime. Most of the monsters seemed to only come out during nighttime, and he had a great time hunting them. He wasn't particularly happy about the hunt or fascinated with killing. He was just happy when he thought about how many points he could get from these monsters. Time slowly went by while he kept finding new materials, and encountering quite a few monsters. It was about 2 a.m. at night when he suddenly heard something. Rustle, rustle. He immediately went into focus mode and started looking around to see if he could find what was making the noise. Time was slowed down, so he saw a bunch of leaves hanging from a branch on a tree move unnaturally. He kept looking as he waited for a monster to appear from behind it. As the leaves parted to show what was behind them, he was surprised. The thing making the rustling noises was actually a pair of females. He looked at them with wide eyes, while they also seemed to be surprised to find him. They both seemed to be around 20 years old and held a small thin sword in their hand. They were both beautiful girls, but one just seemed infinitely more beautiful than the other. Alex was still in his focus mode. He quickly looked at the less beautiful girl. She was wearing a yellow robe with blue linings around the robe. Her thin sword looked simple and made of steel. There was a slight shine to it, but it wasn't very much. The other girl on the other hand was something else. She was probably the most beautiful person he had seen in real life or in game. She was wearing a similar robe to the first girl, with yellow all over it. However, unlike the blue linings, this robe had red linings on it. She had flowing black hair that shined with a hint of blue in the moonlight. The sword she was holding looked like a crystal sword, and was shining with a blue hue to it. Even without the focus mode, one could see the shining from the sword. Alex looked at his own steel sword in hand and felt like laughing at the dull blade. He turned off his focus mode, still surprised at seeing peoples in the forest at 2 a.m. "Hello," he greeted. The girl with the blue linings looked at him and asked, "A disciple from the Hongwu sect. What are you doing here?" She practically demanded the answer. Alex frowned a little, but still chose to answer. "I'm here to hunt monsters," he said. "What monster could you possibly want to hunt in the middle of the night?" The girl asked once more. "Mang Mang," the other girl said, clearly disapproving of the rude tone in her voice. "I'm a sorry senior sister." The blue linings girl immediately apologized to her senior sister. The senior sister looked towards Alex and asked, "Are you looking for any specific monster, fellow Taoist? Do you require our help?" she asked. Her tone was polite as she asked her question with a smile. Alex looked at the junior sister with a bit of focus and was shocked. Bone tempering 7th realm. The girl was already in the 7th realm of bone tempering. That was 6 realms higher than his own. Judging from her tone, her senior sister must be stronger than her. He slowly looked at the senior sister. His already wide eyes became even wider. Mind tempering 5th realm holy he couldn't help but cuss. This was the highest cultivation he had seen on someone so young. In fact, this was the highest non-hidden cultivation he had seen yet in the game. To reach her level, he would have to cross the entire bone tempering realm, the organ tempering realm, and the meridian tempering realm. He wondered how much Kai that took. The girl was 5 realms away from becoming a cultivator in the true realms. The girl looked at him with a weird look, and he realized he hadn't answered her question yet. I am just hunting random monsters, and am not looking for anything specific. So thank you for your offer, but I will have to decline it. He tried to say no as politely as he could. This girl could probably kill him if she wanted to. She didn't seem that type of girl, however. Very well then, fellow Taoist. We shall take our leave. The girl turned around and walked off. The other girl also quickly followed behind her, not giving Alex another glance. It took a while before Alex was back in his usual mindset. He walked on from where he was and started looking for the ingredients and the monsters once more. Slowly time passed by as he hunted the monsters throughout the entire night. The first rays of sunlight were scattered through the forests from the east. It was about time to leave the forest and log out of the game. Chapter 35. Best Player in the Game. The morning had arrived, and his first day of the 3-day leave was over. Nothing of significance had happened the entire night, aside from meeting different people in the forest. Over the course of the night, he had met a few more people after the 2 female cultivators. Most of them had the same yellow robe on them, but none had the red linings like the beautiful girl, only green or blue linings. He did meet a few disciples from Hongwu sect, but they seemed to be inner-sect disciples, so he didn't talk a lot to them besides the casual greetings. He realized that monsters were active during the nighttime a lot more than daytime, so most of the people that wanted to hunt the monster only visited the forest during the night. Now that it was nearly 7 a.m., Alex walked out of the forest and went to the city. Once he reached his room in the tavern, he logged out. After breakfast, he decided to study instead of going back into the game. There was nothing to do in the game at this time, so it was better to just study. At 11 a.m., he went to his class. Today was a computer science class, and he really enjoyed this class. There was only one course he took this semester that didn't have either of his 3 roommates, so most of these classes he just sat with them. After the classes were over, he ate his afternoon lunch and went back to his room. Instead of going back into the game, however, he just started doing his homework from his classes. He had wanted to do it in the morning, but there was nothing to do right now. If he went back in the game, he would have nothing to do there. He couldn't go to the forest only to return a bit more than 2 hours later, just to log out. Rather, he would do his work now, eat his dinner, and then go into the game. After finishing the homework, he decided to watch some online videos to pass his time. The site he visited regularly was now starting to recommend eternal cultivation videos on its own. I haven't even searched for anything related to the game on this site, and it's somehow recommending videos related to it? Is this because the search engine and the video site are owned by the same company? He talked to himself. He was about to reload the page when he saw the word best out of the corner of his eyes. He stopped and read the title of the video. Exclusive interview with the best player in eternal cultivation. The thumbnail was a massive best test covering the face of the player, while the interviewer looked very shocked with comically large eyes. The best? Alex was intrigued. His curiosity took the better of him as he clicked on the video. The video opened with the interviewer talking to the viewers, hyping them up, saying how they were the first channel to find the best player in eternal cultivation. This player has been playing this game since day 0, and has remained hidden the entire time he was in the game. The interviewer said, however, today he has agreed to have us take an interview of him, and reveal himself to the world through our channel. The interviewer kept talking about how his channel was the best for doing this. Now everyone, please welcome Mr. Connor Root. The interview was going to take over a video call, so on another side, a young 20-ish years old man with bright red hair showed up on another side of the video. Good morning, Mr. Root, the interviewer said. Good morning, you can just call me Connor. He replied, okay then, Connor. How about you introduce yourself? Alright. Hi, I'm Connor Root. I live in Black Cherry City, and I am as of yet the player with the highest cultivation in eternal cultivation. The interviewer acted shocked when he heard this. If you don't mind us asking, Connor, what is your cultivation at currently? It's a true King 4th realm. I just broke through yesterday actually. Connor answered. Oh wow, I heard the highest no cultivation, as of yet, was in the true Master realm. Yours just blows that out of the water. Can you tell us how to cultivate it so fast? The interviewer asked. There is really just one reason why I cultivated as fast as I did, and that reason is luck. I was just lucky, that's it. Connor then looked at the camera and pointed at it as he said, You too can become as good as me if you just get a bit lucky. The interviewer's face was blank for a moment. He was expecting an actual answer from the interviewee, yet he just babbled about being this good due to luck. Connor, I think our viewers wouldn't mind learning a bit more as to how you cultivate so fast. The interviewer tried to solve the situation. Aha. I'm sorry, I was just joking for a moment. Let me get serious then. Let's see, the reason for why I cultivated so fast, huh? Well, there are many reasons, most of them being actually just luck. But if I had to condense them down to a few then, I would say I cultivated so fast because of 3 reasons exactly. The interviewer seemed happy with this response. He had somehow kept the interview from going into a bad turn. Oh, 3 reasons. I wonder how good these reasons are. If you wouldn't mind, can you tell us what these 3 reasons are? Yes, I can. From what I have learned off of the forums and such, the internet has no idea about this, but you know the body and the status of the players. There are actually grades to these bodies as well. And the first reason as to why I cultivated so fast was because the body I was given in the game was one of the best bodies anyone has ever been given. Chapter 36, More Interview. The body of a cultivator is graded as well. This is the first time I have heard of this. The interviewer was shocked. This was new information he was not expecting to get in this information today. He was genuinely shocked. Alex was shocked too. He hadn't given much thought to his body. He started to wonder what grade his body was. Yes, I found that out a few days ago as I searched the internet trying to learn everyone's body's name. I had my suspicions before, but the searches I made proved my theories. You see, a player is given a random body. Most of the time, it's just called mortal body. People think this just meant the bodies they got was a non-cultivator to start with, but they are wrong. Also, since the earth grade bodies and heaven grade bodies do not have the words earth and heaven in it, doesn't help it either. Only after the heaven grade does the bodies actually start to have their names in it. The interviewer cued in and asked, and what body do you have? My body is an immortal grade body, called the immortal tyrant body. With this body, I can produce the strength equal to 2 realms above my own realm, meaning I can currently produce the strength of a true King 6th realm cultivator. He replied, oh wow, that's one of the reasons for your fast cultivation, huh? What are the other 2 reasons? The interviewer asked. The next 2 reasons can in fact be called the same reason, but since they are different I decided to call them 2 reasons. And they are the fact that I got an immortal grade cultivation method for self-tempering realm through the gift box, and somehow managed to get a heaven grade cultivation method for the true realm. Add on to the fact that I bought a lot of Kai providing pills using the monsters I hunted, I got to where I am right now. The interviewer was shocked again. Oh wow. You really had a stroke of good luck going into the game, didn't you? What about your talents? Are they any good? It's just a heaven grade talent, nothing to call home about. The interviewer then went on to ask other questions, but none of them interested Alex. He closed the video and just sat there thinking, Sun God's divine, would that be God grade, or is there a grade called divine as well? He was shocked again. The only thing his body could do he could tell as of now turn natural common Kai into Yang Kai. Yang Kai lasted twice, if not longer than normal Kai, and didn't need to be used as much to get the same result. He was already happy to get Yang Kai from his body. But, if what the person said was true, then that just wasn't good enough for a God grade body, so was it a divine grade? What else can it do then? He wondered. The 3 roommates soon woke up, and they went to eat their dinner. He decided to tell them about what he found out today, but it seemed they had already learned about it during the day. Apparently, they liked to frequently visit the forum, and had done just that today during the recess. They lamented that they either had earth or heaven grade bodies. Alex also lamented along with them, saying his body was earth grade too. After dinner, they returned to their room and jumped into the game. Alex logged in his tavern room. He hadn't returned to the game since waking up this morning, and was quite eager to hunt once more. He got out of the city, and went into the forest through the eastern side once more. From what he understood about the forest, the monster got stronger the deeper one went into it. If you were on the outer edges, you would only find skin tempering realm monsters. Monsters with muscle tempering realm only appeared about half an hour into the forest, and only about 2 hours away from that did bone tempering realm monsters start to appear. He never went that far and only stayed at the edge of it. He had met a few monsters at bone tempering first realm, but he had managed to win against them with his smiting blade technique, although it did take more than one strike with smiting blade each time he fought them. Tonight was a moonlit night as always, and Alex had walked about 2 hours into the forest. The monsters he found in this area were muscle tempering 7th realm to muscle tempering 9th realm. Changing the place he hunted was a good idea on first thought, but once he realized that many other people hunted as well, it wasn't necessary to go out of his way to find monsters. That said, Alex still changed his path so that he could find more alchemy ingredients. The forest was a treasure trove of alchemy ingredients that no one seemed to have searched for. Or maybe they did but didn't realize which were alchemy ingredients and which were not. You have defeated Blue Bear. You have obtained Blue Bear Core. A giant bear fell down with a massive cut running across its chest. Alex walked up to the bear and kept its corpse into his inventory. The bear was at the 7th realm of muscle tempering, so he had managed to kill it in one hit. He stood up and walked on ahead, searching for more monsters. He heard something a little further ahead of him. He walked a little faster to check what it was. When he finally reached the place, he saw a massive elephant-like monster, whose dead body was lying on the ground. It was wet all over, and there were signs of water seeping out of its mouth. Suddenly the monster's corpse vanished, and he finally saw what lay behind it. There were 2 ladies, one a little further back than the other. The one that was right beside the monster looked up with surprised eyes and smiled a little as she said, "Fellow Taoist, it seems fate has brought us together again." Chapter 37. Helping. Alex was surprised to see it was the same 2 girls he met yesterday. "Fellow Taoist? Is that what the cultivators call each other?" he wondered. He decided to reciprocate the greeting. "It's good to see you once more, fellow Taoist. I don't really think fate has to do anything with us meeting again." He tried to make small talk. "Oh, are you trying to imply that you met us here on purpose then, fellow Taoist?" she asked with a smirk. She knew the answer, but still decided to tease him. Alex's face changed to a brighter shade of red. "Course not. It was just a random meeting. I just came here because I heard a sound." "Haha, you don't need to defend yourself, fellow Taoist. I was just joking." Her laughter made her look even more beautiful. Alex looked a little hurt. "I shall take my leave then," he said as he started to turn around. "Wait a minute, fellow Taoist," she called from behind. Alex stopped where he was and turned around with a questioning look. "What do you need, fellow Taoist?" he asked. He was starting to get used to calling others fellow Taoists. "Since we met each other, why don't we hunt together?" She tried to invite him to the group. Alex was surprised. "Why would she want me to join? I'm the weakest one here and I'm not even that strong looking. There must be some other reason. If you want something, you should just ask it, fellow Taoist." He tried to figure out what she wanted. "Quite a sharp one, aren't you?" "Yes, to be honest, fellow Taoist, we do require something," she said as she sighed a little. "Senior sister, you shouldn't. It's risky to tell him." The girl in the back spoke for the first time tonight. She was about to talk some more when she was interrupted by the other girl's hand gesture. "I think we should introduce ourselves first. I am Luo Mei, and this is Meng Yun. We are disciples of the Tiger sect." The girl introduced both herself and the girl at the back. "I am Yu Ming. I am a disciple of the Hongwu sect." He decided to introduce himself as well. "So, you said you wanted something? If it's something I don't mind parting with, I can give it to you," he said. He was slightly worried they might just attack him and take it away forcefully. Luo Mei immediately corrected herself. "Oh no. We don't want something you have. We just want your help in something." "Okay, what do you want my help in?" he asked. "We are at our last leg, so we need the help of an alchemist like yourself. Please follow us," she said as she started walking in a certain direction. Along the way, Alex stopped a bunch of times to collect the alchemy ingredients he found. The 2 ladies were very surprised when they saw him pick so many things. Meng Yun softly whispered into Luo Mei's ear as she said, "Senior sister, do you think he knows what we want him to do? He seems to be showing off by randomly picking up ingredients. I think he is a fraud." Luo Mei frowned when she heard this. "That is a definite possibility, but it doesn't look like he's faking it. Some of the ingredients he picked were ones even I recognized. He must be a genuine alchemist who recognizes the ingredients. I hope he recognizes that one too." Luo Mei continued to walk deeper and deeper into the forest. Alex started to get worried. They were now constantly meeting monsters that would definitely be able to kill him easily. But to a mind-tempering realm cultivator like her, these monsters were a piece of cake. She killed every single monster they came across and took all the drops from the monster. Alex didn't mind her behavior as he was already getting enough benefits from the ingredients here. After a short while, she had managed to kill over a few dozen of bone-tempering realm monsters. This was an amount that Alex couldn't even hope to have achieved in all the 3 days he had taken a leave from the sect, and this girl had somehow managed to kill them in less than 2 hours. "We're here," Luo Mei said as she increased her walking speed a little faster. "It's right around here somewhere." Finally, she stopped as she saw a small opening in the forest where there were no trees and only bushes. In front of the bushes was an ox-like monster currently sleeping. Meridian tempering 3rd realm. This was a monster that Alex didn't doubt could kill him in a single blow. He was really scared now. He looked at Meng Yun, and she was shivering a little as well. Luo Mei, however, showed no fear, only some irritation at the fact that she had to fight when her goal was so close. She kept her sword in its scabbard on her waist and started moving her arms in a certain manner. Alex looked at her arms and saw Kai slowly seep out of her palms. The moment the Kai left her body, however, something weird happened. All of the Kai started to change as they slowly transformed into water. Alex had unconsciously started focus mode due to his fright, which was why the transformation looked so slow to him. In fact, the transformation happened in a split second. A massive ball of water appeared in front of Luo Mei, which she sent towards the ox. Within seconds, the ox opened his eyes and frantically tried to move, but it couldn't. Luo Mei had already encased the ox in the water ball and was slowly drowning it to death in midair. The ball started to move higher and higher as the ox tried to breathe more and failed. Minutes passed by, and the ox finally stopped breathing. It was dead. Luo Mei then let go of the water ball, and the entire thing, water and ox, fell to the ground with a loud bang. She then turned to Alex and said, "This is where I need your help, Taoist you." Chapter 38. Spiritual Sense. "This way, fellow Taoist. This is where I require your help," Luo Mei said as she walked forward towards the bushes. She had already kept the ox monster's body in her storage bag. Meng Yan followed behind her unquestioningly. Alex decided to follow as well. Alex reached where they had stopped behind the bushes, and was immediately surprised when he saw what it was. Hidden behind the bushes was an array of multicolored flowers, thousands in number, all naturally arranged to look like a flower bed. The flowers were all normal-looking individually, but were a sight to behold when viewed all together. This, however, wasn't the most shocking thing to Alex. The thing he was much more surprised about was what was happening to himself. This feeling, he was starting to feel a very intense pull towards one of the flowers. He recalled the time he had fought the earth snake. He had had the same feeling that time as well. Same feeling, no way. He looked at the flowers and focused. Spirit cleansing lily, it's the same flower. To this day, Alex had covertly tried to find out what this flower was in the sect but had no result. Today, he saw one more, and was reminded of his want to have it. He resisted his feeling, and looked at Luo Mei. "What do you want me to do, Taoist Luo?" Meng Yan's eyes shot up as she heard him talk to her using her name. Luo Mei, however, didn't give it a single thought. Instead, all of her focus was on the flower bed of spirit cleansing lily. "Do you know what this is, Taoist you?" she asked. Alex just simply answered this. "This is a flower bed, of course." Luo Mei frowned a little, and asked once more, "Do you know what this flower bed is?" she asked. Alex saw her frowning face and got scared. He decided to answer properly this time. "I don't know what the flower bed is called, but I know one of the flowers here is the spirit cleansing lily." Hearing the name, Luo Mei's eyes got bright with excitement and hope. "So you do know the name? Does that mean you can choose the right one?" she asked. The right one? Was she talking about finding the exact flower, he wondered. Yes, the right one. "Don't you know that picking the wrong flower makes the entire flower bed wilt?" she asked. "I didn't," he simply answered. "Can you pick the right one then?" she asked once more. "Yes, I can pick the spirit cleansing lily without making a mistake," he said. Hearing his answer, she got even more excited. This was the first time she was showing such expressions. Normally she was very calm and collected. She took out a storage bag from her side and handed it to Alex. "Check it," she said, gesturing the bag. Alex slowly turned his head towards the bag and opened it. Treasure. That was the only word Alex could think of when he saw what was inside the bag. There were more monsters and cores in here than what he had collected over the course of the 2 days. And to make things better, all of them were over bone tempering realm. He breathed in a little and killed his own awe. There must have been a reason why she showed him her loot, so he asked, "What's the meaning of this, Taoist Luo?" As if she was waiting for the question, she answered immediately, "If you can bring me the spirit cleansing lily without wilting the entire flower bed, you can keep that bag." Alex's eyes went wide with excitement now. He could hide his awe, but he couldn't hide his excitement. Still, he tried to keep it on the low and asked her, "Why do you want the lily so bad, Taoist Luo?" Luo Mei frowned. She was worried if she told him the reason, he would just keep it for himself, or intentionally try to destroy it. That would be too bad for her. Alex saw her frowning face and said, "Don't be mistaken, Taoist Luo. I will get the flower to you. I am asking because I only know the flower by name and appearance, and never learned of its use. So I was hoping you could tell me what the use is." Luo Mei didn't immediately believe him, but decided to explain anyway. "Spirit cleansing lily is a precious treasure. If you cultivate overnight with the lily on your body, you will unlock spiritual sense." Meng Yan was surprised her senior sister actually told him the reason. "Well, there is no point in hiding it anyway. You would know about it sooner or later, given your knowledge," Luo Mei continued. Alex frowned. Spiritual sense? He had never seen or heard anyone talk about this, inside or outside the game. "What is spiritual sense, Taoist Luo?" he asked. She looked at him, with a surprised face. "Has no one in Hongwu sect told you what it is?" she asked. Alex laughed a little and shook his head. Luo Mei explained, "Spiritual sense is a type of sense, or ability, that you can use to sense your surrounding using your mind. There are many abilities that you can use your spiritual sense for. The best explanation is probably that it is similar to Kai for your brain." Alex had never heard of it, but it sounded good. "So, can you get it then?" Luo Mei was getting agitated. Alex immediately went to the flower bed and easily plucked the lily and returned. Luo Mei and Meng Yan were shocked to see how simple that looked. They had been dreading this for the entire day since yesterday night when they had found it, and somehow this man managed to pick it within 5 seconds. Just how good was his ingredient recognizing skills? Luo Mei looked at the flower bed and realized he had indeed succeeded. This man must be a high-ranking disciple in the Hongwu sect, she thought to herself. Here you go, Taoist Luo. I hope this fulfills what you required of me. Chapter 39. Outer Sect. Luo Mei looked at the flower in her hand as tears started streaming down her eyes. Her hands holding the lily were slightly shivering. Alex was surprised to see this. He had expected to see her surprised face, or maybe even eyes bulging out of their sockets. But never had he expected her to just cry. Is spiritual sense really that good? He couldn't help but ask. Luo Mei wiped her tears and answered, of course it's good. It's something you can only unlock after reaching the Saint Realm. If that's not good, then I don't know what is. Saint Realm? It was his turn to get shocked now. Luo Mei took out a small jade box and kept the spirit cleansing lily in there. She then kept the bag in her storage bag and thanked Alex once more. I will take my leave now, Taoist Yu. I hope we will meet again. She said her goodbyes and started walking back towards the city. Wait, Taoist Luo, he immediately cried out. Luo Mei stopped and looked back. What is it, Taoist Yu? Do you require something now? She asked. Alex looked a little embarrassed and scared as he said, this area is too much for me to handle. Would you mind if I tag along until I got a bit out of the forest? Oh, I'm so sorry, Taoist Yu. I completely forgot you were weak. Please come, we don't mind you tagging along with us, she said. Alex felt like crying at the fact that she just called him weak so nonchalantly. Alchemy is important, but I need to get stronger too, he thought. He walked back in a different direction from the previous one under Alex's request. Along the way he found many more alchemy ingredients. By now, he had more than half the ingredients for most of the recipes he knew. For some, he even had all the ingredients. He couldn't wait to return and perform some more alchemy. On the way back, a silver fox-like monster appeared before them. Alex read its name, Swift Wolf, Bone-Tempering 4th Realm. The monster was a realm higher than him. Luo Mei casually took out her sword and hit it horizontally. The Swift Wolf immediately jumped to the side, but was still grazed by the incomings. There was a long gash on its back, and was now bleeding into its silver fur. The moment it got hurt, it ran away. It really did live up to its name, and was very swift. Should we follow it? Alex asked. No need. Unless that monster finds a monster core of a monster, stronger than it, it won't survive my attack. The most it can live for now is 2 days. Luo Mei was very confident in her attack. What does a monster core have to do with other monsters? He asked. Monsters cultivate very slowly, so one way to cultivate faster for them is to hunt down other monsters and eat their cores. Similarly, when they are hurt, eating other monsters' cores helps them heal as well. But the monster core should also come from a relatively high-level monster for it to work. Otherwise, it would have to eat many low cultivation monsters. Luo Mei replied. I see. Alex was grateful for her teaching him different things. After a while, they were nearly out of the forest when all 3 of them stopped. There was noise in front of them. Suddenly, a green-robed young man appeared from behind the trees. He was surprised to see the 3 of them as well. He saw a single outer disciple among the 2 yellow-robed females. Are they threatening him? Is he in trouble? Junior brother, do you need any help? He tried to see if he was being forced by them or walking on his own accord. He looked at Meng Yun's robe, and was surprised to see a blue lining. Inner sect disciple of Tiger sect? He was surprised. He doubted he could take her on, if the junior disciple really needed help. He then turned to look at Luo Mei. The moment he saw her red linings, his eyes went wide. Alex decided to answer, thank you, but I don't need any help, senior brother. These fellow Taoists are taking me out of the forest since it was dangerous for me. I zest so. This shall take my leave. He bowed towards Luo Mei a bit and ran off. What's up with him? Alex was confused. Meng Yun looked at the young man running away and was surprised. She walked up to Luo Mei and slowly whispered in her ears, Senior sister, that man's robes are darker in color than this guy's. Luo Mei was surprised when she heard this. She immediately compared the robes and realized Alex's robes were lighter in shade. She knew what this meant. Taoist Yu, is that man a core disciple from your sect? She asked. I don't think so. He should be an inner disciple. Alex thought of nothing when he heard this question. Luo Mei's eyes went wider. Then why are you calling him senior brother? What else would I call an inner sect disciple? Anything else from an outer sect disciple like me would be considered disrespectful. Alex simply replied. Luo Mei was surprised. An outer sect disciple? No way. He is so talented. Even in our sect, a bone-tempering realm cultivator would automatically become an inner sect disciple. How is he still an outer sect with his amazing ingredients finding ability? Should I try to rope him in? She thought. Why aren't you an inner sect disciple already, Taoist Yu? She decided to tread the waters slowly. I haven't completed the requirements for becoming an inner sect disciple yet. Luo Mei was surprised. A bone-tempering realm cultivator like you doesn't meet the requirement? What are the requirements then? She asked. Oh, I just have to make 10 different recipes mortal grade pills, that's all. Alex didn't hide anything. I see, and how many have you made so far? She asked meekly. Well, as of yet, only 1, Alex replied. Chapter 40. Invitation. Luome's eyes became bright as she thought of something. Bone Tempering Realm cultivator with only one pill made so far. His talents in alchemy must be very bad. Taoist you, come join the Tiger sect. I can immediately make you a core disciple and give you heaven-grade cultivation methods, techniques, and weapons. The sect will also take care of all your other necessities as well. All you will have to do is go on a venture with our sect elders and help them find alchemy ingredients from deep in the southern forest, she said, trying to tempt him to join the Tiger sect. Alex was surprised at the offer that came out of nowhere. He smiled a little and said, "Thank you for the offer, Taoist you, but I will have to decline. I wish to learn alchemy, and I don't think I will be able to pursue it as well as I currently am if I join the Tiger sect. But look at you. You are already at Bone Tempering Realm, and have only managed to make a single pill. I think you should give up on making pills, Taoist you." She tried to reason with him some more. "It's fine. I only made a single pill so far, because earning contribution points in the first week as an outer sect disciple takes a lot of time." Alex tried to decline politely. Luome thought she heard wrong. "Can you repeat that, Taoist you?" "Oh, I said that my first week as an outer sect disciple took me a lot to earn points, which is why I was only able to make a single type of pill," Alex repeated. Luome asked inquisitively, "Are you saying that it's only been a week since you joined the Hongwu sect?" "Yeah, maybe 8 days, but not more. I did make my first pills 2 days ago," he said. Luome gave a wry smile as she asked him, "How long have you been pursuing alchemy, Taoist you?" Let's see. I believe it was the day after I started cultivating, so 9 days now. I took the entrance test for Hongwu sect on the day I learned about alchemy." Luome's eyes were wide open. Even Mengyun on the behind couldn't keep her stoic appearance anymore. He entered the sect 9 days ago and managed to make a pill in 7 days. What sort of alchemy monster is this? She thought. She repeated what he had just said in her head, and her eyes went even wider. Her voice was quivering as she hoped she had heard wrong. Taoist you. Did you just imply that you started cultivating 10 days ago?" she asked. "Yes," Alex answered without thinking. And then he realized what he had said while going in the flow of the conversation. "Sht, I accidentally revealed a bit too much," he thought. "Now I must really ask you to join our Tiger sect, Taoist no, brother you." She started to rope him in even more. "We will give you everything you ask for, brother you. Just join our sect." She hoped he would change his mind. Alex frowned a little. "Please stop this, Taoist Luo. I will not join your sect. I joined the Hongwu sect to learn alchemy, and I will continue doing so. Please don't embarrass yourself any further." Luome stopped talking. Not even Mengyun said anything when she heard this. She knew Luome was in the wrong this time. Alex took this opportunity and said, "Thank you for letting me walk with you till here. I should be able to leave on my own now. Hence, I shall part with you fellow Taoists. May we meet again." He started walking away. Luome and Mengyun stood there, not knowing what to do. She really wanted to have him join her sect, but she couldn't use force, as that would only worsen the situation. "Senior sister, what do we do now?" Mengyun asked from the side. "There is nothing else we can do, so we should leave this task to someone who can do something," she said. Mengyun was confused. "Who?" Luome looked at the disappearing figure of Alex and said, "Come on, let's go. I need to tell my master about him. He should be able to convince him." Both of them then disappeared into the forest. Alex hunted for a few more hours. Although he didn't need to hunt monsters anymore after what the two ladies had given him, he still wanted to find more alchemy materials. He started ignoring skin tempering realm monsters and only fought at anything above muscle tempering. He was so focused on finding the ingredients that he forgot to log out for breakfast as well. "It doesn't matter. I will just go for lunch directly," he thought. After a couple of hours of more hunting, he returned to his room in the tavern. He looked at the time, and it was 10 a.m. He logged out and went to get a shower. He left the bathroom a little while later and decided to wait for his two roommates. Matt had a morning class, so he was already gone. Once Logan and Eric logged out, they went to the cafeteria together and had their lunch. Afterward, they went to their individual classes. Alex paid as much attention as he could in the class, but the business statistics class was just too boring for him. Finally, once the classes were over, he went to the cafeteria to get his afternoon lunch. Afterward, he did his assignments and other works until it was time for dinner. Once the dinner was over, he finally went into the game. He logged into his room at the tavern. "Do I go back to the sector hunt some more?" he wondered. It took him a while, but they finally decided to hunt some more. Since he took a 3-day leave from the sect, it would be impossible to get another one anytime soon. So, he had to make the best of his last day out of the sect. Chapter 41. Explosion. Alex had gone to the eastern side of the Scarlet City for 2 days straight now. So, he decided to visit the western side this time. When he walked out of the western gate, he felt a sense of déjà vu as he remembered that this was the place he was first brought to when he logged in. He started combing the outer areas of the forest for alchemy ingredients, and was very happy when he realized there were a lot of them here. Unlike the eastern side, where he had foraged for 2 entire nights, the western side's ingredients were pretty much in an immaculate state. He started picking up all the ingredients he could find. He didn't know how many of them he would ever even find a use for, but he still kept them just in case. He ignored most of the skin-tempering realm monsters unless they were too annoying to ignore, in which case he would just lift them up with his kai and smash them into the ground. He was at least that good with his kai. For some reason, however, he could not do the same with himself. When he started lifting heavier stuff with his kai, the first thing he tried it on was himself. He was fascinated with the concept of controlling his whole body with his kai, and thought it would be practically flying if he could do that. But alas, the most he could do with himself was hover about 20 centimeters off of the ground. He had tried a few more times, but 20 cm was the best he could do. He hadn't tried after reaching bone tempering first realm, but had assumed the result would be the same. Still, he was happy he could lift other objects as well. He had also realized that when using key manipulation on anything with cultivation, it became increasingly harder to move them with kai the higher their cultivation was. It was as if higher cultivation monsters were resistant to lower or similar cultivation's kai amount. After finishing the outer part of the forest, he walked into the inner part where the muscle-tempering realm monsters lived. You have defeated Nightshade Monkey. You have obtained Nightshade Monkey Core. You have obtained Nightshade Monkey's blood. Alex kept the monkey's corpse and walked along. He didn't see a lot of cultivators on the side of the forest. He had seen quite a few skin-tempering realm rogue cultivators on the outer edge of the forest, but there were almost none where he was. It didn't take him long to realize why that was. He had walked for over 5 hours, and had yet to see a single monster above muscle-tempering 6th realm. Granted, he was combing more area due to his search for the materials, but it still should not have taken him this long to see a monster with cultivation close to his. No wonder there are no cultivators here. There are barely any monsters to begin with, and even if there were, one would have to walk in so deep to find them. Alex kept walking forward. The night was particularly cloudy today, but his vision was still not hampered at all. He walked a little bit further and met his first bone-tempering realm monster. It was a giant bird that had a particularly sharp beak. He focused on the bird and something popped up above it. Green-blooded owl, bone-tempering first realm. The owl started flying up when it saw Alex. At first, Alex thought the bird had run away because it did not want to fight him, but soon he realized that the owl was actually just gaining some distance to create momentum. Once the owl reached the appropriate height, it turned around and fully dived towards Alex. Alex activated focus mode. Time slowed down. He could see the individual feathers on the bird, and could hear its silent dive even from so far away. Alex readied his sword, and started pouring his kai into it. Every time he did that, he would feel a resistance from the sword, as if it was not accepting the kai, but eventually accepted it. He felt like he was filling a water bottle with its cap still on. Only that the cap had holes in it, and could actually fill, but took a lot of time. As the owl swooped down, he swung his sword, and the smiting blade did its job. With the increased penetration powers of the blade, he killed the owl in a single swing. You have defeated Green-blooded Owl. You have obtained Green-blooded Owl's core. You have obtained Green-blooded Owl's beak. He kept the bird's corpse in his inventory, and took out the core. He looked at it and thought, "The first time I saw a core, I mistook it for a pill and ate it. Can I still do that?" Without thinking for another moment, he put the pill into his mouth. Sun God's divine young body disintegrates everything the monster core's element aligns with your spirit root. You have gained 92,168 kai. Oh wow, that's a lot. Should I eat another one too? He said to himself. He took another bone-tempering first realm monster core and ate it. Sun God's divine young body disintegrates everything the monster core's element aligns with your spirit root. You have gained 81,243 kai. That's not as much as the first one. He quickly let go of this thought and opened his status. Once he did that, he immediately broke through. He was now bone-tempering second realm. He decided not to eat any more core since he needed contribution points. He wandered around until sunrise, and finally turned back to return to the city. Boom! A massive explosion shook the very earth. Alex stumbled a bit from the shock wave he felt. The explosion happened very near to where he was. He ran towards the sound, and within minutes saw a massive scene of destruction. Chapter 42, Kill or Save. Alex looked at the scene of destruction. Trees were uprooted by the shock wave and were on fire. Stones crumbled to dust were still in the air. And at the center of the explosion was a massive crater. The crater had not been there previously, and was made by the explosion that had just happened. He walked up to the edge of the crater, and waited for the dust to settle down. Once the air was clear, he finally saw what was inside. The crater was about 10 meters deep and about 20 meters wide. Broken trees and bushes were on fire all over the crater. At the center of the crater was a white and red figure. Alex moved a little closer to see what it was. When he went closer, he finally realized that the white and red figure was a monster. Alex's first thought was to run away, but he stuck around once he noticed the monster wasn't moving at all. Is it dead? He thought. He went a little closer to look at what it was. The monster was a cat-like monster with big whiskers. It was about as big as a rhinoceros, and its fur was white with red patches. Wait, those aren't red patches, he thought. He walked up a little closer to see what it was and found out that what he thought were red patches were actually blood. The cat-like monster was bloody all over. He looked at its wound and saw something sticking out from its back. Alex stopped. He thought he heard something. It was the cry of a cat, but it was very small and didn't feel like one this humongous cat could make. Meow, he once more heard the meek little cry of a cat. He went closer to the dead cat monster when suddenly it started moving. Alex ran to the outer edges of the crater before he could even take another breath. Cat wasn't dead. It was actually moving. He decided to check the description of the cat, so he focused on it. That was all he got. He could neither see the name nor the cultivation of the cat. How strong is this cat? He thought. What would happen if I kill it right now? It seems to be wounded for some reason. Killing it should be easy. Given the high level of this cat, the corpse and core should sell for a lot. Greedy thoughts started to appear in his head. The cat was slowly starting to stand up, but could barely do it. Blood dripped from its body like it was a packet of ketchup. The cat was standing with 3 of its legs, and was holding one of its front limbs to its chest. At first, he thought the cat was holding on to its wound in the chest, but he was wrong. He now realized where that small and meek meow had come from. The giant cat was currently holding a small, newly born cat in its arms. The cat stumbled once more and fell to the ground. Its wounds were too much for it to handle. Alex just stood there and watched, unsure of what to do. Just as he was contemplating on what to do, something moved on the other side of the crater. From far away, it looked like a blob of red and white. When Alex focused to see what it was, he realized it was a silver-colored wolf with a giant wound on its back making it red. That wolf, he thought. It looked very similar. He checked its name, and he was correct. It was the swift wolf that Luo Mei had failed to kill. It was a bone-tempering 4th realm, and was currently making its way towards the wounded cat. The cat made a loud growl that deterred the wolf for a few seconds, but it had more than realized that the cat was in its deathbed, and couldn't do anything anymore. Alex remembered what Luo Mei had told him. A monster cultivates using other monsters' core. It can also heal its wounds by eating the core. What would happen if the wolf ate the strong monster's core? He was scared. The cat couldn't move right now, so it would die to the wolf for sure. Besides, it had its child with it. Alex couldn't stand around and watch the parent and child die. He decided to help them. He took out his sword and ran up to where the cat was. Listening to something else appear towards him, the cat made another large growl. Alex felt his spirit grow cold as that growl left him very scared. The wolf also got scared once more. Alex took a deep breath and walked in front of the cat. I am not going to hurt you. I am here to save you and your child, Alex said out loud and stood with a sword in his hand. The cat looked at him with its clear, cat eyes and closed his eyes. Did it understand me? He wondered. It certainly acted like it. He turned his attention back to the wolf. He turned focus mode on and prepared his smiting blade technique. The wolf was apprehensive of him. It seemed to have enough intelligence to realize that he was with Luo Mei when it got hurt. It was considering whether to attack or not. If he was as strong as Luo Mei, that would just be asking for death. The wolf slowly walked around the cats and the human, taking its time, understanding the situation. It wanted to delay a bit longer, but it was heavily wounded. So if it did not kill the cat and eat its monster core, he was sure to be dead by tomorrow. It had come all the way to the western side of the jungle to get away from the stronger monsters, and now there was an opportunity for it to not only heal, but get stronger in the process too. Given that the situation was life or death, the wolf no longer hesitated and went for the attack. Chapter 43. Successfully refined. The wolf's target was the cat, but it was scared of how strong the human could be, so it first decided to check the human. Seeing the wolf come towards him, Alex immediately swung the blade. The smiting blade-driven sword came down at an incredible speed and did nothing. The wolf had managed to dodge the attack and jumped to the side. Seeing the cultivation he emitted while attacking, the wolf was sure that the human was not strong at all. In fact, he was weaker than himself. The wolf started to get more aggressive now. Even though the focus mode was active, the wolf was actually very fast for him. He could not touch it with his sword, no matter how fast he tried to swing it. Seeing that Alex couldn't do anything, the wolf went on the offensive. Alex got scared and started using another technique. Flame Mastery Scripture. Alex had never used this technique during his fights against the monsters for one simple reason. There was no fire to manipulate. But now, thanks to the massive explosion, there was fire all around him. With his left hand, he called a little tongue of fire towards himself, and immediately increased its size and temperature. He shot the fire towards the incoming wolf. Bam! The fire hit the wolf right in the face. The wolf immediately whimpered like a dog and ran backward. Its silver fur was now charred around its face. Grr! It started to growl a little. The cat behind him was starting to huff and puff. It was dying but refused to. It was staying alive as long as it could for its child. It could not die as long as the wolf was still alive and wanted it and its child's life. The wolf was a little cautious this time. It once again started circling looking for an opening. Alex had brought another piece of fire and was invigorating it with his kai. The wolf once again came towards him and tried to attack him. Similar to last time, Alex once more shot the fire at the wolf. But the wolf was ready this time. It immediately sighed, stepped the fire. Seeing this, Alex suddenly pulled the fire backward and attacked the wolf. The wolf, however, was already near Alex. With one massive swing of its paw, it hit him right in his left arm, breaking the bones underneath. He shouted. This was the first time he had felt such pain in the game. The fire caught up to the wolf and slammed it in the back where the previous wound was. He could now only move his arm from the elbow below. Everything above that was starting to swell. It was hard, but he could still use fire mastery. The wolf had created a distance between them after getting hit by the fire. This time, it even got hit on its old wound, making it start to bleed again. The wolf needed to attack again. It once more swiftly ran at him with the intention of killing if possible. Alex, however, couldn't use the fire very well and instead used it to deter the wolf. The wolf wasn't going to be fooled. It came straight at his chest. Alex blocked the strike with his sword, but the force of the strike still broke a few of his bones. The attack made him fly backward and land on the ground. The wolf immediately came upon him and started to bite his head. With the focus mode on, he could feel the teeth of the wolf start to crack his skull. He was afraid he was going to die. Growl the wolf immediately stopped biting and ran away. Cat had used whatever remaining energy it had left to send the wolf running away. Alex slowly stood up, his head bleeding profusely. The blood ran along the side of his face and was now dripping to the ground. Some of the blood even covering his right eye completely. The wolf had fallen for the same bluff 3 times in a row now. It was incredibly angry. It was now preparing for one last attack to kill Alex for sure this time. Alex was already on death's door, so he was sure if he took another attack from the wolf, he would die for sure. He pulled what little fire he could with his left hand. He stabbed the sword on the ground, and used his only usable hand remaining to wipe the blood off of his face and eye. The wolf started running towards him. Alex wasn't going to die without one last stand. He picked up his sword, ready to give out one last attack when suddenly something happened. 3 notifications appeared in front of his eyes out of nowhere. Steel Sword has taken in your essence. Steel Sword has accepted you as its master. Congratulations. You have successfully refined the true mortal grade weapon Steel Sword. What? The wolf was right upon him. He had lost control of the fire due to his surprise. Seeing the wolf, he immediately used Kai manipulation to stop it. The wolf was at a higher level than him, so there was no way for him to stop it. However, it did slow down the wolf for just enough. Alex activated Smiting Blade. Swoosh, as if the floodgates were opened. Kai started rushing into the Steel Sword at a speed that was incomparable to the previous times. The sword started to glow in bright yellow color, with enough shine that it seemed to outshine the sun. Alex turned to look at the wolf that was right upon him. Its right paw was ready to attack his head, but it was moving very slowly due to his Kai. Alex swung his sword and cut off the limb that was outstretched. The wolf was about to cry out in pain when Alex's sword returned just as quickly and cut off its head. You have defeated Swift Wolf. You have obtained Swift Wolf's core. You have obtained Swift Wolf's paws. Chapter 44. Death. Alex slumped onto the ground once he saw the wolf die. As soon as he sat, he started to vomit out blood. It didn't look as bad on the outside, but the attack on his chest had left a hemorrhage inside. His head was burning with intense pain, and he could barely move his left arm. The blood from his head had once more covered his eyes, but he didn't have the strength to wipe it off this time. Thank you, he heard a voice in his head. Am I hallucinating? He thought. Is this what being close to death feels like? Full of pain and hallucinations. Thank you for saving my child. He heard the voice once more. His eyes immediately opened as he looked towards the cat monster. Its eyes had lost their clarity and started to get groggy, but it was still very much looking at him. Did you just talk? He asked, biting through his pain. I have 2 requests. Would you mind listening to my requests? The cat's mouth didn't move, but he could hear its voice in its head. He was now sure that it was in fact the cat talking. Tell me what your requests are. If I can fulfill it, I shall, he said. Thank you, the cat spoke in his mind and brought out its child from underneath. This is my son. I don't know if you will survive your wounds or not, but if you do, please take care of him. His destiny is to grow up to be the strongest, and I, as his mother, can't let him die here, the cat said. Alex stood up with what little energy and walked up to the cat. The little kitten was weak and had wounds all over its body as well. But those wounds were mostly just minor wounds, and even without any help, it would survive. Alex took out the minor healing pill from his inventory. It was the only healing pill he had, and it only worked on minor injuries. He fed the pill to the little kitten without hesitation. His wounds were not one that he could heal with a meager minor healing pill. The kitten's wounds healed within seconds, and it started to stand up on its little feet. Alex smiled as he saw the little kitten jump around in his hand and jump down to the ground. It then ran towards its mother and started nudging her a little. The cat smiled a little and brought out its tongue and started licking the little kitten. Tears started streaming down her eyes as she kept on licking the little ignorant kitten. Alex's eyes watered a little as well. The cat then looked at him and said, "Now for my second request." The cat looked at him and then turned to look at its child for a few seconds before turning back to him. After a few seconds of silence, it finally closed its eyes and said, "Please kill me." Alex was shocked. That was not what he had been expecting. He coughed a bit more blood as it was getting harder for him to breathe. He looked at the cat and said, "I don't think I can fulfill this request of yours. I myself am nearly dead. Even if you yourself are on your deathbed, I don't have enough strength to kill you, even if I wanted to." The cat looked at him and said, "That's okay. You don't have to kill me with your own strength. Just pull out the sword on my back, and I will die in no time." Alex turned to look at the thing sticking from its back. So that was a sword handle, huh? He thought. He walked up to the back of the cat and tried to pull the sword off, but it was too heavily stuck in there, and he didn't have the strength to pull it. He tried a few more times, but it was fruitless. He was about to give up when he thought of something. He looked towards the cat and said, "I am about to try something different. If it works, the sword will leave your body. Are you ready?" "Yes," the cat said. Alex looked at the handle and grabbed it. However, instead of pulling it this time, he just closed his eyes. His kai started flowing around the surface of the sword. He felt some resistance from the remnant kai of whoever owned the sword, but without someone to guide it, the kai simply disappeared. Whoosh! The sword vanished at once. Instead of pulling it out, Alex had decided to store it into his inventory, and he had succeeded. Meow, the cat purred loudly. The little kitten was scared for a moment, but returned to nudging its mother. The cat slowly licked the little kitten as Alex heard it speak in its mind. "Thank you." Its tongue had stopped licking its child. The cat was dead. "You have defeated White Cat. You have obtained White Cat's core. You have obtained blood essence." This was the first time Alex felt horrible for seeing a notification appear. "Meow?" The little kitten nudged its mother a little more, but there was no response. "Meow, meow." It kept calling its mother to lick him some more, but Alex knew there was no way the cat was going to do anything anymore. Tears started welling up in his eyes as he was saddened by the little kitten's cries. Cough suddenly, he vomited some more blood and got lightheaded. He couldn't keep standing anymore and fell down hard onto the ground. "Meow?" The little kitten saw him fall down and walked up to him. Alex's mind was starting to get hazy as he couldn't tell what was going on outside. He saw a vague silhouette of the little kitten come up to him. He thought he felt something on his forehead, but wasn't sure if it was the little kitten or just his pain. Suddenly, white light shined bright in front of him. He closed his eyes as the light was too much for him to look at. He heard a bunch of notifications pop up, but he wasn't in the state to read them at all. Once the light died down, he opened his eyes once more. The little kitten was there no more. Chapter 45. Important figures. Everything was blurry. His head ached so hard he couldn't even think properly. He had accidentally dropped on his broken left arm, and it was starting to burn with pain as well. His green robe was dyed red in most parts. The most painful part was probably his chest. Most of his ribs were broken, and he was pretty sure some of them had punctured into his organs. Huff huff, he was having a hard time breathing as well. "Please just let me die." All he wanted now was to die. How was the cat able to keep staying alive for so long with so much wound? "Only 3 wounds, and I feel like dying." Couldn't help but think. He kept on wishing to die, but for some reason didn't. From time to time warm bursts of energy appeared from deep in his body that kept him from even fainting. So he had to stay awake and endure the pain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he heard multiple objects moving in the vicinity. Are these the monsters? Will I finally die? He thought. He tried to see what monster it was, but his one open eye was too blurry to tell anything apart. That was when he started hearing voices. What happened here? Hey, there is a kid here. Ma wrong, this is a disciple from your sect. He felt someone pick him up and place something in his mouth. He heard a lady say something. Young man, if you can hear me then swallow this pill, he heard. Unquestioningly, he swallowed the pill. You have consumed body, restructuring pill. Sun God's divine yang body disintegrates everything. Body restructuring pill energy aligns with your spiritual root. Excess energy turned into Kai. You have obtained 954,682 Kai. The intense pain from his head, arms, and chest all disappeared as cool energy washed all over his body. He physically felt his ribs go back to normal and could feel his left arm moving again. Once all the different feelings were gone and he was back to normal, he opened his eyes. There were multiple people in front of him, all high authority figures. He saw 3 sets of clothing in between these people. One was the green-robed figures from Hongwu sect, the second was the yellow-robed figures from the Tiger sect, and the last ones were 2 people, a man and a woman, both wearing purple robes. One of the green robes, wearing figures, was holding him up at the moment. It was a woman in her late 30s, but with no sign of aging. She was elegant yet authoritative. Are you okay, young man? She asked. He tried to understand who she was, but couldn't. While she was wearing green robes, the linings looked yellow in the morning sunlight. He didn't know anyone who wore yellow linings in the sect. Yes, I am all right. Thank you, elder, he said. She snickered a little as her eyes turned crescent. A green-robed elderly gentleman with long flowing white hair and beard walked up to him and said, "Disciple, this is the sect leader. Please, do not call her an elder. That is disrespectful." Alex was shocked. The sect leader? He immediately turned to the lady and saw something he had missed previously due to the morning light. Her robe did not have yellow linings. Her linings were golden. Bronze linings in the sect belonged to the disciples. Silver linings belonged to the elders. So accordingly, gold linings must belong to the sect leader. He immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, sect leader. I only joined the sect a week ago, and know nothing about the important figures in the sect yet." He bowed down. "See, great elder, disciple here wasn't trying to be disrespectful. He just didn't know who we were," she said, looking back at the elderly gentleman. "Great elder. So he is the great elder of the sect," he thought. "You had enough of your talking, Maram? We need to know what happened here. Let us ask your disciple some questions." A big, buff man in his 40s with not a single spot of white in his short hair or scruffy beard appeared behind him. This man was wearing a yellow robe with golden linings as well. "Sect leader of the Tiger sect?" he thought. "Stop being so hasty, Wen Cheng. Of course, we will start questioning him after we have made sure he is all right." The sect leader spoke. "So, is he all right?" Buff man from the Tiger sect spoke. Ma Rong took one glance over his body and sighed as she said, "Yeah, he is all right. I would be shocked if he wasn't all right after eating a body restructuring pill." "Okay, disciple, let us ask you some questions." Alex simply nodded. "Tell us, what are you doing here?" "First of all," she asked, "the forest? I took a 3-day leave from the sect to come hunt in the forest." Alex answered. "No, not the what are you doing here in the crater, where an explosion occurred." She asked. "Oh, I was nearby when the explosion occurred, so I ran to this place to check what it was. After seeing the parent and child monsters being attacked by a wolf, I came down to protect them. While fighting with the wolf I got injured and nearly died. That's when you found me," he said. Oh, everyone looked surprised. They all looked at the swift wolf corpse at the side with its limb and head cut off. Ma Rong turned around and asked him, "So, you defeated the wolf, then, what happened to the parent and child monsters?" Ma Rong asked. It was a question in everybody's mind. I don't know where the little kitten went, but the mother cat is right that he looked around to see an empty spot in the middle of the crater. The little cat, as well as the corpse of the mother cat, had disappeared from the huge crater. Chapter 46. Invitation. "Huh? Where did it go?" "It was right here," he shouted. "Where did what go?" the great elder asked. "The white cat monster. It was right there. The white cat's corpse," he said. Everyone looked around. While there were traces of another monster being here before, there was no corpse here. The presumed sect leader of the Tiger sect asked, "Are you sure the cat was dead? Maybe you were mistaken about it dying?" "No way. I killed the cat myself," he shouted. Ma Rong's eyes furrowed as she frowned as asked, "Didn't you say you were protecting the mother and child? Why are you saying you killed it now?" "I did protect it, but the cat's wound was too much for it, and it asked me to kill it," he said. Everyone presently listening suddenly jerked up a bit. The purple robe-wearing man walked forward and asked, "Young man, you said the cat spoke to you? Can you tell us how it spoke to you?" he asked. "Well, the cat didn't actually speak. I just heard its voice in my mind," he said. Everyone's eyes went wide. The sect leader's eyes too were wide as she softly muttered, "Saint Realm. The monster was in the Saint Realm? If this is true, then this is big news for us. The monster must have spoken using spiritual sense. Only Saint Realm and above have those according to the records." "Wait, if the monster really was in the Saint Realm, then this kid could not have killed it. Either he is lying about killing the monster, or lying about the monster having spiritual sense." An elder from the Tiger sect spoke. Everyone immediately realized that what he had just said was true. Ma Rong looked at him and asked, "How did you say you killed the monster?" Alex realized what was happening. He thought, if what they say is true, and the white cat was, in fact, a Saint Realm monster, then I can't let them see the weapon it came with. But if I don't tell the truth, they will think I'm hiding something, and may forcefully look through my stuff. That would be very bad. He thought of something and pulled out a sword and said, "The cat had this stuck to its back. It told me that if I took this out, it would die due to the wound it would leave behind." The purple-robed man took the sword from Alex without his permission and looked at it closely. The true mortal grade sword. The cat monster must have been attacked by someone in the higher realms, and didn't mind letting go of this sword to kill the monster. He came to a conclusion. Alex had decided at the last second to bring out the steel sword and tell the truth about everything else. Seeing a true mortal grade sword with him, no one doubted him anymore. While a true grade sword was tempting, everyone present here already had better artifacts, so they returned the sword back to him. "Good job, disciple," Ma Rong came from the side. "You managed to meet a Saint Realm monster and live to tell the tale. What is your name?" She asked him. Disciple's name is Yu Ming, he said as he bowed a little. The sect leader was about to say something when a loud voice came from someone else. Yu Ming. Is that true, kid? Wen Cheng, the presumed sect leader of the Tiger sect, cried out. What's going on? Am I in trouble? He was surprised. Are you really Yu Ming? He asked once more. Yes, Alex replied in a small voice. Where were you yesterday night? He asked. Yesterday? I was in the eastern side of the forest hunting monsters. He replied simply. And you didn't meet anyone else? He asked. His presence was very heavy on Yu Ming right now. I did meet a few people, namely Luo Mei and Meng Yun of the Tiger sect. He said. So it is you. I have been searching for you the entire night on the eastern side. To think you were out here in the west, Wen Cheng said. Searching for me? Why? He couldn't understand. What's going on? Ma Rong said from the side. Why is the sect leader of the Tiger sect searching for my sect's disciple? She asked. Ma Rong, I want this disciple of yours. I want him to join our sect, Wen Cheng said. Oh, Ma Rong got curious. And why do you want him exactly? Well, my direct disciple told me that she met an outer sect disciple from your sect with great talent in cultivation. From her information, the disciple was this kid. Since you people focus on alchemy, and not cultivation, it would be a waste to let a gem get buried under the mud in your sect. Wen Cheng tried to give reasoning as to why he wanted him. Of course, he didn't give out the fact that he knew Alex had cultivated for less than 10 days, and had reached his current cultivation, or the fact that Alex had a fantastical ability to find alchemy ingredients. Most of all, he didn't tell them of the fact that Alex was also a genius in alchemy too. If Ma Rong were to find that, he was absolutely sure she would never let go of her disciple. Ma Rong wasn't stupid either. She knew he was hiding something, but couldn't be sure what. There was no reason for a sect leader to go around searching for an outer sect disciple of Hongwu sect, just to invite them. However, she couldn't stop making the choice to go to the Tiger sect either. If he was an inner sect disciple, she could have made some arguments. But, since he was an outer sect disciple, one that joined very recently as well, she couldn't keep him forcefully at all. Ma Rong was now stuck in a dilemma, and couldn't come up with any reason why she should decline Wen Cheng. Chapter 47. Double Invitation. I can give you a true Earth-grade artifact if you let me take him right now. Wen Cheng saw that Ma Rong was in contemplation, so he offered a transaction. Seeing Wen Cheng actually offer something so expensive, Ma Rong was more than sure that there was something he wasn't revealing right now. The other Tiger sect elders in the back started to murmur, and wonder why their sect leader would ever make such an offer. Was the kid really worth that? Alex was stunned too. Did Luo Mei tell him about me? Is that why he's making such an offer? He wanted to say something but couldn't think of what to say in front of such an important crowd. Sect leader, suddenly, a voice shouted from the back. Ma Rong looked back, and found it was the great elder who had just spoken. What is it, great elder? She asked. You see, about a week ago, the 18th elder came to me and talked about how fruitful that week's examination was, and that over 25 participants had passed at once. He started talking. No one understood where this was going, so they kept listening. Apparently, one of those participants got a full score on the examination test. They had identified all 100 ingredients in their bag, and had managed to get a silver library token. He said. Ma Rong seemed to know what he was alluding to, so she asked, Are you trying to say that he is that disciple? The great elder nodded. Yes. I believe the name Lang Shun said was Yu Ming as well. Ma Rong looked at Alex and asked, Did you get a silver library token when you entered the sect? Yes, Elder Lang gave me one the day I entered, Alex replied. Ma Rong smiled. She finally had a reason to decline Wen Cheng's offer. See, Wen Cheng, my disciple is talented in alchemy as well. Even before joining the sect, he already knew a lot about alchemy. So you should give up on trying to force him to join. The Purple Robes duo were watching the ongoing drama with a little smile on their faces. Ma Rong and Wen Cheng kept going back and forth on how one wanted the disciple, and another didn't want to send him away. Purple robed female finally talked for the first time. How about this then, sect leaders? Why don't we ask the young man himself which sect he chooses? Ma Rong and Wen Cheng stopped arguing and thought for a second. Wen Cheng was the first to agree. Yes, Lady Mo is correct. We should let the disciple choose. Wen Cheng stepped forward toward Alex, who was still dazed. Your name is Yu Ming, right? If you join my sect, you will have free access to all the cultivation methods and techniques in the sect. I will also allow you to choose two artifacts from the sect treasury. And on top of that, I will make you my direct disciple. Everyone's eyes opened wide as they heard Wen Cheng's proposition. Ma Rong was also astonished. Even the purple-robed couple's eyes were wide at what was being offered. Amongst them all, however, nobody could top the surprise that Alex felt listening to the Tiger sect's sect leader. Even though his heart said to stick with Hongwu sect, his brain argued that this was a brilliant chance that he could not pass. He had joined Hongwu sect so he could play games and earn money, and alchemy was the best at that. But that wasn't the only way. Even by playing normally, one could earn a lot of money. If he were to join Tiger's sect right now, he could do that as well. He was in a dilemma. Thoughts ran through his mind at a speed faster than he could understand what they were. Ma Rong looked at Alex and saw that he was starting to get swayed. She didn't know what this disciple had aside from good talent in cultivation and the knowledge of alchemy ingredients. From her perspective, Alex was a good disciple, maybe even one of the better ones. But there was no way she would give out as much as Wen Cheng even for her best student. He definitely knows something I don't. But what? She couldn't understand, but she needed to do something quickly. Disciple, if you stay at Hongwu sect, I will make you my direct disciple as well, and let you live in the sect leader's mountain. You will have full access to both the alchemy gardens, and, she reached into her storage bag and brought out something. I will also give you this true earth-grade artifact. The thing she took out was a large green and gold cauldron. Alex looked at the cauldron in awe. This cauldron was many times better than the one used by Kong Yuhan. It was incomparable when it came to the black cauldrons in the alchemist hall. A new offer had arrived that left Alex speechless. Now that there was an incentive to stay at the Hongwu sect, he was getting more and more restless, unable to make a decision by himself. He was close to ripping his long black hair out in frustration. Both of the offers were brilliant, so it was hard to make a choice. Going to the Tiger sect meant being the sect leader's direct disciple, with access to 2 items from the sect treasury, and full access to all of the sect's cultivation resources. Staying at the Hongwu sect meant being the sect leader's direct disciple, full access to all alchemy ingredients in the 2 alchemy garden, and also get the true earth-grade cauldron. Should I choose the Hongwu sect since my original intent was to learn alchemy, and staying now would give me better access to the ingredients? He thought. He had decided. He was about to speak up when the purple-robed man walked forward and spoke. I don't think the young man can choose if both of you offer him something so good. So, I might have a solution to your problems, sect leaders. Chapter 48. Why not? Ma Rong and Wen Cheng switched their attention to the purple-robed man. What solutions do you have, City Lord Fu? Ma Rong asked. I wouldn't mind listening to a suggestion from City Lord Fu. Wen Cheng spoke as well. The man in the purple robe was the City Lord of the Scarlet City. His name was Fu Wen, and along with his wife Mo En, was in charge of the Scarlet City. Here is my suggestion. Since both of you want this disciple so much, why don't you both accept him as your disciple? This way you can both teach him, and he can be part of both of your sects, he said to the 2 sect leaders. And both the sect leaders fell into deep contemplation. Ma Rong looked at Wen Cheng and asked, Tell me the truth. Why do you really want him? She asked. Wen Cheng was about to lie, but instead decided to just tell the truth. Your disciple has only cultivated for 10 days to reach the cultivation he is at now. He really is a genius in cultivation. Ma Rong stared at him, too shocked to speak. She immediately turned to Alex and asked, Is this true? Alex was surprised for a second. How did he know? But soon realized that it must have been Luo Mei who told him. He had let himself speak a bit too freely at that time. Yes, he said softly. Is there any way you can prove it? She asked him. She was having doubts since there was no way a person could cultivate bone-tempering second realm in just 10 days. At least not without incredibly fortuitous encounters. Alex thought for a bit. I don't have anything to prove it, but I can do this, he said as he opened his status and hit breakthrough. He could break through about 3 times if he wanted to with the Kai he got from the pill, but decided to stick with a single one. Still, that was enough to cause a stir in the crowd. The elder, the sect leaders, and even the city lord and lady duo were surprised at how casually the young man in front of them just broke through. Ma Rong asked with her eyes still wide, Why are you in Hongwu sect if you have such talents in cultivation? You are wasted in our sect, she said. Even she believed that sending him to Tiger's sect was the right choice. Alex simply replied, That was because I am really interested in alchemy, and have some talent in it as well. Ma Rong sighed and said, I understand what you mean. Being able to name all the ingredients in the test is good, but it's nothing compared to your actual talent in cultivation. Ma Rong was now trying to talk sense into him. Wen Cheng was pleasantly surprised at the change in Ma Rong. Alex, on the other hand, was starting to get nervous. I have an alchemy skill with the word God in it. If it's anything half as good as it sounds, it will be a waste to not learn alchemy properly. Ever since I was young, I can name every single alchemy ingredients I come across, and have an uncanny ability to recognize them in the wild, he said. He was spilling his own beans, gambling it at the fact that he would somehow get to have the cake from both of the sects. Name every single alchemy ingredient and recognize them in the wild? What do you mean? Ma Rong was slightly confused. He doesn't even look 20. There is no way he could have lived long enough to see and remember every single ingredient in alchemy, she thought. In response, Alex brought out 3 storage bags and handed them to Ma Rong and said, These are all the ingredients I gathered from the forest in the last 3 days. Ma Rong took a look inside one of the bags. As soon as she saw what was inside the bag, she shuddered a bit. She immediately opened the other 2 bags. There are just too many shocking things happening, one after another today. This amount of ingredients is what we collect on both the gardens in a week, and this kid collected it in just 3 days. That too in the southern forest. The great elder came forward after seeing the sect leader basically stop doing anything. What is wrong, sect leader? He asked. Ma Rong didn't speak and simply passed along the 3 bags. When the great elder saw the bag, he was shocked as well. Ma Rong looked at Wen Cheng and said, I'm sorry, but it seems I can't let you have this disciple all to yourself. How about we share him just as City Lord Fu suggested? She asked. Wen Cheng knew there was no way Ma Rong would accept anything less after learning the young man's talents, so he simply agreed. That settles it then. Young man, from today on I will take you on as my direct disciple. Do you agree? He asked. Yes, and I, as the sect leader of Hongwu sect, will take you as my direct disciple as well. Do you agree? Ma Rong took the opportunity to ask as well. The elders and City Lord duo were watching something extraordinary unfold in front of their eyes. Alex was too shocked and forgot to answer for a second. As soon as he realized that, he spoke out, I agree. The 2 sect lords smiled. The great elder spoke from the behind and said, Young man, greet your new masters. Alex immediately realized what he had to do. I, Yu Ming, greet both of my masters. Alex bowed towards both Wen Cheng and Ma Rong. Both the sect leaders smiled, and Wen Cheng said, That settles it then. Let's go to your new sect now, disciple. Ma Rong immediately chimed in. No, he will stay in the Hongwu sect for now. The sect leaders were once more starting to quarrel with each other. Chapter 49. Returning back to sect. He will stay with me. I need to teach him cultivation techniques and martial arts. They take a lot of time. No, he will stay with me. I need to give him my alchemy knowledge. They take more time. The surrounding elders watched the 2 sect leaders quarrel with a wry smile on their faces. The 2 sect leaders were always like this, whenever they met. Alex listened to the argument between the 2 as he too was unsure of what to do exactly. He thought for a moment and spoke. Master. What? Both sect leaders looked at him together. Ooh. He didn't know how to let them know who he was speaking to. Martial master, I have a request. Wen Cheng realized he was talking to him, so he spoke. Go on, tell me your request. My request is that master wait 2 weeks before taking me into the sect. Currently, I am in the middle of learning alchemy, and I don't want to stop. I have a lot of alchemy ingredients, and I want to use them to make pills. I should be done with all of these in 2 weeks, and after that, I will come to stay at Tiger sect for 2 weeks before returning to Hongwu sect, where I will stay 2 more weeks. He stated his request. Ma Rong spoke, so you will stay 2 weeks with us, and then 2 weeks with Wen Cheng, huh? That's not a bad idea. Very well then, we should do that. Wen Cheng sighed as well and said, all right, I guess I can work with that. But be prepared, after you join, I will not only teach you about cultivation, you will be learning how to fight from the ground up, you will be learning many different martial arts, and finally, you will learn other techniques. I understand, martial master. Thank you. Hearing his new disciple's thanks, Wen Cheng breathed a little in, and said to his elders, look around a little, and see if you find the cat's corpse. Also, take a little bit of this blood from where the cat landed in the crater. We might get some use out of it. He then turned to Alex and said, I will see you in 2 weeks, disciple. After saying that, he started to slowly hover and fly away. Alex was shocked. So you can fly with your Kai. Why is it that I am not able to then? He wondered. Ma Rong looked back at Great Elder and said, Great Elder, I think we should take in some of the blood as well. They might come in handy for some alchemy research. I shall do as you say, sect leader. The Great Elder went and gathered some blood from the place where the corpse was. All right, let's return, Ma Rong said as she took out a small boat-like artifact and jumped on it. She turned back to look at Alex, whose eyes showed off towards the artifact, and said, Come on up. I will fly us back to the sect. Alex got out of his stupor and jumped up onto the boat. The other elders simply started flying on their own without any artifacts, similar to what Wen Cheng did. Is the sect leader not capable of flying on her own? He thought. The boat started flying at a faster speed than the other people. We will take our leave now, city lord and lady, she said, and flew away. The speed at which the boat flew reminded him of the bullet train he took to get to Oakleaf City. Does flying in a plane feel the same? He wondered. He looked around and saw that the other elders were now flying faster and catching up to the boat. So he decided to ask, Master, why are we using this boat to fly when the other elders are flying on their own with equal speed? Ma Rong looked back and answered, Flying alone is easy. But when you have multiple people to take with you, it's hard to split your attention to the different people. So, instead of flying all the different people individually, flying a single boat with people on top of it is easier. As for the reason why we aren't faster than the other elders is because I am choosing not to go that fast. You are only a bone-tempering realm. If you were to fall at the full speed of this boat, you would fall and not be able to handle the impact of your fall. Oh, Alex said simply. Also, Master, how do you guys fly? When I try to fly, I can only hover at 20 centimeters above the ground, he asked. Ma Rong's eyes widened as she heard what he had just said. You can hover with your current cultivation? She asked. Yes. I mean, last I tried was before I entered the bone tempering realm about 3 days ago. I haven't tried with my current cultivation, he said. Ma Rong turned towards the other elders and said with a serious face, Everyone, I'm going to go first. Take your time coming back. She then looked towards Alex and said, Hold on. Alex didn't know what was going on, but he gripped the boat on both sides. As soon as he did that, he felt a massive whiplash as the boat sped through the forest, and within 5 minutes reached Tongwu sect. Ma Rong didn't stop there and flew the boat directly to the sect leader's mountain and stopped it only after getting to the peak. She got off the boat, and Alex followed right behind. His legs shook a little as he landed on the ground. The heat was a bit too much for him to handle. It took me an entire night to reach that place in the forest, and she brought me back in less than 6 minutes. He was shocked beyond belief. Ma Rong was a little out of breath as well. She had to use a little too much Kai to speed up the boat by this amount. Why did she do that? He thought. Yu Meng, you said you could hover? Show me, she said simply. Chapter 50. Science Behind Flying. He decided to comply with her request, and slowly wrapped himself with his Kai. Once he was completely wrapped, he lifted himself with his Kai, and started to go up. He had assumed he would stop at around 20 cm, or maybe a little more since he broke through a bit. However, he started floating continuously without stopping. The speed at which he was rising was very slow, but he was rising nonetheless. When he got to about a meter high, Ma Rong told him to stop. He landed on the ground. So you can do it. Ma Rong was in disbelief once more. How is a bone tempering realm cultivator able to carry so much weight with his Kai? She questioned. She looked at Alex, who was looking at her expectantly for an answer. She sighed and asked, Do you know how cultivators normally fly without artifacts? Alex thought for a second, and said, Isn't it by wrapping themselves with their Kai? Yes, but what I'm asking is, do you know why that works for the cultivators? Does it work much for you? She asked. Alex simply shook his head. Ma Rong answered, You see, our Kai increases in quantity when we break through. It keeps getting thicker and thicker as we keep on breaking through the realms. At some point, it gets so thick that we can physically pick objects off using it like a rope or a stick. The thicker they get, the heavier the object they can carry. Imagine Kai as balloons. Once the balloons have more air in them, they become able to carry objects. The more air there is, the heavier the objects they carry. What do you think would happen if I tie a balloon light enough to carry 50 kilograms of weight on a 50 kg rock? She asked. It will carry the rock, he said. No, the balloon will stay stationary. Since the balloon is tied to a 50 kg rock, it is now effectively able to carry 0 weight, so it doesn't fly away. Now, what if I were to break off a small piece of the rock? What would happen? The rock will now start to fly, he answered confidently. Yes, but between the balloon carrying the rock and another balloon of the same capability carrying a 25 kg weight, which do you think would rise faster? She asked. The one with the less weighing rock, he answered. Yes, exactly. Kai is similar. When you were not in the bone tempering realm, your Kai was thick enough to only carry your weight, but once you broke through, it is now able to slowly lift you higher. Since you couldn't change the weight of the rock, you made the balloon even lighter. So, you are able to float up every so slightly. Once you are at a higher realm, your Kai will get thicker and you will be able to fly faster. She explained. Alex felt like he learned something important today. So I can fly once my Kai is able to carry more weight, huh? He thought. But then he thought of something. But master, I was able to carry monsters up easily when I was at the first realm of bone tempering. My Kai shouldn't have been so thick at the time. Ma Rong chuckled a little. That is simple. Take the balloon and the rock for example again. Since they have 0 weight effectively, any outside influence from you is able to lift them up easily. But when you are tied to the balloon, that doesn't work. You can't push the balloon to carry you higher, since the balloon and you are one entity. You were probably hovering above the ground at all because you lifted your feet in anticipation of flying. Alex seemed to have understood a bit. There is a lot more science involved in this than I previously knew, he thought. Ma Rong then said, I know you may be excited to fly soon, so you might try to break through a lot, but don't. You need to stay a bit in each cultivation base to understand the intricacies of it. If you keep on breaking through without stabilizing your cultivation, your foundation will be bad for the future, and you will be sure to end up in Kai deviation, and might lose your entire cultivation as well as your life. Alex was a little surprised. Stabilizing my cultivation? I haven't heard that before. Is leveling up too fast really that bad, he wondered. Still, the threat of death was enough for him to accept it. All right, come with me, Ma Rong said as she walked down the peak. In less than a few minutes, they reached a large, but simple-looking house. A step below the house were several houses with their own courtyard. Choose any of the houses. Since you are my disciple, you will be staying here for now. Starting tomorrow, every morning, I will teach you about alchemy. You will take what you learn and use it to try out alchemy. While you are my student, you are still an outer sect disciple. Quickly make pills to become an inner sect disciple. Also, there is an alchemy room in each of these houses, so you won't have to go to the alchemy hall to practice alchemy. However, I suggest you don't do any alchemy today and finish other business. It's better if you wait until I teach you some basics tomorrow morning. Now go and take a rest. You nearly died today, and are still full of blood and dirt. Go clean yourself." Alex nodded and said his farewell as he left for the leftmost house below the sect leader's house. Once he entered, he looked at the massive interior of the house, with its own backyard and a pond. This had been a long night and day now. He looked at the time and realized it was nearly 10 a.m. He had unintentionally missed his breakfast today. He sighed and walked into a random room, and then logged out. Chapter 51. House with a courtyard. Alex got up from his bed. He was feeling terrible right now. All the pain he had to suffer today was so real that he started to wonder if he was even playing a game. He went and took a cold bath, washing away all the fatigue he felt until now. The near-death experience had traumatized him to some extent, yet somehow he didn't think of it as a bad thing. He went to have his lunch with his roommates and went to his classes. In Diva Corporation, a bald man in his late 40s was sitting in a meeting room apparently waiting for someone. He seemed to be both nervous and excited about who he was about to meet. He suddenly stood up as a door opened, and a young lady in her early 20s walked in. He immediately scattered towards the door to welcome her. "Welcome, Miss Howe, I hope you are doing well," he said with a smile that was incapable of hiding his excitement. The girl felt disgusted, but didn't say anything as she walked ahead and sat down at the table. "Is it ready?" she asked. The man practically ran towards her to bring her a stack of papers in a neat binding. "Here are the records from the eternal cultivation, miss. We have prepared them just as you asked." The young lady briefly looked through the papers and nodded to herself. "Good, I'm leaving." She stood up and started walking away. "Miss Howe," the man immediately called her, stopping her in her tracks. "Is it possible for us to meet the genius that made this game?" he asked. The lady simply turned around and said, "You aren't worthy to meet him. Just sit back and hope something new comes along your way. That is all you deserve." She then walked away. The company had made billions from the game the Lady Howe had given to the Diva Corporation, and he as the president would get most of the profits. So, he happily took the woman's insults without any annoyance. He was now starting to hope the lady would bring along something else from the game's creator. He could only hope that much. Alex returned from his classes. He didn't learn much today, as he was mostly distracted by the thoughts of what had happened this morning. He returned to his room, after having his afternoon lunch. As soon as he was done changing his clothes, he jumped back into the game. He opened his eyes inside the random room he had walked into when he logged out this morning. He walked around the house to check it out. The house had about 5 rooms in it, with 4 of them being normal rooms, and the last one being an alchemy room with a fire pit in the middle. Behind the house was a small courtyard with an artificial-looking, small pond in it. He walked up to the pond and took a look at it. What he saw was an unrecognizable man with long black hair and blue eyes. The man was wearing a light green robe with red all over it. "Is that me?" he thought. He had only seen his in-game appearance once when he first made the character. That was a 5-second glance that he checked no further after that. Looking at it now after nearly 2 weeks, he was surprised at how different he looked from real life. He decided to take a bath right here with the water in the pond. He took off his clothes and looked at his well-built body. "I wouldn't mind having this body for real," he thought. He used Kai manipulation to carry some water from the pond and poured it over himself. He started washing away the hardened blood in his hairs and skins. The water running down his body turned red as they washed away all the blood. As he was rubbing away more blood, he noticed something. On his left arm, where the wolf had first hit him, there was a red scar. The scar was in the shape of a monster's paw. "Did the wolf hit me so hard that it left a paw mark even after healing the wound?" he thought. He slowly touched the tattoo-like scar, wondering if it would ever heal. He thought he felt something from the scar. Something like a vibration from a sound. He touched it once more, but nothing happened. So, he went back to cleaning himself. After he was done bathing, he took out his remaining clean robe and wore it. After that was done, it was time to go down to the sect valley for the multitude of things he had to do. He walked down the sect leader's mountain and quickly reached the bottom. As he was walking out, an elder he had never seen before came up to him and asked, "Are you Ming?" "Yes," he said skeptically, not knowing what the elder wanted. "Give me your nameplate," he asked. Alex took out his nameplate and handed it to this elder. The elder took out a medallion and held it as he placed Alex's nameplate on his forehead. Soon after, he handed back the nameplate and said, "With this, you have the freedom to go to the alchemy garden, and can take out anything you want from there without charge. But make sure not to go overboard with what you take. While you may have the right to take the ingredients from there, you do not have the right to waste those ingredients for your own selfish reasons, understand?" The elder seemed a little too stern. Alex agreed without question. Besides, he didn't intend to use that many resources from the gardens anyway. He would only use them when he couldn't find the items elsewhere. After the elder let him go, he started walking straight to the disciple hall. He had taken a 3-day leave and needed to tell them that he was back. Chapter 52. Testing his new strength. It didn't take long for Alex to reach Disciple Hall. He looked at the ranking board in front of the hall and realized he had gone down in ranking. I was gone away for 3 days, and I am already down by 200 ranking spots, he thought. He walked back to the Alchemy achievements and realized he was down on that side too. He laughed wryly and didn't think much of it. He had returned now, and with the number of stuff he had got back, he could easily get those rankings back and more. He went into the Disciple Hall and let them know of his return. After that, he walked towards the sect market. It was around 4 p.m., and the sect valley was at the peak of crowdedness. He walked into the sect market and went straight to the elder's stall. He had to wait a while before his time came up eventually. The elder looked at him and asked, "Are you here to buy or sell?" "Both," Alex simply answered. He then reached into his robes and took out 2 storage bags. He checked the storage bags one more time and handed them to the elder. The elder was surprised someone actually initiated to hand him a storage bag of their own. He then diverted his attention to the storage bag. The elder's eyes started to widen. The more he looked, the wider it got. He snapped his head as he looked at Alex. Bone tempering 3rd realm. "So how are the corpses here so strong?" he wondered. "Are you selling these in the place of someone else?" he asked. "No, those are for me," Alex simply answered. "Young man, if these belong to someone else, and you stole this, you must confess. Lying will not get you anywhere." The elder got more vocal about it. Alex didn't know what else to say, so he simply insisted on it being his. "Those belong to me, and me alone, elder. I did not steal them from anybody," he said. The elder was starting to get irritated. "Are you saying you killed this organ-tempering realm bird monster?" he asked, mentioning one of the monsters inside the bag. "No, I didn't. Someone else did. But they gave me the monster corpses, so it's mine," he said. The elder finally felt like he was getting the truth out of him. "See, these don't belong to you. Tell the core disciple who killed these monsters to come to sell these monsters on their own." The elder believed that only a core disciple could possibly be strong enough to kill all of these monsters. He handed the bag back to Alex. Alex frowned a little but said nothing. "Whatever, I will ask Master tomorrow to sell these in my stead. I will like to see how he will refuse Master." Although he was the sect leader's direct disciple, aside from a handful of elders who were there, and the elder below the mountain, nobody else had the information. Alex didn't like flaunting his master's name around, and also didn't have anything to prove he was her disciple. So, he simply took out the strong monster corpses and handed the bag back to the elder. The elder frowned as he looked at the bag once more. This time, only bone-tempering 3rd realm and fewer monster corpses were there. "Are you saying you killed these?" the elder asked. Alex simply nodded. There was no way the elder could prove this claim false, so he simply started counting the points. The bag only had corpses, and not cores for materials. Alex had learned that both of those latter were extremely useful for pill making. After a while, the elder spoke out. 52 points for skin-tempering realm corpses, 360 points for muscle-tempering realm monsters, 220 points for bone-tempering realm monsters, for a total of 632 points. Alex handed him his nameplate and got the points. For buying, he bought some of the ingredients he lacked for making a spirit-enhancing pill. After getting those ingredients, he walked to the library. He was here just to return the Smiting Blade book. Once he did, he left. He had wanted to get some recipes for new pills, but lacked the points right now. "I will wait until tomorrow when I meet the master," he thought. Since he still had some time to spare before having to log out for dinner, he decided to visit the training hall. I wonder how strong a true mortal grade sword is. He was really curious about his newfound strength. He placed his nameplate in a wooden post inside the training hall, and a wooden puppet jumped up. The wooden puppet could take up to mind-tempering realm cultivators' damage and remain standing, so he was free to attack it however hard he wanted. He took out the steel sword and held it in his hand. Even without doing anything, he could feel a sense of connection to it as it started to passively suck in his Kai to glow a bit. While the amount of Kai it sucked wasn't a lot, it was substantial enough to increase its strength for sure. Previously, without using a technique, the steel sword did exactly 1 realm lower than his cultivation in damage. Now that he had refined it, he was looking forward to the new damage. He held his sword in an attacking stance and jumped forward. As soon as he reached the puppet, he simply swung the sword onto the wooden puppet. By him, he could tell the damage was much higher than what he could do with his own fists. He turned back to look at the information on the post. Bone tempering 5th realm 2 realms higher. That was how good a refined true mortal grade sword was. If simply using this sword without any technique already resulted in such damage, then how much more damage can using a technique give him? The thought of this was starting to excite Alex. Chapter 53. Ebony Corundum Stiletto. Alex got ready to attack once more. He picked up his sword and started channeling his Kai around his body as per the Smiting Blade technique. His Kai was flowing into the sword at an incredible speed. He had been in a half-dead state when this first happened, so he didn't have to luxury to fully experience what it felt like. But now that he did, it was glorious. Feeling the Kai slide into the blade with zero resistance was such a cathartic experience. Once the blade was filled to the brim with his Kai, he moved. In a single step, he reached the wooden puppet and swung his sword. The sound the hit made was actually quieter than the last time, yet he could tell the damage was much higher. The penetration power of the sword was much higher with the technique, so it didn't hit enough of the wooden puppet to make much sound. Alex turned around to look at the damage value. Body tempering 7th realm 4 realms higher? He was shocked. That's much higher than I had expected. He looked at the pup, which had a deep, almost invisible cut going from its left shoulder to its right waist. It took a few moments for the puppet to heal back. Now that he was done checking his damage with his new sword, he decided to leave. But just then, he remembered. Wait, what about the other sword? He decided to check that one as well. He opened his inventory to see the new sword. Once he found it, he brought it out. Bang! The moment the sword left his inventory, it fell onto the ground with a loud sound. This sound was larger than when he first hit the puppet with his sword. Thankfully, this was the training hall, so nobody checked what had just happened. The sword had been inside the mother cat when he put it into his inventory, so he hadn't seen what the sword looked like and only the hilt. Now that he was looking at the actual sword, he was in awe. Despite how big the hilt gave the impression of the sword being, the sword was actually tall, but a thin two-sided sword. It looked like it had some sort of marking or words on it at first glance, but looking at it more carefully, it was just the texture of the metal itself. The blade itself had a brownish color to it with some gold hue to it. The crossguard was quite long for such a thin sword and made purely of silver like metal. The hilt was wrapped in red leather, probably from some high-level monster. He focused on the blade a bit and a panel appeared. Ebony corundum stiletto grade. Earth, it's not giving me any information aside from the grade, he thought. He checked the steel sword. Steel sword. Refined grade. True mortal elemental alignment. None weight. 10 kDOK. The steel sword is giving a few more information now. Is it because I refined it? He wondered. He tried to recall back to how the refinement actually happened. Didn't it say something about the sword accepting my essence? He thought. What is essence though? Essence, I have heard of that word somewhere else. That's right. He immediately opened his inventory. There was an item in there that he got after killing the cat monster. Blood essence. So does essence mean blood? He wondered. He remembered that he had never before been bled in the game. The only time he did was the fight against the wolf. So, if that was the exact time the sword was refined, then blood would make sense to be the essence. Do I have to cut myself now? He didn't want to intentionally bleed. Still, he braced himself and cut his fingertip. Blood started pooling on top of his finger. He looked at his finger and was actually surprised. His finger was actually starting to close up a bit. Is this because I am a cultivator? He wondered. He dropped the pooled up blood into the sword. The drop of blood fell onto the blade, but it just slipped off the surface of the blade and fell into the soil below. He was curious about what had just happened, so he bent down to grab the sword. Surprisingly, the sword was heavy. In fact, it was so heavy that he was unable to move it even a single centimeter. How is such a small sword so heavy? He wondered. He tried a couple more times to no avail. What if I try to put my Kai into it? Will that make it better? He thought. He grabbed the hilt of the blade and slowly started to pour in his Kai. The resistance he felt was massive. The sword absolutely didn't want his Kai and was vehemently refusing it. He started using more force to put in the Kai, and suddenly massive energy started pouring into him from the sword. His body started to hurt, and he immediately stopped forcing in the Kai. Any longer and I would have been seriously hurt, he thought. The sword refused his Kai so much that it nearly wounded him in return. He looked at the sword with a little bit of dread in his eyes. The sword is too strong for me right now. I should try again once my cultivation base is higher, he thought. He hadn't been here for more than 10 minutes, but the nameplate still took 5 points. He didn't care though. He took his nameplate and walked out of the training hall. Now that he could think of nothing else to do, he decided to go back to his residence in the sect leader's mountain. Nobody stopped him this time, so his way to his residence was smooth. Once he was in the house, he looked at the time and realized it was about time for dinner. So, he logged out. Chapter 54. Unlocking. After dinner, Alex logged back into the game. The evening had turned into night, and his new house was lit with lanterns. There were multiple lanterns all around the house for light. He took a lantern and walked out into the courtyard. The lantern wasn't bright enough to light up the giant courtyard, and only dimly lit it, but that was enough for a cultivator like Alex who could see well even without lights. He sat down on the grass near the pond and took off the lantern's covering. He was going to practice flame mastery scripture for now. For 2 hours straight, he did nothing but manipulate the fire. By now, he didn't require a lot of Kai to manipulate the fire. He was worried that his speed at cultivating would be bad for him, and he would start to lose proper control over his Kai. Thankfully, 3 nights of hunting monsters had greatly stabilized his fast-growing cultivation. Now he just had to stabilize the cultivation he was in, and he could break through once more. He hadn't met a single bottleneck as of yet, which he was unsure was related to his talent or not. The number next to the required Kai amount never dropped below 100%. After he was done with practicing flame mastery scripture, he started practicing to fly. While he only moved upwards very slowly, he could still learn how to move from side to side. He brought out his Kai and started wrapping it around himself. Once he made the Kai lift him, he slowly started to rise up. At around 1 meter off the ground, he stopped his Kai from lifting him up any further and started to hover there. After that, he took some more Kai and started to move with it. It was only due to gravity that he had problems moving upwards. Since there was nothing keeping him from moving sideways, he started to freely float around. His speed of moving sideways was a little faster than moving normally. He dropped to the floor once more and thought of something. Ma Rong mentioned something about him only being able to hover because he unconsciously lifted himself off of the ground before trying to fly. What will happen if I jump first before trying to fly? He wondered. Once more he wrapped himself with Kai and jumped really hard. With his current cultivation, he could easily jump 4-5 meters of height. The highest height, he suddenly used the Kai to keep him afloat. Finally, it started feeling like flying to him. At this high he started to look at the night sky, the open mountain range, and the light scattering into the atmosphere from the sect valley. It all looked so fantastical to him. He realized, at some point while playing this game, he had stopped wanting to play it for the money, and instead wanted to play it for himself. He practiced flying for a while. Every once in a while, he would try floating some small stones from nearby with him. Splitting his attention between himself and the other things was hard, and that was exactly why he was practicing. Manipulating his entire body with his Kai to keep it afloat was a very draining task. Before he knew it, he had used up all his Kai. So, he sat down to cultivate. But before he started, he had one more thing he had to do. He quickly opened his inventory and took out something. He looked at the thing in his hand, something that he had been looking forward to for the last 2 days. It was a small flower with 5 yellow petals, a spirit-cleansing lily. According to Luo Mei, if he were to hold this flower while he cultivated overnight, he would unlock the spiritual sense that only someone in the saint realm could do. He took a deep breath and started cultivating. Very soon, his starry sky Kai absorption method was activated, and he fell into a deep trance. Sun God's divine yang body increasing cultivation speed by 500%. Starry sky Kai absorption methods night bonus increasing cultivation speed by 200%. Obtain 200 Kai, obtain 200 Kai, obtain 200 Kai. At first, it was a normal night of cultivation. Nothing happened with the flower in his hand, but after a while, the yellow flower was faintly glowing with yellow light. It would light up for a moment, and then die down. Light up once more, and die down again. The rhythm at which it did that was erratic at first, but slowly, after some time, it started to harmonize with Alex's breathing. Every time he took a breath in the flower lit up. Every time he let go of his breath, the flower got dark again. Every single breath, the flower was starting to light up more and more until at one point it lit up so much that some of its lights started breaking off of the flower and floating up. They slowly reached Alex's face, and he breathed them in. Every single breath, the flower broke more and more into light ember-like fragments that were breathed in by Alex. After some time, the entirety of the flower was devoured by Alex's breathing. Once they all inside him, his body started glowing slightly as well. The flowers had reached his lungs. From there, they got into his bloodstream and made their way up to his brain. Once they reached his brain, they slowly started to get absorbed by something in his head. Slowly, a mental space started forming in his head. The space inside his mind looked like it was full of water, but the water wasn't exactly water. It was something else. The water was turbulent for a while as it grew. After it reached a massive size, it stopped growing and became still. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the unconscious Alex. Congratulations, you have unlocked your spiritual C. You can now use spiritual sense. Chapter 55, Spiritual Sense. The early dawn brought in rays of light that lit up Alex's courtyard where he was currently cultivating. Alex slowly opened his eyes as he got out of what he considered was basically sleeping. Every time he cultivated, he would always fall asleep, but somehow never wake up later than the morning. He would always wake up at some time between 6 and 7 a.m. for some reason. He had gotten used to that by now. He looked at the rays of light coming in from the front of his house. It seemed his house was facing east. At the same time, he saw the walls of the house, the trees in the courtyard, the multitude of blades of grasses in the ground, as well as the pond that was currently behind him. Wait a second. What is going on? He thought. He could currently see things he wasn't even looking at. The pond was currently behind him, so how could he possibly see it? The blades of grasses were too many for him to be able to see at the same time. He closed his eyes to clear all of the visions he was seeing right now, but that didn't help. He could still see everything clearly. Well, almost everything. He could no longer see the rays of light coming from afar or anything that wasn't in his courtyard. He could see the walls of his house and also see beyond those walls, but not far off. He could see the pond and also everything in it. He could see the many fishes swimming in the pond. Once he started focusing on specific things, everything else stopped overwhelming him. While he could still see everything, he started to ignore them. Yet even when he focused on something, he could still feel the thing he was looking at had multiple things in it that he was looking at once. For example, when he looked at the pond, he could see all the fishes at once and individually at the same time. He felt that he could keep track of all the fishes, even though there were hundreds of them in there. He looked at the multitudes of grass blades on the ground. Since there were easily more than 100 grasses, he was having trouble focusing on them all at the same time. He had to section off about 100 or 200 of the grass blades to see them all at the same time as well as individually. He could clearly feel his mental strength had improved a lot more. He kept looking around at the different things with his eyes still closed. He kept wondering what was happening, why he could see so much. Then he looked at his own self and realized something: the yellow flower was gone. Only then did he understand what happened. Wait, so this is the spiritual sense that Luo Mei was talking about? He thought. He used the spiritual sense to look at himself. He finally saw what the other people would see when they looked at him. No more reflected image in the water. This was the true him. He quietly admired how he looked. He started looking at the different things with his spiritual sense. Slowly, he realized that seeing was not all there was to the spiritual sense. He could also feel the objects he was looking at. He could tell whether an object was smooth or rough. He could tell whether something was hot or cold. He could even tell apart which objects weighed more and which weighed less. As he was looking at the different things, he realized something was being drained in his mind, and before he knew it, he stopped seeing anything. He was now in the dark. Did I deplete my spiritual sense already? He thought. He opened his eyes to look properly once more. Looking with his eyes felt like a degrade now that he had spiritual sense. Still, due to his increased mental power, his eyes could keep track of a lot of different things now. While the amount wasn't as large as when he was using his spiritual sense, it was still a lot. He decided to check if he could handle multiple objects with Kai manipulation now that he was able to track multiple things at once. He started floating a small stone. Then, he started to do the same to another stone. And another. Soon, he was individually keeping 5 stones afloat. He tried some more. At around 8 stones, he started feeling some mental strain, and at 10 he had reached his limits. After moving them all separately for a while, he dropped the stone. 10 is too much for me. I should stick with 8 or less for now, he thought. He looked at the time and realized he had been practicing for nearly an hour now, and it was almost 7. I have an alchemy lesson with Master today. I should go and come back to the game as soon as I can, he thought. He quickly logged out and did all of his morning business. Once he ate his breakfast, he returned back to the room and logged into the game. He had returned to the game in about 15 minutes, so decided to go to the sect leader's abode as soon as he could. He opened his eyes and started to stand up, but suddenly he noticed something. The first thing he noticed was that quite a lot of his spiritual sense had come back. But that was not what surprised him the most. He slowly looked around, using both his eyes and spiritual sense. He was no longer where he had logged out, and had in fact logged in a room somewhere else. Where am I? He thought. Just as he thought that, the door to the room opened, and he looked up to see who it was. He looked at the person who had just entered and said in surprise, "Master?" Chapter 56, Spiritual Sea. Are you alright? Ma Rong asked as soon as she entered. Alex was a little perplexed as to what she meant. So, he simply answered, "Yes, I'm alright." "What were you doing sleeping in the courtyard? I was worried you were sick or something," she said with a concerned look on her face. Oh, I was cultivating over the course of last night, and must have fallen asleep outside in the courtyard," he said. Damn, does the game not remove your character from the world while you log out? He thought. Until now he had assumed that whenever someone logged out of the game would remove their bodies from the play so that it didn't hinder anything else. I shouldn't log out in dangerous places from now on, he said to himself. Fall asleep while cultivating? Why would you fall asleep while cultivating? She asked. Huh? Do you not fall asleep while cultivating? I have never been awake when I cultivated, he answered simply. Ma Rong looked at him like she had just heard something very absurd. What sort of cultivator falls asleep while cultivating? What if you get attacked while you were cultivating? What would you do then? Simply die? She asked. Alex thought for a moment and couldn't come up with an answer. That's right. What would I do if something life-threatening happened while I was cultivating? Would I get woken up by the threat? Or would I simply die? His master's worries made sense. Come, it's time for your training, she said as she called him outside. He followed her outside and realized he was still in his house. He hadn't recognized it immediately since he hadn't stayed here for long. He followed his master to the alchemy room in his house. There was no need for paying contribution points to use alchemy rooms here. She sat down on one side of the room and told him to sit on the other side. Once they were both seated, they were both on either side of the fire. She took out a cauldron and placed it on top of the fire. The cauldron was made up of green material, with gold objects attached to it. I promised to give you this cauldron, didn't I? This cauldron is called the Golden Jade Cauldron. It was given to me by my master when I surpassed him in alchemy. The true mortal grade cauldron, and from today on, it is yours. Ma Rong spoke with a bit of emotion in her voice. All right, we will start now. You don't have anything to do before we start, right? She asked. Alex thought for a bit and decided he should ask her something. He took a deep breath and said, Master, I unlocked my spiritual sense today. Okay, if that is all then we can stop. Ma Rong stopped as she was talking. What did you just say? She looked at him as if she misheard what he had just said. I unlocked my spiritual sense today, he repeated once more. No way, you are a bone-tempering realm cultivator. You cannot unlock spiritual sense until the saint realm. You must have mistaken your normal Kai sense as spiritual sense. Although even Kai sense is only supposed to unlock once you reach true realm, she refused to believe it. Master, I used a spirit cleansing lily to unlock my spiritual sense, he told her. Ma Rong's eyes were wide with shock. How do you know about the spirit cleansing lily? No, where did you even get it from? They are incredibly expensive. She was still refusing to accept the fact that he had unlocked. Did you forget, Master? I can recognize every alchemy ingredient I see in the wild. I got mine in the western forest, outside of the city. He said whatever he could to make her believe him. Ma Rong thought for a second. Does that mean you have a spiritual see now? She asked. See? What's a spiritual see? He asked. If you really did unlock your spiritual sense, then you must have unlocked your spiritual see. The spiritual see is where your sense is located. According to the records, the see is in your mind that you can feel with your spiritual sense. The larger your see, the more powerful the spiritual sense. She explained. Alex quieted for a second. A see? Do I have one? He thought. He quickly started probing into himself with his spiritual sense. He felt no resistance as he looked inside his mind. Somewhere on his head was a small bubble of spiritual energy. Once he looked at what was inside, he saw a massive, but quiet sea with some occasional waves. The sea looked a bit dried up, but was constantly getting back to its previous state. Yes, Master. There is something in my head. It's like a bubble of spiritual energy, and inside the bubble is a vast body of water, just like a sea, he said. Ma Rong was shocked. So you really did unlock your spiritual sense. That is too fast. He was looking at him like she was looking at a monster. But wait, you said you found a spirit cleansing lily. How did you choose the right one? Do you know that choosing the wrong flower destroys the entire flower bed? She asked. Yes. I just know which flower is the right one. I have picked 2 lilies by now. One by myself and another for Luo Mei of Tiger Sect, who I met during my hunt. He said. So are you saying you can pick the right flower out of the entire bed of flowers? She asked once more. Alex simply nodded. Ma Rong's eyes seemed to light up with excitement. She abruptly stood up and walked outside. She almost forgot about Alex and her excitement and left by herself. She turned back to look at Alex, who by now had a curious look on his face. Ma Rong's eyes lit up as she said, Follow me. If you really can tell apart a spirit cleansing lily from the normal lilies, then you have a job to do. Chapter 57, Third Lily. Alex followed Ma Rong down the mountain. The time was late morning, so a lot of people were already in the sect valley going about their own business. As soon as she left the mountain, she took a sharp right turn and walked towards another mountain. One of the alchemy gardens? He thought. This was Alex's first time entering the alchemy garden, so when he finally got to see what the mountain was like, he was extremely surprised. When he first heard the word garden, he had expected a well-organized and well-kept botanical landscape, but it was anything but that. This looked more like a jungle that no one had visited in over a century. There was no proper walking path, plants grew wherever they wanted, and there was no way to tell what was required in alchemy and what was just useless weeds. Why is the garden so disorganized, Master? He decided to ask. Is this your first time? The garden is always like this. We try not to interfere with how the plants grow and only take what we need, although sometimes it's hard to find exactly what you are looking for, she said. Alex looked around a bit more. He was ignoring the feeling he had when he saw an alchemy ingredient. He was jaded to the feeling and could control himself now. He used his spiritual sense to look at the different plants. Various information flooded into him, even telling him what the ingredients were. He didn't even have to focus to know now. As he went forward, he stopped when he saw his master had stopped as well. He tried to look at what was in front of her. When he saw the flowers, he was surprised. A spirit cleansing lily? He asked. Yes, it has been in this garden for years now, highly regulated by the elders, so nobody gets to even look at it under normal circumstances. She turned towards Alex and asked, Can you tell me which one is the real one? Alex looked at the flower bed and walked towards it. After reaching it, he simply pointed to a blue flower in the midst of the flower bed. Ma Rong looked at him nervously. Are you absolutely sure? She asked. He nodded confidently. Ma Rong took a deep breath and grabbed the blue flower with a nervous hand. Here goes nothing. She picked the flower. She half expected all the rest of the flowers to wilt, but they didn't. I did it. I did it. Haha, I finally got a spirit cleansing lily. She was so excited that she nearly jumped up and down. After she settled down from her excitement, she looked at Alex like he was a gem. So, you really have the talent to tell apart the alchemy ingredients, huh? That is gonna come in handy very much. Give me your nameplate, she said. Alex took out his nameplate and handed it to her. She was about to change something in the nameplate when she noticed he already had a pill registered under his name. You have already made pills? Didn't you join less than 2 weeks ago? She asked. Yeah, I made it the day before I left to hunt, he answered. Monster was all she could think. When did you start making pills? She couldn't help but ask. Oh, I started the same day. He replied. Oh, is this the only pill you were able to make that day? No, I made 8 of those pills. I had 9 batches of ingredients and failed the first time. After that, I succeeded in all the other attempts. I gave the 10% Harmony one to the Disciple Hall, and sold the remaining 7 for points. He answered. Monster. He can't be called a genius any longer. Monster is the only word that fits him. She was shaking internally hearing his success rate. 8 out of 9 success rates was something normal alchemists would only hope for. A beginner making a single mistake and succeeding the rest of the attempts was unheard of. You gave them 10% one? What was your highest harmony level? If I remember correctly, it was 16%. Ma Rong's eyes were wider than the flower she was holding. Monster, she said out loud. What? Alex asked. Did she just call me a monster? Nothing, she said as she focused back on his nameplate. She did something to the nameplate and returned it. And then she said something that shocked Alex, unlike anything he had felt before. She said, You are now a core disciple of the Hongwu sect, with the privileges of an elder. Alex had a problem grasping at the concept of what had just happened. But I haven't completed any tests. How can I be a core disciple? He asked. Ma Rong simply said, Of course you can. I am the sect leader. If anyone had problems with that, they can come to talk to me. I will go tell the elders about what you did, and not even they will argue against me. She took out a medallion from her storage bag and started talking into it. Great Elder, and all the numbered elders. Please come gather in the elders' hall within the next hour. I need an emergency meeting with you all to talk about some important topic. All around the sect, the Great Elder and the different numbered elders, namely 1st Elder to 18th Elder, heard the announcement and started preparing to go to the elders' hall. It was not always that the sect leader herself called for a meeting. Once she was done making the announcement, she turned towards Alex and said, Thank you. Thanks to you, I can also unlock my spiritual sea and spiritual sense. Go back and do what you want. For now, I need to go to the meeting. I will come to meet you tonight. Alex watched as she left the garden. He looked at the time and it wasn't even 9. He decided to look around the garden a bit longer. Chapter 58. Misuse of Authority. While Alex was going around the garden looking at everything, while the elders were convening in the elders' hall, some elders arrived before even 15 minutes had passed after the sect leader's message had been sent out. There were 20 seats in the meeting chamber inside the elders' hall. 3 of them were on top of a small podium, while the rest of them were on either side of the room. Elders started to enter the room and seating in their respective numbered seats. Oh, 7th Elder, you came rather early. A young man walked into the room. He was in his late 20s, but didn't look that old. Oh, Elder Lang, congratulations on making into the numbered elders rank. Your father and master must be proud. Oh, I should probably start calling you 18th Elder, so that I don't confuse you between you and your father. The 7th Elder laughed as he said this. I don't think that is even possible, 7th Elder. My father won't respond to anything you call him other than the 1st Elder. He's way too used to it now. Elder Lang laughed as well. Lang Shun was the son of the 1st Elder, Lang Luoyang, and a direct disciple of the Great Elder, Chang Peng. He had shown great progress in both alchemy and cultivation, and had recently been granted the title of 18th Elder. As the 18th Elder, his primary task was to filter the disciples entering the sect. This was how he had come to learn about Alex's incredible test results, and had given him a silver library token. Time passed slowly, and more elders entered the room. The seats on either side of the room started to slowly fill up. The seats on the podium, however, remained empty. Sometimes later, the sect leader finally entered the meeting hall. Following behind her was a white-haired and white-bearded old gentleman, who was the Great Elder. Slightly behind them was a man that looked young, but wasn't, based on the whites in his hair and beard. He looked an older image of the 18th Elder. This was the 1st Elder, Lang Luoyang. The sect leader walked up the podium and sat on the middle seat. The Great Elder sat to her left, and the 1st Elder sat to her right. Ma Rong looked at the elders in the hall, and was about to start the meeting when she noticed 2 of the seats nearest to the podium empty. Have the 2nd and 3rd Elder not returned from the capital? She asked the group. The 8th Elder replied, No, sect leader. They should have returned by now, but you know those husband and wife pair. They must have gone to some other city after they left the cardinal city. Hopefully they didn't forget to get back the information about the upcoming competition. Since we are all here, let's start the meeting, Ma Rong said. I am holding this meeting to talk about two things, both regarding my disciple. Many of the elders that heard her were confused. Sect leader has a disciple? Why have I not heard this before? Some of the elders started discussing amongst themselves. The first reason is, I am going to make my disciple a core disciple, the sect leader simply said. Most of the elders didn't say anything. If the sect leader had a disciple, then the disciple must be a high-leveled alchemist. Only the 5th elder, the 9th elder, and the great elder looked at the sect leader in surprise. They were there on that crater where the Saint Realm cat monster had landed, and they had firsthand seen that the disciple was only an outer sect disciple. Even if he became a direct disciple, he would still have to go through the normal procedures to become a core disciple. Sect leader, are you sure that's all right? The great elder asked from the side. I will go into the reasons soon, great elder. She reassured the elder about her decisions. The second reason is I am here to authorize my disciple to have free access to everything in the sect. This decision was a lot more controversial than the first one. Nearly every elder chimed in to give their piece of opinion on the matter. Giving a disciple free access to everything in the sect was a massive deal to the elders. While an elder may have more authority than such a disciple, they would still be bounded by rules in the sect, and not be able to access everything freely. Ma Rong had expected the cries of refusal, so she was ready. She brought forth her palm in the air to stop them from talking. Once they saw it, the elders all quieted down. The 6th elder spoke. I am sorry, but this feels like a blatant misuse of your authority, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. Can you tell us why you are doing this? The 12th elder asked. In response, Ma Rong simply took out a 5-petaled blue flower. Does anyone recognize what this is? She asked the crowd. The 1st elder and the great elder immediately got more attentive to the flower in her hand. They recognized what it was and understood what it meant for the sect. This flower was a major deal for the progress of the sect. As for the other elders, they were stumped. The flower was too normal for them to recognize what it was. They turned around to look at each other in the hope of finding an answer. Ma Rong looked at them and understood that not everyone could recognize this flower without reading its description in the records. She looked towards the 1st elder and said, First elder, could you please tell the other elders what the name of this flower is? She had seen his reaction and knew he recognized it. The 1st elder slowly spoke. Sect leader, is that really it? Is that the spirit cleansing lily? As soon as the crowd heard the name, they were in absolute disbelief as well. Chapter 59, Granted. What? That's the spirit cleansing lily? No way. That is the flower that gives you spiritual see and sense. The crowd of elders went mad as soon as they heard the name. Anyone who knew anything in an alchemy focused sect surely knew about this flower. They might not know what it looks like, but they absolutely had heard about it. Ma Rong looked at the elders' incoherent noises and waited for them to quiet down. Once the voices stopped talking, she spoke. Yes, this is the spirit cleansing lily, and the one who got this is my disciple. She continued, what do you think is the contribution to finding one of these for the sect? The crowd was stumped on that question. No one had ever been able to pick out a spirit cleansing lily without harming it, as far as they knew. There were only the occasional lucky people who did pick them, but that was more luck than technique. Did your disciple get lucky, sect leader? One of the elders asked. No, this was the 3rd lily he picked from what he has told me. He has already used one for himself, and found another for someone he met during one of his hunts. The great elder himself was curious. Is this about what he said back in that forest, sect leader? About him being able to find any ingredients? The great elder had also seen the bag full of ingredients that Alex had gathered in the forest. The sect leader simply nodded. Then the contribution to the sect is beyond imagination. An alchemist with a spiritual sense is dozens of times better than an alchemist without one. If sect leader were to gain one now, it would increase your ability by a lot. You might actually be able to make heaven-grade true pills. The great elder said in shock. The 1st elder spoke. How about this, sect leader? Since your disciple's contribution is unimaginable, we can give him free access to everything in the sect, but he must still go through the normal procedure to become a core disciple. How long will it take him to make the 20 different high-tier mortal-grade pills? The sect leader chuckled a little when she heard this. The great elder and the other 2 elders smiled wryly too. The sect leader looked at the others and asked, what do you guys think about the 1st elder's suggestion? The elders felt that was the correct choice. While his contribution was unimaginable, one didn't become a core disciple on contribution alone. If the sect leader's disciple was made one, based on it, then it would be unfair to the other disciple who was learning alchemy day and night. So, all the elders started voicing their agreement to the 1st elder's words. Ma Rong thought for a bit and realized they were right. I got hasty in my excitement, she thought. Very well then. We will do what you guys say. From now on, my disciple, Yu Ming, will have unobstructed access to everything in the sect, aside from the sect treasure of course. Now, there is another thing I wanted to talk to you guys about, regarding the alchemy gardens. She said, I am thinking of changing how we work in the alchemy garden for 2 weeks. Tell all the elders working in the garden itself to stop. Only keep elders for guarding the garden and maintaining it, and not picking the ingredients. The elders were confused. Then who will pick up the ingredients, sect leader? They asked. My disciple will. He has an unearthly ability to recognize alchemy ingredients, and now that he has spiritual sense, it would be much faster for him to do the searching than the other elders and disciples. She said, Have you thought of how we will go about it, sect leader? The great elder asked. Yes, Ma Rong replied. Every day, we will ask the disciples to request what they need and put it in a list. And that night my disciple will go around the garden looking for the ingredients. This is only for 2 weeks, because I want to see how good my disciple's ability really is. The elders stopped for a second, and then accepted it. If a disciple could find a spirit-enhancing lily, then it would be better to let the disciple do all the alchemy picking. Besides, he had a spiritual sense. He would already be better than most elders at locating ingredients just based on that. All right then, the meeting is over. You can all go now, Ma Rong said. All the elders slowly started to bid farewells to her and left the room. I will take my leave as well, sect leader. The first elder left as well. Only the sect leader and great elder were left in the room. The great elder took a big sigh and spoke. What are you doing, Ma Rong? You will antagonize the elders if you decide to randomly make decisions like that. They will view it as you giving priority over your disciple compared to others. They already think you made Lang Shun an elder just because he is your junior disciple brother, but doesn't dare to voice it. Ma Rong was silent for a bit, and then spoke. But master, Wen Cheng wasn't lying when he said Yu Ming is a genius. He has already made a 16% harmony pill on the first day he tried alchemy. That was 7 days after he joined the sect. The great elder's eyes widened. Are you sure he isn't just lying? He asked. No, he isn't. I checked his sales records, and he really did sell 7 spirit-enhancing pills ranging from 12% to 16% harmony the day after he bought the ingredients. He is a genius in alchemy that comes once in 1,000 years. Now that he has unlocked spiritual sense this morning, he should be much better. I will properly teach him starting tomorrow, and I am sure he will rise very fast, Ma Rong said. Oh, if my grand disciple really is that talented, then I can't wait to see what he can do in the future. Chapter 60, Work. Ma Rong left the hall and went back to her mountain. The other elders had already been informed of the decision, and the disciples were let known that they could request an ingredient from the elders in either garden. The elders usually kept a list of what they could find in the gardens so that they could pick it later if needed. The students could also use that list as a sort of menu to order for it using their contribution points. Ma Rong quickly reached Alex's place in the mountain and looked for him. Is he back or not? She wondered. She checked the house and found him asleep in one of the rooms, so she decided to leave him alone for now. Around 4 hours later, Alex opened his eyes. He had gone to his classes and come back online just now. He stood up and suddenly noticed something. There was some sort of vibration from one of his storage bags. He instinctively checked what it was using his spiritual sense. He was a mental image of his nameplate slightly flashing with light as it vibrated inside his storage bag. Wow, I can check the items in my bag with the spiritual sense too. So I don't even need the inventory anymore, he thought. He thought of taking the nameplate out, and suddenly it came out on its own. What do I not need to take it out on my own? Does it come out as soon as I think? He tried a bit more with a few more items, and turned out he was right. He looked at his nameplate to see why it was shining and realized he could rid the plate with his spiritual sense. He was learning some very important things with his senses. The nameplate read, You are still an outer sect disciple, but you now have free access to anything you want in the sect. In exchange, you will have to gather ingredients from the alchemy garden per a list given by the elder at around 8 p.m. I will continue your alchemy lessons tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Oh, I have work now, huh? He got out of his courtyard and walked down the valley. He thought of what he could do now that he had free access to everything. There was so much he could do now, so he had a hard time choosing what he could do. He thought for a bit and walked to the sect market. He walked up to an elder and asked, Greetings, elder. Can I get all the recipes in the sect? The elder looked at him with a blank expression. Do you have the points for that? The elder asked. Alex passed along his nameplate. As soon as the elder scanned the nameplate, he understood what he meant. So you are the sect leader's disciple, huh? I didn't expect you to be an outer sect disciple still. The elder was surprised, and he continued, You don't need to buy the recipes here. Since you have free access to everything, you can go read the recipes stored on the top floor of the library. You can't take them away like normal techniques, and will have to stay there and read. But, since you are allowed to stay there as long as you want, it's not really a problem. The elder explained to him quite a few things. Alex thanked the elder and walked to the library. He had thought of learning some new techniques, but ignored that thought right now. First, he had to learn some recipes, and then make some pills. It had been a long time since he had done anything alchemy-related. He greeted the elder at the front door, and walked straight to the 4th floor. He showed his nameplate to the elder on the 6th floor. He knew he would get distracted if he started looking at the techniques now, so he rushed to the 9th floor. He had to show his nameplate once more on the 8th floor. Apparently, only elders were allowed on the 9th floor, and there were no techniques there, only old records and pill recipes. There were only 2 shelves on the top floor. One was filled with normal pages of paper that held records that were either very important or very old. The other shelf was filled with all types of pill recipes. He started to learn every single one of the recipes there. He was worried that having to learn so many recipes meant that he couldn't remember them all. But somehow, every single recipe he read, he could immediately recall. This was different from instinctively knowing what to use, and when to use it. It was more like his memory power had upgraded several times. He tried to think of what else he could remember, and realized he actually remembered every single thing he had experienced from this morning till now. He was genuinely surprised. Do I have eidetic memory now? He wondered. It took him around an hour to fully read every single recipe in there. In total, there were about 200 recipes in the room. About 140 of those were for common pills, and the rest for true pills. Although he read a lot of recipes, once he reviewed them in his mind, he realized that most of them were actually just worse or better versions of other pills, where they did just the same thing but targeted a different part. He spent a bit more time in there basically trying to learn what he had memorized. His genius memory once more came in very handy. With his spiritual C already so big, he had no problem understanding the process of the alchemy behind the recipes. His master had now given him a task to gather ingredients at the alchemy garden that he had to do every night, and it was about time for that. So at 6 p.m., he got out of the library and went back to his residence to log out. Chapter 61. That was quick. After dinner, Alex logged back into the game. He walked out of his home filled with the light of the lanterns. He slowly walked down the mountain and to the sect valley. The sect valley was ever the same, lit with lantern and festival-like atmosphere. The moon was hidden in the clouds today, but it didn't look like it would rain. He walked to the right alchemy garden and saw an elder waiting in front of the path to the garden. "Greetings, elder," he said as he reached the place. He looked at the outer disciple clothing of Alex and said, "If you are here to request for alchemy ingredients, then you better have contribution points, otherwise you will just be wasting our time." Alex chuckled a little and said nothing. Instead, he just handed the elder his nameplate. When the elder read the nameplate, his eyes were wide with shock. "Oh, so you are the sect leader's disciple, huh? If you are here for work, then you are half an hour too early. The disciples get to request alchemy ingredients until 8 a.m., and it takes a bit more totally everything," he said. "I will be honest. I can't tell if the sect leader likes you or hates you. She gave you free access to everything, yet she is tasking you to this job that usually takes over 10 elders overnight," the elder said. "Oh wow, really?" he said. Alex didn't worry a lot, however. He had the alchemy god's knowledge and spiritual sense, so he was sure he would be just fine. Many disciples came to the elder and requested different ingredients. At exactly 8, they stopped accepting any more requests for the day. An elder arrived about 5 minutes later from the other alchemy garden gate. Together, the 2 elders combined their list and tallied the ingredients. Once everything was set, they handed the list to Alex. "Here is the list, disciple you. You can start looking for the ingredients now. Please take care not to make any unnecessary damage while you are completing your punishment." The elders gave their sincere intentions towards him. Alex bade them farewell and walked into the garden. He took a look at the talisman on which the list was written in. He used his spiritual sense to look at the paper, and easily remembered all the ingredients in there. It was amazing. He immediately started matching the ingredients in the list to some of the ingredients he found while walking around the garden this morning. He expanded his spiritual sense to its maximum 20 meters radius and started scanning everything for a potential match. He immediately started using his Kai to pick up the ingredients and bring them to him. One down. He saw a few others as well and started gathering them too. He walked around the mountain looking at the different ingredients. The mountain was quite vast, and it took him a lot of time to just travel through it. With his spiritual sense and Kai manipulation, he was easily collecting all the ingredients in the alchemy garden that was on the list. After about 2 hours, he was done collecting everything on the list that was available in this mountain. He had managed to find about 60% of the total ingredients on the list in this mountain. Before getting out, however, he sat down and just waited. He didn't cultivate, but rather just took some time to restore his spiritual seed that had dried up quite a bit. After he was ready, he walked out. The 2 elders were still outside. When they saw him come, they frowned. "Is something wrong, disciple you?" one of the elders asked. "No," Alex gave a single one-word answer and started walking away from them. The elders were confused. They looked at each other and immediately stopped Alex. "Disciple you, stop. Where are you going?" You can't leave your job, the elder said. I'm going to the other garden. There is nothing in here that is in the list anymore, he said, and started walking once more. What? They were surprised. Disciple, can you please show us your collection until now? One of the elders asked. Alex simply tossed him a bag. When the elders saw that he had really collected all the ingredients, they were shocked. Alex took back the bag and walked straight to the other garden. This garden was the same as the first one as well. The elders had let the plant life grow however it felt right. Alex once more got to collecting the ingredients. With his spiritual sense and robust Kai, he was very quick at collecting the rest of the ingredients. Something that Alex found fascinating while collecting these ingredients was the method with how they had to be collected. Most of the ingredients could be just plucked straight out of the plant like it were a normal flower or fruit, but for some ingredients, his instinct didn't allow him to simply pluck them. He had to perform some weird operation to obtain the ingredients. For example, one of the fruit growing required him to twist the fruit's branch 5 times before it plucked by itself. Otherwise, it was near impossible to rip it off. Once he was done collecting the ingredients, he handed the bag back to the elder and walked off. The elders looked at the ingredients in the bag. Over 90% of the ingredients had been collected. The remaining less than 10% ingredients were rare ingredients that even the elders knew couldn't be found in the garden. They looked at the time and were shocked. Alex walked back to his residence by himself too. He looked at the time and realized he had collected the ingredients before 12 a.m. If it had been 2 days ago, it would have probably taken him all night to collect them all. But with his new spiritual sense, and a better understanding of manipulating objects with Kai, the task of collecting the ingredients had been way too quick. Chapter 62. Alchemy Lesson. Alex woke up sometime after 6 a.m. He was inside a room in his residence. After coming back from his new work of collecting ingredients in the alchemy garden, he had decided to train a bit more with his spiritual sense and see what else he could do. He had made a few different discoveries. First of all, his spiritual sense could expand beyond the 20 meters normal radius. However, doing so caused his spiritual sea to massively dry up, and the maximum he could expand to was 30 meters anyway. The next thing he found out was that he could use his spiritual sense to move around objects similar to his Kai manipulation as well. However, his spiritual sense wasn't powerful enough to pick up even the smallest stones, and could only sway the blades of grasses in the ground for now. The final thing he realized was that getting an item out of his storage was way faster than using the inventory. His superior memory now allowed him to remember where everything in his storage bag was, so the inventory was basically useless now. He had nearly 1,000,000 Kai now, but since his master told him breaking through too many times at once was harmful to one's cultivation, he decided to not break through right now, and wait until his current cultivation was stabilized, which he felt was done or very close to being done. He logged out to get some breakfast. After breakfast, he logged back in once more. Today was Friday, one of the 3 days when he didn't have any classes. He waited in the courtyard for a while, unsure whether to go find his master for the morning lesson or wait for her in his house. Thankfully, Ma Rong came by herself just like yesterday. "Oh, you are awake today. Come to the alchemy room." He heard a voice from far away. He felt something wash over his body and quickly retract back. He was surprised. Then he walked to the alchemy room and said, "Congratulations, Master, on unlocking spiritual sense. It's all thanks to you. Now sit, we skipped our lesson yesterday, so we can't waste any more time. Bring out your cauldron." Alex immediately brought out his cauldron and placed it on the fire. "Tell me, what are the most vital things during a pill-making process?" Ma Rong asked. Alex thought for a second and answered, "Temperature of the fire, method of burning the ingredients, and timing of everything." He answered confidently. He had made his pills before and knew the answer. "Wrong," she said. Alex was taken aback. "Aren't those the most important things to remember and keep track of when making a pill, Master?" he asked. "Those are important, but not the most important thing during a pill-making process." She looked straight into his eyes and said, "The most important things are the cauldron, the ingredients, and the elemental synergy." Alex's full attention was on her words now. She continued, "Tell me, why did you say the temperature was important?" Alex answered, "Because the recipes tell you that you need to burn certain ingredients at a certain temperature. Also, you have to constantly change the temperature throughout the entire pill-making process according to the recipe. So, having the fire at accurate temperature is necessary." Ma Rong smiled and said, "That is correct. Having an accurate temperature is important. But tell me, what burns the ingredients? The fire or the cauldron?" "Ooh, the cauldron?" "Yes. So, it doesn't matter if the temperature of the fire is accurate or not, if the temperature of the cauldron isn't accurate at all. However, we can prevent this from happening. We can make the transition of heat from the fire to cauldron very fast if we use the right type of cauldron. For example, the golden jade cauldron can take and give out heat in less than a single second, compared to the normal black cauldrons you see in the alchemy hall, which take around 3 seconds to change their temperature according to the fire. So, it doesn't matter how well your fire manipulation is if your cauldron itself is garbage. This just leads to a bad pill. Ma Rong then proceeded to the next topic. Next on the list is the ingredients. This is pretty simple. If you have good ingredients, you end up with good pills. If you have bad ingredients, you end up with bad pills. However, while the concept itself may be simple, applying it not very much. There are 3 things in an ingredient that determines whether it's good or not. The first one is age. The older the ingredient is, the more energy it contains, making it better in general. The second is the time from when it was obtained to the time it was made into a pill. The third one is the elemental affinity of the ingredient. Age is pretty easy to determine based on how much energy it has. Once an alchemist has been used to the ingredients, they can usually tell its age just by feeling the energy in it. The second point about the time can be fixed using some wooden or jade boxes that don't leak the ingredient's aura. This way you can conserve the energy inside the box and have it be more useful during your alchemy process. As for the third part, the elements are a way vaster topic that I am not able to teach you fully, because I myself do not know a lot about it. However, I still do know quite a bit, and knowing about this topic is absolutely crucial if you ever want to be an earth grade or a heaven grade alchemist. The third point is about an ingredient's element also is in part the third most important thing to remember when making a pill, the elemental synergies. This basically means that every element has a certain elemental energy in it, and based on the different elements in the ingredients, you can either make an incredible pill or end up with your cauldron exploding. Chapter 63. The 7 Elements. Ma Rong started explaining the different elements and the elemental synergy between them. So, the first thing you need to know is the 5 normal elements and the 2 higher elements. Alex was listening to her very intently, his eyes focused on what she said. The 2 higher elements are yin and yang. Yin is the element associated with dark, cold, or moon. Yang is the element associated with light, heat, or sun. These 2 elements on their own are quite powerful, and may be dangerous if not taken care of properly. When together, based on what the alchemist can do, the yin and yang can cancel each other out, and make a pill neutral, or help each other, to become even stronger, and make a pill with highly volatile energy. You should always think twice if you have to deal with either of these elements in a pill, especially if they are together. Ma Rong was teaching Alex about the elemental affinity and alignment of an alchemy ingredient, and how that would make or break a pill. The 5 normal elements are wood, fire, water, earth, and metal. These, similar to the 2 higher elements, can cancel overwhelm another element or make it stronger. These are the hardest thing to keep track of in a pill making process. You have to know how each ingredient's element interact with each other. For example, if you put an ingredient with the fire element in it and another ingredient with the water element in it, then the resulting pill will either be a low fire elemental strength or a low water elemental strength. This is because when water and fire elements mix together, they fight each other, and the stronger enemy remains. The water seeks to extinguish the fire, while the fire seeks to evaporate the water. On another example, if you put an ingredient with the fire element in it and another ingredient with the wood element in it, then the resulting pill will always be of a higher fire elemental strength. This is because when wood comes in contact with the fire, it feeds the fire, making it stronger. There are 5 ways these elements can interact with each other. They can either empower the other element, control the other element, overwhelm the other element, weaken the other element, or ruin the other element. Just like wood empowers fire by feeding it, water can empower wood to make it grow. Earth can control water by absorbing it. Metal can ruin fire by taking its heat away and de-energizing it. All 5 elements do something to one of the other elements in all of the 5 different categories. Knowing what does what and which ones you can use is very important when making pills with higher harmony. Ma Rong reached into her bag and took out a piece of paper. It was a small talisman, which she then handed over to Alex. Alex caught the talisman and quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense. He soon realized what it was. Ma Rong continued, "That paper has all the knowledge I know of about the different elements and their interaction with each other. Make sure to read that when you have free time. Just remember, there will sometimes be ingredients with no elements, but those are incredibly rare and the easiest to deal with. They get along with every other ingredient." She then moved on from the current topic and started going into the original one. Now on to the main topic of our lesson. The 3 things I mentioned to you: cauldron, ingredients, and elemental synergy. While they are important for making pills, they aren't controllable. Even 2 different ingredients picked out from the same plant can differ in terms of age, energy level, and sometimes even in their elemental affinity. Cauldrons are never instant at transferring heat, so you have to hope it's fast enough. Otherwise, you will be already making mistakes. Alex looked at his own new cauldron, wondering how good it was to use. Sometimes, the recipes itself may be flawed. Maybe the alchemist who made the pill wrote something wrong, which is why the pill never reaches 100% harmony. What I am trying to say is, even though you might do everything right just as the recipe dictated, and still end up with only an earth-grade pill. And that is the very first lesson you need to learn when you are trying to make pills. You will never make the perfect pills. The reasons are beyond your control, and you need to be satisfied with what you end up with. Now, let's talk about recipes. How many recipes do you know? She asked. Alex thought for a second and said, more than 200. Ma Rong was surprised to hear that. Where did you learn so much? She asked. The library's top floor. He simply answered. And you were able to remember all of the 200 recipes in the library. You should have only had a night to remember all that. She was still surprised. Alex smiled a bit and said, Master, with the spiritual C, we also get eidetic memory. So, I pretty much remembered everything I read. Do we? Ma Rong tried to see if she could remember things and realized he was correct. She too had eidetic memory now. Okay, what pill was it that you made before? She asked. Ah, the Kai improving pill? He asked. That was the first and only pill he had made till now. Yes, take out the ingredients for it, and make a pill. I will see what you do. Ma Rong walked over to his side and sat down beside him. Alex looked into his bags and quickly found all the ingredients required for the Kai improving pill. He had already made this pill before, and was super familiar with it. This time, since he had spiritual sense, he decided he didn't need to go into focus mode to get more time for handling the ingredients. Now, he could split his attention between 5-6 tasks. If he were to do that to the different aspects of making pills, he was sure he could most certainly end up as an earth-grade alchemist by the time he had to go to the Tiger sect. Chapter 64. Shocking Advancements. Alex took a deep breath and prepared himself. Once the cauldron was at the right temperature, he put in the first ingredient. Thanks to his spiritual sense, he could see what was happening inside the cauldron to a frighteningly accurate degree. As he moved the ingredient around, slowly burning it, he felt the ingredient release some energy from within it. He felt some of the released energy move back into the now powder ingredient, while some hung about in the air inside the cauldron. Some energy even flew out of the cauldron. He tried to catch them with his Kai, but the energy seemed to just phase through it. Ma Rong watched every step of his. She could see how accurate his Kai manipulation was and how accurate his temperature-changing ability was. Alex put in the second ingredient. The same thing happened with this one as well. Energy release out of the second ingredient as well. However, somehow the energy from the first ingredient immediately moved towards the newly released energy and devoured it. He could feel the energy was still there, but somehow the feeling the energy gave off was changed. Am I feeling the elements in the energy? He thought. He continued with the pill formation. Due to his increased mental capacity, and being able to handle more than 5 things at once, he was able to easily handle the pill-making process. From the first ingredient to the last ingredient, he felt like he made little to no mistake. A lot of the energy skipped out of the cauldron, but that wasn't something he could control. By this time, the ingredients had turned to powder, and the energy behind them had harmonized to some level. Now it was time to form the pill. He slowly started to condense the powders into a pill. There were 2 sets of energies inside the cauldron now, the ones in the powder, and the ones in the air. As he started to condense the powder to form a pill, the energy in the air started to skip out of the cauldron. Almost half the energy from the ingredients was in the air, and somehow it had been lost now. He stopped caring about that and started focusing on the pill formation. Soon, a pill was finally done being formed. Alex slowly took it out and looked at it. Kai improving pill, 26%. Improved cultivation speed by 26% for 18 hours. Alex couldn't process what he was seeing. 26%, that's an earth-grade pill, right? He thought. Suddenly, the pill started floating and landed on Ma Rong's hand. An earth-grade pill. She somehow had a shocked face as well as a face of understanding. I had expected you to do good, but I didn't think you would improve so much, she said. Having a Saint Realm cultivator's sense as a self-tempering realm alchemist is practically just cheating, she said with a blank look. She was starting to wonder how much she had improved now that she too had spiritual sense. She reached into her bag and took out another piece of talisman and handed it to Alex. She then said, "This talisman has information about some of the widely available ingredients. Burn a few of them to release some energies, and try to feel their elements. The better you become at recognizing elements and understanding their relationship, the more you grow as an alchemist. Also, refine the cauldron, and you can make better pills." She said, "Master, how do I refine an artifact?" he asked. This was the perfect opportunity. He had tried refining the ebony corundum stiletto, but had nearly gotten hurt instead. So he wondered if his idea of refining was wrong. Refining is easy. Just pour your Kai into the item, and continuously wash it from the inside. At some point, it will be easier to pour in the Kai, and at that moment, you drop some of your blood to it. The blood must be blood with your essence in it, meaning it must originate in your forehead. Now I will leave. That is all the lesson for now. I will come tomorrow to teach you a bit more about the minor stuff, but I don't think our lessons will take more than 4 days to complete. If you ever have some questions, use this to call me, she said as she handed him a talisman. We can communicate using this communication talisman, she said and left. Alex stayed there looking at the talisman. It looked similar to another normal talisman, but instead of storing some text, this talisman helped with communications. Alex looked inside using his spiritual sense. Ever since unlocking his spiritual sense, he hadn't had to use the system at all. He could do almost everything with his spiritual sense. The talisman seemed to connect to another talisman only. That talisman was probably on his master. He put the talisman in his bag and looked at the 2 other information talismans he had acquired. One of them explained the relationship between the 5 elements. It didn't talk about the other 2 higher elements, yin and yang. The other talisman talked about the different ingredients and their elemental affinity. He read the first talisman for about half an hour and understood the concept behind it. He then read the second talisman and tried to memorize it. Once he was done, he was shocked at what he had just learned. So that's why, he thought. The first ingredient in the recipe for Kai improving pill had water energy in it. The second ingredient he put in had fire energy in it. The water energy was vastly stronger in power and amount in this case, and had destroyed the fire element behind the second ingredient, which left the cauldron with a lot of energy but very low water energy in it. This then played into the next ingredients and so on. Alex decided to try making the same pill once more. Chapter 65. Amazing results. Alex had spent quite a while reading the 2 talismans, and had managed to remember it all. At the same time, he had also recovered much of his spiritual see. He had realized that currently, his spiritual see was actually very small, despite the massive spiritual see he could see inside his head. If he just let the spiritual sense be used normally, it recovered fast enough that he felt like he had a lot of it. But if he had to use it excessively, it actually disappeared in less than half an hour. This also meant that it didn't take long for his spiritual see to recover as well. He had decided to make the pill once more, so he cleaned the cauldron of any remaining byproducts from the previous pill. He then waited for the cauldron to reach the right temperature, and poured in his first ingredient. Once again, he could feel the energy released from the first ingredient. So, this is what a water elemental energy feels like, he thought. After a while, he put in the second ingredient. When the ingredient started burning into powder, and its energy getting released, he realized the energy behind it was actually weaker when compared to the first energy. So, the water energy is stronger than the fire, so according to the theory, the water should either regulate the fire or totally destroy it. Given the current situation, the fire energy will probably be destroyed, right? He thought. He watched as the water energy quickly enveloped the fire energy, and destroy it completely, or so he thought was what happened. Wait for a second, while the water energy did get weaker after suppressing the fire energy, neither of the energy has decreased at all. He was surprised. He could feel that after coming into contact, the water and fire had tried to attack together, which he thought would destroy each other, and only the remaining water energy will be left. But now that he could tell the energies apart by feeling, he could see that both the water and fire energy that he thought had destroyed each other were actually hidden inside the neutral remaining energy. The new energy was in an equilibrium between the 2 energies, almost as if they had harmony. When the elemental energies mix together, they create harmony with each other. Is that what making pills is truly about? He couldn't help but shout out loud. He took out another ingredient and put it in. Soon that ingredient produced different energy too. Based on the talisman his master gave him, this ingredient produced metal elemental energy. Now the little water elemental energy that remained in the mixed with the mental energy, and suddenly the water energy started getting stronger once more. The metal energy was now harmonized with the water energy, such that the metal energy was empowering the water energy. Similar things kept happening. Some elements empowered other elements. Some elements overpowered the others. Some weakened the other elements, while some simply controlled the other elements. He also came to recognize the elements by their energy. As more and more energy got into the mix, the harmony between the elements was getting more and more complicated. Once the final ingredient was put in, it controlled the remaining elemental energy in the cauldron, and the entire energy came to a neutral state with many elemental energies in harmony with each other inside that neutral energy. Finally, it was time to turn the powder into the pills. Following the recipe, he slowly started collecting the powder to shape it. Suddenly, his Kai started to move on its own. Is it happening? He thought. Slowly the Kai moved through his entire meridian system and released out of his palm. It moved into the cauldron and started separating the powder into 2 portions. The separated portions somehow started to shape it into spheres of about the same size as the original sphere. Isn't the energy in the pills going to be lower this way? After all, it's one pill split into 2, right? He thought. From his logical perspective, he should be correct. So he started wondering how the pill is going to overcome that problem. It was then he realized the answer. Suddenly, his K worked on its own to create vortexes that started sucking the energy that were in the air. What sort of technique is this? He wondered. He couldn't tell how it worked, or how his Kai was even able to manipulate the energy to get into the pill. It took about 2 minutes for the pills to completely suck in the energies in the air, and finally, the 2 pills were ready. He took both the pills out of the cauldron and looked at them. He first focused on the one on the left. K improving pill. 24% improves cultivation speed by 24%. He was surprised. The pill had separated into 2 different parts, and it was still above 20%. He then checked the second pill. K improving pill. 28% improves cultivation speed by 28%. Holy SD. He couldn't help but cuss. He had somehow managed to create 2 pills, both over 20% harmony, and one of them even near 30% of harmony. He started thinking, if I discount the energies that got away from the cauldron's mouth, does it mean that the total harmony I could have obtained if this became a single pill was over 60%? He was stunned at that thought. What if I keep the energies that got away as well? But I can't control the energies, he thought. Suddenly, he got an idea. He looked to the side of the cauldron, where he had kept the lid for the cauldron, and thought, I may not be able to stop the energies from going out, but the lid surely can. And now that I have a spiritual sense, I don't even need to keep the cauldron open to look inside. He got excited once, and decided to try out this new technique at once. Chapter 66. Put a lid on it. Ma Rong had just succeeded in making a pill. She took a pill tester out of her bag, and put her pill inside it. She looked at the pill tester with full attention, hoping for the fog that slowly rose up the side of the glass to never stop. As the fog kept on going, her eyes got wider as well. It kept going on, and on, and on until it finally stopped. Her hands started trembling as she looked at the number next to the black line where the fog had stopped. 45%. She had a massive smile on her face as she took the pill out of the pill tester and kept it in a pill bottle. 45% wasn't that high when one thought about it. A sect leader of an alchemy sect only being able to make 45% harmony pills would usually lead to ridicule. However, these weren't just any pills. These were true pills. Unlike common pills, true pills were ridiculously hard to make. Just the amount of energy one had to keep in control and make sure they didn't violently explode every single second was incredibly high. Even making a 25% earth-grade true pill as an alchemist meant one was a rather talented person. Ma Rong had just managed to make a 45% earth-grade true pill. This meant she was beyond talented and very much deserving of the sect leader title. This is all thanks to the spiritual sense, which is all thanks to Yu Ming, she thought. She was about to start another batch when she realized something was making noise in her bag. She quickly took out a medallion which she immediately scanned with her spiritual sense. She read the message that had been sent to her. Oh, the elders are back from the trip, huh? I should go and learn what they got back about the upcoming competition, she thought. She stored her cauldron back into her bag and walked out of her residency. She started walking down the mountain towards the sect valley when she realized Alex was still in his home. She walked in and scanned the house with her spiritual sense. For some reason, her spiritual sense could expand to about 50 meters, 30 meters more than Alex's. Oh, is he still making pills? She thought. The time was well past noon, so if he really was still making pills, then he would have been going on at it for about 5 hours now. That was some dedication. She walked into his alchemy room, making as little noise as possible to not disturb him. When she got in, she was surprised. Alex was in front of the cauldron, moving his hands in the air, presumably controlling the ingredients inside the cauldron. But the thing that she was surprised by the most was that the cauldron had its lid on top of it. She knew of absolutely no one that performed alchemy with their cauldron's lid closed. How can he see if, oh that's right, spiritual sense. But why put a lid on it at all? She couldn't understand the reasoning behind it. She did nothing but stand by the door and watch. Alex had already noticed her entering his room, and had decided to ignore her for now. He was in the final stages of forming the pill. Thankfully, the pill's splitting Kai did not rise from inside him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain her. As soon as he finished making the pill, he opened the lid. He'd feel the strong energies in the cauldron leak away as soon as he opened it. I should quickly learn some method to do something with those energies, he thought. He was about to take out his pill when suddenly, it flew off on its own. He looked to the side and saw his master holding it. He hadn't looked at the pill himself, and was waiting to learn what its harmony level was. Ma Rong took out her pill tester, and put the pill inside it. She watched as the fog started rising from the metal plate and go up the glass beaker. The fog steadily rose along the outside of the glass. The fog ended up stopping quite a bit higher than what she had been expecting, which surprised her a lot. 33%? From an outer disciple? Did unlocking spiritual sense help him, or is he just that talented? Her jaw dropped as she saw the harmony level of the pill he had just created. She took the pill out and looked at it carefully. It was a slight blue pill around the size of her thumbnail. A 33% harmony, swift feet pill? How did he even reach to be this good at making this pill, when this is his first day of making this pill? She was amazed. Alex stood from the side with a wide grin. He had seen the 33% harmony level on the pill tester as well. Master, I discovered something amazing, he said. Ma Rong looked at him and gave him a questioning look. Did you know that using a cauldron with a lid always makes your pill come out with higher harmony levels? I saw the energy always leak from the cauldron and tried to keep it in with the lid, and it worked. When the pill is formed, it gets a little bit more energy overall and has higher harmony, he said. Ma Rong stood there dumbfounded. She had just realized a few hours ago that most of the energy leaked out of the cauldron. She had some idea as to how to redirect energy and keep it inside the cauldron, but that was still not a very efficient method, as redirecting energies wasn't the same as controlling them and keeping them inside the cauldron. Now that she heard Alex's discovery, she felt stupid for not using a lid. She could have increased the harmony of her most recent pill, and maybe even end up with a heaven-grade true pill. That would have been something glorious. Chapter 67. Auction House. After Ma Rong left, Alex still stayed behind and made quite a few more pills. He made 3 different types of pills after the Kai improving pills. They were Swift Feet Pill. This pill decreased a person's weight for a limited time and made them move around faster. Kai Enhancing Pill. This pill helped people in the self-tempering realm overcome their bottleneck when trying to break through from one realm to another. This was the same pill that Kan Yu Han made when he first met him. He had also learned the recipe for this pill thanks to Kan Yu and himself. The final pill that Alex made was probably one that Alex was surprised the most with himself. He didn't think such a pill even existed. Now that he did, he started wondering what other wondrous things you can do with pills. The pill was called Face Changing Pill. If you ate the pill, depending on the harmony levels of the pill would randomly change your face to a completely new one. Alex had made 2 of these pills, and had managed to make one with 26% harmony that changed a face for 26 hours, and another 35% harmony that changed a face for 35 hours. Both of the pills were above the threshold of an Earth-grade pill. In fact, none of the pills he had made after obtaining the spiritual sense had been lower than 20%. In total he had about 12 Kai improving pills, 5 Swift Feet pills, 4 Kai enhancing pills, and 2 face changing pills. If he kept on going like this, it wouldn't take him more than a few days to earn the title of a common Earth alchemist. Finally, it was time to do the one thing he had been looking forward to since the first day, since he started playing the game. It was time to go earn some money. He logged out to get some food and returned after a while. He walked down the mountain and reached the Sect Valley. He went past the valley and walked up the outer Sect Mountain. He reached his previous cottage and realized someone was already staying there now. That was fast, he thought. He walked out of the sect gate. Thanks to his new status and authority, he no longer required permission from the disciple hall to leave the sect. He walked toward the center of the city, looking for an auction house. From his understanding, you could sell your pills in an auction house and get some silver or gold or even spirit stones. He finally found a small auction house that looked not too fancy, yet not too simple either. He walked up the stairs and a girl in a mask came out from inside. The auction takes place tomorrow at noon, dear customer. If you are here for it, please return. The girl simply said. Oh, I am here to sell some stuff, he said. Please follow me then, she said as she took Alex through a long hallway to an open room with multiple doors leading to multiple rooms. She walked up to someone and whispered something in their ear. The person turned around to look at Alex. Alex saw a beautiful middle-aged woman with long black hair and dark red cloth with white ribbons on it. She was almost a head taller than him when she came and stood right in front of him. Women quickly scanned his outfit to guess what sort of customer he was. Light green row, Pongwu outer sect, huh? They usually don't sell outside. I wonder how this one came to be here, she wondered. I heard you are here to sell something, the customer. Can you tell me what they are? She asked respectfully despite his standing. She respected money, and if a dog could bring her money, she would respect it too. Oh, I am here to sell some pills. Ooh, do you also take monster corpses? He asked. We only auction monster corpses that costs over 10 golds. Anything else, we don't accept. Same with pills, she said. How much are 10 golds again? That's like 1,000 silver coins, right? He wasn't accustomed to the currency of this world, as he didn't have much interaction in the marketplace aside from the occasional taverns and food stores he visited. What realm of monsters sell for over 10 golds? He asked. The women thought for a bit and said, it's a little hard to tell exactly what cultivation. It depends more on how good or bad the corpse is. But usually, if the monster's body isn't destroyed a lot, anything at organ tempering and above will do, she said. Alex took out a bag full of monster corpses and handed it over to her. Can you tell me how many of these are useful? He asked. The woman opened the bag and immediately got shocked. So many, and one of them is even at meridian tempering. She tried to reel in her shock and looked through the different monsters. There were quite a few monsters in there, and almost all of them were either cleanly cut off, or still had their bodies intact with zero injuries. They were definitely killed by some very high-level cultivator with incredible techniques. Definitely not by this kid, she thought. And she was right. They were killed by Luo Mei, who was nearly halfway through the mind-tempering realm. She took out an empty storage bag and transferred most of the corpses to that bag. She handed the original bag back to Alex. Alex looked into the bag and realized there were only a few monsters, all of which were lower than bone-tempering 6th realm. She accepted bone-tempering 7th realm. Didn't she say she didn't accept anything lower than organ-tempering realm? He thought. Still, this was good for him, so he didn't complain. He then took out 6 different pill bottles, each containing 5 or fewer pills in them. Chapter 68, Rich. Of the 6 pill bottles that Alex had taken out, 3 of them had the 12 Kai improving pills, and the other 3 had the other 3 types of pills. Alex slowly handed the bottles to the lady and said, "Here are the pills. These 3 bottles have 12 Kai improving pills in total. This one has 5 Swift Feet pills, this one has 4 Kai enhancing pills, and this last one has 2 face changing pills." The woman took the pills and opened the cork to look at the pills inside. As soon as she opened it, an amazing medicinal smell wafted out of the bottle, making the entire room smell like it. She was stunned. She quickly looked inside the bottle hoping for something good based on the smells, and when she actually saw them, her jaw nearly dropped. Every single one of the pills inside was definitely in the earth grade. She quickly brought out a pill tester and put the pills in one at a time. The numbers she got from them ranged from 24% to 36% harmony. She quickly kept the pills back into the pill bottles so as to not lose any of their effects. She looked back at Alex and asked, "Are you sure you want to sell these?" She had rarely seen such high harmony levels from the pills brought into the auction in a while. Most alchemists were the aloof kind. They thought of themselves as somebody very important, which they were, but it made working with them nearly impossible. Most of them had horrible personalities from their overinflated ego, and also take an exorbitant amount of money for their work. Or, at least that was the impression she had gotten from the few rogue alchemists that had come to sell their works. Alchemists from the Hongwu sect rarely sold to auctions, and this was the first time she had personally dealt with one herself. Her impression of alchemists was slowly changing. Alex nodded to her question and told her he wanted to sell everything. She quickly tallied the items and gave him a rough estimate of 80 common spirit stones post-deduction. She told him how the auction house took 10% of the money the item was sold for. After confirming the items being sold, she took Alex through one of the rooms through the many doors. Inside, she picked up one of the many talismans laid out on the ground. She wrote down everything he was selling on the talisman and imprinted it with her Kai. "This will be our contract to make sure neither of the parties make any wrong attempts to harm the other party," she said as he handed it to Alex. After everything was done, Alex left the auction house. The entire way back to the sect there was one thing that he kept thinking about but couldn't come up with an answer to. How does selling my items in a normal auction house reach the other players? Do they come to the auction house to buy as well? Or can they buy it from wherever they are? This was the first time he had sold anything, and from what he learned on the internet, it just told him to go and auction it in any auction house. He scanned the talisman in his bag and thought, so her name was Kai Pinghe. Wonder why she didn't introduce herself normally. Well, he hadn't introduced himself either, so he didn't think about it for too long. After reaching the sect, he logged out to check about the auctions. It didn't take him long to learn how auctions worked in Eternal Cultivation. Wait, so my items won't get sold to the other players, but the NPCs? That was quite an unexpected piece of knowledge he had learned. So how do Diva Corporation make money at all? He was confused. If players could sell in-game items to NPC and make money off of them, then the company should have gone bankrupt by now. He researched a bit longer, and only then did he find out that players could convert the money in their banks to in-game currency, of which Diva Corporation took 10% charge. Similarly, they also took 10% commission off what you converted back to real world money. So they do what they can to take your money, and also do what they can to not give you your money. He found it quite funny. Oh, that's right. Let's see what the conversion rate for the in-game currency is. Hopefully, I can make a few bucks with the items I'm selling. He quickly searched up the current conversion rate for the game. When he finally found it, he was shocked. That can't be right. He looked at it again on a different site, but it showed the same result. Huh? How can it be $10 per common spirit stone? Doesn't that mean I make $720 after the deduction from the 80 spirit stones I will get? He was truly flabbergasted. He was expecting to make some $20 at best, but to think his items were valued at such a high price. They did say pills and artifacts sold the highest, didn't they? He thought to himself. After learning he could make quite a few amounts of money, his eagerness to practice alchemy and make more pills got reinvigorated. He tried to look at what prices which pills were being sold so he could make those exact pills, but unfortunately, the public had no information on most pills. Regretfully, Alex closed his phone and went to go get his dinner along with Logan, Matt, and Eric. He was looking forward to getting back into the game, so he finished his dinner very fast and had to wait for the other 3 to complete. Once he returned back to his room, he immediately logged back into the game to make some more pills. Then he remembered he had work to do now that was assigned to him by his master. Chapter 69. Elemental Guidance. Alex went down to the Sect Valley a little earlier than required and went to a restaurant to eat something. Somehow just eating in the real world didn't affect his appetite in the game. He checked his nameplate and saw that he had around 200 contribution points. I wonder if I need to pay to eat or not. Although he had full authority over everything in the sect, he didn't know if the restaurant counted in that authority. He walked in and checked out what was being served today. Unlike the last time he had visited the restaurant, he wasn't broke today, so he decided to order one of the finer dishes. Soon his order came back. It was a slow, roasted monster bird leg, with some fried vegetables on the side. He used his hand to pick the giant monster bird leg, and took a massive bite. The meat slid off the bone and dissolved in his mouth. He couldn't help but moan with pleasure as the sweet taste of meat filled his mouth. He took some vegetables with Kai on the side and ate them too. Together with the freshness of the vegetables and the meaty flavor of the monster bird, he ate what he assumed to be the best food he had eaten in his entire life. He took his time with the food and paid 20 contribution points at the end. He was hoping to not have to pay, but alas, those were just hopes. He walked towards the Alchemy garden where the elders were tallying the requests by the disciples. Once they were done, they handed the list to Alex, who went into the garden to look for the ingredients. Thanks to his amazing eidetic memory, he knew where every single one of the ingredients was, so he didn't need to spend a lot of time this time around. Within half an hour, to the utter shock of the 2 elders, Alex came out of the garden and went to the other one. It took him a little more than half an hour on the site, but that was still a very unbelievable time. He handed the collected ingredients back to the elders, whose expression was just shock and amazement. After return back to his residence, he rested a bit and started trying out new pills. He started with a pill called 100 Poisons Antidote. It was a pill that could cure almost any poison so long as it was produced by a plant or monster in the self-tempering realm. He followed the recipe and made the pill with the cauldron's lid closing the escape. The energies would run out of the cauldron every time he had to put in a new ingredient, but it still helped a lot to keep most of the energies in. He managed to successfully create the 100 Poisons Antidote on the very first try, that too with a whopping 28% harmony. He tried some more and managed to make 5 more pills out of the remaining 3 sets of ingredients. All of those pills ranged from 30% to 36%. He was really happy with the result. He was mentally fatigued by the 4th time, so he decided to take some rest and recharge himself. He felt like he had stabilized his cultivation enough and decided to break through once more. He opened his status and hit a breakthrough. He had enough Kai right now, so he didn't want to cultivate. So, he decided to just quit for the day and sleep. He logged out of the game for the first time in a while during the night and just fell asleep. Alex! Alex! He heard someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Logan calling him. "What's up?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "It's 7 a.m. Wake up. We're going to get some breakfast." Logan said. "You guys go ahead, I will go soon," he said and walked into the bathroom. He washed his face with cold water and started brushing his teeth. How come I wake up so accurately in the game, yet someone else had to wake me up in here? He wondered. He went to get some breakfast too and returned back soon. He logged back in to learn some more from his master. Just like yesterday, Ma Rong came at around 8 a.m. and taught him for 2 hours. She asked him a few questions to see how much he had understood, but soon realized how redundant that was since he had opened up his spiritual sea and now had an eidetic memory. "How many pills did you make yesterday?" she asked him. "I made around 23 pills during the day and 6 during the night," he replied confidently. "Show me," she said, asking him to bring out the pills. "Master, I already sold all the pills I made during the day. I only have the ones I made last night." "What? Why would you sell them?" "Never mind. Those are your pills, and you are free to do with them whatever you please. But remember, keep some pills above 20% harmony. You need to register them to become a core disciple," she reminded. "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Master. I will keep that in mind." They focused back on the alchemy. Ma Rong watched him make pills and realized he was extremely talented at it. Perhaps, if he had the same cultivation as her, he would have surpassed her long ago. She took out a talisman and handed it to him. Alex wondered what this talisman did. The first 2 talismans he got had high-level information on alchemy, and the third one was a communication talisman. He quickly scanned the talisman and found out he couldn't understand a single word in it. Still, he read it all the way through, and when he got to the end, suddenly something popped up in front of him. "Congratulations. You have learned elemental guidance." He had just learned a new technique. Chapter 70. Elemental Guidance Usage. Did I just learn a technique? Alex was surprised by the sudden notification. He quickly opened up the notification to look at the description of the newly learned technique called Elemental Guidance. Elemental Guidance, Level 1 grade, Earth Max Level 1, unlocked, able to somewhat control the openly moving elements. Oh, an Earth grade technique. But why does it have max next to the grade? Is that like growth? Also, it says Level 1 unlocked, but there seems to be no sign of Level 2. What a weird technique, he thought. Technique made him quite curious. According to the technique, he can now control the elements while making pills, or at least show some semblance of control. He looked at the technique description once more and wondered if max instead of growth meant that this ability was already at its highest level. If that was the case, then what was the point of letting someone know Level 1 was unlocked when that was literally all that could be used? Ma Rong looked at his blank face and said, "That is an Earth grade technique called Elemental Guidance. It is a simple technique that guides elements inside the cauldron. Although you can guide the elements, that doesn't necessarily mean you can tell them what they do. It is like opening a small waterway near a river and hoping the water flows there. The purpose of this technique is to keep as much elemental energy inside the cauldron as possible and not leak a lot. Plus, you guide the energy towards the power, although that doesn't mean the powder will absorb it all. Still, you will lose quite a bit of energy since the technique isn't foolproof. However, you should be able to greatly decrease your losses and increase your pill's harmony levels. Learn this technique by tomorrow, and I will test you on how well you have gotten. Also, make sure to register at least 2 20% harmony pills by the end of the day." Ma Rong left after saying this. Alex's lesson hadn't been as intense today as it was yesterday. Still, it was quite fruitful, to say the least. He had learned the technique, so he decided to use it a bit. Thanks to the lid, he didn't have to use the technique a lot. Only when he was putting in an ingredient would he use the technique to send away the energies from the openings. The technique worked worse than his pill separating Kai that randomly started. The pill separating Kai controlled all of the energies, while this technique only guided it a bit. Still, after using it in a couple of pills, he realized that his pills were getting about a 5% bump in harmony levels. Every single pill he made now was above the 25% harmony levels. This technique also helped him in a way he didn't know he needed. Since the technique kept the energies from running away from the cauldron, whenever his second pill would form inside the cauldron, both of the pills showed a massive increase in harmony as well. He logged out for a bit to get some food and came back to start making some pills again. He still had over 80% of his original batch of ingredients. If he counted in terms of sets of ingredients, then he had about a bit less than 100 sets of different ingredients. Aside from the sets of ingredients, he also had a bunch of extra ingredients that didn't go together on any pills. He made a few more pills until a bit past noon. Each of the pills an actual Earth-grade pill. After he was done making pills, he took the cauldron and started refining it. It had only been a day, so he had a bit of a problem pouring in his Kai, so he didn't bother dropping in his blood yet. He would wait for a few more days when his Kai would more easily pour into the cauldron. He walked outside and saw the clouds hanging in the sky. Is it finally going to rain today? He thought. He walked among the shades down the mountain. He decided not to register the pills for now, but rather when he had all 20 of the pills at once. He assumed the auction would be over by now, so he went to the auction house to get his money. It took him about half an hour to reach there. He walked up the stairs, and a lady came up to him. This lady was different from the one that took him inside yesterday. The auction is already in session, so entering is no longer allowed now. Please come back in a week if you want to take part in the auction. The lady spoke with a respectful tone. Oh, the auction is still going on? I thought it would be over by now. I came back to take my money. Do you know how much longer the auction would go on for? He asked the lady. The lady was surprised to see someone so young selling something. But once she saw the robe, she realized he must be an alchemist from the Hongwu sect. Can I see the contract to verify your claims, Taoist? She spoke. Contract? Oh, the talisman. Here it is. He took out the talisman the woman named Kai Ping gave him yesterday, and handed it to the lady in front of him. Once she verified that he was in fact a seller, she took him to one of the rooms he had seen inside. Please wait here. The auction's end time usually varies depending on how many items are being sold, but it shouldn't last more than half an hour from now, the lady said, and bowed a little. She then walked out of the door before Alex could even reply. He had to wait upwards of 45 minutes in the room before the door to the room opened up, and Kai Ping walked in. Chapter 71. Auction Sales. Greetings, Taoist. I am so sorry you had to wait so long. Kai Ping apologized as she walked it. She constantly bowed and kept saying how sorry she was. For some reason, she had started calling him Taoist as well. Oh, it's okay. I don't mind waiting. Alex got a little nervous seeing her bowing towards her so much. Kai Ping smiled a little and sat down on the couch opposite to where Alex was currently sitting. She seemed a little tired and distraught for some reason. Are you okay, Miss Kai? You seem a little tired, he said. Kai Ping immediately straightened her posture and looked a little more active as she said, "I'm so sorry for showing you such a terrible sight." "Is working in an auction house that hard?" he asked. "Oh no, it's usually really easy, but today was different. The auction was a bit hectic and, to be honest, mentally exhausting." She laughed a bit and continued, "Your pills were actually the most problematic of all. Most alchemists don't auction their pills, so when so many pills showed up at once, people kept bidding for it one after another. Those took a lot of time." "Does that mean all of my pills sold then?" he asked expectantly. He was really hoping to get the 80 spirit stones today. "Ah yes, all of them sold. I believe the after-auction transactions are being completed right now, and someone will bring your total here." "Oh, okay," he said, and waited for a bit longer. About 5 minutes or so later, a knock sounded from the door to the room. "Come in," Kai Ping spoke from inside. A middle-aged man walked in and bowed to Kai Ping. He then turned to Alex and bowed once again. Alex wasn't used to being bowed at so much, so he just nodded. The man walked up to Kai Ping and handed her a bag. Kai Ping looked at the bag for a bit and nodded to the man, who then walked away. "Your money after the reduction is here, Taoist," she spoke. "Your monster corpse sold for a bit more than expected and brought in 15 common spirit stones. After reduction, you get 13 common spirit stones and 50 gold coins." Alex was surprised when he heard that. 13 common spirit stones are about $120, right? He thought. Kai Ping then continued, "Your pills, however, I have never been so wrong on my estimate before." Alex frowned. Wrong on her estimate? "Does that mean I am not getting the full 80 spirit stones?" she said. He started to get disheartened. He was hoping for quite a bit of money, but from her talk, it seemed like the pills didn't do as well. Then, Kai Ping said, "I can't believe they sold for so much more." "Huh? They didn't do badly?" he asked. "Badly? Of course not. They did amazing in the auction. Far better than I had anticipated." She took out a talisman and started reading something. "We sold all of your pills separately, which was why the auction took so much longer than usual. First off, we sold your Kai improving pill. We started from the ones with the lowest harmony to the highest. These were commonly found pills, so they didn't sell for a lot. Still, the 12 pills in total brought us about 42 common spirit stones. The next pills we sold were the Swift Feet pills. While uncommon, people didn't require them a lot, so it didn't get a lot of bids, but still somehow managed to be sold for 32 spirit stones for the 5 pills. Next we sold the Two-Face, changing pills. These pills sold quite a bit as they were very rare. These pills had quite a few bids compared to others. The 26% Harmony Face, changing pill sold for 15 spirit stones, and the 35% Harmony Face, changing pill sold for 28 spirit stones. I had no idea this was how receptive the audience would be to these pills. Lastly, the 4 Kai enhancing pills. We sold them last because people really cared about pills that helped them break through their bottlenecks and helped them increase their cultivation. As expected, they did really well. Perhaps too well. It seemed due to the rarity of one of the ingredients for this pill, people hadn't been able to get this pill made by the alchemists at all. So, when they heard we were auctioning Earth-grade Kai enhancing pills, they really bid in droves to get it. Similar to the other pills, we started with the one that had the lowest harmony and moved our way to the highest. In total, the 4 different pills actually ended up selling for 83 common spirit stones. Alex had stopped converting the spirit stones to dollars long ago, as he heard the number of spirit stones grow higher and higher. Kai Ping looked at his shocked eyes and found some mutual feelings in them. She too had been similarly shocked when she presented the pills to the audience. "This was a really successful auction, Taoist. Here are your spirit stones. In total you have 194 common spirit stones." Alex took the storage bag with an empty expression and checked the content inside. He really did get 194 common spirit stones. That was really a lot. "When is your next auction?" he asked Kai Ping. She didn't think much about the question and answered, "It the next Saturday, though that will be a rather big auction, since it's our biannual auction, where only items above 5 spirit stones are sold and the auction itself lasts longer than usual." Alex stayed quiet and thought for a bit. "I should be able to finish making the pills by the next Wednesday, maybe even Tuesday if I really tried. Can I come back next Friday to put more items in auction?" he asked. Kai Ping looked at him with a confused look and asked, "Do you have something else to sell, Taoist?" Chapter 72, Another Rock. Alex heard her ask the question and answered, "Oh yes, I was thinking about selling some more pills. Is that all right? It did cause a bit of a problem from what I heard." "Oh absolutely, but we can only take in items by Wednesday. We will be getting a large number of items to sell for the biannual auction, and we'll have to tally the items and send out information about the items we will be auctioning. So, if you have more pills to sell, you will have to get it in by Wednesday." Alex thought for a while. "I should be able to complete the pills by Wednesday, right? Especially if I make them throughout the night as well," he speculated. "All right then, I will bring some more pills by Wednesday." Thank you for selling my pills, he said, and started walking out of the door. Wait for a second, Taoist, Kai Ping hurriedly stopped him. What is it? Can you tell me who you are? She really wanted to know his name now. Oh, I haven't introduced myself, have I? I am so sorry about that. My name is Yu Ming, and I am a disciple of Hongwu sect. He nodded and walked out before she could say anything. Alex went straight back to the sect. There was nothing as of yet that he had to do, so he decided to go back to his residence. He walked along the way when suddenly he sensed something. This feeling, he walked towards where he felt the thing. Somehow, unlocking his spiritual sense had far sharpened his senses, so he could feel it from quite far away. Following the feeling brought him close to the sect market. He walked into the market, and went to one of the disciples, who was setting up a vendor there. Hello brother, how much do you want for the stone here? He asked the male disciple setting up the vendor. The thing Alex was pointing to was a small stone that was slightly yellow in color. This was the same type of stone that he had found in the sect market that one time, the same stone that had turned his Kai Dian Kai. This stone? You can take it for 80 points brother, the disciple said. Alex paid the amount and took the stone. Then he asked, can you tell me where you found this stone brother? The man thought for a while and said, I think I found it on the ground in the Forbidden Fields while I was suspended. Forbidden Fields? What's that? He asked. Don't you know about the Forbidden Fields? It's a place where disciples are sent for a period of time as punishment. You have to survive in that treacherous place on your own. The man said, punishment? Does that mean there are a lot of monsters in there? It must have been dangerous. Alex sympathized with the man. What? No, there are no monsters. In fact, there are no plants or animals either. The worst part is there is no Kai either. You survive on your own in that place with no Kai, and since your Kai gets used up, you start to get hungry and don't have anything to eat either. Plus, it's mostly just grassland, followed by an unending desert. It's truly one of the worst places you can be in. The man said with a scared face, remembering what it had been like. I should ask Master about it. If I can find more of these, that would be awesome. He thought and left the sect market. He was walking towards his residence, lost in his own thoughts when suddenly, he heard someone calling for him. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense to see who was calling him, and saw a certain man walking towards him. Oh hey, Brother Kong. Long time no see, he said as he waved towards Kong Yu, Han, who was steadily approaching him along with a few different people with him. Long time no see? What a weird way to greet you have there, Brother Yu. Kong Yu. Han arrived, and stood in front of him. Do they not say long time to see in this game? I should probably stop saying that, he thought. What are you doing here, Brother Kong? Alex looked at the three people behind Kong Yu Han, who had a curious expression behind him. Hopefully same thing you are here for, Brother Yu. Kong Yu. Han pointed behind Alex. Alex looked back and saw the alchemy hall behind him. Does he think I am here for alchemy? He thought. You are quite chummy with an outer sect disciple, huh Kong? One of the men standing behind him said. Of course. You don't know how much he helped me the past week. He brought me the very rare dwarf fruit, and also aided me with creating a Kai enhancing pill. It isn't much of a stretch to say I broke through to meridian tempering only because of him. Kong Yu Han was quite genuine when he said that. Alex checked the three people behind Kong Yu, and realized they all had organ tempering realm power. The man that just spoke had an organ tempering 5th realm, while the other man had organ tempering 4th realm. The girl on the other hand was higher than the two and had an organ tempering 9th realm cultivation. Kong Yu and saw Alex looking at the three behind him and finally remembered to introduce them. Oh, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Brother Yu Ming. Brother Yu, this is Wai Zun. He pointed at the man who had talked. This is Jia Fen. He pointed at the other man. And finally this is Yu Mai. Alex nodded to them and greeted them. Both the males reciprocated with their own greetings, while the lady only nodded a little. She didn't seem to be the talking type. Oh yeah, Brother Yu, Kong Yu, Han said. Do you want to watch me ascend? Chapter 73, Ascension. Ascend? What do you mean? Alex was a little confused by the statement. He had never heard of someone ascending in-game or out of the game. Does this have something to do with alchemists? He wondered. He didn't have any friends he talked to regularly, so he didn't know a lot about the practices in the sect. Even Kong Yu Han was merely just an acquaintance to him. Kong Yu Han looked like he had realized something when he saw Alex's confused face and said, Ah, I forgot, it hasn't been long since you got here. Ascending means going from being an outer sect disciple to an inner sect disciple or an inner sect disciple to a core disciple. In my case, I am one step away from being a core disciple. I have brought a few sets of ingredients with me today, and if I am made to make a single pill with over 20% harmony, I can take the exam to become a core disciple. Alex made a sound of understanding, but then he thought of something. Brother Kong, if you have to take an exam after creating this pill, then why not call the exam the Ascension? Why call it this one? Now that I think about it, I don't know why they don't call the exam the Ascension. They really should, shouldn't they? Kong Yu Han was stumped by the question, and started scratching his in confusion. Well, that's because it's a tradition. The silent man named Jia Fen finally spoke. You know the reason, brother Jia? Kan Yuan turned around to ask the man. Yes. Going back a couple dozens of years ago, when the sect wasn't as big as it is now, you could promote from being an outer sect disciple or inner sect disciple just by making the required amount of pills, and didn't have to take any tests back then. So, when it came to the final pill before promotion, the disciples started calling it the Ascension. But once the sect got more popular and started getting more and more disciples, they found out that disciples had started to sneakily promote themselves by using pills made by others. The elders couldn't keep track of everyone's pills back then, so they started making the disciples take tests for it. They should have stopped after creating the sect running formation a few years back, but the exam was just an extra layer of security that they didn't want to get rid of. The man named Jia Fen spoke quite a bit and explained it quite well. Is that so? Anyway, brother Yu, do you want to come to watch? I brought these three to watch as well. Kan Yu and asked quite expectantly. Alex thought for a bit and decided to skip the afternoon lunch today. Sure, brother Kong. I can probably learn something from it as well. Together the five walked into the alchemy hall. It didn't take Kan Yu and long to find an empty room, and immediately entered it. Alex and the other three also followed behind him to the room. Do you want me to aid brother Kong? The girl finally spoke and walked forward. Ah, thank you for your kind intentions, Sister Zhu, but I will have to refuse. In the exam, I will have to make the pills on my own, so I should start making pills on my own, without any aids. Kan Yuan started preparing by keeping aside the black cauldron and taking out his own cauldron. He started heating his cauldron and took a deep breath as he started meditating. Alex didn't know what pills he was going to make, or what ingredients he was going to use. He waited in anticipation to find out. After a bit of time had passed, and the cauldron was finally heated, Kan Yuan took out the first ingredient and put it in. Alex saw the ingredient and thought, a slim bane tree leaf, huh? That means he must be making one of 4 different pills. After a while, Kan Yuan took out a second ingredient and put it in. This one gave Alex no information, as this ingredient followed the first one in every single one of his recipes. His cauldron isn't transferring the heat fast enough. The energy in the second ingredient isn't controlling the first one as quickly as it should. Alex could see the minute errors in Kan Yuan's alchemy process thanks to his spiritual sense. Even while standing so far away, he could see the happenings in the cauldron very clearly. But then Kan Yuan put his third ingredient and put it in. Huh? Alex was surprised. That's not one of the ingredients from a recipe I know. Did he get a recipe somewhere out of the sect? Alex watched as Kan Yuan put in more and more ingredients to make a pill that he had absolutely no idea about. Finally, after a while, the pill came out. Kan Yuan frowned a little after seeing the pill's harmony. He took out a pill tester and tested the harmony of his new pill. As soon as the pill touched the base of the glass, the fog appeared from the metal base and started crawling along the side of the tester, until it stopped. Kan Yuan looked at the number aside. Only 16%. Not having an aid really does make it hard, especially when it's a new pill like mine. Kan Yuan cleaned the cauldron in preparation for another batch. Don't fret, brother. You still have quite a few sets left. You can do it, Jia Fen encouraged from the side. Yes, brother Kong. You don't have to get disheartened. Ju Mai encouraged as well. Alex and the other man stayed quiet, but gave encouraging nods towards him. Kan Yuan smiled a little. You guys are right. This won't stop me at all. This was only my first time, so I failed. The next times will be different. Kan Yuan switched his attention back to the cauldron and prepared for the second batch of ingredients. Chapter 74. Unstable Concoction. Kan Yuan held a pill inside a pill tester. The fog slowly rose up from the bottom of the glass and started going upwards. Everyone in the room watched as the fog reached the number 16. They watched with bated breaths as the fog slowly rose up to the number 17. Go up, they slowly chanted, wanting the pill fog to keep on going up. 18. Just 2 more. Go. Kan Yuan was full of sweat watching it. 19. Just once more, Kan Yuan shouted with his voice full of hope. Alas, the fog didn't rise up. No, I was so close. Kan Yuan got dejected. This was his third try at making the pill. The second one had ended up being an 18% harmony pill, so he had wished to make this one have 20% harmony. But his wish remained just that, a wish. Alright, I will surely make the next one be it. He got back to making the pill once more without anyone's encouragement. Kan Yuan had never focused this much in his life before as he did on the 4th pill. He focused from the start to the very end, careful at every turn, and made as few mistakes as possible. This turn has quite a few amounts of mistakes. Maybe he will succeed now. Alex was constantly checking the inside with his spiritual sense. As long as he didn't try to strain his senses, his spiritual sense would last for a while. After Kan Yuan finished making the pill and took it out to put it in the pill tester, once more the crowd watched as the fog started to rise up. Fog quickly rose up to 16% before slowing down. 17%, 18%, 19%. The pill tester started to shake a little, as Kang Yuhan's had started trembling with nervousness. 20%. Yes, Kang Yuhan shouted. Congratulations, Brother Kang. You are now eligible to become a core disciple. Everyone started congratulating him one after another. Kang Yuhan embarrassed a little over the bombardment of congratulations. His large physical build with an embarrassed face was something you didn't see every day. Kang Yuhan took a massive sigh of relief and put the pill into a pill bottle. How long has it been since we came here? Kang Yuhan asked the group. I think it's been about an hour and a half. Definitely more than an hour for sure. Waizen spoke from the back. Everyone else nodded. Oh, that means the room already took my contribution points. Might as well finish the final pill. Kang Yuhan started preparing for the next batch of ingredients. The others also waited for him to make the last pill. Kang Yuhan wiped away his sweat and started once more. He had already ascended, so he had no worries for this particular. He was already tired from making 4 different pills, especially the last one. Plus, he had no need to do everything perfectly, so he was a bit too relaxed while making the pill. He ended up making more mistakes than usual. Alex caught all of those mistakes. He is not getting the timing right. He keeps dropping the ingredients a bit too late, so the energies aren't getting properly harmonized. If only the ingredients were burnt and charred instead of turning to powder, the energy could have escaped from the cauldron. But since they were all powder, the unstable energies were getting taken in by the powder, making the powder itself massively unstable. Oh no, Kang Yuhan lost control of the situation. It's going to blow up. Alex immediately shot out forwards and used K manipulation to throw away the entire cauldron to the corner of the room. Boom! A massive explosion rang out from the corner, throwing heaps and heaps of energies towards their direction. Almost instinctively, Alex brought forth his hands and used elemental guidance to steer away as much energy from the explosion as possible. Everyone in the room had a disheveled look as the ringing from the explosion still rung in their ears. What the hell are you doing? Jiafen immediately cried out. Alex turned around to see Jiafen charging at him with the intention to harm. Alex didn't understand why he would do that, but immediately used his Kai manipulation to stop him. Due to their massive gap in cultivation, he was only able to stop his for a few seconds before Jiafen got free from his clutches and came for him once more. Wait, Brother Jia, it was my fault. Kang Yuhan got out of his stupor and stopped the fight. What? It wasn't just Jiafen who was confused by the statement. Waizen also came forward looking for an answer. I was too relaxed and ended up making the ingredients unstable. If Brother Yu didn't throw it away in time, I would have been seriously injured right now. So, he didn't do it on purpose? Jiafen was still quite skeptical about it. No. In fact, I had already lost control of the ingredients. It was Brother Yu's quick thinking that saved us. Kang Yuhan looked towards the wall. The wall itself had no problems, but the cauldron was now in pieces. Oh, I will have to pay quite a few points for this. Kang Yuhan turned around to look at the other 4, focusing especially on Jumai, and said, thankfully, none of you were hurt. I'm sorry for assuming you did it on purpose, Brother Yu. Jiafen apologized when he got the chance. It's okay. Alex understood why he was mad. He would probably get mad himself if he saw what had just happened. They all left the alchemy hall and said their goodbyes. Kang Yuhan kept thanking him for saving him. Alex split from the group and went back to his residence. He looked at the time and saw it was 5 p.m. I should be able to squeeze out 4 or 5 pills before it's time for dinner. Chapter 75, Wednesday. Alex logged out to get some food after making 6 pills before dinner. He had skipped the lunch today, so he was feeling unusually peckish. After dinner, he logged back to the game and went to the sect valley for his daily work. He took his time and only reached the valley around 8:30. It didn't even take him an hour in total to pick up all the ingredients. After he was done, he immediately ran back up the mountain to make some more pills. Throughout the entire night, he managed to make around 22 pills. Today was a free day too, so he decided to make pills once more. He spent the entire day in the alchemy room, making pills whenever possible. In fact, his next 3 days went the same way. Every morning, he would have a lesson with his master, and afterward, he would make pills whenever possible. Finally, on Wednesday, he managed to make a total of 135 different pills. Surprisingly, all of the pills were in the earth grade, not one pill below 25%. He looked at the remaining ingredients he had in his bag. If I get some ingredients from the alchemy garden, I should be able to make a few more pills than I can register. He still had the 194 spirit stones he got from the auction house. He wanted to transfer it immediately to his bank account, but didn't since he wanted to see if there were anything important in the auction. He wanted to buy something himself too. Still, he wouldn't waste much of the spirit stones, and together with what he would get from the auction house, after selling the current pills, he would transfer them all at once. Once he was ready, He left the sect leader's mountain at some time around 4 a.m. It took him about half an hour to reach the auction house. That felt quite short this time around for him. Are you here to sell Taoist? A new lady appeared at the front of the auction house. Yes, Alex let the new lady take him to one of the waiting rooms inside the auction house. After waiting for a while, Kai Ping walked in through the door. Ah, good to see you, Madam Kai. I am surprised I only meet you when I come to the auction house. He jokingly greeted the sitting Kai Ping. You jest, Taoist, you. You only see me because I ordered the juniors to let me know when you came. Kai Ping properly seated herself on the couch opposite Alex. So, what do you have for us to auction, Taoist, you? More pills, I presume. Kai Ping looked at Alex expectantly, waiting for him to take out the batch of pills. Yes, of course. I am an alchemist after all, Alex said with a smile as he reached into his bag and carefully took out 5 bottles, so as to not harm the pills inside. Kai Ping's eyes lit up as she saw that the 5 newly arrived bottles were all filled with 5 different pills. 25 pills. She was happy to see that. Then something weird happened. Alex reached back into his bag and took out 5 more pill bottles, each filled with 5 pills. Taoist, you? This is? She asked. These are pills, of course. Alex reached back into his bag and took 5 more bottles. Kai Ping started to breathe faster as she saw the 5 new bottles. How many pills does he have? She looked at the 15 different pill bottles and counted 75 pills in total. That was an enormous amount. But then, Alex reached into his bag and took out 5 more bottles. What? She freaked out. The newly brought out bottles were filled with 5 pills each as well. What's wrong, Madam Kai? Alex was surprised at her loud exclamation. Oh, I'm sorry. I showed you something unsightly. I was just surprised that you brought forth so many pills. Did the Hongwu sect send you as an ambassador for this time's auction, Taoist, you? Kai Ping was still calming down from the sight in front of her, but every time she saw the pill bottles laid out in front of her, her eyes would get wide, and she would start breathing faster. Hongwu sect sends ambassadors. I didn't know that. Unfortunately, I am not that. I just wanted to earn some money from my sold pills, so I came here. He then reached into his bag and brought out another 5 bottles. This time, however, they weren't completely filled, and had about 3 or 4 pills each. He reached back into his bag and took out 5 more bottles with less amount. Kai Ping just wasn't used to this many pills being taken out at once by a single person. And he said he made all the pills by himself? Impossible. It really was a very hard thing to believe. Alex finally took out 10 more bottles, each with a single pill inside. Alex looked at 2 of the bottles, with a single pill each. There were some pills in other bottles too, but these 2 in particular were his best alchemy result to date. First one was a 100 poison antidote that had a shockingly high harmony of 40%. The next one was a different pill, something he made just this morning. It was a pill called the Healing Lotus Pill. Its main ingredient was a lotus that grew on Earth. It was something he had found in the southern forest. The Healing Lotus Pill itself was one of the best pills he knew of. The pill was regarded as the #1 healing pill below the true pills. There was no other healing pill that could rival its healing power, and somehow, he had managed to make this pill with a harmony of 45%. This pill was also to this day, the pill with the highest harmony level he had made. Chapter 76, White. There are a total of 135 pills in here. All of them are Earth-grade pills. You can check them as you please. Alex then showed the 2 pills in his hand and said, These 2 are my best pills yet. This is a 100 poisons antidote with 40% harmony, and this is a Healing Lotus Pill with 45% harmony. Please be careful with them. He let Kai Ping take everything into her own bag. Kai Ping, however, was still in her shock and didn't manage to get out of it in time. Only after a while did she realize that she was dazed and hurriedly took out a pill tester to check the pills. 28%, 32%, 27%, 29%, 38%, 26%, 40%, and 45%. Kai Ping reeled in her shock as she carefully tested each of the pills. In total, there were about 8 total types of pills here. Do you have anything else to sell? Kai Ping asked him, but she didn't expect him to bring out anything. Oh no. These are the only ones I have, unfortunately. If I had more ingredients, I might have been able to squeeze in 4 or 5 pills, but that's it. Making so many pills in 4 days took a lot of physical and mental effort. Kai Ping suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked back at Alex. With a peculiar smile, she asked, Taoist, you, did I mishear, or did you just say you made all of these pills in 4 days? Oh yeah. Well, I made some on Saturday night, but others I made in the last 4 days. Alex didn't mind clarifying her confusion. Kai Ping had a really hard time believing it. She already didn't believe it was him who made the pills, but hearing him say he made them in 4 days just made it even more unbelievable. She decided to inquire a bit. Taoist, you, from what I have heard of Hongwu sect, they say you guys have to make 10 pills with 10% harmony to become an inner sect, and 20 pills with 20% harmony to become a core disciple. Is that true? Yes, that's true. Alex got confused. Why would she ask me this? Then why is Taoist you still an outer sect disciple, if you don't mind me asking? Well, things are kind of complicated in the sect regarding me. Alex scratched his head with a bit of embarrassment. Shouldn't you be a core disciple by now with all of these pills you have made? Kaiping thought she was getting closer and closer to getting him to slip and fess up who really made the pills. Oh no, I am a long way from being a core disciple. To become one, we have to give away the pills to the sect for the pills to count. Also, each pill has to be from a different recipe. Since I wanted to sell my pills instead of giving it away, I still haven't been able to become a core disciple. Although I hope to become one in the near future. Alex was quite confident in his answer. Kaiping on the other hand got dejected that she couldn't make him tell who really made the pills. I can almost guarantee that he is just an errand boy for someone more important. But still, on the off chance he is a genuine golden goose, I cannot offend him. Why don't we set up the contract now? Kaiping said as she took one of the talismans laying on the ground, and wrote, everything Alex had brought to her. She then signed the paper with a signature using her kai and handed it to Alex. By the way, Taoist you, we will have to use a name to represent the pills here. Do you mind if we use your real name or do you want to use some other names? Alex thought for a bit. A different name? Like a nickname, huh? What should I name myself? Couldn't think of anything to call himself. He thought of calling himself Alchemy God, but immediately erased the idea, since that was way too pretentious and most definitely a lie. He looked around the room, hoping for inspiration. He looked at his own body, as well looking for just anything that can help provide him with an idea for his name. Suddenly, he stopped. He slowly brought up his right hand to touch his left arm. More accurately, he touched the scar on his left arm. A wolf scar. A wolf. Should I call myself a wolf? No, that doesn't quite fit. Ah, wolf, wolf. Then, he suddenly remembered back to the wolf that gave him this wound, and he also remembered the cats that were there. The cats that he fought the wolf to protect. He remembered the giant mother cat with its bright white fur covered in blood. White wolf. Alex smiled. That wasn't a bad name if he said so himself. White wolf, you can use the name White Wolf for me. Kaiping smiled as well. White Wolf, huh? I quite like that name. I shall refer to you as White Wolf from now on in the stage, Taoist you. By the way, Madame Kai, is it okay if I come to the auction? I don't know if I can buy anything, but I just wanted to see what an auction was like. Kaiping laughed a little. You are more than welcome to be in the auction, Taoist you. We shall prepare a VIP room for you. Oh no, that's not necessary. I can manage in a normal room as well. Please give your VIP room to the guests who can actually buy something. Kaiping smiled and complied. Alex took the contract and bid farewell to Kaiping. He walked out of the auction house and reached his residence back in the sect in about half an hour. He had made it in time for dinner, so he logged out. Chapter 77. Missing Ingredients. Good evening, Elder Wang. Is the list ready yet? Alex arrived at the foot of the alchemy garden late at night. He had purposefully waited as much as he could without doing anything before coming here. Oh, you are here, disciple you. Yes, Elder Jean has prepared the list. Here you go. He handed Alex the list of ingredients. Over the last couple of days, Alex had come to know the elders quite well. He respected them as elders, and they respected him as someone with talent. They would still be surprised every time he walked out of the garden within an hour. How do you do it, disciple you? The mountain is quite huge, so how do you manage to find the ingredients so fast? The elders asked. Oh, that's a secret. I can tell you that it's because I know where every single ingredient is already, so I just go and take it. I don't have to waste time searching for it. Ma Rong had told him not to reveal anyone about his spiritual sense yet, so he tried to work around the question and answer them without really answering the question. I'll be off then, Elder Wang. Alex walked into the valley in search of the ingredients. He quickly scanned the list and thought of where all the ingredients were. There are 2 there, 3 next to that, only 1 near the top. He revised the locations in his mind and walked off. Ingredients started to fly on their own and landed inside his storage bag. His Kai manipulation and spiritual sense coordination had gotten just that good. One after another, he started finding all the ingredients in the list. It took him half an hour to finish it all, so he walked out. Always so punctual, aren't you? Disciple you. Elder Wang spoke as he saw Alex coming out of the garden. Alex just smiled and said, I will head to the other garden. He walked across the valley to the other garden and entered. He once again started looking for the ingredients. It's missing. Alex knew for sure there was an ingredient here yesterday, but there wasn't one anymore. Did some animal take it? He wondered. He kept on looking for the other ingredients. Once more he found another ingredient missing. That's the second time. Is there really some animal in here? He searched for more ingredients. By the end he found about 4 different ingredients missing, and those were just ones he searched for because of the list. Let's check everything. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense, and looked at all of the different ingredients growing in the valley. He found out more than 20 ingredients had been stolen by now. He quickly thought of the materials and realized they were ingredients for the pill heart-stopping pill. It was a common grade pill, that would kill anyone below the mind-tempering realm by solidifying their blood and stopping their heart from pumping blood. The only thing that could possibly save a person that had taken a heart-stopping pill was either the healing lotus pill, or a true great healing pill. He didn't know of any pills other than that could possibly save a person. Of course, this was with his limited knowledge of 200 pills. There were many other pills out there that he had no idea about. "Master, I thought I was the only one allowed to pick from the gardens for now. Someone else is taking ingredients for a heart-stopping pill in the alchemy garden." He sent out a message using the communication talisman Ma Rong gave him. He walked out of the valley and gave the ingredients to Elder Wang and Elder Zhan. "You took quite some time today, disciple you. Were the ingredients hard to find this time around?" Elder Wang asked. "Oh no, I just found some ingredients missing from where they should have been. So I looked around for a while and realized that a lot of ingredients had been taken in the last few days." "Are elders allowed to take away ingredients nowadays? I thought I was the only one." Elder Wang and Zhan lost their joking smiles and immediately got serious. "Someone took away ingredients. Are you sure you didn't make any mistake?" "No. I counted and realized about 20 ingredients were missing. All ingredients required for a heart-stopping pill are missing." Elder Wang contemplated a little. "If that is true, then we need to call the sect leader." "No need. I am already here." Ma Rong flew down to where Alex and the elders were. "You said somebody took ingredients for a heart-stopping pill?" she asked Alex. "Yes. I don't know when they were taken, as I only found out about them missing today, but I can guarantee they were there 3 days ago, and I did not pick them." Ma Rong knew about the amazing memory of someone with a spiritual sea, so she believed him instantly. "Who had entered aside for my disciple?" Ma Rong looked to the elders. The elders only stood outside every day and took requests from the disciples, so they didn't know. Ma Rong immediately sent out a sect-wide message for every elder who had to enter the garden within the last 5 days to gather here. Within 10 minutes, a group of about 10 elders was standing in front of Ma Rong. "Did any one of you take out ingredients from the garden in the last 5 days?" Everybody denied having taken any ingredients. At least not since the sect leader took away their authority too. Ma Rong frowned and took out 2 pill bottles, and 10 pills flew out of them to the elder's hand. The elders had a confused look as they looked at the pill. Immediately, their eyes went wide with shock. All of the elders knew what the pill was. "Truth-seeking pill," one of the elders said with a surprised look. Chapter 78, Questioning. "Eat it," Ma Rong said as they looked at the elders standing in front of her. Her cold eyes and voice made all the elders shiver. The majority of the elders ate it at once, while a few reluctantly followed. Suddenly, their eyes started to get lazy and their arms limped a little. Their entire body posture slumped, and they have no emotions on their face. "Now, answer me again. Did any one of you take away ingredients from the alchemy garden in the last 5 days?" No, a collective answer came out of all the elders. The elders once again all denied it. Ma Rong looked confused. There was no way someone below the saint realm could possibly lie after eating a truth-seeking pill. She dismissed the elders. After they started recovering once again, they left. Ma Rong got to thinking once more. If it was not one of them, then it would be near impossible to catch the culprit, unless they were stupid enough to make a transaction with the ingredients or the pill. Ma Rong immediately took out her medallion to check the records, and she found someone selling a heart-stopping pill. 5 hours ago? By an outer sect disciple, no less. She checked the buying records of the disciple and found no ingredients for the pill. "Come, we're going somewhere." She grabbed Alex by the arm and started flying away. The 2 elders just stood there and watched them leave. Soon the sect leader and Alex were in the outer sect mountain, and Alex slowly flew down to one of the cottages. "You do the talking." His master's voice rang inside his mind. "Wow, she can already talk to my head? I forgot that was even possible with a spiritual sense." He simply nodded to his master and walked up to the cottage. Knock, knock. A female disciple slowly opened the door and looked at Alex confusedly. "What do you want?" she asked in a very unfriendly tone. "I am here on behalf of the sect to ask you a question. You sold a heart-stopping pill with 22% harmony today. Did you make the pill by yourself?" Alex asked the girl. The girl was somewhere in her early 20s. As soon as she heard his words, she frowned. "How do you know that?" She started getting a little apprehensive. "As I said, I'm here on behalf of the sect. Now please answer the question. Did you or did you not make the pill?" Alex asked in a more stern voice. The girl started to get a little scared and answered, "I only sold the pill. I didn't make it myself." "Now we're getting somewhere. Can you tell us where you got the pill from?" he asked. "Someone found me and asked me to sell the pill for them." Alex frowned a little. "Ask who it is." Ma Rong's voice came to his head. "Who is it that asked you to do that?" "I don't know. I only met the person today. They were wearing a black hood over his head, and said that if I sold the pill, I would get 10% of the contribution points from it." Alex fell into contemplation. "Do you remember how the person looked like? How did they act? Maybe their gender, or even the fact about if they are disciples or elders." The girl fell into thought. I can't tell if they were a disciple or elder, but they wore a really dark green robe underneath, so they must have either a core disciple or an elder. As for the gender, I think they are a male. They tried to hide it, but my instinct said they were a male. Aside from that, I don't know. I only met them about 6 hours ago, so I don't know a lot about them. But there was something weird about them. The person felt like a completely mortal person with no kai. I can't tell if that is helpful, but that's all I have got. Alex nodded. Oh right, I am supposed to get the ingredients I bought with the remaining 90% of the contribution pill to them in the sect market tonight at midnight. The girl suddenly shouted. I see. Suddenly, a talisman fell from above. Tell her to carry this with her. Ma Rong spoke to him. Keep this on your person when you go to the sect valley tonight, just in case. Alex left the outer sect mountain. For a while, the walk to the sect valley was really silent. This person is smart. Ma Rong spoke from above. Not only are they making other people sell the pills made out of stolen ingredients, but they are also even making the other disciples buy the ingredients for them. They are doing absolutely nothing to get tracked by the sect running formation. You are right, Master. Who knows how many such stolen pills they have sold already. Alex was shocked that someone was deceiving the sect in such a manner. I don't have any hiding abilities, so everyone will see me if I keep flying in the sky like this, especially in the sect valley with all the light. And I can't show up in the sect valley itself, since that might deter away from the culprit. She turned towards Alex and said, so you will have to be the one to find this culprit. As soon as you see him, call me. Before that, I can't be seen. Ma Rong immediately flew away. What did I get myself into? Alex wondered as he got back to the sect valley. Thankfully, he was done making for the auction, or he would have regretted finding out about the missing ingredients. He decided to wait for the culprit in the sect market, so he went and looked around the market as if he was looking through the different vendors. About 2 hours later, midnight arrived, and so did the female disciple. He stayed about 15 meters away, hidden in the crowd, constantly surveying the area around the lady, waiting for the culprit to arrive. Chapter 79, Song Zun. Alex made sure he didn't stand out in the crowd, so he split his attention, keeping most of it on the woman and around her, and some of it on acting like he was there to buy something. He had his master's communication talisman in his hands, ready to call her any moment. The female outer sect disciple seemed to not know where to find the person, so she looked around hoping the person would instead find her. Minutes passed by and nothing happened. Still, it was the only midnight now, so both Alex and the female disciple stayed there. The female disciple especially was in a jumpy mood. From her understanding, she had gotten involved with something bad and wanted to get out of it as soon as possible. If even the sect was after this person, then he must be really bad. Alex watched the woman's nervousness increase as she started getting fidgety. She was still walking around the market, unsure if the person would even come. Suddenly, she turned stiff. Have you brought the ingredients? A voice entered the woman's ears that made her jump. Quiet down. The voice spoke again. Alex had his spiritual sense on the woman, so he heard the voice too. It's a man for sure. But where is he? He looked through the crowd towards the female disciple, but saw nobody standing around her. This is weird. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense and found a figure in a cloak standing beside the woman. He's invisible. And, it's just like she said, he has no aura or kai. It's almost like he is immortal. Alex finally understood why he couldn't see the man at all. Thankfully, he had a spiritual sense. The man's techniques could hide his aura and kai, and hide his body, but it couldn't hide his figure from being seen with his spiritual sense. He looked at the man and was shocked. So young. The man didn't look a day over 20. Alex looked at the robe linings and realized he was a core disciple. He immediately sent out a message. Master, he's here. It's a core disciple. But be careful, he is invisible and has no kai or aura. Only your spiritual sense works on him. The man was giving off no kai, so he couldn't guess or see what his cultivation base was. Give me the damn ingredients, the man demanded in the woman's ears. The woman slowly took out a storage bag, which the man immediately snatched. As soon as the bag left the woman's hand, it vanished as well. The man started leaving and Alex started following. Suddenly, Ma Rong flew down from above. The man stopped and looked up to see the sect leader was landing nearby, but he didn't seem to care much about it. He started walking away, still invisible. Most of the disciples at night were outer sect disciples who had never seen the sect leader, so when she dropped they only assumed an elder was flying. The elders from the stalls stopped what they were doing and walked out. Sect leader, is something wrong? Why are you here? They started wondering if they did something wrong during the sales today. Ma Rong ignored everyone and looked towards Alex. Where? She asked as soon as she flew down. Alex immediately pointed to the invisible man walking away there. The invisible man turned back to see Alex point directly towards him, his eyes staring right at him. Ma Rong looked in his direction as well, and within seconds her eyes that were looking everywhere else suddenly locked onto him. Not good. The man started to immediately run away, but there was no way he was going to be faster than the sect leader herself. Ma Rong caught up to him in what felt like a blink of an eye, and immediately pushed him down to the ground by just releasing her cultivation base on him. The man stopped using his techniques, and instead flared his cultivation base to struggle against the sect leader's power. His figure was finally visible to all. Ma Rong saw the face and exclaimed with surprise. She immediately took him and flew off. Alex followed in their direction as well. Ma Rong landed in front of the elders' hall, surprising the many elders that were standing nearby. She had just been here a moment ago and flew off with no indication, and came back just as quick. Now, she even had a core disciple with her. What is going on, sect leader? The elders asked. Nothing. I just found a thief who has been stealing from the Alchemy Gardens, she said as she tossed him down. Alex arrived just in time to see the man look up to the numerous elders with fear creeping up in his eyes. Song Zun? The elders were surprised. Are you sure there is no mistake here, sect leader? Song Zun is one of our best students. There is no way he could be a thief. Ma Rong sighed and said, I know, but a thief is a thief, and we don't look away from someone's crime just because they are good. Alex looked at the man. Song Zun. I've heard of that name somewhere before, he thought. He tried to remember, but couldn't think of where he had heard of him. What exactly did he do, sect leader? Couldn't we pardon him with a little punishment if the crime isn't that big? One of the elders said. Let's see how big his crime is then, shall we? Ma Rong pulled out a pill bottle, and took out a single pill from it. It was the same truth-seeking pill that she had given to the elders. She force-fed it to Song Zun, who immediately got passive with no emotion in his face. Did you steal the ingredients from the Alchemy Garden to make a heart-stopping pill? She went directly for the question. Song Zun couldn't lie or say anything other than the truth, so he simply said yes. Chapter 80. Immortal Concealment Technique. Yes. As soon as the elders heard him confess to stealing something from the Alchemy Garden, they gasped. The Alchemy Garden was one of the forbidden lands in the sect that not everyone was given permission to enter. Only elders were allowed in it to pick the ingredients previously, but even that had changed. Now the elders were only allowed to care for the garden, and not pick up anything. The task was apparently given to the sect leader's new disciple. The elders didn't know if that was the right choice, but they heard nothing but praise from Elder Wang and Elder Zhan, who took care of it now. So, when they heard that Song Zun had entered the Alchemy Garden to steal ingredients from it, they knew there was no pardoning him. Ma Rong was starting to get angry. Why did you steal the ingredients and not buy it? She asked. I am not going to do these menial tasks, just to buy something I can easily steal. All I want to do is make pills, and nothing more, Song Zun said with a blank face. Why do you want to make the pills so bad? She asked. To surpass Zhu Mei and Wan Lai, and become the number 1 ranking disciple in the sect under Alchemy Achievement. Song Zun relayed his simple plan. Alex was surprised to hear that as well. First in Alchemy Achievement. Suddenly he remembered something. That's right, Song Zun is the name of the 3rd ranking disciple in Alchemy Achievement. He is the anomaly in the Black Rock, who has a high Alchemy Achievement with a very poor contribution ranking. Does that mean he didn't do many contributions to the sect at all? He suddenly thought of something. How long ago did you join the sect? He walked forward and asked Song Zun. Hey, who are you? The elders cried out. Go away, disciple, this is not a place for you. Ma Rong suddenly shouted quiet, and all the elders quietened down. She waited for Song Zun to reply. 4 years, he said. Where are you going with this? She asked Alex. Alex gestured her to wait and see, and asked another question. How long ago did you become a core disciple? 1 year ago. Song Zun was still under the effect of the pill, and it didn't look like it was going to go away soon. And how many contribution points have you earned after becoming a core disciple? He asked. Ma Rong started getting curious as to why he was asking such unrelated questions. I make the weekly required 100 contribution points, Song Zun replied. Then, where do you get the ingredients for your pills to rank 3rd in the Alchemy Achievement? As soon as she heard this question, Ma Rong's eyes turned wide, as she finally thought of a possibility that she had forgotten in the heat of the situation. She looked back at Song Zun, and the answer she dreaded came out of his mouth. I steal all my ingredients from the Alchemy Gardens. Ma Rong immediately questioned, how many ingredients have you stolen so far? The revelations were getting too much for her, but she still had to ask the question. Song Zun stayed quiet for this question. The deafening silence lasted for a few too many seconds before he opened his mouth to say, I don't know. Ma Rong was shocked. She changed the question. Since when did you start stealing the ingredients? This question he didn't think at all and said, 3.5 years. The pill's effect ran out with the answer, and Song Zun realized what he had just said. No, that was a lie. That was wrong. I wasn't thinking straight. Sect Master, please give me a chance. Elders, please help me. I am one of your best students. I am so close to becoming an Earth-grade alchemist. Please don't punish me. I can change. Please. Ma Rong felt disgusted looking at his face. She scanned his body with her spiritual sense, and pulled out 3 storage bags. She threw them each towards Alex and said, This is your reward for your contribution tonight. If not for you, this criminal would have gone unnoticed by us." The elders were looking in shock as Alex took all 3 bags. Alex quickly scanned the bag and found most of the items inside were just alchemy materials, pills, and a few dozen spirit stones. There were also 2 books that he quickly scanned the cover of. One of them was called Veiled Light Technique. It was an earth-grade technique that used Kai to cover one's body with refracted light to make them invisible to the surrounding. This was what Song Zun was using to hide in the sect valley. The second book was perhaps the best book Alex had found as of yet. It was called the Immortal Concealment Technique. It was a technique that ran on its own and hid people's cultivation base from others as well as their aura and Kai. To anyone that is not at least a major realm higher than the user would appear to be a simple mortal with no cultivation. To top it all off, it was an immortal grade technique, the first one he had ever seen. "Thank you, master." Ma Rong nodded and looked back at Song Zun, whose eyes were glaring daggers at Alex, who had been the one to find him. He was the one that had pointed at him back in the market, and had asked those questions that got him to where he was. And now, he also had all of his items. Ma Rong closed her eyes and said, "Throw him into the Forbidden Fields for 2 months. That shall be his punishment." A few elders with a badge on their robe that said Protect walked out and carried Song Zun to take him to the Forbidden Fields. "Go back and rest," Ma Rong said towards Alex, and went along with the elders, leaving Alex alone. Chapter 81. Learning the Techniques. Alex walked up to his residence in the middle of the night. The last few days had been tiring with all the non-stop pill making, especially today. Or should I call it yesterday, since it's already past midnight, he thought. Alex walked straight to the courtyard as soon as he returned. It was time to learn some books. He quickly took out the Earth-grade Veiled Light Technique and started reading it. As soon as he finished, he got the notification. "Congratulations. You have successfully learned Veiled Light Technique. All right then, let's try it." He started using the technique. His Kai started flowing across his body and slowly seeped out of his entire body. As it touched the air, the Kai started to move on the surface of his body, slowly warping the lights around him. The Kai would take the light coming from one direction, move it across his body, and send it out of the other direction. To anyone looking from the outside, it looked like there was nothing between the viewer and the source of the light. This worked omnidirectionally and always kept the light moving towards its original destination. Alex slowly looked down at his hand and realized they weren't there anymore. In fact, his entire body was gone. He tried to use his spiritual sense and found out that there was no problem while looking at his hands through the spiritual sense. He tried walking around with the veil active and trained to keep the veil even under difficult situations. He tried flying with the veil active and realized he could do that as well. "Oh, I'm flying faster now," he thought. Getting to the 4th bone tempering realm had made him just a tiny bit faster at flying now. He got back down, still invisible, and took out the next book. He started flipping through the book. This book was about the same length as the first one, but somehow it took him double the time to finish reading. "Congratulations, you have successfully learned Immortal Concealment Technique." Suddenly, all his Kai inside his body started to stop giving out an aura and stayed inside all the time. His cultivation base started to keep in its aura as well, and he started becoming more and more like a mortal human. Whoa, that's quite good. He didn't have to do anything for this book, it worked by itself. He opened the description to check. Immortal Concealment Technique Grade. Immortal hides your cultivation base and Kai from cultivators that are not at least a major realm higher than you. So only someone in the true realms can truly know what cultivation I have. And even then, it's hard for them to instantly figure out. Add that to the invisibility. No wonder Song Zun got away with so much theft. Just being invisible meant anyone without a spiritual sense could not find them when they had the Immortal Concealment Technique. Alex finally realized how Song Zun had managed to keep his actions hidden from the different elders. "What else do I need to do?" he thought. "I still need to absorb that yellow stone. I kept it aside since I had to make the pills, but now that it's over, I should do it, maybe tomorrow." He practiced with the technique a little longer and started cultivating. At exactly 6 a.m. he woke up. He logged out and got back into the game about an hour later. He waited for Ma Rong to arrive and learned alchemy from her for a bit. "Give me your nameplate," Ma Rong said after the classes were done. Alex took out his nameplate and handed it to her. Ma Rong quickly scanned the nameplate and frowned. "Why haven't you registered a single pill? You should have made at least 5 different ones by now." She got a little irritated at how slow Alex was with becoming a core disciple. "Oh, I will, master. I will start making pills today onward exclusively for registering." Alex got a little embarrassed. He didn't think his master would ask him for the pills so soon. "That reminds me, master. Here." He handed the 2 books he got from Song Zun to her. It's the technique Song Zun was using to sneak around in the alchemy gardens. Ma Rong took the books and flipped one to the front page. She read the page and said, "It makes you invisible, huh?" Alex was surprised she was able to tell what the book did from the front page alone. Can she actually understand the unintelligible words? He could only read the letters but was never able to tell what anything meant. The only thing helping him was the fact that at the end of the book, he would somehow thankfully learn it. Ma Rong checked the next book and was surprised. An immortal grade technique? There is only one of those in the sect. Where did that thief get this? There is an immortal grade technique in the sect. Alex got surprised when he heard this. You don't know? You have full access to the library, haven't you checked yet? She said. Oh, I was so focused on making pills, I forgot about learning new techniques. Alex said with a bashful face. Anyway, keep these books, they're yours now. You can give them to me after you've learned them. Ma Rong said as he gave back the book. But Alex didn't take them and instead just said, Oh, I've already learned them, master. That's why I'm giving you these. You already learned them? But you only got it last night. It hasn't even been 8 hours since you got these. She was surprised. I learned it last night at around 2 am. I stayed up late instead of cultivating. What? You learned it in less than 2 hours? Ma Rong was getting more and more shocked. Show me, she said. Alex had simply stopped the technique from automatically working, so when he let it work again, all of his presence, cultivation base, and aura disappeared in a flash. All Ma Rong could see in front of her was immortal Alex. Chapter 82, Teaching. Ma Rong looked at the complete non-existence of Alex in front of her and was surprised. So he got past the elders using this and the invisibility technique? She asked. Yes. Quite a good combination actually. Alex said as he used the veiled light technique as well. Suddenly, he was out of sight as well. Ma Rong immediately sent out her spiritual sense, and only then did she manage to find him. You learned this technique already too? She asked. Alex stopped using the invisibility technique, and also stopped concealing himself. Yeah. Have you already learned the elemental guidance technique I gave you? She asked. Alex couldn't understand why she was asking all of these questions, so he simply answered, of course. I learned it the moment you gave it to me. Heavens! Is he even more of a genius than I thought he was? Ma Rong couldn't comprehend how he could learn everything so fast. Listen to me. If anyone asks you how long it took you to learn the techniques, tell them it took you a few days or a week at least. If it is heaven grade or higher, tell them it took you about a month. Never tell anyone you learned it in a few hours. Ma Rong was very stern about it. Alex didn't understand what she was talking about. Why can't I learn it so fast? I'm already using up so much time by not using the system's learn function. Is learning in a few hours good? He couldn't help but ask. It's beyond good. Most normal people take about 2 to 5 days to learn a mortal grade technique. Earth grade techniques take them a little over a week. They can't learn a heaven grade technique without studying the book for about a fortnight or more. While immortal grade techniques may take the cultivators anywhere from a few months to a few years to completely learn. I myself was called a genius, and it took me about 2 months to learn the flickering shadows technique. If someone with malicious intent finds out that you have so much talent, they might harm you out of envy and pettiness. So make sure you do not let anyone know about your talents. Doesn't matter if it's in cultivating, learning techniques, or alchemy. Always learn to be modest, and never reveal your true talents, not even to your closest friends. Hearing the serious tone in Ma Rong's voice, Alex got serious as well. I understand, master, he said. Good. Go and learn the technique from the library later. The movement technique that should help you a lot. Most of the alchemy techniques in the library should be useless to you now that you are so practiced at Kai manipulation and have spiritual sense. As for the battle techniques, don't even bother learning them. Since you will go to the Tiger sect in a few days, you can learn the techniques from there. They have a far better collection of battle techniques than we do. Ma Rong advised him. She taught him alchemy a bit longer, but there was no longer anything left to teach him. Not unless he got into the true realm. I will stop coming here from tomorrow. I don't have anything else to teach you until at least 50% of your Kai turns to true Kai. After that, I will give you advice on how to make true pills. Ma Rong said. Turn Kai to true Kai? Don't you just acquire true Kai after you enter the true realm? Alex got a bit confused. No, it's the other way around. Only after turning all of your Kai to true Kai do you finally enter the true realm. Even then you have to break through to the true realm. Most people with low talent will forever be stuck in the self-tempering realm. Few pills help to elevate the chances, but even then, it mostly depends on your base talent itself. Have you ever felt a bottleneck before? She suddenly asked. Bottleneck? Like the one that stops you from breaking through to a higher realm? No, he said. I thought so. Then, you don't have to worry about it much. Just cultivate normally. You will definitely enter the true realm. Ma Rong stood up and started preparing to leave, when she suddenly remembered something. Oh, and there is something you should know about. In less than a month, there will be an annual sect competition that will take place in the Cardinal City. Many different types of competitions will take place there. I want you to take part in alchemy-related competitions, so prepare for it. If we win in the alchemy competitions, and we somehow do well in other competitions as well, we might get enough points to become a first-grade sect. The Tiger sect is already ridiculously close to becoming one. We need about a few hundred points to become one. Hopefully, we can do it this year. Ma Rong seemed hopeful about the competition. Master, what's a sect grade? Alex was a bit confused. He didn't think he had ever heard about those before. It's just an arbitrary term made by the Crimson Empire to let the various cultivators know how good a sect is or how well it can train its disciples. Every year the various sects from around the empire come together to take part in the competition, and those that win get points. As the points accumulate, their grade increases. We managed to get to the second grade almost a decade ago. Only now are we finally reaching the point where we may reach the first grade. Of the many competitions, we can win in maybe two: the alchemy ingredients recognition competition, and the pill making competition. We always did well on those. If we somehow do good on a few more, we will surely get the first grade. So, I am counting on you to do good on those too. As for the others, we will see when the time comes. Ma Rong left after saying this. Alex got into thinking for a while before logging out to go to classes. Chapter 83, Kai, Records and Shadows. At 3 p.m., Alex logged back into the game. He had 3 tasks to do today. Make pills for the Disciple Hall, use the yellow rock, and learn the immortal technique. He could make the pills a bit later, and he could also go learn the technique when he had to go to the Sect Valley for his work. So he decided to start with the yellow rock. This is going to hurt once more, isn't it? He could still remember the pain the first yellow rock put him through. The result from using the rock was amazing, but the process itself not so much. Thankfully, he had been through worse pain, so he was okay with the pain he would feel now. He took out the yellow rock and took a deep breath. Then, he swallowed it. The rock immediately melted in his mouth and turned into a smooth, flowing liquid that slid down his throat. The liquid was still the same scalding hot one, but he still felt nothing. However, he started feeling the pain when the liquid reached his stomach once more. You have ingested a Yang Jade Sun God's divine Yang body is turning the Yang energy in the Yang Jade to Yang Kai. Purifying the Yang Kai in your body. 2% purifying the Yang Kai in your body. 3% purifying the Yang Kai in your body. 4% the already hot and vigorous Yang Kai in his body started to feel more hot and vigorous. The pain wasn't as bad as he remembered, and it disappeared in a few minutes. Purifying the Yang Kai in your body. 98% purifying the Yang Kai in your body. 99%. Purifying the Yang Kai in your body. 100% congratulations. The Yang Kai in your body has been purified, and condensed Yang purity at 20%. The change wasn't as intense as he had expected it to be. All the Kai he had in his body had been condensed to about 90% of the original size, yet it did the same amount of work as the previous 100%. Meaning, when his body was full of Kai, he could now do more. Will my Kai last about 10% longer now? That is more substantial than I had previously guessed. He tried his new 20% purity Yang Kai on different things. He used Flame Mastery scripture and found it more manageable. Kai manipulation could carry heavier things now, meaning he could also fly a bit faster. His smiting blade was probably more powerful now as well, though he didn't dare use it here. After he was done testing with his techniques, he decided to try making some pills. Unfortunately, his alchemy skills didn't get any better from having a better Kai. So my previous Kai was already good enough for it seems. He made about 6 different pills using the ingredients he had left, mixed with the new ingredients he got from Songzun's storage bag. He logged out to get some food and came back in. He decided to learn the new technique before going to do his work, so he walked down to the Sect Valley. He had about an hour before he had to go to work, so he walked to the library. He showed his nameplate through the different floors and reached the 8th floor. He had an hour to spend, and taking back the book only took a minute, so he decided to go up a floor and read all the records on the 9th floor that he had previously skipped. Since everything on the 9th floor had to stay there, he started picking the records one by one and started reading them. He read one after another record and realized something. How most of these aren't even alchemy related. Most of them were just historical records, some about the sect and some about other things. It seemed the sect only went as far back as 50 years, so it didn't have a lot of history in this place. Some of the records also talked about cultivation rumors and rare monsters. Very few records had anything to do with alchemy, talking about pills with no recipes or ingredients that were very rare and hard to find. He saw a record of spirit cleansing lily talking about how hard it was to actually pick it. The person who wrote the record had no idea what to do when one actually found it and only talked about how to recognize it. Alex read through all the records and quickly memorized them. After finishing the records, he looked at the time and realized it was time to leave. He walked down to the 8th floor and quickly found the immortal technique with his spiritual sense. He took the book down to the ground floor, where the attending elder at the gate unlocked the seal on the book. Every book had these seals to stop the disciples from reading the books inside the library, and the seal could only be removed by an elder with a corresponding medallion. After the book was unsealed, Alex walked towards the alchemy garden while constantly reading the book in his bag using his spiritual sense. Before he could even reach the garden, he got a notification. Congratulations. You have successfully learned Flickering Shadows, that took about the same time as the Immortal Concealing technique. I wonder how it compares to that technique. Master did say it was a movement technique, so maybe comparing those two isn't the best idea. He immediately opened the techniques panel and looked at the description of the technique. Flickering Shadows grade. Immortal teleport to any shadow with a larger area than your palm within 10 meters. You can also travel to wherever your own shadow is. Used to teleport depends on the distance. Huh? Teleport? He was expecting some techniques that allowed him to move really fast when he heard the word movement technique, but somehow this was on a whole other level. If I can teleport to anywhere with a shadow, then isn't that pretty overpowered? No wonder it's an immortal grade technique. Chapter 84. Teleportation. Alex practically ran to reach the garden after learning the new technique. He couldn't wait to learn the technique, so needed to finish his work fast. Is it really teleportation? He was getting a little excited. He greeted the two elders and was handed the lists to the ingredients. He immediately walked in to start looking for the ingredients. He was looking around with his spiritual sense when he stopped. There were absolutely no lanterns in the alchemy garden, as anyone allowed to enter. There was usually elders or other people with authority who already had great eyesight and could see everything in the garden clearly, even at night. Just because someone could see at night didn't mean there was light there, which meant it's all shadows. Alex got excited and decided to try out the technique right now. The Immortal Concealing technique was one that worked on its own, and he himself didn't have to do anything. So, this was the first time he was truly using an immortal grade technique. The alchemy gardens were forbidden grounds in the sect, as they were too precious to let just about anyone in it. So, in order to not make some stupid mistakes and accidentally destroy some plants, he decided to use focus mode. Ever since he learned spiritual sense, he had no longer required focus mode. His mind was just that quick at processing the information he obtained. Especially during alchemy, spiritual sense had made focus mode pretty much redundant. Still, focus mode was amazing at amplifying the 6 senses of a cultivator and elevating their entire state of awareness to another level. As soon as he activated focus mode, Alex felt like he had breathed in a new life. Everything started looking so vibrant again. The numerous smells of the alchemy ingredients fragrantly drifting in the air made his nose tingle a little. The cool air of night made his skin refreshed, and he could hear the rustling of leaves and plants from far away. Although everything was bright to his eyes, he knew they were all dark in reality. So, he started activating his technique. He looked inside of him with his senses and saw a flash of multicolored light before it vanished, and he saw his Kai. The yellow in his Kai reminded him of the yang jade he intakes just a few hours ago. Slowly, the Kai started moving around his body. His Kai moved along the familiar meridians, taking a different path. It moved towards his eyes and brain, and suddenly spots around him started to light up. The spots closer to him had less light, while the ones further had more. The furthest spot was no more than 10 meters away from him. He used his spiritual sense and realized similar things were happening all around him even without his vision. The Kai suddenly stopped moving when it reached his head, and the light stayed lit up all around him. What's happening? Am I supposed to choose a spot right now? He focused and looked at a spot that was open and not near any ingredients. Suddenly, the Kai started flowing once more, and he felt as if his entire world disappeared. The world appeared once more, but he was no longer where he had been before. He had teleported to the spot he thought of. The juxtaposition of the previous senses followed by the instant shift to the new senses caused him to not realize what was happening for a brief moment. He collected himself and looked where he was. He was facing the same direction he had been before, and had teleported to the exact spot he thought of. He felt his Kai and found almost none of it had been used. I can do this for a long time. He started moving his Kai once more, and spots of light started appearing in his vision. This time he chose one that was the furthest away. The Kai started moving once more from his head, but it took a while before his teleportation activated. Once more, the sudden change was too much for even his spiritual C-enhanced brain to handle. I need to practice more. He teleported around the place while picking the ingredients at the same time. It took him quite a while to finish picking up the ingredients on this alchemy garden. He walked out of the garden after a while and met the agitated faces of the two elders. Disciple Yu, is something going on inside? We were worried about you. You took so long. Elder Zhen said. That's right. We thought you might have fainted or something. Or did you find another set of ingredients missing? Elder Wang seemed pretty worried too. Why are they so worried about me? It's not like I took a lot of time. He looked at the clock on the top right corner of his vision and realized it was nearly midnight. What? It's been 3 hours? He was shocked. Elder Wang and Elder Zhan got a little startled seeing his sudden shouting. Alex looked back at the elders and said, I'm so sorry, Elder. I learned a new technique today, and was practicing it inside while picking the ingredients. I somehow completely lost the track of time. I will go and pick the ingredients from the next garden immediately," he said, and ran off towards the other garden. He didn't practice his technique in this garden, so it only took him about half an hour to finish. "Here you go, elders." He handed the ingredients and bid them farewell for the day. He was near the second garden, which was close to the disciples' hall, so he decided to go register the pills he had made today. He looked towards the direction he needed to go and thought about using the technique. He started moving his Kai to teleport a bit away, but when the time came for the spots to light up, not a single light appeared near him, aside from a few near the bases of the different buildings. Everything else was lit up like the day. Since he had nowhere to teleport to, he decided not to, except, wait, how do I stop this? Chapter 85. Registering Pills. The Kai was now stuck in his head and wasn't moving anywhere, so he constantly saw the places light up in his vision. He looked around, didn't see a single place he could properly teleport to. The places he could were either near a building or in the midst of multiple disciples. Wait, let's check with my spiritual sense. He sent out his spiritual sense in a 10-meter radius and found more places he could teleport to. Some of them were inside the buildings, some on the roof of the buildings. But one spot he hadn't thought of had also lit up. It was the underside of everything that touched the ground. From barrels to the lanterns to the numerous people walking, the underside of all of those was lit up. Of course, those places are always in the shadows. So I can teleport there, huh? He couldn't think of a good place to teleport for now other than his own shadow under his foot, so he chose that. The Kai moved and vanished. Huh? Did I even teleport? Since this never changed, so he didn't know if he actually teleported at all or not. The Kai started moving, so he stopped caring about it. He walked the rest of the way to the disciple hall. He looked at the ranking stone in front of the hall, and realized his spot on the stone had fallen down quite a lot. Well, I don't think I should even care about the rankings anymore. It's difficult to compare me with the normal disciples. He walked towards the back, and looked at the rankings there too. The Alchemy Achievements ranking no longer had Song Zun in the third place like it used to. In fact, Song Zun was no longer on the list. He walked into the disciple hall and got into a line. When his time came, he walked in and saw an inner sect disciple on the desk. He took out 6 different pill bottles with a single pill in each of them and placed them on the desk. "I'm registering these pills." The inner sect disciple was one step away from falling asleep. He wanted to go back to his cottage, but because he hadn't gotten enough contribution points for this week, he was stuck here working through the night. He said nothing and took one of the pill bottles and took out the pill inside. His lazy eyes immediately got serious as he felt the quality of the pill. He took out a pill tester and put the pill inside. He watched the fog slowly rise up and stop at 33%. His eyes were wider than they had ever been. Same with his jaw. He looked up at Alex and checked his appearance closely. Alex had the face of someone who hadn't even reached 20 years old and was wearing an outer sect disciple's clothing. "Is this a joke?" he thought. "You are registering this?" the disciple asked. "Yes." Alex didn't think much of the question. The inner disciple frowned. "Did you make this?" he asked. "Of course. Why else would I bring it here to register?" Alex found the line of questioning weird, but thought that it probably was the first time the inner sect disciple had seen an outer sect disciple bring a pill that even the core disciples would be jealous of. The inner sect disciple's frown remained as he took out a medallion to check the latest sales info about Alex. The only info he got was that Alex had bought ingredients on only 2 occasions, once about 12 days ago, and once about a week ago. Other than that, there was no transaction history between him and the sect. Furthermore, the ingredients he bought both of the times did not match the pills in his hands, so he started to get more suspicious. If it had been a normal scenario, he might have sent Alex away, saying that wrongly claiming someone else's pill as his own was a crime that was punishable in the sect. But the pill he was holding was one that even the majority of the core disciples couldn't make with their best effort. So, he immediately notified an elder that someone was trying to falsely register a 33% harmony pill. "Stay here, I have called an elder," the inner sect disciple said, while keeping the 6 pill bottles with himself, and went on to do his task, starting with the next one in line. After 10 or so disciples in the line were done, someone wearing an elder's robe walked in. As soon as the inner sect disciple saw the elder, he stood up and greeted him. "Greeting, 18th elder." Alex turned around to see who had just come in and saw the elder's face too. "Greetings, Elder Lang." This was the same person that had taken his entrance exam and brought him into the sect. Lang Shun walked in and saw Alex standing to the side and was surprised. Did he do something wrong? He walked up to the inner disciple and asked, "What's going on?" The inner sect disciple immediately took out the 6 different pill bottles and put the pill back on the pill tester. Lang Shun found the action weird but said nothing. He slowly watched the fog rise up the side of the glass. He thought of nothing as it reached 10%. When it reached 15%, he was impressed. He was surprised when he saw it reach 20%, but the fog still kept on going and reached 25%, This got him really astonished. The fog still kept on going and reached 30%, and it was showing no signs of stopping. Lang Shun watched the fog slowly creep up more, and only stopped at 33%. He immediately walked forward and took the pill tester, and looked at it closely to absolutely make sure he was reading it right. "What is this? Who brought this pill?" he asked. The inner sect disciple simply pointed at Alex and said, "That outer sect disciple over there. He says he made it himself, but there is no proof." Chapter 86. Just register them. Lang Shun looked at the direction the inner sect disciple was pointing and realized the one being pointed at was Alex. He took the 6 pill bottles and walked to Alex while the inner sect disciple got back to his work. "Marshal nephew, did you bring in these pills?" he asked. "Yes, elder," Alex simply answered. Lang Shun smiled a little and said, "Don't call me an elder. Call me Marshal uncle. You master and I are disciples of the same master." Alex was surprised. Ma Rong had never mentioned anything about it. "Yes, Marshal uncle. I brought those pills." "The disciple says you claim to have made these pills yourself. Is that true?" he asked. "Yes, I made these pills today by myself," Alex answered. "You know that you shouldn't lie about these things, right, Marshal nephew? Even if you are the sect leader's disciple, you can get punished for these sort of things." Lang Shun tried to be gentle with the approach, but Alex found it funny and said, "You don't have to worry about that, Marshal uncle. I didn't steal them or anything. I made them on my own." Lang Shun felt a problem coming. He turned back towards the inner sect disciple and asked, "You said there was no proof or something. What did you mean?" The inner sect disciple, who was busy dealing with something, immediately stopped his work and said, "Elder, there is no sales information regarding the ingredients to his pills." The inner sect disciple said. Lang Shun got curious and asked, "Where did you find the ingredients from then?" "From the southern forest. I spent 3 days searching day and night for the ingredients before being found by Master in a near-death situation," Alex answered without hesitation. Lang Shun got a little surprised. Searching for alchemy ingredients in the southern forest? And what is this about him being in a near-death situation? Lang Shun thought for a bit and said, "All right, you can go. I will take these pills and see what I can do about registering them," he assured Alex, so Alex went back. Lang Shun also walked out with the pills and called Ma Rong and her communication talisman. "Sister, can you come to the Elder Hall for a bit? Your disciple did something that is creating a little sticky situation." He himself walked to the Elder Hall and waited for Ma Rong in a private meeting room. Ma Rong flew down and immediately found Lang Shun with her spiritual sense. The elder around her almost expected to see a disciple get thrown to the ground like yesterday. But alas, she was alone. Without batting an eye to anyone's greeting, she walked straight to the room with Lang Shun. "What's going on? Is something wrong with you, Ming?" he started asking the moment she walked through the door. Lang Shun wasn't expecting her to be so stirred up. He tried to calm her down by saying, "Nothing is wrong with your disciple. He is fine. It's more like he might have done something wrong." Ma Rong got a little confused. "What do you mean?" Lang Shun took out a pill bottle and put the pill inside it to a pill tester. Ma Rong watched the pill tester fog up to 36 to signify that the pill had a 36% harmony. She still couldn't understand what was going on. "Did you make the pills? Why are you showing me this?" "No, I didn't, but your disciple claims he did, and he got caught at the disciple hall today while registering these." Ma Rong heard that and said, "Oh, he finally started registering, did he? Took him long enough. So? What is wrong here? I still don't understand." "Sister, your disciple obviously didn't make these. He joined the sect 2 weeks ago. It's impossible for him to have made these." Lang Shun tried to reason. Ma Rong just found that funny. She forgot that she was one of the only ones who knew about Alex's talent. "Check the other pills," she said. Lang Shun complied and tested all the different pills. 33%, 35%, 34%, 43%, and 39%. Together with the previous 36%, the 6 pills all had a ridiculous amount of harmony. Something impossible for even someone in the top 10 list of alchemy achievements ranking. He's getting better than I thought. All right, register those pills under my disciple's name. If that is all, I'm leaving." She started walking out. "Wait, sister." Lang Shun was shocked at how little she cared about the situation. She should have been showing more interest in this situation, since her disciple was involved. "What is it now? If you won't register it, then make the elder who called you register it." Ma Rong started to get irritated. "Why are you giving this situation so little care, sister? Your disciple is trying to cheat here, so blatantly as well." Ma Rong just laughed it off now. "He's not. He made those pills. I've watched him make similar pills every morning. Just go register those pills, and also tell the elder who caught him to stop thinking about it." Lang Shun was surprised to hear that Alex had really made this. He still found it unbelievable, but if his sister was saying that, then he had no choice but to believe. "All right then, I'll register them and tell the inner sect disciple who stopped him to forget about it," Lang Shun said sluggishly. Ma Rong stopped in her step and turned back. "Inner sect disciple? Why would an inner sect disciple stop him instead of an elder?" Lang Shun cocked his head and said, "Of course an inner sect disciple would stop him. Do you even know how the disciple hall works, sister?" Ma Rong was taken aback a bit. "Of course I know how the disciple hall works. I'm just asking why an inner sect disciple would." Suddenly she realized something inside. "Don't tell me that idiot tried to register in the outer sect portion of the disciple hall." Chapter 87. Evaluating the pros and cons. Of course, he would register in the outer sect section of the disciple hall. He is after all still an outer sect disciple. Where else would he register then? Ma Rong felt a headache coming. I should have told him to go to the elders directly. I can't believe he tried to register such important pills through an inner sect disciple. I can see now why you were called. Honestly, I don't understand how someone can be so talented in cultivation and alchemy, yet so dumb when it comes to having the most basic of sense. It's almost like he was born a month ago, or at least was born in a place where cultivation isn't a thing at all. Lang Shun was stunned at his senior sister pretty much bashing on her disciple. Still, something she said caught his attention. Is he really that talented? I knew he was good from the entrance exam, but I didn't think he would be so talented to make 30+% harmony pills in less than a month. He said, "You don't even know the half of it. If he were to break through to the true Kai realm right now, he would best you in making true grade pills in less than a month, and best me in a month after that. That's how good he is." Ma Rong immediately changed from bashing on her disciple to praising him. Lang Shun didn't know what to say, but the praise felt a little too unbelievable. "Do you really believe that?" he asked. Ma Rong simply said, "You will see in a few months after he reaches true realm. Maybe it won't even take that long since I will start teaching him when half of his Kai transforms to true Kai." Ma Rong left after that. Lang Shun just stayed there stunned, as only one question ran through his mind. Bone tempering to true realm in a few months, is that even possible? Alex, in the meanwhile, had finally returned to his residence. The entire way through, he kept practicing the flickering shadows technique. He didn't walk a single step from the base of the mountain to his residence. He teleported the entire way through. He was starting to get the hang of it, but still had some trouble mentally processing the instant change of environment. I wonder if I would be better at it if my spiritual C were to get larger. Gaining spiritual C had vastly increased his mental capability, so it would go without question that he would start thinking this way. He went to his courtyard to train some more. He learned quite a few things while practicing the technique. The technique had features he didn't expect, but also had a multitude of limitations he hadn't even thought of. The technique was best used during the nighttime when everything was in the shadows. He could teleport to walls, trees, or even the shadow on some things underside, and would always appear to the side or upon it depending on which was closer without harming the cultivator. The next thing was that the teleportation was pretty much instantaneous. He threw a rock towards the pond and waited for the rock to just touch the surface. He then instantly teleported to the rock and managed to graze it with a few fingers before it sank to the bottom. While his aim was still a little off, he did learn that there was no time between moving from one spot to another. Another thing he learned was that there was almost no downtime between his teleports. He could teleport to one spot and immediately teleport to another spot. Theoretically, he could go around the entire city and return to this spot within a dozen seconds. However, life wasn't always so easy. Along with those incredible abilities, the technique also came with a lot of limitations that stopped him from doing what he wanted to do. The first and most obvious thing was that his mental ability wasn't strong enough to process where he was, and where he needed to go fast enough for him to teleport without stops. The second most obvious problem was that the ability was useless during the day, in an open ground like the training areas or deserts, or other flat surfaces, where there were not a lot of shadows in general. The more he thought about this problem, the more he found how annoying the problem was. If he were to someday fight while flying, the technique was pretty much useless, as there would be no shadows in the sky. Also, while the amount of Ki used during the teleports wasn't substantial, it would still accumulate after a while to become a moderately big factor for getting low on Ki. Another thing that bugged him was that while it was called a movement technique, it more so focused on dodging and getting surprise attacks on the enemies. It would also help him to get out of traps or another enclosing. They should have instead called it an escaping technique instead of movement technique. I should probably get an actual movement technique when I go to the Tiger sect. Still, despite all its flaws, it was an amazing technique befitting of its immortal grade. The next day, he split his day between practicing the veiled light technique, the flickering shadows technique, and making some pills to register. His master had messaged him and explicitly mentioned that he should only find an elder in the core disciple section of the disciple hall if he wanted to register the pills. His night went similarly as well. He started his evening going down the mountain to complete his job in the alchemy garden. Then he went to the disciple hall's second floor amongst the confused and curious eyes to register the 4 new pills he had made, each above 30% in harmony. Then he went back to his residence to practice the flickering shadows technique once more. He had made massive progression in it with just days' worth of practice. He couldn't wait to see how good it would be when he used it to its fullest potential. Chapter 88. Experience for a Cultivator. Alex had practiced the entire night without stop. His Kai was enough for him to practice more than 8 hours before his Kai ran dry. Still, he cultivated after 3/4 of his Kai was gone so that he could recover it for now. He decided to check where he was with his status. Status player name. Human Cultivation. Bone Tempering 4th Realm 300,000 Kai. 100% break, through body. Sun God's Divine Yang Body Talent. God's Spiritual Roots. 5 Elements Yin, Yang Roots Cultivation Method. Starry Sky Kai, Absorption Method. Kai, 1,825,388. He had managed to accumulate a lot of Kai, but if he were to break through right now, it probably wouldn't be enough to even reach Bone Tempering 9th Realm. I should have stabilized my cultivation base enough, right? It has been a few days since I broke through, he thought, and pushed the break through button once. Congratulations. You have broken through to Bone Tempering 5th Realm. Alright, let's go get some food. He decided to log out to get some breakfast when suddenly, he sensed his master coming. Didn't she say she would no longer teach me? Why is she here then? He walked out to greet her. Good morning, master. Do we have alchemy lessons today? He asked. No, I was on my way down to the Sect Valley when I remembered something. Do you have anything going on today? She asked. He didn't have to think to know that today was the day his pills were getting auctioned off, so he was looking forward to going to the auction to check out how it was. Yes, master. He simply told her. Cancel that then. Today you and I are going somewhere else, she said. Alex got a little surprised. Master, does it have to be today? I was quite looking forward to my thing today, he said. Ma Rong frowned and asked, do you need to do your thing or want to do your thing? Alex thought for a bit. I don't really need to be in the auction for my pills to sell. I only wanted to check them out, that was all. He sighed and said, I just wanted to, master. Ma Rong looked proud like she had just won and said, good. I will come to get you in a few hours, and we will leave then. She then left. Alex got a little disappointed at the fact that he wouldn't be able to view the auction. He finally accepted the fact and logged out to get some breakfast. He went back to the game to make a few more pills before logging out once more for lunch. He went back to the game after lunch once more. He decided to stabilize his cultivation base while he was waiting for his master. He started using the various different techniques he knew, aside from the immortal concealing technique. Otherwise, his master might actually miss his existence and not find him. He was in the middle of flying when his master walked into the courtyard. Her eyes widened a little as she saw him freely, albeit slowly, flying through the air. His Kai can already carry his weight so much. How thick is his Kai? She wondered. Alex looked at his master and realized she was weaker than before. Did something happen to her? Master, is something wrong? He asked. Ma Rong got a little confused, so she asked, no, why do you ask? Oh, it's just that you felt weaker to me, he said. Ma Rong laughed a little and said, that means it's somewhat working. I have started learning the immortal concealing technique. I can somewhat use it right now, but it only hides a fraction of my Kai, not all. That's why you thought I was weaker. Oh, I should have known that. How long do you think it will take you to completely learn it? He asked. I can't tell right now. Although it's going smoothly right now, I might hit a bottleneck somewhere. However, it shouldn't take more than a few months as most. I am quite confident about that, she said. She then thought of something and asked, did you learn the flickering shadows technique? Alex immediately got more attentive and said, yes, master. It's such a good technique. He then activated the technique and started randomly teleporting to different shadows. Some of the walls, some of the trees, and some even of the hidden side of the rocks near the pond. Ma Rong looked his with a bunch of envious eyes. How can he be so talented? When I first started teleporting, I had to vomit because I couldn't handle the sudden change in scenery. Is it because of his spiritual sense? She wondered. All right, stop, she said, and watched Alex teleport to a shadow next to her. She looked at him and asked, is that your best robe? It looks a little dirty. Alex looked at his robe and realized it had a lot of dust on it, and needed to be washed. He had been wearing this robe for almost 10 days now. I have a new robe I haven't worn yet, he said. He had gotten a replacement robe, after he had notified that his first one had been torn apart from the fight in the forest. Fortunately, thanks to his full access to everything, he was able to get the robe without giving a single thing in return. All right, go and change into those, she said, and waited for him to change. Alex came back out within minutes in his clean, new robes. Are we leaving now, master? Is it okay if I ask where we are going? He asked. Ma Rong simply said, as a cultivator, you lack a surprising amount of common sense. It might be because you are new to cultivation and don't know much about it, but now that you are a cultivator, there are things you need to be experienced on if you want to be successful in cultivation. One of those is to find appropriate cultivation methods, techniques, artifacts, and pills for yourself. So today we are going to the best place to get these things, which is an auction house. Chapter 89. Pink Cloud Auction House. Did you just say auction house, master? Alex thought he heard her wrong. Yes, auction house. You need to learn how to search for items in auctions as well as have the proper etiquette in there. Ma Rong repeated. Oh, so we are going to an auction after all. I wonder if it's the same auction house as the one I was going to. I should have checked if there were others. All right, master. Let's leave, he said as he started walking outside. Where are you going? Ma Rong asked him. To the auction house. Why would she ask him this? Ma Rong chuckled a little and said, Get back here. She then proceeded to take out her boat-like artifact. We aren't going to walk all the way there. It's too inefficient. We are going to fly there. She jumped and got onto the boat. Oh right, make sure to not use the immortal concealment technique today. It's not good to show other people that you can hide your cultivation from them. She also cancelled her technique, and her cultivation base started giving off the same strong aura as before. Alex wasn't using his technique, so he just nodded and told her he won't use it today. He got onto the boat without asking and settled himself on the back of the boat. After seeing everything was ready, Ma Rong flew off. Ma Rong hadn't sped up or anything. She just flew at her normal flying speed that just made Alex feel a cool breeze on his face. Still, they ended up reaching the auction house in less than 10 minutes. Not having to go up and down the mountains or walk jagged path really does help trim down your travel time a lot, he thought. He couldn't wait for the time when his flying speed would be faster than his walking speed. Ma Rong flew down in front of the auction house and jumped down. Alex followed behind her as well. He was happy to find out that this was the same auction house as he wanted to go to. Somehow fate had taken away his chance and gave it back to him. This is the Pink Cloud Auction House. This is their secondary branch, while their main branch is in the capital of the empire, Cardinal City. There are only these two branches. Today they will sell quite a lot of things, so I brought you here to check it out. Alex hadn't even come during the auction time, so he was quite shocked at the number of people waiting outside. Come, Ma Rong said, as she walked towards something she seemed to have noticed. Greetings, City Lord Lady. Ma Rong greeted a purple-robed couple that just flew down. These were Fu Wen and Mo, and the husband-wife pair that ruled the Scarlet City under the authority of the Crimson Empire. Ah, sect leader, you are here early, Fu Wen said with a big smile. Moen greeted from the side as well. Fu Wen then saw Alex to her side. Oh, isn't this our little friend from back then? Hello, he said with a smiling face. Greet the City Lord. Ma Rong's voice sounded in his head. Greetings, City Lord Lady. He used the same greetings as his master. Let's go inside, he said, and started walking towards the door. Alex looked around and saw the many people still standing outside. There's still some time before the auction started, and seeing the many people standing outside, he wondered if he would even be allowed inside so early. But he seemed to be overthinking things. The people he was with were some of the VIP in the city. The auction house wasn't going to offend the city, and one of the only two sects that was in the city, just because they arrived early. He had just walked inside the door when he saw a girl walk up to his master. No, she was walking up to him. He looked at her face and realized who it was. Hello, sect leader Ma, little brother. It's good to see you here. Luo Mei had arrived in front of them. Hello, Lady Luo, Ma Rong greeted her. Hello, Taoist Luo, Alex greeted her as well. Both Ma Rong and Luo Mei looked at him weirdly. Both of them suddenly started chuckling. Alex got weirded out as he couldn't understand why they were laughing. Why are you acting so distant towards her? Ma Rong asked. Yeah, little brother. You should call me sister now that we have the same master, Luo Mei said as well. Alex was a little surprised. Then he understood what was going on. Oh, I didn't know that. In that case, I should call you senior sister. Ma Rong looked towards Luo Mei and asked, Lady Luo, are you here with your master? Oh no, I'm here with my friends. Master should be arriving anytime soon by himself. I came early, she said. Oh, my friends seem to be restless. I will see you guys later. She left towards her friends somewhere deeper in the hall. Did she try to run away from us? Ma Rong got a little taken aback. I don't think so. She probably saw her friends and went back. Alex simply said, Can't be. She didn't even turn around. Ma Rong said, Oh, did you forget, master? She has a spiritual sense too. I told you I only learned about spiritual sense after she asked me to pick up a spirit cleansing lily for her. Ma Rong didn't remember much from that day. The whole day had gone by in a flash because of how unbelievable that day was. She cleared her thoughts and started walking down the hall once more. Come on, let's go. The auction should start anytime now. They finally reached the end of the hall, where a lot of staff members, both high and low ranking of the auction house, were standing there waiting to guide the newly arrived guests to their rooms. Chapter 90. Auction starts. Alex looked around and didn't find Kai Ping anywhere in the hall at all. Is she somewhere else busy preparing the auction? He wondered. A girl walked up to them and took them to a VIP room from where you could see the stage, but nobody else could see you. There was an array of seats inside spread among the almost 10 by 10 meters big room. Alex sat on a random seat near the window at the front where the view was the best. Ma Rong sat where she could only see the stage. The girl who came with them also stayed in the room, but remained standing next to the door. There was time to spare, so Alex decided to ask his master something. He made sure he wasn't loud enough for the girl to listen. "Master, how do I speak into someone's head?" Ma Rong wasn't expecting such a question in an environment like this. "Still," she answered, "it's easy. Just send out your spiritual sense to someone's head and say things in your mind. They will be able to hear it in their head." Alex heard it in his head and decided to try. He sent out his spiritual sense towards Ma Rong and asked, "Can you hear me?" "Yes," an answer came to his head. He was happy learning it had worked. Now he didn't have to worry about communicating in secret if the need ever arises. Time passed by as more and more people came and sat at the seats in the open down below. "Oh, he's here too." Ma Rong seemed to be quite surprised by someone's arrival. Alex looked below the window but didn't recognize anyone, so he asked, "Who are you talking about, master?" "The man with the black hat, 5 rooms to our left. He is the sect leader of Honor Sect from Rosewood City," Ma Rong said. He tried to look who it was, but his spiritual sense couldn't reach so far away. 5 rooms were about 50 meters in total length. Even when stretched to the maximum, he could only cover a radius of 30 meters with his spiritual sense. So he couldn't see who his master was talking about. "You can see that far, master? What is your radius on your spiritual sense?" He couldn't help but ask. "My radius? It's about 50 or so meters. I can do about 75 at best. I need to eat more spirit-enriching pills to be able to increase it more," she said. While so far, he was amazed at how far she could send out her spiritual sense. "But what's a spirit-enriching pill? I don't remember any pill like that in the recipes I got from the library, nor did the records have anything about them." "Do you have a recipe for that pill, master?" he asked. "Yes, I do. It's a personal recipe my master handed down to me. I will give you the recipe when you have true Kai. Since it's a true pill, giving it to you now would be useless," she said. Alex accepted the reasoning and sat back. He watched as the entire room filled up. There weren't a lot of people he recognized here, Finney. He saw some disciples from both of his sects, most of whom seemed to be core disciples. He sent out his spiritual sense to the 2 different rooms on either side of his room and realized he didn't know any of them either. The world was big, and he hadn't lived in it for long, so it was obvious that he wouldn't recognize them. There was one thing that surprised him, however. There was a person in a room next to the room adjacent to his left. The thing that surprised him regarding this person was that he was fat, extremely fat. It looked like he could barely walk, especially with all the jewelry he was wearing. There seemed to be 4 people next to him, all fit, and seemed to be very alert. "Master, who is the fat guy 2 rooms over?" he asked through his spiritual sense. Ma Rong checked the room and said, "That is Huo Zemin. He is the head of the victorious snow merchant group originating in our Scarlet City. They are the 3rd richest merchant group in all of the Crimson Empire." "3rd richest? I wonder how many spirit stones he has." Alex moved his attentions elsewhere, waiting for the auction to start. He looked at the talisman on the table. He had already scanned it and realized it was the list of items that would be auctioned off today. He wanted to be completely in the unknown, so didn't read it at all. Finally, once everyone had arrived and the seats on the base were full, the lights in the room and the hall started to dim, while the lights on the stage started to shine brighter. Everyone waited with bated breath as the curtain on the stage finally started to move, and a woman walked from the inside. "Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all settled and ready for the auction. Welcome to the biannual mega auction of the Pink Cloud Auction House, presented to you by myself, Kai Ping." Kai Ping had finally appeared in a beautiful blue dress. She swiped her hands, and a large desk along with a wooden hammer appeared out of nowhere. "If you are all prepared, we will bring out the first item," she said, and a few people walked up with a square-shaped box with a cloth on top of it. They placed it on the desk and walked away. Kai Ping walked ahead of the box with exaggerated theatrics in her motion and held a corner of the cloth. "And for our first item of the day, we have..." She paused for a moment to increase the suspense, and finally lifted the cloth to show a small and even ball of yellow color with a bunch of white patches all over it. A clouded tiger cub. Chapter 91. Beast Companion. A clouded tiger cub. Kai Ping proudly showed off the first item at the auction. It was a newly born monster that they had somehow captured and brought to the auction. "What is the point of selling a cub? Why not just capture an adult and sell them? Is this for some rich people's amusement? It certainly can't be for the ingredients or even the meat," he wondered. As many of you may know, a clouded tiger has an almost guaranteed chance to reach the true realms, and even a very little chance of reaching the saint realms. Cub is 4 weeks old and perfectly healthy. We have checked and found him to have no physical problems as well. We will start the bid at 5 common spirit stones, with 10 gold of minimum increment. 510 gold, 520 gold, 530 gold. The auction house suddenly started thundering with the sound of the numerous bid. Kai Ping's smile got wider each time she heard a bid. She would get about 2% of the revenue from each of these sales, so the more it sold for, the richer she got. Within the first 20 seconds, the bid had crossed 10 spirit stones. Alex got surprised seeing this. This behavior was completely different from what he had expected. He thought only a few people would bid for the cub, but seeing so many people bid for it, he realized his idea of what the cub was used for must be mistaken. Ma Rong looked at his interested eyes and got a little surprised. "Do you want the cub?" she asked him. Alex was startled as he was focused on the happenings below. He looked towards his master and said, "No, master. I was just curious why so many people would want a tiger cub and not just get an adult tiger." Of course, that's because they want to raise the cub themselves. A monster trained from birth is so much easier to make a companion out of than a normal adult monster, she said to him, explaining why so many people were bidding for the cub. "A companion? What's that? Do you make friends with monsters? Why would you?" He got so very confused hearing his master's explanation. They only brought forth more questions than answers. Ma Rong suddenly remembered how much common knowledge her disciple was lacking. She laughed a little to herself and started explaining. Beast companions are an important aspect of a cultivator's life. Cultivators can make a bond with a beast and control them. They can make the beasts fight for them, or just have them as a friend through their journey as a cultivator. Overall, the beasts can help you in a lot of places. That cub right there is a newborn monster. Those are somewhat rare to come by. A young monster is very naive and gullible, so after a few weeks or months of getting treated well by the other party, they happily bond to them. That is why the people down there are so excited to bid for it. If they manage to get it and raise it to the true realms, it can be a true powerhouse that can deter their foes and help them gain fame, money, and status in life. Even if they themselves happen to be weak or untalented in cultivation, having such a beast companion would offset everything. In fact, even I am a little tempted to get the cub, but I won't, as I am quite satisfied with my beast for now, Ma Rong said. Alex got surprised to hear that. "You have a beast companion, master? How come I haven't seen it yet? Does it not live in the mountain?" "Oh, I forgot to mention. Beast companions are a little unique, in that they don't live in the physical world after they bond with a cultivator. Look," she said as she swept aside a bit of her long hair to show her beautiful white skin on her neck. On the neck was a small circular pattern that looked like it was a long beast coiling. "This is where my beast lives. I can call her anytime I want, and she would fight for me." Ma Rong let go of her hair and asked, "So, do you want to get the cub?" Alex gave the question serious thought. From what his master had just said, a beast companion would be an amazing help for him if he wanted to become a stronger cultivator. However, he didn't want that. He just wanted to cultivate normally and see where life went in the game. His main focus was on alchemy, which he both liked and had a great talent in. He had gotten lucky with the technique, and now he was incredibly happy with it. So, he didn't think getting a beast companion could make that any better. "No, master." He simply shook his head. Ma Rong nodded, seemingly thinking that was the correct choice for him. Distracting himself with a beast right now might hinder his progress in alchemy. By the time the master-disciple pair's conversation had come to a stop, the bidding war for the tiger cub was also ending. 13 spirit stones. Someone shouted, 13 spirit stones, is anyone else bidding? Kai Ping asked the crowd. 13 spirit stones and 50 golds. Someone else shouted from the crowd. 13 spirit stones and 50 gold. Does anyone else have a higher bid? Kai Ping asked once more. She waited for a few seconds and heard back nothing from the crowd. So, she took the gavel and started saying, 13 spirit stones and 50 golds going once. Nobody talked. 13 spirit stones and 50 golds going twice. Still silence. 13 spirit stones and 50 golds going thrice. Sold. Kai Ping hit the gavel on the table with a loud bang. The first item of the day, the clouded tiger cub, has been sold to the lady on seat 45 for 13 spirit stones and 50 gold coins. Congratulations. A few staff members came and took the cub away and replaced it with another box hidden with a cloth. Chapter 92. Small money talk. The next items on the list sold at a similar rate. People started bidding as soon as it was allowed, and mostly the ones who bid were from the lower hall. The prices of the items were slowly getting higher and higher, as the bid price for the latest sold sword started with 18 spirit stones. Once again, after the sword was taken away, another box arrived with a cloth on top of it. Kai Ping acted exaggeratedly and pulled down the cloth. The item was an armor artifact. It was in a shiny blue color and looked very thin. This is an armor made by using the incredibly defensive blue rhino's hide as the main ingredient. It's a common earth-grade armor artifact that is both tough and flexible. Let us show you how strong it is. Kai Ping gestured as two people walked onto the stage. One was a middle-aged man in the mind-tempering 8th realm, while the other was at the True Lord realm. The True Lord realm wore the armor and retracted his kai so as to have it not protect the armor. The mind-tempering 8th realm man lunged and hit the armor without using any techniques. The armor suffered no damage at all. Whoa, the crowd was surprised. As you can see, the armor is able to defend against even someone at the mind-tempering 8th realm. From our measurements, it can defend against a fully charged Earth-grade technique of a mind-tempering 6th realm cultivator. So, the starting bid is going to be 20 spirit stones, with at least 1 spirit stone minimum bid. As soon as Kai Ping finished saying that, the audience exploded with bids. Before Alex could even comprehend how good the armor was, the bid had already reached over 40 spirit stones. Even the people in the VIP rooms were starting to bid. Everyone whose voice came out of the rooms on the upper floors was heavily distorted, and no longer sounded like their original voices. Alex could easily hear the fat merchant head's voice through his spiritual sense, yet when he heard it through his own ears, he was shocked at how different the voices were. I assume they do that for privacy reasons. I wonder if they are using formations for this as well, he thought. 50 spirit stones, his master voiced in her bid as well. Master, do you require that artifact? It should be useless to you, right? He asked. Of course it's not for me, you stupid disciple, it's for you, she said. For me? He was shocked. I don't need that, master. You don't have to spend so many spirit stones for me, he said. So many? It's just 50 spirit stones. That's not much at all, she said. Huh? 50 spirit stones is not a lot, but that's like 50 months worth of spirit stones for the outer sect disciples, master, he said, shocked at how little she thought of so many spirit stones. What are you talking about? That's only because they are outer sect disciples and we give it to them. If they were to make pills and sell them, they could make it in well under 3 months. Inner sect disciples get 10 spirit stones every month, so even if they do nothing, they can get 50 spirit stones in 5 months. If they went ahead and made pills, I'm pretty sure they can collect that much amount in less than a month. Let's not forget about the core disciples who get 50 spirit stones monthly. If they were to try, they could actually make a dozen of really rare or useful pills with decent harmony and sell them for 50 spirit stones. It wouldn't even take them a week if they tried. Alex was shocked at what he had just heard. He didn't know about the different monthly spirit stones allowances of the different tiered disciples, but what shocked him more was how little the others valued what he assumed was a rare commodity. 50 spirit stones are $500 though, so the core disciples get $500 every month. He thought for a bit and realized where he was wrong. This is not the real world. I shouldn't bring my countryside common sense to this place. It's a land of cultivators. It should be no surprise if they are rich. I should stop comparing everything to the real world. 55 spirit stones. Ma, wrong bid once more. The bidding war slowly shifted from the people at the lower hall to ones at the upper rooms. There were 3 people left. His master, the fat merchant head, and someone in a faraway room whose identity he couldn't tell because of the voice changes. All 3 of them kept bidding for a while until the fat merchant took away the armor at 85 spirit stones. The gentleman at room B3 has won the common earth grade armor. Congratulations, Kai Ping said as a bunch of staff came along and replaced the armor with another item hidden under a cloth. Everyone suddenly got more attentive as they saw the item that had just been brought to the table was actually really small. The cloth was almost flat on the plate the object was brought on. If not for the small bump at the middle of the cloth, the people would surely assume that the next item had been accidentally left behind by the staff members. Kai Ping saw the people's confusion and smiled. She walked to the front and lifted the cloth to reveal a round small green pellet-like object. A pill? But it's not in a pill bottle. Alex got surprised to see the small round object. A small feeling spawned inside him, one that spawned whenever he saw an alchemy ingredient. But this feeling was very unnoticeable, so he doubted the item was an alchemy ingredient on its own. Kai Ping started speaking. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the list is the seed. Chapter 93, Yin Gathering Tree. Kai Ping smiled as everyone looked at the seed and didn't recognize it. These were the times she liked the most, when she would reveal what the item was and everyone would be shocked. This seed comes from a tree that all of you most certainly know about. This is a seed for the ever-famous Yin Gathering Tree. She glanced at the audience as she made the dramatic reveal. Yin Gathering Tree? I think I've heard of it before. But where? Someone said. Wait, is this the same Yin Gathering Tree as the one in the capital? Another person exclaimed. Wow, that's an extremely rare seed. Sounds of awe and surprise rang out from the entire crowd. In room B1, Ma Rong, who was slumping in her seat, suddenly stood up straight and alert, her eyes burning with desire. Alex had never seen his master in that state, not even when she had gotten the spirit cleansing lily. Can it be that the seed is of greater importance than even the spirit cleansing lily? He wondered. Kai Ping once again started talking. Please quiet down, she said, trying to proceed with the auction. Can you tell us who is selling such a precious seed? Someone screamed from the back of the hall. The seller has told us that they want to be remained unnamed, so we will not be revealing any information regarding them. Now, let us proceed with the auction for the Yin Gathering Tree seed. The bid will begin at 30 spirit stones, with a minimum of 1 spirit stone increase. As soon as Kai Ping said that, the people in the hall started bidding one after another. Before Alex could even ask his master why the seed was so important, the bidding war down below had reached a height never seen before. Master, what is the yin-gathering tree? Is it good? He asked. It's good for disciples that have yin-related body, spiritual root, or just a regular yin-aligned cultivation method. It is very beneficial for them. It gathers yin energy from the surrounding and makes a certain area around it filled with high-quality yin kai. 52 spirit stones, Ma Rong bid as she answered his question. Is it better or rarer than a spirit-cleansing lily? He couldn't help but ask. In terms of which is better, it depends from person to person. If I were to look at it from the perspective of a normal cultivator, the spirit-cleansing lily is infinitely better than the yin-gathering tree. However, if I were to look at it from the perspective of a sect leader, the yin-gathering tree can bring benefits to the sect that a single spirit-cleansing lily could never. As for rarity, the tree itself is not rare, as there are more than dozens of them around the Crimson Empire. However, the fruit the tree bears is very rare. And to add to that, even the fruits themselves very rarely have a seed in them. So, the seed is considered very rare. It is for sure rarer than the spirit-cleansing lily. She said, Master, then why is it being sold for so less? He asked. Well, the seed isn't guaranteed to sprout, especially if the environment has a lot of yang energy. So, most sellers sell it at a low price of around 50 spirit stones. The auction house probably decided to lower its initial price to gather more bidders to eventually get the price through the ceiling. As Ma Rong explained this, the bid for the seed kept on going up. It had now reached the 90s. One true spirit stone. Ma Rong suddenly bid 101 common spirit stone. A bid came from a room far away from them. Damn him. He wants the seed for his honor sect as well, she said out loud. The sect leader of the honor sect that had come to the auction decided to bid against Ma Rong. 105 common spirit stone. Another voice came from a room some distance away. Ma Rong's spiritual sense didn't extend that far, so she couldn't tell who the bidder was. 110 common spirit stone. Ma Rong didn't back down. Master really wants this seed, huh? He thought. The raging bid kept on continuing. The other bidder had stopped, and now it was only the sect leader of the honor sect versus Ma Rong. 182 common spirit stones. The honor sect leader said after some deliberation. He didn't seem like he wanted to spend so many spirit stones on a seed that had less than a % chance of growing. Ma Rong fell into contemplation as well. While 180 spirit stones weren't that expensive in her eyes, it definitely was for the yin-gathering tree. 182 common spirit stones is the higher bid. Anyone who wants to bid higher? Hey Ping asked. 182 common spirit stones going once. 182 common spirit stones going twice. 182 com. 2 true spirit stones. Ma Rong bid just as the bidding was ending. Hai Ping smiled. She was always happy to see more bids, as 2% of the bid always went to her pockets. The honor sect master didn't bid after that, and the seed went to Ma Rong easily after the increased bid. The next item was brought to the table. It was a large table that was wheeled in with a massive cloth hiding what was inside. For our next items, we have. Kai Ping took off the cloth to show a bunch of pill bottles. Wow, so many pill bottles. The people were shocked. Did the auction house accidentally bring out all the pills they needed to sell for today? Someone asked. Alex looked at the newly revealed items and was surprised. I'm up next, huh? He thought. For some reason, he was starting to get nervous and excited. He couldn't wait to see how much the 135 pills would bring him. He very much looked forward to the next bidding war. Chapter 94. Pill Sales. After the crowd quietened down a bit, Kai Ping started speaking. Anyone who came to the last week's auction surely remembers the many pills that were sold towards the end of the show. The alchemist who made the pill had decided to sell the pills with us back then for the first time. At that time, we weren't able to reveal who the alchemist was, not because they wanted to remain unknown, but because the auction house didn't dare ask them for their name. However, after last week's sale, the alchemist was happy towards our auction house and decided to give us their nickname. The alchemist from last week will henceforth be known as White Wolf. After last week's success, Senior White Wolf has brought us many pills to sell once more. To be exact, there are 135 pills in front of you folks right now. He Ping stopped talking to listen to the crowd. Wait, that's all from one alchemist? Madame Kai, is that true? No way. I thought they accidentally brought out their entire pills for today. That's just one person? This White Wolf Senior must have taken months to make these pills. The last week's sales was probably him just treading waters. Has anyone heard of an alchemist named White Wolf? The crowd kept on talking until someone said something that silenced the crowd for a while. Madame Kai, how are you going to sell those pills? It can't be you will auction each pill on its own, right? That would take forever. A person from a VIP room spoke. Kai Ping smiled. Yes, we have given some thought to that. Instead of selling the pills separately, we will be selling multiple pills as a batch. For the first batch, we have 100 poisons antidote, minor healing pill, Kai improving pill, swift feet pill, and body warming pill. Each of these pills has exactly 32% harmony. The bid will start at 40 spirit stones with one minimum spirit stone bid as increment. 41 spirit stones, 42 spirit stones. People started bidding right away. Hemos are all common pills, but they are quite good. Someone must have really been preparing for months to sell them at this auction, Ma Rong commented from the side. No, Alex unknowingly blurted out while looking at the crowd below. What do you mean no? Ma Rong turned around to look at him after hearing his remark. Alex realized a little too late what he had accidentally blurted out, and turned around to face his master's eyes. I'm sorry for not telling you, master, but I decided to auction the pills I made. Those are my pills, he said with his spiritual sense. Yours? Ma Rong was shocked. Since they started talking using spiritual sense, the girl behind them didn't know what was going on. Are you telling the truth? She asked inquisitively. Of course, master. Why would I lie to you? He simply said. Ma Rong squinted her eyes and asked, You made all those pills? When did you do that? The auction house stopped accepting items after Wednesday. I'm not stupid, master. Of course, I submitted the items on Wednesday. Alex acted as if he was being wronged. Ma Rong then slowly asked, So, how many days did it take you to make these? 8, 10. 4. What? Ma Rong blurted out in her real voice thankfully. The soundproof design of the room stopped other people from listening to him. You finished all of these in 4 days? She then thought of something else and asked, So, the reason you didn't register any pills was yes. I was collecting them to sell in the auction. I really wanted the spirit stones, so I decided to sell them. He let her know. It's your pills, so you can do what you want, but why do you want the spirit stones so badly? Do you want to buy something? She asked. Ooh, he didn't know how to answer that. Do I tell her I'm doing this for money? Probably shouldn't. Something like that. He simply sidestepped the entire question. Slowly, the bid down in the hall started to die down, and the batch of pills was sold for a total of 88 spirit stones. Alex felt that was quite good. However, there was one thing that kept bugging him for the last few days, and it had been enhanced right now. Master, how much does a pill usually cost someone? He asked. Well, that depends on the pill and its ingredients. When it's not in the auction, one would have to gather the ingredients by themselves. If you give the alchemist the ingredients, that would cost you as little as 5 spirit stones. However, if the alchemist finds ingredients on his own, that costs the buyer a lot. Just like how your auction for the pills is getting a lot of spirit stones. The next batch of pills was being sold right now, and the bid had reached as high as 60 spirit stones already. Every single batch of pills had pills with higher harmony, so the bids were also getting higher now. Soon almost all of the pills on the table were auctioned off. Only 2 pill bottles were remaining. The audience watched with anticipation as they knew whatever was in the pill was definitely something of high harmony. Ma Rong always knew her disciple was talented, but getting a first-hand experience like this was a very surreal feeling. Alex, on the other hand, had a big smile plastered across his face as he realized he had managed to gather about 27 true spirit stones by now. That was about 2,700 common spirit stones. Or in his real-life terms, he had just earned over $25,000. And the final 2 pills were still yet to be sold. Chapter 95. Priceless and Worthless. The staff members had taken away all but 2 pill bottles. Kai Ping picked up a bottle and said, This pill bottle contains the 100 poisons antidote. While we did auction off a few hundred poisons antidote just now, this one gets to have its own time in the spotlight, because it has a harmony of 40%. A bunch of incoherent noises started appearing from the crowd, as they whispered amongst themselves. Kai Ping waited for the noise to die down a bit before she started speaking once more. This pill is able to cure any poison below the true grade. So, the starting bid for this pill will start at 30 spirit stones, with 1 spirit stone minimum increase in bid. The crowd started bidding for the pill. Even after this many pills, their enthusiasm for the pills had barely died a little. Ma Rong looked at Alex and asked, Did you make the 43% harmony tighter strength pill after this pill? She asked. Alex was surprised. You know about that pill, master? Oh wait, you must have seen what I registered. That was a pill I made 2 days ago, while this one I made it on Sunday, so 6 days ago. Good. You are improving a lot. Make sure you don't get overconfident from just this and change your personality. While you are naive, people like naive fellows more than snobby ones. Alex was relieved she didn't get angry. The bidding ended with a person buying the pill for 63 spirit stones. Alex was quite happy about this. Managing to get 63 spirit stones, just for a single pill, was beyond his dream right now. Then Kai Ping revealed his next pill. This is the second best pill we have today. However, the other one is a true grade pill, so I don't know if it even makes sense to compare them. This pill is a healing lotus pill. Anyone who knows about pills knows that this is one of the best healing pills of all the common pills, maybe even the best. This pill can even bring you back from death as long as you have a little life left in you. Disease is healed just like that if you take this pill. And Senior White Wolf has not only provided us with such an impressive pill, but they have also managed to make this pill with an incredible 45% harmony. Kai Ping made sure everyone heard that. 45%? Did she just say 45%? Oh lord, that is 5% away from becoming a heaven-grade pill. Can it be that this Senior White Wolf is a true Earth-grade alchemist, and he simply decided to grace us with some common-grade pills? The shock the crowd showed towards the pill was way more than Alex had expected. They were acting as if 45% was 100 times better than the 40% pill they just saw beforehand. He looked back at his master, who was also slightly surprised. You keep on surprising me these days. You even managed to make a 45% pill? Is it really that impressive, when you already know I made 43% pill? He asked. Of course. It gets harder and harder to increase the pill's harmony. The difference between 43% and 45% is about the same increase in difficulty as 10% to 18%. The higher the pill's harmony, the higher the difficulty. This just goes to show how talented you are. Ma Rong cleared his confusion. No wonder the people are so shocked about it. The heated bidding war slowly came to an end as Alex's eyes widened by the final bid. 139 spirit stones, going once. 139 spirit stones, going twice. 139 spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. Kai Ping slammed the gavel on the table. A staff member came out and took away the pill. Another staff came out with a small plate, hiding something rectangular, going by the shape of the silhouette. The next item on the auction is this book. Kai Ping unfurled the cloth to reveal an old, dusty, almost rotting book. The outer cover looked a little torn, but overall the book seemed to be without damage. Kai Ping held the book and showed it to the audience. The outside of the book had something written on it that was visible even though the book itself was very dirty. The letters seemed black in color, but shined like they were made of gold. Kai Ping started by saying, "This book has the potential to be the best item we have ever sold in our auction house. However, it might also be the worst item we have sold as of yet." Kai Ping stopped talking to create some suspense. Best item, yet worst item? What are you talking about, Madam Kai? Yes, please explain, Madam Kai. Kai Ping started talking once more. This book was given to us by somebody who wished to remain unknown. This book is the family heirloom that they have guarded for thousands of years. According to their ancestors, one day, people flew down from the heavens and stayed in their tavern. Those heavenly folks didn't have money with them at the time, so they gave the tavern owner this book instead, and left back to the heavens. Within those thousands of years, many cultivators came and went in their family, yet not a single one could comprehend this book. Given to them by what could only be immortals of the legends, yet unable to even read the book. This book is truly both worthless and priceless. Your customers can't read it either. It's the worst item we have sold yet. However, if you can read it, it's the best item we have sold yet. As such, we will first let you people check the book for yourself. A staff lady came out and took the book. We will pass it along to you all, so you can check. The people in the hall will have only 10 seconds to see if you can read the book. People in the VIP will have 30 seconds to see if they can read the book. As for the ones in the VIP, they will have a whole minute to check the book. Kai Ping nodded to the female staff, and the lady walked down the hall, passing along the book to the various people. Chapter 96. Heaven's Impact. Kai Ping sold quite a few items, as the dusty old book traveled from one person's arm to another's. Slowly, more than an hour had passed. Alex realized, while he had probably earned the most from this auction in general, if he counted individual prices, his pills came nowhere close. The latest items were being sold at 5 true spirit stones at starting bids alone. By the end, most of them crossed 10 true spirit stones. Kai Ping showed off the third to the last item for the auction today. She unfurled the cloth to reveal that it was a pill bottle. This pill is a soul reuniting pill that was made by Hongwu Sect's sect leader, Ma Rong. In case you do not know, the soul reuniting pill is a true grade pill that can increase your chances of breakthroughs in the true realm by at least 3-fold at mortal grade. At earth grade, it can increase your chances by at least 10-fold. And at heaven grade, it can pretty much guarantee your success at breakthrough. This pill on my hand has a harmony of 48%. That means, whoever gets this pill is guaranteed to move forward in their journey as a cultivator. For the starting bid, we will start with 20 true spirit stones, with a minimum increase of 10 common spirit stones. Cloud started speaking so loudly that Kai Ping didn't even manage to comprehend what the first few bids were. 21, spite, 21, spite, 22, spy. Someone would be half finished with their bids before the other one started. Alex, on the other hand, was just stunned at the harmony of the pill. He turned around and said, "Master, you are more talented than me. You made a 48% harmony true grade pill. It's not talent, it's experience. Once you get enough experience, you will be able to do that as well," she said. Alex simply nodded and turned around to look at the people climb over each other to bid for the pill. He finally saw how much people cared about their cultivation, and how far they would go to increase it. Do people really have a lot of trouble for a breakthrough? He wondered. He himself had never cared for it, as he always had a 100% chance of breaking through. In fact, he had to slow down, cause he was too good at it. His master's pill was still being bid, and it didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon. Knock knock. The staff lady inside opened the door to let more of the staff in. Another lady appeared with a book on a tray. Here you go, sect leader Ma, the girl spoke respectfully. The dusty old book had finally arrived at the VIP rooms. Ma Rong picked up the book and started reading it. At first, she had hoped to understand just a few sentences to see what the book was called and what it could do, but to her surprise, she couldn't even read a word of it. The language was just too foreign for her. She flipped through the entire book, which was filled with words, to see if there was anything she could read. On the last page, she finally found something she could read, only to be disappointed by the fact that it was the family's message saying that it was their heirloom. A minute had passed, so she gave back the book to the staff, who bowed and swiftly left the room. She sighed and turned back to see how the auction for the pill was going. Suddenly, she saw Alex, who was concentrating on something. He wasn't looking at the auction, that was for sure. "Yu Ming? What's wrong? You seem serious," she asked. Alex got out of his stupor and smiled as he said, "Oh, it's nothing, master. I was just surprised that one could even use spiritual sense to attack other people." That was truly eye-opening. Use spiritual sense to attack other people? What do you mean? There is no way anyone can do that, Ma Rong said, wondering just where he got such an absurd idea from. Huh? But that's what Heaven's Impact does, right? He said. Heaven's Impact? What's that? She had never heard of such a thing. This just brought more confusion to Alex's face. Alex smiled a little and said, "What are you talking about, master?" "It's obviously the book we read just now." "The book?" Ma Rong got confused for a split second before her eyes started opening wide. "Did you read the book just now?" "Oh, was I not supposed to? I'm sorry. I only read the introduction page though, so I didn't really read it all," he said. Ma Rong was shocked. "You read it? You can read that book?" She practically shouted at this point. Thankfully, the room was entirely soundproof other than when one was bidding. "Of course I can, master." "Can't you?" Alex was surprised now. "No. Didn't you hear what the auctioneer said? No one can read the book," she said. "I mean, isn't that how all higher grade books are, master? Even you said it took you about 2 months to read the Immortal Technique. Maybe the family members weren't as talented, so they took forever to read it." Ma Rong was stupefied. Her disciple had completely misunderstood the difficulty of the situation here, and done something seemingly impossible in her eyes. "Yu Ming, can you read that book?" she asked once more. "Yes," Alex answered seriously, hearing the tone in her voice. "Then you can read that language?" she asked. "Language? What language?" he asked. Obviously, the language the book was written in. Ma Rong started to get angry now. Alex was surprised. That book was written in a language? Aren't those just scribbled lines that are supposed to put information into your brain? He asked. "Of course not. Those are words you are meant to read and comprehend. That's how you learn a technique in the first place." Alex was stunned. He quickly took out the Flickering Shadows book he had with him and showed it to his master. "Master, are you telling me these lines are a language too, and that you can understand them?" Ma Rong was even more stunned as she said, "Of course that's a language. Are you telling me you learned the book without knowing the language?" Chapter 97, Sold. "Master, are you telling me that people can read this language?" Alex asked while pointing to his book. "Of course. Everyone can read this book. How else are we supposed to learn new techniques?" Ma Rong said. "But the writing on the walls and such don't have this language. Most buildings I've visited also don't use this language in their name. How can everyone read it if they don't even use the language?" he said. "By everyone, I meant the cultivators. Every cultivator starts by learning this language. Since it's just our own language, just written differently, it's easy to learn. Only after that can they learn a cultivation method in the first place. So, why doesn't everyone write in the normal language then? One wouldn't have to learn this language in the first place," Alex said after giving it some thought. "Oh, and what would you do if you come across some ancient text written in that language? You can already see what is happening right now by people not being able to read that dusty book. What would happen if everyone stopped learning this language?" she asked. I guess you are right. If that's how the language started, then that argument is valid," Alex said. "Now you get it. Besides, using 2 different languages helps separate a cultivator's text from a normal person's text. But let's forget about that for now. I want to know how you can read that text," she asked. I can do it because the game developers made it so." He wanted to say that, but he couldn't. "I don't know. I don't understand the language but can somehow read it. Same with our own language," he said. Ma Rong couldn't make heads or tails of the answer, so she decided to give up for now and instead focused on her pill being sold. The soul reuniting pill sold for a total of 43 true spirit stones. The next item on the auction was an alchemy ingredient called revitalizing ginseng. Alex remembered the name from the records he had read on the top floor a few days ago. An ingredient for the body rejuvenating pill? But I thought those were pretty much extinct, he said. You read the records too? Yes, they were said to be extinct, but it seems our information is wrong. Ma Rong commented. Kai Ping started explaining the ingredient. This ginseng on my hand is called a revitalizing ginseng. This is the main ingredient for the pseudo-saint rank pill called the body rejuvenating pill. The pill is incredible, as it can increase a person's lifespan by an entire century regardless of if you are a cultivator or a mortal. Oh wow. 100 years? That's a lot. Can anyone really make that pill though? It's a pseudo-saint rank pill. Maybe Hongwu sect leader can make it. If not, we can ask the royal alchemist for it. Numerous people talked about the ingredient in the crowd. Kai Ping continued, the auction will start at 30 true spirit stones, and each bid has to be 50 common spirit stones higher. The crowd didn't bid as much this time. 30 true spirit stones were a lot for most of the people on the ground floor. The people in the VIP, however, bid as though their spirit stones grew in their home's backyard. Alex watched as his master also bid. He had read the records, so he knew how good the ingredient in front of him was. A mortal on average lived around 60 years and 100 years at max. A self-tempering cultivator, however, could live from anywhere between 100 to 200 years on average. Some even lived as long as 300 years. A true realm cultivator, on the other hand, could easily live between 500 to 1,000 years on average. Maybe even 1,500 in some cases. The Saint Realm cultivator's lifespan wasn't recorded in the records, but they were sure to be high in number. Just looking at that, to anyone who was a true realm cultivator or less, a body rejuvenating pill would be a miracle, especially when they were at the end of their life. The bidding was quickly ended at the merchant head. Fatty managed to outbid everyone with his immense wealth. He bid 100 true spirit stones for the revitalizing ginseng and snatched it away from everyone. After buying ginseng, the fatty immediately walked out of his room and left the auction house. He wasn't a good cultivator, so the next item was useless for him. Quite a few people left the auction house, acting as if the auction was over. After a few minutes, only about 10% of the original audience was left, most of them being in the VIP rooms. Finally, here we go, fellow customers. You have all checked the book. Please bid whatever you feel this book deserves. Kai Ping said, not expecting the people to bid at all. 1 common spirit stone. Someone bid as Kai Ping had not set a minimum bid. Kai Ping felt bad but didn't say anything. 2 common spirit stones. 3 common spirit stones. People started slowly increasing their spirit stones in the hope that they could get the book at a low price, and maybe sell it somewhere else for a higher price. Suddenly, Ma Rong spoke. 10 true spirit stones. The entire auction hall became silent. The people who were slowly increasing their bid hesitated, as 10 true spirit stones was a lot of money. But then why would that person pay it? The people in the VIP rooms were confused as well, but they didn't bid either. Kai Ping, on the other hand, became grateful towards the guest in room B1. She waited for a bit for others to bid, and when they didn't, she started the countdown. 10 true spirit stones, going once. 10 true spirit stones, going twice. 10 true spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. She hit the gavel on the table with a loud bang. Final item in the auction has been sold to the customers in room B1. Chapter 98. Back to sect. Once the book was sold, Kai Ping thanked everyone for coming and waited as everyone left the hall. Ma Rong took Alex with her, as the lady in the room guided them to a room outside. After waiting for a while, an old man with white hair finally entered the room. Hello, Miss Ma. It's good to see you again, he said as he bowed towards Ma Rong a little. Ma Rong also nodded a little and said, hello, senior. It's been a while, hasn't it? Alex took the opportunity to greet as well. The old man then proceeded to take out 2 bags of storage and handed them to Ma Rong and Alex. Please check it, he said, and sat opposite them. Alex looked into his bag and realized there were about 27 true spirit stones and a few common spirit stones. After taking their cut of the sale, this was what the auction house had given him. Even after giving 10% of this to the Diva Corporation, he would still have about $25,000 for himself. Take it. Suddenly, he heard Ma Rong say something from the side. He turned around to see that she was holding the dirty old book in her hand, giving it to him. Me? Yes, I bought it for you, so take it, she said. Thank you, master, he said, and gladly took the book. He read the introductory page and was still amazed that the writings on the book were languages that people spoke. Why would the developers change the language? He wondered. If most mortals speak the real, life language, I don't think it was necessary to make an entirely new language, right? Let's go. Ma Rong started walking away, and Alex followed her as well. Most of the people had already left the auction hall, so they didn't meet anyone while walking out. Ma Rong took out her flying boat and flew back to the sect along with Alex. It had taken them nearly 3 hours in total, and Alex wanted to go get some food. He logged out for his afternoon lunch and returned back. Should I leave my dorm room, so I can have a flexible schedule for myself? He wondered, but immediately shook his head. Being in a dorm room had given him the freedom to play whenever he wanted. And also the university was just 5 minutes away. If he were to leave now, he would have a hard time balancing his university, home, and game time. Alright, let's send my money first. He opened the settings and found a button that opened the bank's panel for him. He put in the information for his bank and saved it. Then, he pressed another button that opened a panel to transfer his spirit stones to the saved bank account. He put in all of his spirit stones and hit send. Do you want to send $2,560 $25,600 to XXXXXXXXX343? He clicked yes. The spirit stones disappeared from his inventory, and he logged out. He waited for a moment, and heard a notification sound. He quickly opened his phone to see a message on it. $25,600 has been successfully transferred to your account. He kept staring at the number, and was shocked. It had been less than a month since he came to the city, and he had already earned so much. I should buy my own helmet on a free day, he thought. He marveled at the money for a while, and went back to the game. He took out the dusty old book and started reading. For some reason, this book took him an exceptionally long time to read, almost twice as much as the immortal grade techniques. He didn't know if the reason for that was the difference in language, the length of the book, or the fact that it was just that exceptionally hard to understand. Still, after about 10 or so minutes, he fully learned it. He opened the description to the technique. For some reason, the information took a couple of seconds to load, instead of loading instantly like every other time. Heaven's impact. Grade. Heaven, use your spiritual sense to hit your opponent's mind with a mighty blow. The greater the difference in mental prowess, the more the damage. He wanted to test it out, but there was nothing he could try it on. This stumped him for a minute. I guess I'm not going to test it anytime soon then. He had nothing to do now, so he went to take some pills. There were still a few pills he could make today, and tonight he would have to get some ingredients from the alchemy garden to make the remaining 20 pills to be a core disciple. He started making simple pills with the remaining ingredients for already made pills, and went on to try out the new pills. He was already used to making high-quality pills, so every pill he made ended up having over 30% harmony with ease. Around evening, he logged out to get his dinner, and came back to the game to do his task for the night. He met Elder Zhan and Elder Wang, and took the list for the ingredients. He walked into the alchemy garden, and got every single ingredient on the list, as well as the ones he required for the pills he was going to register. Between the two gardens, they had enough ingredients that he could use to make 7 of the remaining 130-ish pills he had recipes of. After handing the collected ingredient, he walked to the disciple hall. By now, his alchemy achievements had shot through the roof. While he wasn't in the top 10 yet, at this rate it wouldn't take him more than a week to be at the top. He went into the hall to the core disciples section and registered his 3 new pills to the elder working there. Afterward, he returned to his residence. Alright, 7 more pills and I will become a core disciple as well. Chapter 99. Spiritual Attack. Early in the morning, Alex woke up from his cultivation. He was tired from yesterday's auction, so he had decided to just cultivate for the night. He opened his status to check his current Kai. He had about 1.6 million Kai right now. If he wanted to, he could easily break through to the bone-tempering 9th realm. But that would be bad for his foundation, as his cultivation base would be hugely destabilized. The further one went, the worse it would be. He logged out to get some breakfast and came back. Just as he logged back in, his master arrived as well. Huh? Are we going somewhere today too? He wondered. Come, it's time for our lesson, she said as she walked into a room that was not the alchemy room. Alex was more surprised now. Master, weren't we done with lessons? At least, until I was able to turn 50% of my current Kai into true Kai? He asked. I'm not here to teach you alchemy today. I'm here to teach you about the basic knowledge every cultivator should have, that you certainly don't. Let's start with language. Ma Rong went on to teach him how to read the language for about 2 hours. She was confident he could learn it in 2 hours with his superior memory and mental strength. In 2 hours, Alex was good, if not better than most of the cultivators out there in reading the language. Alright, take out that old book. Let's see if you can translate that book, she said. Alex nodded and brought out Heaven's Impact book. Ma Rong looked at the book and asked, see if you can read it now that you know it's a language. He tried to read it, but he couldn't understand a single word in the book. To him, they were just another piece of paper with scribbles on it. I can't, master. I can't read it, he said. Didn't you say you read the introduction page? She asked. Oh, that. I didn't exactly read it. It's more like after I look over it, the information just comes to my mind, he said. Ma Rong frowned a bit. The book had an unknown origin, meaning if anyone could read these books, they might be able to use abilities not yet seen in the Crimson Empire. Alright then, did you learn it? Well, I did learn it, but... He trailed off. But what? Is this not a technique? Is this something else? She asked. Oh no. This is a technique. It's only that I couldn't use it at all since I didn't have a target to practice on. So, I still don't know exactly what it does, only that it uses spiritual sense to attack another person's mind. Ma Rong contemplated for a moment and said, "All right, attack me." Are you sure, master?" he asked. "Yes, if it does in fact attack the mind, I'm confident that my mind is stronger than yours," she said. Alex felt the reasoning made sense. "Okay then, here I come, master." He immediately started using the technique. He expected his Kai to start flowing as he started the technique, but to his surprise, they stayed where they were. Instead, his spiritual sea started churning like crazy. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the middle of his spiritual sea and quickly drained, as a quarter of his spiritual sea dried up within a second. All of the disappeared sea turned into a massive cloud of spiritual sense that started forming what he felt was a solid shape. They came together to form a fist, ready to launch outward. He looked towards his master and regarded her as the target. Suddenly, the newly formed fist made up of spiritual sense flew out of his spiritual sea and slammed right into Ma Rong's head. Ma Rong had been waiting for the attack to arrive, so she had been monitoring with her spiritual sense. Suddenly, she felt something move near her disciple, and out of nowhere, it struck her head. Ma Rong felt her consciousness die for a moment as everything around her dimmed to the point she couldn't see anything. Her body went limp without the control of her mind and started falling to the ground. Within mere split seconds, she caught herself from falling and stabilized herself. Her breathing had gotten disorderly, and there were traces of fear in her eyes. "Are you okay, master?" Alex asked as he was worried that she might have been hurt. "I am fine. I'm fine." She was shocked at just how strong the attack was. Even without considering the difference in their cultivation, she had more than twice his mental strength, yet she had lost consciousness for a second there. That went to show just how terrifying this ability was. "How is your spiritual sense? Any changes?" she asked. "Changes? No, but I did lose a quarter of my spiritual sea on that attack," he said. "I see. Well, it only makes sense for you to do so much damage, if you had to use such a high amount of spiritual sense. Don't worry, after Mind Tempering Realm, you will have a much stronger mental strength and can easily use the technique multiple times," she reassured him. "Mind Tempering Realm? I understand, master." Alex was looking forward to growing stronger as a cultivator now. "All right then, try and see if you can somehow understand the language there. It will help me as well, if I can understand that language. As for alchemy, how many pills do you have yet to register?" she asked. 7, master, he said. "All right, do what you want for now. I will return back around noon to continue our lesson," she said, and walked away. Alex was just happy that his master was investing so much time in him. He was looking forward to seeing what his master would teach him now that she was done teaching about the languages. "I guess I will have to wait and see. For now, let's go get some lunch." He logged off. Chapter 100, Master's Lessons. Ma Rong came back at noon, exactly on the dot, and spent the next 3 hours teaching him the various things one would have to know as a cultivator. She taught him from the smallest things, such as what a cultivator should and should not call each other, to things such as the different cities and the powerhouses in them across the Crimson Empire. She taught him about the royal Fu family and Fu Tian, the king of the Crimson Empire. She taught him how the royal Fu family sent its descendants around the empire to rule as city lords and ladies. She also gave him a map of the Crimson Empire to learn and memorize, where all the cities were relative to one another. She also taught him about how a cultivator fought. Some fought with weapons, some fought with their bare hands, some fought using impressive techniques, some fought using poison, some fought using beasts, some fought using bugs, some fought using formations, some fought using talismans, some fought using weird artifacts, and some even fought using pills. She also taught him about the other production methods aside from the alchemy itself. Some made formations, some made artifacts, some made solely weapons, and some made talismans. The last thing, make sure to hide your true talents in front of others. Like I said before, people are envious creatures. Cultivators are no different either. They will betray you the moment they learn you have something they don't. It won't matter to them whether they can obtain it or not. If they can't have it, no one can. You are young, and you are pure-hearted, but that heart will for sure die in the filth of the world of cultivation. Make sure you never let that filth stick to yourself. You might get drowned in it, but you have to learn to climb over it. For that, you can't just be an alchemist and hope to live in the cultivation world safely. There are strong people out there with bad motivation that might force you into working for them if you aren't strong enough to defend yourself. So, you have to be strong enough to fight off your enemies. I wish you never have to kill anyone, but I know you will have to, even if it's just to defend yourself and your loved ones. The only thing I can do is hope you don't lose yourself along with your enemies. Alright, that's enough for today. You don't have to worry about all these things right now, but keep it in mind. I taught you almost everything I could. There are many things I still haven't taught you, but that's just because I am not too knowledgeable in them either. You will hopefully learn them soon. I'm leaving now, you do what you have to. Ma Rong left the room and walked outside. She took out a medallion and used her spiritual sense to send out a message to all the elders saying, starting tomorrow, all the elders who used to work on the alchemy garden are to go back to working on it. The elders got confused why the sect leader would do that, but they accepted them anyway. Alex, on the other hand, remained stunned in his home. He had learned a lot today, yet the final words of his master were what remained to play back in his mind. I will have to kill people. He didn't question the statement and took that as a fact. He knew that was true. After all, this was a game and killing was just an aspect of it. Still, for some reason, killing people wasn't something he would look forward to. He spent the next few hours absorbing the information his master had just gave him. After he was done learning everything, he left the game to get some dinner. After dinner, he came back and went to the sect valley to work. This day, he hadn't got the time to make any pills, so he wasn't going to register any. After finishing his work, he went back to his residence and managed to make the 6 different pills throughout the night. After today's lesson, he didn't have the mental energy to make any more, so he just cultivated throughout the rest of the night. In the morning, he logged out of the game and stayed logged out to do some of his classwork. He only returned back to the game after his classes were over. After logging in, he looked at his storage bags and realized he only had 1 more pill to go. He was feeling unusually fresh today, so he went on to finish the last pill. Ma Rong came to his house at around 4 p.m. She walked in and sent out her spiritual sense to find him in the middle of alchemy. She walked into the alchemy room to see his absolutely focused face carefully looking at the cauldron. After a few minutes of intense concentration, he finally opened the lid and a pill flew out of it. As he pulled the pill out, he slumped in exhaustion. The pill that had just formed was blood red in color and used blood ginseng as its primary ingredient. It was called the blood improving pill. It was a common rank pill that would instantly refill a person's blood after they have lost a lot of blood, or if they did already have blood, it would thicken it and invigorate it with more strength. This pill was especially important to people in their old ages or people with anemia, as it would counteract their loss of blood and give them a much-needed boost in stamina. Alex looked at the blood red pill in his hand and felt its aura. Just the smell alone nearly brought him out of his fatigue, while the aura was something he had never felt before. He focused on the pill to look at its information as a small panel popped up on top of it. Blood improving pill. 50%. He had just made his first heaven grade pill.